in this.
I don't know where you get integrity from what I just said.
Well, like, because I'm telling the whole bar we're going to Park City, then I actually go to Park City, Utah. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so because you said you like traveling, and it's funny to like somebody says, well, if you could be anywhere in the world, where would you want to be? And you go and you say, oh man, life is short. You made me think about something I want.
Yeah.
You're cute, but are you better than Park City, Utah? I don't know yet because I've never been there. No offense to you.
Yeah.
But that's a whole place. You're just one woman. So I'm leaving because you motivated me, you inspired me. I'm out of here. The question, was it stupid for you to ask that? Probably, because I'm gone. And you go to where Park City is. I think that's where like they're skiing there.
Yeah.
So I'm not a skier, but maybe you would.
Probably a great place to go.
It looks really nice. It was also on public spectrum. So that's the only. I can only remember a certain amount of things throughout the week. What is the next question?
Yeah, see, and then I was trying to think of like other questions that you would ask and how I can bring it back to Los Angeles. Because the whole point of the getting everyone involved is that they are in that city.
And they're on your side, exactly like
LA. And I'm tired of being attacked for questions that I'm asked and I answer honestly. Honestly, dude, girls do not want the truth, you know?
Probably not.
I told somebody recently, I was like, yeah, I don't think I want to leave Los Angeles. Not even for fun. You know?
Is that the truth?
Is it? In the moment, it was. Like, when I was thinking, you know what I mean? Like,
you're just in a bad mood and I don't know. I guess I'm fucking... If I had to go somewhere, I'd probably fucking go to the morgue. It's like a terrible attitude. If I had to go somewhere, I probably wouldn't be on this fucking date with you. I would never leave. I don't want to leave LA, even on a trip. That's not true. You like going on trips.
But, like, let's be honest, though, dude. I just met you. We're not going to make plans of going on it. You know what I mean? And then, like, it's part of, like, the whole thing where they have to, like, you have to be one with each other and stuff like this. It's like, no, dude. Just fuck me already, dude.
You know what is funny about that? If the girl's motivation for that is not like either just keeping the conversation going or seeing what your interests are, if she's really like she's asking that because she's so sick in her mind that she thinks that if you say the same place she wants to go, that means something.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be kind of cute and nice if it was. You say like Iceland, and that's like where she really wants to go.
She's like, dude, don't get me started on Iceland.
Dripping wet. You know, she's fucking Baja mode.
She's like, you know that Iceland's green and Greenland's ice?
But, I mean, yeah, that's like a stupid thing. I think it's just like a way to know that you like traveling or something about you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I like to keep a thick veil. You know what I mean?
What? Yeah. Stop. But what's a bad answer to that?
A bad answer is I'm never leaving Los Angeles.
I guess that is,
that's the worst
that is a terrible answer. And that's what you said that one time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of something even, what is worse than that?
Like the worst answer
possible. You weren't even trying and you picked the worst possible answer.
But now I'm sticking to it because, you know, I got good douche so hard by some random chick, you know? And I'm just like, all right, well, fucking next time, you're going to hear about it from everyone, dude.
I wonder what she said. Did she say, like, you never want to leave LA? Like, she got kind of like...
She was like trying to be like, how can I approach this kindly, whatever type thing.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I mean, that's, you know, you don't want to travel. Like, you know, like...
Oh, okay, so she did say, okay. What's another answer? What's another question that chicks ask like that? Like that you could... Because I like the idea of, like, it's all LA. It's kind of, you know what's funny? To bury yourself so deep in a hole like that, like right away in the date, and then to dig yourself out of it, try and convince her that, no, I just really love Los Angeles a lot. I'm a very positive guy. I love LA. But how do you come back from that? What's the question that they ask? What do your parents do? You're like, why? You just start lying. My mom is the mayor of Los Angeles. I'm sitting here. My parents actually founded, or my great-grandparents founded Los Angeles. That doesn't make sense either.
My great-great-grandpa's name was Angelus. Girls, knowing that I'm a comedian, always ask if I've been on Kill Tony. How can I bring it back to Los Angeles?
Oh.
I was on Kill Tony.
Go ahead.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Everyone, she's just asked another question.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to have to bring everyone into it.
Okay, I've got one, but I mean,
okay, go for it.
All right, so you say, does the Kill Tony thing? Ding, ding, ding. Hey, everybody. She just asked me if I was on Kill Tony ever. I got one thing to say about that. because they say, I killed Tony. I wanted to say another word. I wanted to say a word they use on that, but I don't think you can say that word.
You can't say that one.
You can't say that one.
But I'll block it out.
But you all knew what word I was thinking. And I don't say that word, but they say it on Kill Tony. I say it on Kill Tony. So,
you had to bring it back to Los Angeles.
oh, sorry.
Right. Now you just said the C word in front of the whole bar.
It's funny that I've made it so much worse because, like, before she's like, oh, this guy doesn't want to travel, but he just called me the C word. All right, I'm sorry. So you go, she just asked me if I have ever been on Kill Tony because I do stand-up. You know what? Fun fact. Kill Tony started in Los Angeles. And then it moved to Austin, and a lot of people say it's not as good now because it's like, a lot of people aren't that. They're kind of, edgelords in the Austin scene. So I was on it when it was in LA, and it was more fun and more grounded and not about, celebrity and all that kind of thing.
I understand we're doing a podcast.
Yeah.
But can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yes.
Like, you're not amping anyone up. You're giving them like a fucking Wikipedia page of it's Kill Tony's history.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Do you want to try one on this one?
I mean, never leaving Los Angeles kind of works, but
for Kill Tony, though.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure.
You just keep saying, she just asked me if I was on Kill Tony. Guess what? I'm never leaving Los Angeles. Then she really doesn't understand what's going on.
Yeah, dude, I'm not connecting any dots for her, dude. She's got to figure shit out on her own. You know what I mean? I'm making dots for sure that she can try to connect.
Okay, so you go, hey everybody, she just asked me if I was ever on Kill Tony. And then you play the theme song from the Chicago Bulls, and like, what is it that Michael Jordan?
Yeah.
How does that go or whatever?
Yeah, it's like, I know what you mean.
I can't remember. If I would have been funnier if I could remember. Whatever it was. No, that's shit. Don't do that shit. Fuck. Hey everybody, she just asked me if I was on Kill Tony, and guess what? I was on fucking the best episode ever. In the belly room. In Los Angeles, California. In the Comedy Store. Was Too Short, the rapper.
That was in the main room.
That was in the main room. It's even better.
What's it called? So, like, here, these are not... AI does not know first date questions. What's a guilty pleasure movie or show you recently watched?
Why would anyone ask that on a date?
I've never said guilty pleasure on a date.
Never. And also, guilty pleasure, I stand by the whole thing. Guilty pleasure is something that you don't tell people. You're guilty about it.
Yeah.
So you keep it to yourself, and you go, man, this is a guilty pleasure. Yeah. I remember a friend of ours in our group chat once was saying how he had this guilty pleasure about things, and we're like, that's not how you do this, man.
Yeah. That's a normal pleasure.
Yeah, exactly. Or you're not guilty about it. You just told us.
So, okay, well, to get to the bottom of it, what do you think of my tactic here?
Oh, announcing at everybody in the bar is the worst idea you've ever had in your life.
Oh, I mean, but
it's funny.
Okay, cool. That's all matters.
Yeah. At the day ending, well, that's man. It's about the entertainment, man. I mean, it's definitely something you could talk about. You should do that just to like have something that we can talk about here.
Yes.
Like the reaction to it. That would be very funny.
I did my need a bigger belt bit. Unironically recently. You remember that?
I remember the words, but what is it again?
It's when you're eating dinner with a lady, and the waiter. By the way, I'm starting to hate waiters. Better watch out. Starting, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm starting to hate waiters, dude. Because there's been like 3 or 4 times in the recent 2 weeks where I'm in the middle of a fucking story. You know what I mean? And then they come up and they don't give a fuck about what's going on at the table, and he's not even asking for food. Or like anything like that, if you want drinks or anything. Where he's going, are we doing all right over here? You know what I mean? And I'm looking at him like, dude, I'm gonna fucking fight you. You know?
I wasn't ever gonna leave Los Angeles after this interaction.
But so I'm starting to hate waiters. What was I saying before that? Oh, so the need a bigger belt thing is when the waiter comes back around and goes, how are we doing over here? Anything else I can get you? And I go, I don't know, if you got a bigger belt.
And then that's also like It's so funny that like you say you want to leave LA, you announce something to the whole restaurant. You actively hate the waiter, and you're calling yourself fat.
Well, I ate a lot of food. I need a bigger belt.
Yeah. I don't know. If it's for the entertainment of us, me and you, then yes, this works.
I mean, dude, what is it? What am I doing this for then?
I guess so.
Am I doing it for the lady? If I was doing things for the lady, dude, I would be way different. My apartment would be clean. You know what I mean?
Maybe you just need to find. You just need to find the right woman that likes these things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just like fool some woman into like falling in love with me, and I'm a psycho. Why not just be psycho on the first date?
That's what I mean. My plan, as most men's plan, you fool some woman into thinking you're not a psycho.
Yeah, if you make your bed every day, then you can fool a woman into thinking you're not a psycho.
Exactly. There you go, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
These questions are crazy, right? Some of them. Like the guilty pleasure one, no real person would ever say that.
Right.
And then, are you a morning person or a night owl?
I mean, kind of typical question.
I don't know. Would you ever ask a woman if they're a night owl?
Yeah.
I don't think I would do that. Well, I would probably be like, do you like staying up late? But I mean, I wouldn't even say that. That's so weird. Why would you need to know if a woman is a morning person or a night owl?
It's just getting to know the person, I guess.
I don't like that one.
But here's my issue. I think these questions are fine. Guilty pleasure is a weird terminology. I would just be like, is there any movies you're into? Like, you know? Wait, are you listening?
Sorry, say that one more time. So these questions are really fucking with my head.
Right.
Good.
My issue is with like
has more data archived on the
acceptance of
internet
my answer.
than any person in global
Like, are
history,
you a morning
period.
person or a night owl? And I go,
Rabbi
usually
Rothschild
night owl,
says
but
that if you help to promote their projects, comma,
dumb fuck.
they will make you a trillionaire, period. Let's hold him to his words.
You're a night owl? You just stay up all night? Is that what you fucking do? You idiot? You know what I mean? I hate that part of it. Where it's like, okay, why don't you answer the question now? Like, obviously, you're a morning person. I got that from that, but I didn't need all those name calls. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if she said, like, yeah, if she's completely doesn't agree with what you say and then is mad about it, then she kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But that is funny that if you're such a morning person, you're at some point putting your fucking profile. I mean, I do a dating profile.
Whenever they finish, I just go, somewhat spicy. But what's the questions you were saying?
If you were a cartoon character, what would your daily outfit be?
Oh my god, that's crazy.
But why wouldn't it be more normal if you were a cartoon character? Which cartoon character would you want to be?
Yeah.
Why outfit?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
If you said that to somebody, they would think you're crazy as hell.
If you're saying that, you're into hentai. You're caring about cartoon outfits?
Hey everybody, she just asked me if I was a cartoon character, what kind of outfit I would wear. Guess what? It would be a Dodgers jersey. Or like,
I ain't never leaving Los Angeles.
because I ain't never leaving Los Angeles. It almost sounds like a strange SNL sketch. What is the coolest place you've ever visited? That's normal. That's the normal one there.
Los Angeles, California.
Yeah.
What's a topic you can give a 20-minute presentation on with no preparation?
Brandon Chop. But that's a good question. I don't think that would be weird.
You would say presentation on a first date.
No, I wouldn't, because these are way too like formal.
Yeah.
You know, like I think
What's some bullshit you can fuck about around 20 minutes from? This is Black Sin.
where your head at? What that mouth do? But the problem here is like the normal things that you ask on a date where are you from? What, like, oh, have you seen any movies recently? Do you have siblings? That kind of thing. They're not going to put that on here because that's what you already asked. Like, they assume that everyone is smart enough to already be asking those questions. I think AI does.
Yeah.
That's why they don't put them here. This is like a step above that in AI's mind.
Yeah.
And that's my read on this.
I think we're witnessing AI not know what love is.
Definitely. I don't think, yeah, for sure. What is your favorite way? These are so weird, and they're worded like somebody doesn't know how to talk to someone else. What is your favorite way to spend a Saturday?
Yeah.
Can you imagine saying that to a girl that you just met? That would come off so weird.
Yeah.
So, what is your favorite way to spend a Saturday?
You just go like this. The Jack Nicholson meme, just like,
Yeah, it comes off like you're going to plan out how to kill them or kidnap them on a Saturday. That's coming up.
what about this? What is a project you really enjoyed working on in your career?
Talk about your job on this team. Let's both talk about like their day to day of the minutia of our job,
Yeah.
our office job. When you turn on your computer, what's the first program you open? On a date, you ask that.
Yeah, that'd be great to have a script of the worst questions on a first date. I like this.
It was like one of those shows where you should put on the headset and I'll tell you what to say to the girl. So when you get there, she goes, "Hi, I'm whatever," and you go, "Hey, I'm Gerardo, the love machine." So you're the love machine. Say it. And then when you sit down, the first question I go, ask her if she prefers Google calendars or Microsoft Outlook calendars.
Google Meet or Zoom?
Yeah, Google Meet or Zoom. You go, lightning round, Google Meet, Zoom. Slack, GChat. Just ask her a bunch of office bullshit.
I'm really sold by this idea, and I'm not afraid to try it, dude.
I'll do it if you want.
No, not your.
Oh,
that's the terrible worst thing I've ever heard.
That's a terrible idea.
I'm talking about literally getting the whole place involved and then answering your question.
I like it.
You know, and if I make them like all embarrassed and stuff, then I'm sorry, but this is hilarious. You know. But yeah, ding, ding, ding. Like, guys, she just asked the dumbest question. Would you like to say what it was out loud, please? You know?
She just asked, "What is my favorite food to cook or eat?" That's what it says there. Tacos from Dodger Stadium.
Then you just say tacos. Yeah. So, anyways, this is. I'm really looking forward to trying this. But if any woman sees this podcast, they're gonna not go on a date with me.
They probably won't. I think probably still 1% female viewership.
Yeah.
Who has been one of your favorite teachers or coaches?
Oh wow. Well, we talked about this on the live stream.
Who are teachers or coaches?
Yeah. Mr. Mariansky, he wiped the board with his big old stomach.
Oh, he was one of your favorites?
No, but that moment made him rise the ranks. You know.
I would be. These are questions that are just like not things you'd ask somebody on a date. Really, they're not good questions.
What is something I wouldn't know by looking at you?
What are questions? All right, let's go to like search what are questions you should not ask on a first date.
Oh,
because like these are all, I kind of think they are questions you should not, or at least the way they're worded. I wouldn't ask them on a first date. But I'm curious to see what Gemini thinks you shouldn't ask.
past relationships. How many people have you slept with? You don't ask that on a first date?
No, because you just go body count.
Body count question mark.
Do you still love them?
Do you still love
That would be funny if you said, "How many people have you slept with?" And she goes, "I don't normally." It's kind of weird that you asked that, but 14. You go, "Do you still love them?" Like she loved all 14 of the men. I don't think "why did you and your ex break up" is that bad if she brings it up.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't ask just because, like, I don't want to know.
It's a trap, dude. Whenever girls try to bring up your ex, and they, at the end of whatever the fuck you're saying, because I'm a passionate person, they'll be like, I feel like you're not over her yet.
Oh, wow.
And
Really?
like,
That's deep.
what the hell, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, should I hit her up right now instead of your dumbass asking me where I want to go if I can go anywhere in the world? Hey, everyone, she thinks I'm not over my ex. And I start crying.
She asked that because when she asked you, where do you want to go? If you go anywhere, you said my ex's house. Or no, you don't say your ex, you say like a random city name here. You go Monrovia, California, and she's like, "What? Oh, why? Do you really like Monrovia?" And like, that's where my ex. That's where my ex. You say an address, 1517 St. Cloud Street. That's where my ex lives.
How much money do you make, or what do you bring to the table? That's an excellent question. That should be the first question.
Which one?
What do you bring to the table?
I agree that, I mean, how much money you make is like, that's lame.
Yeah.
But what do you bring to the table is kind of playful and funny. A girl might take that the wrong way. A guy might take that the wrong way.
Check your watch. Be like, all right, I got about 3 minutes left. What do you bring to the table? Let's go. Let's go.
And let's say she says, what do you bring to the table? And you still check your watch and you go, how much time do you have? And you list off all your strengths.
I bring, and it's a white girl that asks me, like, what do you bring to the table? I go, verga.
Your penis.
Yeah.
That's funny. You're very confident in your sexual ability.
Yeah.
Just tell her, listen, I'm good at sex.
I bring dick.
Yeah.
Intense personal future plans. How many kids do you want? Do you want a serious relationship, or why are you still single? Girls ask this all the time, though.
They ask you why you're single.
Why are you still single? There's one girl in Arizona, it blew her mind that I was single.
She couldn't believe it. Wasn't a good dude. She was just like, I can't believe it.
She's like, no way, you're single.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's nice. I mean, that feels good. If they ask it like that, I think it's a good question.
Right.
How are you still single?
Yeah.
Then I would be like, thank you. I don't know either. But how many kids? These aren't really that. Some of these are actually would probably go over better than the ones we were just looking at.
That's excellent right here, though. This is something you probably should never ask, no matter how long you've been dating.
Yeah.
Have you ever struggled with your weight?
That is a weird question.
It would be funny, though, if you guys were talking about your favorite movies, and she's like, I like Casino a lot with Robert De Niro, and you're like, oh, wow, well, have you ever struggled with your weight?
It just doesn't have nothing to do with it.
I wish I was autistic, dude.
You can ask whatever you want, yeah. Have you ever been in legal trouble? Doesn't seem bad to me either.
Yeah, that's playful fun.
Have you been to jail?
Yeah.
Have you been to jail? And the answer is probably no.
If yes, how many times?
Yeah. The problem when you say, yeah, I got drunk and I just,
I was driving my kids to baseball practice.
Yeah, it just happens, Will you go on a second date with me?
Gemini wants you to give up.
Probably wouldn't do that, yeah.
Yeah. What is your favorite place what to ask instead? See what I'm saying? What's your favorite place you've traveled to? Dude, who gives a fuck about traveling? You know what I mean? We don't even have oil right now. We're talking about traveling? I turned into Allen Iverson. We're talking about travel?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I guess have you ever been out of the country? And that gives me a chance to brag about being out of the country. Tell them all the stuff I've been, all the places I've been, all the people I've seen.
Yeah.
Been a lot of stuff.
I've been everywhere, man. Around this country there, man.
I have a bit. I was posting on Threads, the greatest social media site. I said a lot of comedians forget the rule of three, and I wrote live, laugh, love. But do you have a rule of three that's not the comedians, like a rule of three for comedy that's not the actual rule of three, where it's like the third thing is the joke? Three things.
Rule of threes. I had 3 rules for doing acid.
Oh, what are those?
Nothing's real. Don't give a fuck about anything, which is kind of the same thing. And then always wear sunglasses.
What do the sunglasses do?
Because your eyes wander a lot and you look bug-eyed and stuff. And also it's like a shield. You feel like you're shielded from the world.
So people can tell, so it stops people from being able to tell that you're high on acid, and then also feels like a covering.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know about the rule of threes. What is yours? Is live, laugh, love?
Live, laugh, love. I'm trying to think of other things like that. I can just think of another rule of three. Obvious, this is obvious. Carne asada, pico de gallo. Yeah. Let's see, what else? Always move the mic stand. Have a closer. And accept everybody have flappers.
Oh, I thought you were going to say bring some on stage.
Oh, yeah, bring it. Fuck. Yeah. I mean, that's a good one.
So I went to this show on Saturday, and I wasn't on the show. So I went to the show, and I was like, right when I got there, I went up to the booker, and I was like, oh, this, closed mouth don't get fed, you feel me? So I went up to him, I was like, hey, can I get a spot?
Yeah.
And he was just like, immediately hated me. DM me, I'll get you a spot. I was like, okay, what's your Instagram? And he goes, Beans Comedy, right? This is what I thought he said.
Right.
I was like, oh, Beans Comedy? Is that what he said? He goes, Beans Comedy. And I was like, oh, okay. Can you spell it for me? He's like, it's like the devil. Beans Comedy. And I was like, oh, okay, so are you saying Pete's? What are you saying? And he goes, Beans Comedy. And then I was like, can you spell it for me? He said it again. He was so mad that I asked for a spot. And then he's finally spelled it out. He's like, B-E-A-S-T is Beast. Beast Comedy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta be, used to that, right?
I stayed the whole time. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
There's music playing. Like, spell the fucking thing for me, dude. You know?
Yeah.
DM me. And you're never gonna find.
It's funny because it's like if you can't hear it and you keep asking, you're not like, what does he expect? Just you gotta spell it. And he's wasted 6 instances of just saying the same thing. Beans, Bast, Baron Comedy, the devil, the beast, like the beast with 2 backs. Shakespeare, is that the devil? Why is the beast the devil?
I don't know, maybe it's thinking of Iron Man or something like that. Speaking of which, I saw the Bone Temple movie recently, but that's not what we're talking about.
I liked it.
Yeah, it was great.
I loved it.
It was actually really, really good.
Yeah.
But his fucking show sucked, dude. Dude, it's not my fault nobody's here. It's kind of your fault, you know?
Yeah, but why do you, if your show's not even that good, I'm asking for But I was here. Why do you care? Just say, you don't have to give me a spot. How do I, do it? What is this?
Yeah.
Why does comedy still suck like this?
Imagine throwing a suck-ass comedy show and you pay the headliner. Imagine. You know what I mean?
That's nice.
Dude, come on. But you know what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you're paying the headliner. Guess what? That headliner didn't bring anybody, dude. So what are you paying for? You know?
Yeah. That was always my struggle with comedy shows. Is not so much the paying, but the aspect of the headliner not bringing.
I want to welcome you to Dream Chasers Radio with me, your host, Diana Diamond. We have a special guest here today. It's Rabbi, and
but
he's
don't fucking act like it's a big deal that you got this person that no one knows. No one has ever heard of them. No one came to see them.
Right.
They didn't promote the show. Maybe they did. It's almost worse if they promoted the show because then no one showed up and they told people about it.
And can I be honest, dude?
Yeah.
Because he gave him some kind of I'm doing 6-7, but the worst intro and kind of a good intro. not the best, but like a kind of good intro.
Yeah.
Before I got on stage, he said, "So, dude, this guy could not host the show." He's like, "So I hit up this guy to be the headliner for tonight. He didn't. He dropped out last second. Great, funny guy. So I got this guy and Cooney's face. And let me finish. I'm not finishing. And he goes, I got this guy, and you guys all know him. There's nobody there, by the way. He goes, you guys all know him from his big podcast. He has a big podcast. And you know me, dude. I know you, first of all.
Yeah.
You're immediately like, oh, let's compare it to my numbers.
Yes.
You know
Yes.
what I mean?
I'm a numbers guy.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I didn't do that because I'm not, I'm trying to get rid of these toxic habits. But I was immediately, that's exactly immediately like, we get at least 300 views a fucking episode. 300.
I mean, yeah. Like, does he have a big podcast?
I didn't check. I'm very interested in seeing them.
It bothers me to. I mean, I don't even do it. I don't do see them, but I still have this issue with the. Oh yeah, they've been around. They were on like what, like some popular and indie shows.
Yeah.
Nobody goes to see them. You know, there's a possibility that people will actually come out to see one of us.
Yeah.
You know, like we have some fans.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that it's like, oh, we got so and so. Who the fuck cares? They stink and nobody knows them.
Yeah. No one knows who you are, B.
Yeah, they got. Oh, I went to their Comedy Central taping. They were terrible. They were terrible on that. And they still have no fans.
And I'm telling you, you gave him an okay intro because you know what, dude? I need to go to therapy because I believe this guy that he would have something like worth noting on YouTube. He's averaging 30 views.
Big podcast.
That's huge.
I guess. I mean, it might just be that they're just saying that though. But I remember like there'd be a headliner, it'd be somebody that people know in the scene, and they maybe cancel on the show, they don't even show up, and nobody came. Or it's just like, why are they the headliner?
Right.
They're not that good.
Let's just say the last comic.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, it's almost like that. It's like, yeah, but if they're gonna do more time, then they gotta say something. But it's like you should earn that. You know, the headliner should bring some people to the show.
Yes.
But that's not the case in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It is bothering. Why are you that? I want to like interview them. Why at the other show? Like no one's there. Like why were you the headliner? Because I watched and there's no one here.
Yeah.
And you're not that good either.
Yeah.
You punch me in the face.
I wouldn't say that part because like whatever. I kind of suck at stand up, but
Yeah.
he wasn't that good. I say it anyways. It was like I used to host the Fourth Wall a lot. So he's like, so I'm gonna just do a bunch of notes on your guys' sets, and then he went through everyone.
Horrible. Don't do that. What a waste of time.
Granted, keep in mind nobody's there, so do what you want.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's no headline. It's not even really a show.
Yeah. Wait, why do we start talking about this?
I don't know.
Casino?
I think it's probably because I said the rule of three thing.
Oh, yeah, right. The rule of threes, dude. Yeah, I heard, and this is real too. I heard about a bringer show where you got to bring 3 people.
It's called the rule of three. Yeah.
Imagine dude. If I was the club, I would say 5. Like, don't say 3. That's fucked up. Because then if I don't bring 3 people, dude, you know what I mean? Like, the ideation starts cracking, dude. You know what I mean? It's just cooking in my head. I'm like, oh wow, I can't bring 3 people, huh? By the way, yeah. And then I also forgot to say I'm hosting this Saturday for a show right here.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Where at?
It's at Free Spirited.
Free Spirited.
Sober bar.
Okay.
Some funny people on it.
Nice.
Very funny people. It's going to be epic. I'm going to host.
Good. Come out to that. It's in. Do you want to say where it is?
El Sereno.
El Sereno.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
And at night we go fuck each other.
So you can get fucked if you go to that. That's a good advertisement for that. I sent you some.
Yes.
I mean, it's just more comedy stuff. If you're able to fucking, well, one of them isn't, I guess, but one of them is just comedy related.
Oh, fuck.
The other thing that I was saying, I mean, it's also comedy related. Just that I think that in comedy, I wonder if it's the same with other fields. There's always something terrible happening to people. Then there's always like some guy that you haven't talked to in a long time, and then you're like, man, I wonder where that guy is, and then he has a post where it's like, well, I'm back. That's how it starts, and you go, well, back from what? So a lot of you guys don't know this, but I was driving my car and I fell into a coma, and then another car hit me, T-boned me, and it made it so that my leg actually fell off, and now my arm is attached to the middle of my chest. But it's like everybody gets hit by a car, or like some sort of horrifying disease. There's so many GoFundMe's.
Yeah.
What is that? Why does it always happen to people?
Yeah, that's 100% true. And then, are you talking about them coming back to comedy, or did I miss that? No?
Yeah, they come to their own, and now I'm back after which is I guess good.
Yeah,
but after the brain surgery is done and they reattach their arms and fingers and stuff.
I feel bad, dude. I don't think this guy listens. We both know him, and he's one of these guys that's like, announces. Dude, don't announce you're coming back to the stand-up comedy, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just do it.
I'm doing it again, though. Just kidding. I just announce. Anyways, he does that a lot, and I'm always just like, you're gonna quit again. You're gonna, like, this is whatever feels good from announcing it. You're gonna look for that hit again, dude. On some subconscious type bullshit, dude.
I do think if it works for you, you can do it. But yeah, I agree with you. There's no reason to say you quit. There's no reason to say you start it again.
And so recently he messaged me and was like, hey, thanks for liking my last post. Or something like that. Hey, thanks for liking something. Can you look at my last post? Something like that. And I was like, what the heck? I never like anything on Instagram. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I go check. I'm like, okay.
Welcome aboard to the Mike Holt Show, and today
I'm not crazy. I didn't like anything.
Yeah.
It's just like a weird ploy to get more likes.
I don't like that.
I like the guy though. He's
Yeah.
a cool guy, but
That's the thing. That's another thing that comedy. It makes nice people do creepy, gross things like that. Like he's probably a normal guy, nice person, but then he got convinced by something in comedy where it's like, hey, the real hack is to message people saying that they liked your post before, and so they want, if you need a post to get liked, that's how you do this, do that.
oh
yeah,
you can read it.
yeah.
Or he said, thanks for the birthday wishes. Check out my latest post. I didn't give him any birthday wishes.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just like, you know what I'm talking about, though.
yeah, no, that is too much.
But he's a cool guy. Nice guy.
If I really want somebody to like a post, it's usually because there's some reason or whatever. I will just message only people that are close to me, and I'll be like, listen, I need this. Like this post, okay? I need these people to think I'm cool. I'll be very honest. It's not going to be like a, hey guys, I saw you like my latest post. Why don't you check out this one on Discord? No, I'm going to be directly honest with you. I need this. And then if you don't like it, I hate you.
If you don't share it, I will kill you.
But that has gone down quite a bit since not doing stand-up anymore. There's a lot less the post or the message that you send where you're like, that's how I used to send most booking requests. Like, it feels so pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a clip, and if you ever want me on your show, and throw up in my mouth because I'm gonna have to ask for something. I was like, I don't deserve that. But it's at the same time, I still have the audacity to be angry about headliners.
Yeah.
But
It's just a gross sport we play, dude. This comedy thing.
yeah, it's disgusting.
It's disgusting. Nobody wants the truth. You know what I mean? They want you to just like everything. Dude, I was joking with comics that I was gonna sleep on the Santa Monica Pier, and this one guy, no matter what I said after that, it was a joke.
Yeah.
They were like, "What are you doing after this?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna drive to Santa Monica. What are you doing out there?" Too many questions. I don't know you fucking people, right? I'm like, trying to find a spot to sleep on the pier tonight.
Yeah.
Because of like this inside joke that we have with me being homeless, not real. I have an apartment, right?
Right. Yeah.
And then this guy keeps going. He goes, I don't get you. Like I don't understand what you're saying. Like what are you talking about? Or like this kind of stuff. And then they ask like real questions. You know what I mean? I was talking about like I saw Bone Temple last night. You know, we were talking about movies.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, I don't get you, dude. Like, what are you talking about? And then I looked at him and I was like, can you fucking hear me talking? Like, are you like going through like a fucking death phase right now?
Yeah.
And then now I look like the angry guy, but I'm being funny. This is funny things to say to somebody that keeps saying they don't know what the fuck you're saying.
It's weird that he got mad about her, like acted weird when he said the peer thing, because I totally understand that.
Yeah.
It's not a hard thing to comprehend.
Now, when he wasn't understanding that, I did follow that up with Ben Affleck's kids go to school up there. I got to wake up early because I'm a paparazzo, is what I said.
Okay.
But I'm just cooking, dude.
You're confusing this boy. And now you're mad at him. He's rightfully confused. You're like, and I also fuck squirrels. He's like, he's trying to like understand, and you're not. He doesn't listen to the podcast.
You're on his side.
Not really.
What I'm trying to say is like, dude, I'm joshing around outside of a fucking comedy show, dude.
Yeah.
This is what I used to do this for. It was fun.
Yeah.
Just fuck around. Yeah, I'm fucking your brain, dude. What you gonna do about it?
Yeah. Get like, what are you, a rookie? I'm a bit.
Okay, so what's this?
Sorry. Well. This thing is, I mean, I just think it's so funny. This thing, it's like this guy is, it's probably not real, but it's like it's the quintessential. Your life is completely out of control. This title is leaving Applebee's after dollar margarita night, but it's like rock bottom. Okay, that's what this happens in this clip.
So it's gonna be good, dude.
Oh, I didn't know music.
Oh my God.
He throws up. He crashes his car. He opens the door, throws up, and then this is what makes it great. And then drives up.
What did he shoot? Just his
He
car?
hit his car.
Oh wow.
Every time I watch it, it makes me. It's like, this is how Shab drives to work. This is definitely, there's so much Shab in here. Crash car and shit.
I mean, dude, when that song came out, dude, it rocked my world.
You like Creed?
What? Did I say I like Creed? That's the song.
No, that's not.
Come on. Why you gotta gadoosh me immediately? I'm getting vulnerable right now. You fucking gadoosh me to hell right now.
I didn't say it was bad. I was surprised.
The way you said it.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad. I hate Creed.
But when I was a kid, I'm vulnerable right now, dude.
Yeah.
Favorite band of all time.
I'm out of here.
That song was incredible. I needed it. I'm getting beat every night for not eating at Only Guys, dude. And I hear, can you take me higher? I'm like, yeah, dude. Let's go to a place we've never been, dude.
Scott Stapp was like, he reached out from the heavens to make your fucking, you just got beat. You're like, can you take me? It helped you through a tough time. That's good.
Yeah, dude. And, you know, people question me now, like, why do you bimbify yourself at night? It's like, I don't know. Did you have to try out Only Guys at night? You know what I mean?
Oh, fuck, that was good. The bimbifying.
Dude, I've been non-stop bimbo jokes this whole week for me.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, that shit was fucking hilarious.
Like, I just thought of one right now, but I forgot what it was.
We talked about it a lot on the live, so check out the live if you want to hear us. We went all over bimbofication and all that.
You remember the funniest thing, dude, about this whole bimbo thing?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you read the article or whatever, but he would talk to these sex workers, whatever they were, these people on the other line,
Yeah.
these bimbo pictures of him. Yeah. And he would simply just talk about if they're looking forward to getting their tits bigger. And he's commenting on whether or not he would make his bigger too. And he liked this idea of like having to have that sort of identity crisis. So like, I feel like my tits aren't big enough. And it's so fucking funny while wearing huge prosthetic tits.
That is pretty funny. Is it like, and I wonder, is he doing this because talking about it makes him horny, or he's like, is he just really interested in that? Something like
Well,
that?
the article says that he wants to be objectified. Is that the word?
Yes, objectified, yeah.
He wants to be objectified like women are objectified. Like he objectifies women, basically. You know?
I see. So, like, yeah, he gets off because he objectifies women and he wants to feel like that. Like a woman who's being objectified.
But he's literally asking them for $25 a minute.
Yeah.
if they're thinking about getting bigger tits while he has the biggest tits I've ever seen.
Because he's objectifying them by doing that. He's like, you could probably get bigger tits. And he's like horned up by saying that. He's a misogynist, but he needs to be dressed as a woman to do it.
Yeah.
That is, I don't understand. Why does he have to be?
I don't know, dude.
Maybe it's because like him dressing like a woman helps him understand what the woman's going through when he's being rude to her.
Imagine if he was in a 12-step program and somebody's like, can you sponsor me? And he's like, are you willing to do anything for Spray? And the guy's like, oh, dude, honestly, I went to jail. I just got out. I need anything right now.
Yeah.
He goes, anything. You know? And he's like, yes, dude. And he just brings up the tits. He's like, step one. You know what I mean?
It makes life so much more simple. You know, like if that's what that's all you care about. Anyone's like, what should we do? Or his wife's like, what do we want? Christy, no. What are we going to do tonight? Why don't you make your tits bigger? You know, you ever thought about getting fake boobs? We could look that up. Why don't I put on fake boobs? You can see what they look like on me. And then if you think you can go bigger, you can get bigger fake tits. And it's also like, it's funny because she's so fake looking. Like, because she's like a MILF kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But she is kind of fake, so like she's kind of what he likes, you know? She's kind of a bimbo-ish looking. So he's got what he wants at home, but she was just, the real problem is that she was never willing to get bigger fake tits. Yeah. He wanted her to be the first Department of Homeland Security secretary with the gigantic fake old-time boobs. And she wasn't willing to do that for love. So she chose her job over her husband at home who wanted something.
Dude, honestly, I don't want a movie about Brian. You know what I mean? The guy that did the tits thing.
Yeah.
I do not want that movie. But I do want a movie of somebody that bimbifies themselves in like the first time they ever did it. You know, whether they were crying, like Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh, okay.
You know, enters this. You know, he's gonna disappear into the character for 3 years. Good luck. You know, I mean, this is a dark world.
Yeah.
He's gonna go for 3 years bimbifying himself every night, or when he needs to. You know.
Yeah.
And then you get to travel on that journey with him in a 2-hour epic.
Is it a drama?
That's like, I think, you know, leave the artist to do the art.
Okay.
If I laugh, I laugh. You know what I mean? But I want real. It's real. You know?
What if, okay.
Like, imagine if Joe Pesci was a gangster in a movie and he's just bimbifying himself at night.
Joe Pesci bimbifying would be good. It'd be so strange. That sounds like an art house movie. Yeah, because he's so old.
We're making a movie about how fucking sheep are people. Like, why can't we make, or what is that movie called? Lamb?
Oh, yeah, that was weird.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't watch somebody bimbify themselves and like the journey they go on?
You're right. The lamb should have had big tits. What if Christy Nome, like, they stay together and her boobs and her butt just get really big? She has big fake butt. The big fake boobs. And they're like, he's really happy. The whole family. When the kids become of age, they get big boobs. The sons, if they have sons. The dogs that they have, you know, she killed her dog. She puts big fake tits on her dog. They're just the big fake boobs family. Yeah. It's the whole family bimbifies everything in the house. The dogs and cats are bimbified. Santa Claus, like when Christmas stuff, they bimbify Santa Claus.
You're thinking on a different level. I like this.
Yeah.
Easter Bunny.
Easter Bunny has big fake tits.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, could you not do that? And then our kids are out. And they gave do what? You gave the Easter, actually, you gave a leprechaun fake tits. It's St. Patrick's Day. Just, can you not do that? I know you're going to do it.
They hire a mariachi for Cinco de Mayo and they have them all wear big tits.
It's like, can you not do this? Halloween, I know what you're thinking, all right? I know, don't do it. And then there's like tons of fucking ghosts and fucking vampires with fake tits.
That, or they surround themselves with no tits and they're terrified. It's like a scary holiday, you know?
Oh, like their idea of Halloween is like just people like look normal.
Yeah.
And like they take pictures of their neighbors and they go, I don't know actually what they would do. But yeah, like maybe if they put like a cardboard cutout of their neighbors there, but they go, no tits.
No tits. I don't know what the fuck.
I don't know what I'm talking about. The my pants wore off.
You should, what would be a Calci bet for fake tits? Big band.
Oh, easy. Christine Ohm gets fake boobs.
Oh, okay. Is that? Can I check if that's on Calci?
That could be. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was, but I think you might have to have an account. To
Oh, really?
That, maybe.
I'm never doing that.
Yeah. To see. Yeah, I mean, can you bet that's on Calci?
Yeah, I've never even been on. Like, I don't know what Calci looks like.
The green.
This one.
Beautiful. So I guess you can see some of the bets.
Christy, no.
Because there were bets that she would be fired before she got fired.
Oh, she already got fired. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, there's nothing about big tits here.
Too bad. But someday that'll probably be a bet. Maybe from us speaking it into the ether.
Yeah. Maybe these homeless cows. They're gonna bet, you know.
Yeah.
I like that. 28 Republican presidential nominee Christine Ohm 0%.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
She got fired, and everyone thought she kind of did bad.
I'm gonna get out of this bullshit. Fuck Calci.
Yeah, not enough tits on it.
Yeah. Would you ever? Did you see that Tim Dillon fight himself?
Of course he did.
Yeah.
He loves to dress like women and pretend to be women. I think I'm old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's cool to see it. You know. I mean, I'm not gonna crank my shit to come all everything. You know what I mean?
For me, him doing that has reached like the one trick pony kind of thing. But that's coming from somebody who talks about Chubb every week.
There we go.
But I'm like, he's doing another woman thing. Okay.
Oh yeah, because he dressed like what's her name?
Meg. McCain.
Megan
I
McCain.
think Erica Kurt. So, like, whenever he gets a chance, he does that bit.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, did you see who was on? Oh, yeah. Did you see Jake Paul and Theo Vaughn talking about blackface?
I think I vaguely heard about that, but I didn't actually watch the clip. Like, that Jake Paul's going to do it to, like, get Drewski back or something.
I don't know. Blackface. Let's look up Jake Paul blackface. Yeah, this right here. Let's see. This is probably the most brain dead shit I've seen in a while, dude. And we watch Job every week.
Truth in this, and extreme truth, and people weren't ready for that. But I think it's fucking hilarious, and I want to ask you something because I've been over the last couple of days calling makeup artists, and I was gonna do a response to this and like go and do like the full on
Darker?
yeah, and do it and just do it back because why not? Yeah.
Why not?
Why not is a funny question to ask, actually. Why not? Because when you ask why not about something like that, you already know so many reasons why not. It's intellectually dishonest to be like, why not though? There's so many reasons why not. You know the reasons.
Yeah, dude.
Unless the head damage has reached out here on shop CTE level because you get hit so much.
Yeah.
You've forgotten history and what everybody talks about.
I was fantasizing though if I was like a billionaire and a silly billionaire. You know what I mean? If I were to amplify myself and do blackface and have girls sign NDAs while they have sex with me, you know?
You bimify and you're doing blackface while you're having sex?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not getting off to it. Granted, I never done it. You know what I mean? But who knows? Just like one, it'll be like, oh my god, that was dark, last night. But I'm a billionaire, so.
And no one will ever know because you made them say they can't say
And
it.
it's not illegal to do this.
Illegal.
Have huge tits and love yourself.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, dude, if having huge tits is a crime, dude, lock me up. You know what I mean?
Yes, we found out that you like really are into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then if you were a billionaire, what would you do with $1 billion? you get everyone's attention in the restaurant. Like, everyone. He just asked me.
I'm buying Reddit. That's a good question because I used to be able to spit off 1,000 things I could do with it. But I think it would be funny one thing I've fantasized about a few times is if I had unlimited money, is getting a bunch of it out of the bank, rolling it up, putting a rubber band on it, and like driving up to people, and when they're not looking, just like throw it and hit them in the head with it, and like not like hard or anything, but like hit them in the head, and they go, "What the fuck?" And I go, "It's a lot of money. It's for you." Because I get to laugh because I hit them with the money, and then I gave them a lot of money, so they're not going to want to fight me.
Yeah.
So I get my entertainment, and they get a lot of money. That's one thing I have thought about doing.
Yeah.
Because that's like,
No, but I think you should go further. You should like sew it into a baseball. You know what I mean? But it's like inside. Hear me out, dude. Inside the baseball is like a Bitcoin. You know what I mean? And then you're like, if you tear it apart, there's a lot of money in there. And they're chasing after you. They want to fight you and stuff. And you're like, you just became a billionaire. You don't even know it.
because when I hit them with the baseball.
Yeah, but on the inside of the baseball, instead of like inside of the baseball, it's like a chip with a Bitcoin in it. We could workshop this too.
I wouldn't hit them with a baseball,
okay.
but like the money can't do real damage. But it would be very funny to like throw pig money at people from your car.
You become a pay pig. But like
how so?
Well, pay pig, like pay pigs give money to girls online or something like that.
Yeah, to have them treated badly.
Really?
Pay pigs are like, and like, because I've done it. But the pay pig, they pay the girl to say mean things to them.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just they give them money. I didn't know they had to get fucking roasted.
I mean, it might be that, but I think the pig part is like, you know, they go, the woman goes, "Hey, you're shit," and then you go, "Oh yeah, I love it." So tell me I'm like nothing, you know, and then you get a lot of money.
And then you put huge tits on.
I mean, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if pay pig guys also pimpify themselves. That seems to go hand in hand.
But yeah, I don't know what I would do if I was a billionaire.
Yo.
Guess what? Probably never gonna happen. You know what I mean? I'm cool with that. Are you cool with a billionaire? No, or no?
Yeah,
Yo, how are you?
I don't think there's anything that I'm not chasing it, and I don't know how I become a billionaire. I think most people that become billionaires are chasing it or they inherit it. So neither one of those are going to happen for me.
Facts.
Yeah, that's facts. But the idea of using that money to buy something funny is like Flappers 2. I buy a big building, I call it Flappers 2, and I make it a comedy club, but not the way comedians do. A lot of what comedians do, they buy a comedy club because they want to perform there. It's like a hangout spot, and they have this like grand plan and all that, like fucking like Brad Garrett or fucking all those people that buy a comedy club. Purely out of a joke.
Yeah.
It's a joke, but I do exactly the same business model. Yeah. Right? I hire a weirdo to be the booker. The person that there's a person that acts like they're the owner because it's a shadow thing. They act exactly like Bart. Maybe dress.
They blackmail.
Yo, what up?
Dude, Flappers hire people that all look like Flappers staff. And
I hear you. Go ahead.
You call her Bar Holiday. This is what I would do with this.
What?
This is a great idea,
right? Okay, and then I hear someone that looks
Yeah, it is.
and then it's all like, and then there's a fucking one. Okay.
Yeah, I responded. Look at the vertical. Make it vertical.
Disgusting. Cherry pie pizza. You gotta tell like this is the.
Read the message that I sent you.
So you give them the menu. They're like, it's Flappers 2, and you know, like, make sure we like. You know, what would be so funny? I start booking the comics, and like they can't get like Alonzo Bowden because he's performing at Flappers 2 for like $1 more. I make sure I pay $1 more for. No, I wouldn't do $1 more because I'm a billionaire. I would like to get. Part of it would be giving money back to comedians. Yeah. So I'll pay them a lot more. So there's no chance that they can book anything. It's like Hal Sparks, who goes to Flappers. Bilber, Kevin Hart, Bilber, classic. I mean, they have. I saw both of them.
Yo, what?
One of the bathrooms.
Okay, did you see my message? Okay, what's your? Okay, you send me a message.
Anywhere in the world, where would you go? Have you gotten this question?
I mean, it's been a while now,
right?
But
you've got
yeah.
So we're obsessed with this fucking question.
Yeah.
So they'll be like,
Okay. Hi. Okay, where's your link tree? Yeah. Okay, now before you send it to me, did you create all of the different accounts that I said? Okay, excellent. Then let's see it. Okay, I'm gonna look. That's good. Make it vertical. That's good, but you need to make it vertical. I'll send you the example. Absolutely. It looks good though. You're getting it. Yes, sir. Okay, I just sent you the example. Okay, I sent it. Sent it. Yeah. Okay, make it look like that. That's okay. You don't need the website. But what you need to do is make yours look vertical, up and down. Okay, and then also make the names the same. So like Discord should be called Discord. Make the names of the links the same. So like Instagram should be Instagram, Discord, Discord, Kick, etc. All right. And then when you're done, send it to me. Absolutely. It looks good though. Good job. Okay, sounds good. Yo, can you mute yourself, please? Mute your mute yourself. Mute yourself. Doug, you don't hear me. It's very loud in the background. Mute yourself. Turn your microphone off, please. You okay?
good, Tweeties? Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop. So start the timer now, Chin.
Oh my God.
How you doing, Gerardo?
You forgetting to plug the most important thing, dude.
Oh, there's a new podcast?
Mm-hmm.
Ever heard of it? There's a new podcast called Sandbaggers, starring our lovely co-host, Gerardo Alarcon.
Or is it? Check it out.
Yeah, audio only?
It's a video right now. There's one episode that's video on it.
Okay.
I'm talking to my friend Tim Obis from Software Underbelly.
Oh, shit. Yeah, so check it. Do you know what episode it was that was on, or is he on every episode?
I'm sure if you look up Tim on, I think he's the first one that pops up if you look up Tim, Software Underbelly.
Yeah, look up that. But anyways, how you doing?
I'm doing great, dude. I'm doing great. We went to my coffee shop this morning, kind of threw my day off because you're there trying to make my day bad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, doing everything I can to.
Yeah, but I'm like up there just, enjoying my life, going to my coffee shop, saying hello to my friends and stuff, and you're calling me homeless left and right.
I did, yeah. The first guy, he wasn't a big guy, but I did say thank you. For helping this guy out.
And thank you to that guy, dude, because he wasn't for your bit.
No.
He was like, whenever I would talk, he would laugh, and when you would talk, he'd go,
He's pretty friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you think he doesn't like me?
Yeah.
Well, fuck him. If you're listening, fuck you too. No, everybody else was nice.
Yeah. I've been doing this thing where I've been texting all of my exes. No matter what. No matter how it all ended, I'm texting every single one.
Everyone.
Every single ex, dude. Every single one of them, dude. All of them.
Right.
So none of them feel special. Because you can't let them feel special. You know what I mean?
You would do it all of them, so no one can be like, oh, he likes me. And it's like, no, I did it with everybody.
Yeah.
So back up, man.
So if it ever backfires on me, I can be like, oh, by the way, look at this. I texted all my exes. It was just part of some procedure.
You show all the different ones. Just, look, I have proof.
Yeah.
It's all that's, and it'd be funny if on all the texts there was no response.
Just me saying, "Gimme."
Well, yeah. How did that go?
Well, I was lying to her a lot. I told her that I got rid of the couch because it reminded me of her. When really, we know podcasting is better with 2 chairs.
Yeah.
And then 2 big red chairs. But we were like Baja mode. Let's go back to 2 orange chairs.
Yeah.
But so I told her that I got rid of the couch because it reminded me of her. Every day I would walk by the couch and be like,
I wonder what the follow-up for that would be. I mean, she can either be like, "Oh, that's sweet," or "What about the couch reminded me?"
Yeah.
Did she really like the
Well,
couch?
2 of the exes asked what about the couch reminded me, and then 4 of the other exes just didn't respond. I kept messaging them; they wouldn't respond.
I can get into the mind of a woman. Nice. Interesting. I have those kind of a joke thing that I said, but that's great.
That was like the blue texture of your skin matched. Speaking of blue skin, no, I'm just kidding.
She's an addict and she turned blue once in OD. It's like, remember the time you OD'd and your skin was kind of blue? And I called the ambulance. So that reminded me because the couch is blue too.
Yeah.
So it was a big blue couch. Blue's Clues.
But for some reason, online, when I went to it was a nice looking couch, dude. Okay, don't Gadoosh me.
I mean, it's gone now. I don't necessarily agree with that.
On video, though, it did not look good at all. I loved the couch before we started doing a video podcast with it. And then I was like, oh my God, whose room is this?
Video adds 10 pounds to couches.
Couches, yeah.
It looked like a fat couch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was fine. I think my main beef wasn't so much of what it looked like. It was more just, it was hard to podcast in.
Oh, yeah.
Because you would sink back in, you couldn't really get. Also, it made us look really disgusting, right? We're in real life, we're much better looking.
We're hitting
six-pack abs.
I've got 18 exes I'm hitting up at once, dude.
Yeah, that's a lot of women.
Yeah.
So if you have that many that you had sex with, think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It wouldn't be the guys you see in that big blue couch.
No, definitely not. You were doing a hot bit earlier, dude.
Oh, you want to go? All right, so, yeah, me and Gerardo, I'll admit this, we were talking about big boobs.
Listen, dude.
What do you expect? We left the coffee shop. Of course we were talking about big boobs. Coffee shop full.
No, don't do that to my coffee shop, dude. They have itty bitty titties there, dude.
That's right. Which you prefer.
How dare you, dude?
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah.
Gerardo likes A cup.
Right. Not like my freak friend Miguel who likes fucking, I call them Viking ships, huge titties.
And I'm sure at Viking ships, have you said that in front of women?
Mm-hmm.
And do they think it was funny or?
No, well, it's a great thing to say in front of women if they don't know you're talking about titties.
Oh, okay.
Because like if me and you were in the corner going giggity 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 kind of thing, and some chick comes and goes, what are you guys talking about? You go, oh, Viking ships. Because that makes sense for dudes. We're talking about the Vikings.
Maybe. It would be funny if you said that and she looked down at her own boobs. Because she immediately knew. Women just know when you're talking about boobs or looking at boobs or thinking about boobs. They get some sort of boob radar.
Yeah.
Men's brains.
Boob boners.
You have plenty of those.
That's my new podcast, Boob boners.
But you were saying something about boobs.
Oh, yeah. I told you the story about me and Miguel. Funny situation I put him in this weekend.
Yeah.
Where I told ladies that we were with that he's into huge tits, which is not false. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then I was like, and I like small ones. But the funny part about it is the 2 ladies both had small tits. So Miguel looks like some freakazoid, just like that's not happy with where he's at right now.
He's good. Saying that here does make you look a little like a bastard. Because you threw him.
Listen, dude, bros before hoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I brought him, so I brought him there. You know what I mean? So that's the bros before hoes. And then what happens after bros? Hoes, right? So it was the hoes' turn, and then I saved him because at the end I went, I'm just kidding, I love huge tits too. Now we're both the freakazoids that love huge tits.
Right. And the women lose out.
Yeah.
As long as the women lose.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine at the end of the day. But what you told me that and what it made me think of was the bold AT&T advertisements,
Yes.
which we've probably talked about on the show before because you've worked with the...
So now that the audience knows why we ramped up into AT&T titties. This is how long we were talking about titties for.
Yeah. And Jordo, you work with the actress that I did. I forget her name, but it might not have even been AT&T. I don't know. No, I'm kidding. I know it's AT&T.
You know exactly what you're talking.
So this woman, she was on the AT&T ads and became a very successful ad campaign, and I haven't seen him since because she's gone on to success and fame of her own.
Working with me.
Working with Gerardo, I mean, that's a big deal. So she's been in a lot of stuff now, but I was thinking the advertisement was so successful they should bring her back. But this time there's a new employee at the AT&T, and guess what? The new employee also has big tits. Right. So, because I'm kind of like I'm trying to put my hat into the ring for being advertising. Advertising always been a ad guy. Ad guy. So my idea is that there's a new employee. Maybe it's like Sydney Sweeney or something because she had success with the American Apparel or American Eagle jeans. So it's her first day at the job, and she goes, "Oh, I'm so excited to work here. I love AT&T. I'm really." I love that I got this opportunity to work at AT&T, and she's so excited she accidentally spills a cup of water all over her shirt. And then the original woman who Gerardo worked with is like, "Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Don't kill me. I got a shirt in the back that you can put on, and we haven't even opened up the store yet. So why don't you just go ahead and take off? We're both women. Just take off that shirt, and I'll be back. And just while I'm gone, just rub all this oil all over your breast." And then it just says AT&T. I think that's a good idea for an ad.
I do too. And you know what's funny, dude, is that we're talking about algorithms like they're new. No, dude, algorithms have been around for a while. And the algorithm of the 1900s, the late 1900s, was put huge titties in ads. And then they just saw sales go up. They're like, these autistic people that own companies don't even like tits. You know what I mean? But they're like, dude, every time we put tits in ads, we make sales.
I want to see if doing that makes it popular.
Yeah.
Could I get? Because Sydney Sweeney, they just put her in the ad. She doesn't really say anything. She just says, "I look good in jeans." So you take somebody that people all like. Maybe they have big boobs. You put them in another ad with somebody who also has that, and see if it works. And has no one thought of this already? And I don't mean this in a sexist way, if that's possible. I'm just saying, give women opportunities.
Yes.
Why even have men in ads?
Straight up, dude.
You want to watch an ad with a dude? Why? Not me. I'm advertise everything.
Yeah, death to the patriarchy, dude. Let's put more tits in these ads.
Yeah, maybe all ads for adult products, and I don't mean sexual. I mean ad products for adults.
Not like literally tits, but like, mask them and stuff like that.
What's masking?
Like put a shirt on. I don't want to see straight up tits in ads.
No. You got to keep it PG. Part of it is
put water on there and then tell them to rub oil all over them. That's PG right there, dude.
Well, that's obviously tongue-in-cheek. I don't really mean that. That part of it is me kidding. But I think having them both in the ad would be funny.
Yeah.
That you have to pay them a lot, but maybe it's worth it because it's like, oh my God, that lady and Sydney Sweeney in an ad. It's like AT&T, the phone line will go down because everyone's trying to sign up.
That's like Drake versus Kendrick, but the tits version.
Exactly. And can you imagine anyone ever wanting T-Mobile again? If you got something like that? Okay, I'll cancel right now.
Yeah, dude, I'll figure out what AT&T stands for.
Yeah. Attention,
titties and titties ad.
Yeah, so that's the bit I'm working on for not doing stand-up anymore. But
the streets want you back, dude.
And you were saying, yeah.
I did a show last night. Very funny. I was texting you about to go up. Dude, right the come before me, there's this guy that can sit in the bar. He's an international traveler. Why do I know that? He kept screaming that at the bar. And he's talking very loudly to the waitress or whatever. What is it called? Bartender? Nice lady named Maddie. And she's responding back in a nice, this is a stand-up comedy show tone type thing. Like, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you can have a beer. She's giving him beers, which is like, cut him off, dude. When he walks in screaming Baja mode, dude, cut him off.
Yeah.
And then he sits down and he's just, he's like this thing in the room that's trying not to let any comic tell a joke. You know what I mean? The worst, like, he'll let you get a lot of setup out and then he'll say something random,
Yeah.
And so I'm texting you saying I'm about to quit stand-up comedy again. And then I go on stage and I just kept saying fuck every time he talked. Because he would say fuck all the time. I was like, we all know what's on this guy's mind, dude. And then after I cadooched him, I didn't want to get beat up, so I made a break in my set and said, I love you.
I like that. What did he say to that?
He's like, I love you. He screamed. Obviously, he screamed. Right. He's like, and he's a loving guy. He's not beating up everyone. He's just screaming out loud.
Yeah.
He's like, I love you too, dude.
I wonder what would happen if I were there. I maybe wouldn't. So when you said fuck, did he laugh at it?
Yeah, they were all laughing.
Good. But the guy laughed too, right?
Yeah.
That's good. But I'd probably say something like, hey, thanks for yelling fuck. That really helps out with jokes. I appreciate that. Do you have any other curse words you can yell? Because I'm forgetting some of my bits right now.
Hey, you know what, dude? These hot chicks that were sitting at a table all together, 3 chicks. Listen, I'm not the most attractive guy. Come on, you're good. No, stop, Cooney. All right, I'm not attractive.
Okay, yeah.
I knew you thought I was ugly.
There's a camera show that we record. It's not like the Patreon where you can get audio. People can see what I look like.
I'm a Chad, dude, but for ugly dudes. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right.
Now you agree. Wow, that's crazy.
No, I said next possible.
Okay, cool.
Chad for ugly guys.
So these ladies are talking into my set, and I'm a lot better about this now because you know Gerardo before would be like, "Oh, let's get in this conversation for no fucking reason."
Yeah.
Baja mode, right?
Yeah.
I'm not doing that though. I'm just doing my set. I'm talking about Oscar de la Hoya. People are calling me Oscar de la Hoya, and I'm making it funny as opposed to being like, "I will fuck you and your whole family," you know, whatever I would say before.
Yeah.
And then I say I would kill you and your whole, not fuck you. But anyways, that's a bridge too far, dude. Fucking a whole family. That's wild.
I guess that would be kind of funny as a threat. And so because kill you is like you're angry, but it's like I'll fuck all of you. They're kind of confused now, I think.
But so these hot chicks, right? They're talking in the middle of my set, and one of the jokes I have is like, I was gonna do a mouth swab, but I brush my teeth every day, so I'm fine, right? And they heard that while talking, and they went, "I hope you do." I'm like, listen, either talk to yourselves and don't talk to me. You know what I mean? Because that's hurtful now.
Yeah.
And now I know I'm a fucking ugly Chad, dude.
They're drunk, yeah.
No, they weren't
drunk?
They were coherent. They were coherent enough to have a conversation and hear what I was saying, and then gadoosh me at will, dude.
You know what I find interesting about that is recently you've had a few teeth things.
Yeah.
Right? I my voice cracked there, but
You.
yeah. But you had the thing with the guy where he's like, hopefully you don't end up one day without teeth or whatever.
Yeah.
And you have a thing with your was that during the bit about your therapist where he's missing a tooth?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're kind of bringing it on yourself.
Yeah.
That's probably why.
And then I was like, and then I said I got a mat on stage, but I controlled myself and I was like, yeah, I got pirate teeth, you know what I mean? But it's the vagina, not booty.
Ooh. So you kind of threw it out there a little bit.
I was like, I eat a lot of pussy. Like, I'm the freak Chad, ugly guy that eats fucking pussy all day long.
And then I wonder, what did the women do after that?
Obviously came in their pants. They came so hard they shit themselves. What do you want me to say, dude? Like,
Yeah, you hung out after the show. Force them. You know, force them.
This is what I've been saying lately, is that she was so wet she shit herself. Is that funny or not?
It's kind of like random. So yeah, I laughed a little bit.
But you know, granted, we all come from a very heavy imaginative society where we can imagine things. I put that thing in your head, and now you're seeing a girl that's so fucking wet she shit herself. I'm sorry. It's so stupid. Anyways, we can stop talking about that.
That would be kind of funny, like in a way, if you said you do the joke right, and then it gets a laugh or whatever, and you go, "Man, that was so funny. She just shit herself." And you point at one of them because it's so like, why would she poop? Because you smell it, but that might be too far. She shit herself. She has poop in her pants. Maybe you could sell it like anything. It's like that guy just pooped his pants. And then every once in a while you go, you sure you're just gonna sit there with the poop in your pants? But this is the kind of stuff where I do it and the audience is just they're not into it at all. Which is part of my fear of doing a stand-up bit with a boobs thing, because when you do a joke like that, if you do it and no one likes it, not only is it no one laughing, but you're also the sexist guy.
Now you're the guy that loves huge tits.
And that too. That or anything sexual or embarrassing or maybe like on the line of acceptable or not. When you do it and no one laughs, it's so much worse than just bombing with a normal joke.
Yeah.
Because then people, or at least I think that they think I'm now a sexist.
Right.
And not funny. So it could have just been not funny, but now I'm, adding whatever horrible adjective I think that they think.
You know what, dude? And not to psychoanalyze you or anything, but you're putting a lot on the audience. Maybe you are sexist. At the end of the day, you're like asking yourself this question when it's like, no, I know I'm not a sexist, dude.
It's kind of funny to even like say, am I, when I said something like I said before? Like of course, you just said something sexist. What do you think that makes you? But I don't think I am.
No, you're good, dude. I think you're cool.
It's also, I mean, most likely the audience doesn't give a shit whether you learn or not. That's what you learn. It doesn't matter what you do. They don't care. They're either going to laugh or not pay attention, but it's rare to be so unfunny that people have a thing where they hate you.
Yeah.
But you think they hate you if they don't laugh. Yeah. It's a problem.
Oh, you know what's funny about this guy that was screaming the whole time? So the comic after me goes on stage and he's trying to call back to me, and I'm like, Doc, just do your thing, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm treating him like the barber now. I'm like, dude, just do your thing. But he's like, where's Gerardo at? And I'm in a dark corner. That's what I do. And when I go on stage, I don't want to be talked about after I get off stage. I want to do my silly thing and get off stage. But these people nowadays, dude, stand-up is dead. Because they're like, where's that other guy that was writing jokes? You know what I mean? Oh, good douche. Yeah. And so he starts doing that. And then he says it a second time where he's like, where is he at? I'm like, I'm right here, dude. Like, is this what you need for your fucking... I didn't say all that. But I'm like right here, and he goes something. Something about my blind guy joke.
Oh yeah, the cocaine thing.
So something about that, it's like that, and then whatever. And then he starts involving the drunk guy, who has now sat next to the three hot chicks. He's like, yeah, I'm not if I sit here, and they were like, I don't care for my safety. Go ahead. And then he's still loud. He's still there. Here's the thing about the drunk guy that I appreciate.
What's that?
The man on stage was trying to involve him, and he wasn't doing it in a Martin Amini way, where he's like, get on stage. Oh, right? Okay, yeah. He was involving him like, I'm going to make fun of you the whole time.
Yeah, but stay there.
Yeah. What did the drunk guy do?
Got on stage.
Get on stage, dude.
That's funny. You can't control a beast.
Let's go, dude. I was just in the back like, yes. Yeah. And the guy on stage making fun, he's making everyone laugh because it's all nothing he wrote. It's just stuff in the room. Yeah. He's like, he's now on stage like, no. But then he's accepting. He's like, all right, he's hugging me now. We're drinking together.
Yeah, how far, that's a good question. How far can crowd work go? So they come on stage with you, you're hugging, like, then what happens next? Are you, like, what's the next logical thing? You're dating? You're dating they're your family now? Like,
And this guy's instinct was just I'm going to buy people drinks. Like the comic. The drunk guy or the comic? The comic. He was like, I'm going to make fun of you. He's like, obviously this is what I'm seeing. He's saying jokes that are funny, whatever, but it's caducing whoever he's talking about. Like making it in the butt of the joke. And then at the end of it, he'll say like, I'll just buy you drinks. That's cool. Right? Yeah. But that's a big tab, dude. Yeah.
That's a wait. Does he doesn't actually buy them a drink?
No, he did end up. He was at the bar, just like he had like a line of like 10 people getting drinks from.
Not good.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I'd rather just be funny.
Well, yeah, sure, but I also that guy goes home to his wife. And I'm like, I had to spend a lot at the show tonight. How much did you make? Way less than I spent. Because I made fun of this guy. He had a weird shirt, so I had to buy him a gin and tonic.
I bought him a tumbler.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. I don't think you make fun of people, but you don't buy them drinks after. You just, if you want, just say sorry. I don't know, because I've never actually made fun of someone, so I don't know what that feels like.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Speaking of comedy, do you want to pull up that post?
Sure.
So I don't do stand-up anymore. Maybe I'll come back to it someday, but I'm still on Threads. So it's, really, Threads really feels like you have not left. It feels like you're doing an open mic every night. Being on Threads feels like waiting at fourth wall. Yeah. So I saw this from Jessica Curson, who, if you're interested, we watched her stand-up special on the Patreon. So if you don't know what we think about that, join the Patreon. But she posted this. Do you want to read it or you want to? Yeah.
When a comedian constantly posts about how talented they are, how unfunny other comedians are, and tells everybody how it should be done, it amazes me. Especially when it's someone who has had success and a lot of opportunities. Most comics I know are incredibly humble and focus on their own art. After 27 years, I still feel like I can always grow and get better. When they do this, it is such a bad look and people talk about it.
All right, so I want to hear what you have to think about it, but the one thing I noticed the most out of this whole post and I wonder if it's just because I'm sort of like a natural hater. And I hope I'm not that, but I feel like I am. Is the line where it says, especially when it is someone who has had, and not the success part, it's the a lot of opportunities part. Okay? Because to me, that a lot of opportunities, that's the real gadoosh in this whole thing for whoever she's talking about. Because what she's saying, and this could just be me, thinking this and be totally out of base, but what she's saying when she says a lot of opportunities, to me, that means she's saying this person is industry backed and had zero success. Like nobody knows who they are. They're not famous. They barely scrape by a living off comedy. And she's saying even though the industry has fallen over backwards to make you a star, you don't have it. You have no fan base. That's how I read this. But what do you think?
Whose side are you on?
I'm on no one's side.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because I think this is shitty of Jessica Kirson to do.
Let me read it. So, yeah, when a comedian posts... Okay, tell me why.
I mean, first of all, name names. Like,
Fair point.
how about when a comedian talks about another comedian but doesn't say their name? What about, how do you feel about that one, Jesse? That's funny.
You should have retweeted that and been like, how about it when... Fuck. Why did no one do that?
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, I like that.
Because this is like, she's also trying to like not gadoosh anyone, because she says, most comics I know are incredibly humble and focus on their own art. So
That's
now
not crazy to say.
you either identify with one of these. You either identify with, I'm the guy that talks about how talented I am. And this is very black and white. Coming from a person that performed in Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And she's like, and then, humble brag after 27 years. So you're talking about how funny you are. Like you're doing what you just, you know what I mean? After 27 years, I feel like I can always grow and get better. That sounds like somebody that's very talented at stand-up comedy,
Yeah.
You're talking about yourself at this point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm doing everything. This is another thing that bugs me, dude. When people claim they're doing everything perfectly.
Sure. Okay. Is there any, I guess, devil's assistant.
Also, to say people talk about it like she's in some secret society of people that are talking shit about this comic that thinks he's so good. Like, when they do this, it is a bad look, and we're talking about it. Like, we're never going to let you work again, that kind of thing.
Oh, fuck, I didn't catch that part. All right, devil's assistant on the naming people.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny to just, subtweet people, right, and not name. And sometimes people are completely insane. Like, I'm thinking there are comedians that I wouldn't subtweet just out of, like, somewhat of a fear of how crazy they are. I don't know if that's a pussy thing to do, but
Just don't say anything.
but it's funny to say. Sometimes, like, this, the problem here for me is that this isn't funny at all. It's not a joke thing. So, like, if I were to subtweet somebody, and I'll call people out sometimes, but it's like it's a funny thing, right? Like, I'm making a joke because I want you to, not that I have this serious opinion about comedy, and I'm worried that people are being mean to each other or whatever it is. Because she's kind of doing what she's saying not to do, right? The guy that she's talking about is making fun of people or something, but you're kind of making fun of him, or at least criticizing him.
And again, talking about how talented you are. After 27 years of doing this, I'm doing it better than anyone else.
I also don't like the thing that people do with the amount of years they've been in. Like, I've been here 45 years. Like, it's some kind of, I've been in this shit.
It's a badge.
Yeah, who cares how long? Are you funny?
Yeah.
Because, we're watching the Patreon. That's all I'll say. But yeah, no, I'm not on this person's side. One more, can you scroll up one more time? Honestly, especially when somebody's how unfunny other comedians are. It tells everybody how it should be done, and it amazes me. I mean, if the person is just giving advice, I don't care. Maybe some of it's good. That doesn't really bother me. Making fun of other people, I'm sure I care about that. That's what we do on the show. So I don't know if itself, the criticism is not fair. The only criticism I find fair here, though, is the opportunities part. Because if that's what she means, and it's about somebody who falls into that category of, like, you see him everywhere online, but do you see any success? Then it's like, that person needs to ask themselves, am I, do I have it? Maybe I don't. Maybe it's your family. But
here's the thing, though. This turns into, like, the Rogan sphere versus Mark Maron. because it's not okay for comics to talk shit about each other, but we're allowed to call Mark Maron a cuck every single time.
Yeah, that's so
Like, it's so crazy.
Yeah, you should be. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, it should just be a blanket statement of like being able to say. I don't know why she's. I don't really follow Threads or Twitter or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know why she's saying this. And it says, I know it comes from insecurity. I just wish they would focus on the real underlying issues and not try to fill their empty hole online. It won't work.
That's projection for sure, 100%. Like empty hole. What are you talking about?
And also, you don't know shit. You're like, this is like a thought experiment that you're doing. It's like, does anybody, like, why are you sharing it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you know anything, then you would know not to share this.
It would be better if she not said this, I think, because it's not funny and it just made people angry at her.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's the second one?
So the second one is apparently who this is about. Have you ever heard of Jay Jordan?
No.
You don't even know who he is.
So Jessica Kirson has a point there.
It makes it mean. She has a point, but it's also kind of meaner now. It's like it's a guy that nobody even knows who he is. You know, so that's kind of. She's this big comic, and she's attacking a younger comic who isn't even famous.
Let's see here. So that's the first post, and then this is 5 hours ago from Danger. Some stand-up comedy advice from a person who is moderately successful. If you really want to stand out in stand-up comedy right now, just get very good at telling jokes because so many people can, and they will do everything except an hour.
To me, that's not at all bad. That host. I don't understand why this would make you angry. But I mean, well,
He hit a nerve.
yeah, the words themselves,
Yeah.
I don't understand why that would make you angry. However, that's his response. If you go back to, but
Sorry.
so yeah, the words themselves, like this is just write jokes. I mean, so many people have said this already. It's kind of a thing that I think a lot of comedians just post online because they're frustrated. So you're frustrated and you go, man, no one's telling jokes anymore. It's almost hack.
I did it earlier in this podcast, but it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. It's what you say when you're frustrated. Everyone gets frustrated doing this. So, but I think what she's responding to is maybe that this guy, he is always gadooshing people online, and maybe some of those people she likes or something. So she's saying, you say how to do this, but nobody knows who you are. Shop. But also, she tried a little bit to be like, but you're so successful. It's like, you put a lot else on that. It wasn't just like, man, I just can't believe this guy has had so much success as attacking other people. That would be a compliment. You'd be like, thank you. All right, I do, and I'm going to continue to shit on people. But she didn't do that. She said a lot of opportunities, and I know that hurts.
Yeah.
There's no way if you are on social media like this guy is, that it doesn't hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
So
He said, I mean, if this is about me telling people that they could stand out by being punchy and tight right now, she doesn't have to feel attacked.
yeah, so he's not even really going back at her, really. He's just saying, whatever. I saw that guy that made fun of Shab, Ryan Davis. He retweeted the things like he's like subpar comics will always be offended by this or whatever. So he got into gadooshing. I bet he's saying, hey Jessica Kirson, you stink. But what I was thinking would be funny is like this guy's name is Jay, right? Jay Jordan. Jay Jordan. What if everybody named Jay has opinions about comedy or is a little problematic? Because I was thinking like Jay Jordan, and then wasn't that guy on the Jay something
J. Jonah Jameson?
the guy that was Dane Cook's, what's that guy's, Dane Cook's friend, Jay something?
Oh, yes.
What's his name? Whatever, that Jay.
Jay Light.
Not Jay Light, see that's where,
No, I know. But
you're right. So it's not
Jay.
Fuck!
Okay.
That guy, a lot of people have heard say things about Sam J, J. Edgar Hoover, Jesus Christ, Jay-Z, J. Cole. These
Jay
are people.
Davis.
Jay Davis.
Oh, my God.
The name Jay might make you a little bit outspoken. It makes you get out there and say stuff that pisses people off.
Yeah.
Jay Davis said,
Hey man, gotta get you on my show at the
he always had a show at some like real fucking douchey, like Hollywood. Yeah, that, but there are other places too, like super. What was the one that was in Hollywood? Doesn't matter. But then imagine this guy being like, "Hey man,
time to get you on the show, man. Yeah, dude, what's your name again? Jerry?
He had no idea who anyone was ever.
He looks like a young Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, Jordan before.
J. Jordan Peterson.
Jordan, yeah, Jay Orden. Anyone with J, they're gonna say some shit.
Yeah.
They could be a problem. That's what I'm saying.
Stand-up comedy is going to save America.
There's another guy.
We're not allowed to tell jokes anymore because we don't clean our rooms. That's Jay Orden Peterson.
Jay Washington, I see him post a lot about comedy. It's something about that.
Why,
name.
yes, Cooney, I love huge titties. Thank you for asking.
Jordan's got to get in this stand-up, dude. That's the next move for him. If Brandon Schaub's not going to do it, why not?
Jay Schaub.
Jay Schaub. So am I on to something?
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
Jay Rardo.
Jay Rardo.
I talk a lot about comedy.
You know, then you got people like me and Brendan Schaub. You don't hear a lot from us. So I'm just saying, it could be a problematic name. And the whole thing is overblown. Stop fighting. It's just a name thing. How about that?
Yeah. How about that?
Thanks.
Maybe outside. How about that?
But what do you think, though?
I don't know what you were just saying, but
No, not about that.
Oh,
That's
okay, gotcha.
obviously I'm not serious. I don't think people would name Jay. But yeah, I mean, they're going back and forth. Is either of this valid criticism or advice?
I feel like we're all in a big pond right here, and it's two little fish fighting each other.
Little fish.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
And the big fish is like, I'm busy. You know.
That might be the case, yeah.
I don't know anything about this whole back and forth though. If she's said anything else.
I don't know if she said anything.
She's posted so much things. Okay, never mind. And then so she followed this up with a 45 stand-up post. So just pick your battles. Honestly, at the end of the day, she looks disgusting. She looks like Larry David with black hair.
I wonder if this is good for them because they get a little bit of people are watching now, but it's all comedians.
Yeah.
They're not gonna. Maybe they go to the show. It's content for other comedians. No regular people are looking at this and going, "Oh man, someone was being mean to a comedian that I've never heard of," and then they should write jokes. What does that mean? They don't care, but we care. I mean, or at least I find it interesting.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, as long as you've been doing comedy 45 years, you're good.
Yeah. If you're 27 years in, then you have all the right opinions.
I would say this: don't talk to me until you have been in comedy for 28 years.
Yeah. Don't talk to me until you kill at the harp end.
It's not about whether stuff is funny; it's how long you're doing it.
Yeah.
That's what I always tell people. Any job, I go, it's about the length of time you've been somewhere, not the product, not the end product. The end product doesn't matter. How long have you been doing this?
Yeah.
That's just facts.
Where is this thing? I'm going to try to find something. What else you got?
Yeah. What else I got, Chin?
What else you got, Chin?
Well, I don't know if you'll be impressed with this, but I did make my first bet on Kalshi.
Oh, no.
You were correct. Yeah, you probably don't like that.
What did you bet? Let me guess. Did you bet that there will be democracy in Iran?
No, I don't do the politics.
Okay, cool.
No, UConn. They were in the Elite
Final
Eight.
Four.
Yeah, but I bet on the Elite Eight game, and I put $100 on it, and it's my first ever Kalshi bet, so it's legit. I can't get arrested for this.
Yeah.
And then, so I bet on them, and I looked at the score, and they were down by 19 at halftime, and I was like, I got really depressed, honestly. I don't know why it affected me so much, but I'm going through some shit, personal stuff. So I was very
Just
depressed.
your bet. That's the only thing you're going
I
to.
wish it was just a bet. And so I was depressed on my couch, and I was like, my life sucks. I hate myself. And then so I texted my group chat, and I said, great first bet. Fuck me, blah, blah, blah. And I left it alone, and then I waited, and then I saw, in the middle of the second half, they were down by a certain amount. They were coming back. And I thought, well, it's over anyways. I'm going to stop. I don't care. And so then I got a text from the group chat saying, oh, my God, UConn won. I thought they were fucking with me. I turn it on. Apparently, they came back from a 19-point lead, and with 10 seconds left, they stole the ball from Duke, and the freshman hit a three-pointer from almost half the court to win by 1. Damn. So I was like,
I saw that video on X.
yeah, I couldn't believe it. And Kalshi is This sounds like one of the podcasts that does an advertisement. Yo, Kelsey, bro, like fucking Angel, you gotta get on that shit and be like me, scoop the bag, bro. But anyways,
Kelsey, bet on whether or not I'm gonna say the N-word next show.
Yeah. Maybe I'm for Trump this show, maybe I'm not for Trump next show. Bet on it on Kelsey and shit. I got the insider bet on it.
Kelsey, do I like huge tits or not?
Do Miguel like you, Sister Dorado like you?
Who the one that is that story for real though, or is it facts, or is it cat, bro?
Next week we'll have more followers on TikTok or Instagram. So, but when you bet, I guess I'm not really sure how it works, but it's like a stock or something, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's not my shop right now. But I do know that you get, it functions as a high yield savings account because you get 3.25 interest.
Right.
So if I never bet again, it just grows. The money, whatever money I got in there, based off of the amount. So I may just leave it like that. I'm trying not to become addicted to gambling.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I might just leave it.
Yeah, dude, life is so much better when you just accept the fact that you might die today.
Okay.
Like, I'm gonna die today, possibly.
So, knowing that you could die today, what would you do with the money I have in Kelsey?
Oh, dude, you're focused on the money still, dude. Knowing that I'm gonna die today, I'm gonna go to the coffee shop and get my coffee and get called homeless. And then someone's gonna feel like shit when I pass away, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a bunch of people.
No, so, okay, what was the question? What would
What would you do with the money that I have in Kelsey? Do you want to know how much it is?
How much is it?
$5 million. No, it's 300 something now because winnings.
I mean, you could leave it in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not like the kind of guy that's accepting death every day and spending all the money he has in that day. I'm just the kind of guy that's like, live like today's your last day. What am I gonna do? Shove a Sharpie in there.
It is funny to think you're dying and you immediately think of like a measly amount of money in Kelsey, what you do with it. Like, I can't waste it.
Essentially, come on, stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, period. I've been doing it for more than 4 years, period. This is more data than any single individual has ever archived on the internet in global history, period.
My office school, so I am standing to win quite a bit of money.
10 toes down.
10 toes down. So that looks good.
Yeah.
Quite a bit is an exaggeration, but enough where I'm like, this is the best March of my life. So,
that was the best April of my life.
Yeah, March and April, yeah. It keeps going. Somebody that's what I love to do. I love to joke about like these small things because my friend texted me. He's like, dude, that UConn game, because he knows I'm a fan. And I go, yeah, I did this Kelsey bet. They're underdogs, and I won. I'm so happy. And he's like, yeah, it's awesome. I go, yeah, best day of my life. As if that $180 is better than any other day I've ever lived. Even on that day, I was incredibly depressed. But, okay, so with Kelsey, I was looking at it, and it actually made me kind of sad because, like you were saying, they have sections, right? You look at sports, politics, all these things, as you crypto. As you look at it, the categories, like one of them was you can bet on whether there's going to be more tech layoffs. It just made me feel gross. And I know you can bet on war and whether people are fired, and so I think that should be illegal probably.
Yeah.
But and also gambling in general, kind of like what I was saying. CoffeeZilla had a video about how people are addicted to it or whatever, and you can bet on stuff. You'd be much better off just putting a Sharpie up your butt, I think, than betting, like basically turning your phone into a thing that makes someone else rich.
Yeah, dude. I don't know why people are so bought into this gross system.
I agree, but for me, it's not like I'm going to do it all the time. It's like whenever UConn is good, especially when they're kind of underdogs, I'll do like a small bet, for fun, because it makes the game more interesting. But I'm not like, Joe Biden's going to sneeze or whatever that you can do now. That is kind of, don't turn your whole life into it.
Did you see that video of Joe Biden in a Waffle House?
No, what happened?
He just, let me see if I can.
Now you got me betting on that. He sneezed there? Fuck, I missed out. That's the worst thing about betting is because I was so happy when I won, but then I immediately was like, fuck, I didn't bet it more. I texted, fuck my life.
You're addicted to gambling, dude.
I am, yeah. That's the new chapter.
Okay,
so it's boring too. It's like hack to be addicted to gambling because everybody is.
Oh, I guess this is a long time ago. But I just saw this. Have you seen this video? I don't think so. This is a long time ago, but
Essentially, I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, period. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, period. This is more data than any person has ever uploaded to the internet in global history, period. When I go viral, I want to make everyone who has helped me along the way extremely successful, period.
But yeah, dude. I'm not into the game like thing. Here's the thing, though. I do it every day. I'm just kidding. I don't do it every day, but during NBA playoffs, I do find it fun to do the over/under.
Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history.
Pickups.
Oh, yeah. So you do a little bit of it too. Then.
What is it called? Picks?
I don't know.
Price picks only around. Literally only in the playoffs.
You know, I told my wife that I did it. She was like, delete it. She's mad. And I get it. Because it's like you're wasting your money, our money, I guess. And I remember thinking about how Othman, he's kind of the one who told me about Kalshi and all these different things. And I imagine his wife feels the same way because he invests their money in like fart coin and like poop coin and all this thing. All these things. It's like a get rich quick scheme in a way. My wife said, I don't like that you're scheming. Because that's what I was. I told her, I was like, it's a high interest yield account, And then, like I started turning like really high. I'll put in 20 on a bit and I'll watch it grow and then it will be rich.
I hope you have a great day, period.
Like my scheming is such a long-term thing. I also worry that, when people were doing Poker Stars, that got shut down by the government. And now, they lost everyone who had money, and that just lost all their money. Yeah, that would suck ass. Luckily, I wouldn't lose that much. But if I built a little coin on Kalshi, and then they were like, actually, it's illegal, I would be furious. Yeah. But who cares?
Yeah, dude. So you were. I was not able to record yesterday because of my show out in Huntington Beach or whatever, Costa Mesa.
Yeah.
And somebody, I don't know how they got the inside information, dude, but they were making some wild claims on here, dude.
Yeah, this was you, I think.
California man convicted after breaking in and licking woman's toes while she slept, but I live in Seattle, so...
How did you make bail? I didn't get any money.
That's not my beard.
That's not my beard.
This one's definitely got a haircut in the last year. It's been a year since I got a haircut.
Yeah, I guess it's not you, but it just sounds like something you do.
No. Is Cooney going to do the show alone this week? Free Geraldo.
I thought it was you when I read that, to be honest.
And then, of course, when I shared a post yesterday of you watching hentai, saying, no show today, it's coming out tomorrow.
That was me, yeah.
That was me.
Hentai comes first.
But I think DPT was like, oh my god. Like, he guessed it. In the comments, he was like, Jesus Christ, so I was right.
He's a funny guy. He's got a lot of work to do to make up and towards being mod.
Because Successful Egg is on top for sure.
That and also problematic posts in the Reddit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
My one idea that I haven't told you, this is an unveiling.
Yes.
Is it's random, but there's been so many protests lately. I thought of an idea for a protest. What if I went to any protest, regardless of left wing, right wing, environment, guns, Trump, whatever it is, with the same sign, and every time it's a sign that says "Death to all Uyghurs."
That would be powerful.
Don't you think it could work in every protest?
No.
Why not?
Because it's easy to just be like, that's not real. And then they go on to... People should go to these things. I mean, dude, don't get me started on the fucking... Don't get me started on all the white people in South Pasadena going to the No Kings protest. Oh, really? No Kings? White people love kings, dude.
Like the Sacramento Kings?
No, don't act like... You're fucking feigning dumb for the white people around.
I'm a king. I don't want to lose my kingship.
You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Britain. Mr. fucking France.
We fought a war to get away from them.
You love it.
There is some people that love the monarchy.
Exactly.
Like you watch The Crown. Oh, you don't.
I saw a picture of you crying when Princess Diana died.
That's not true. I didn't even know who I remember when she died because I was a patrol guard, and somebody was sad, and they were like, I said, "Why are you sad?" they said Princess Diana died, and I said, who that? Who that? I didn't know who she was. And then I found out, I was like, oh, that's really sad. Who that? Who that? Yeah, that's how I talk back then. That's why I want
You were a wigger.
Yeah. I want all. I just think it would be funny to have that because people are like, what's that sign doing here? And I'm like, well, it's part of the movement. You want you hate Trump. Well, a lot of guess who supports Trump? A lot of them do. Have you seen their music videos that they do? Yeah, that's a huge electorate of the environment. What does that have to do with saving the environment? I'm like, who do you think is fucking littering? Okay, that's them.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Another gripe I have with the protest stuff is they all want honks. Like honks are some sort of currency that's going to change the government.
Oh, people are going to honk for that sign.
So I would like to, let me finish my thought here. I would like to see you on a corner by yourself with that sign saying, please honk if you believe so. And then we can have a little calendar on the side.
To see how effective it is? Yeah. Probably, it would be a help to any protest. I want to be in my car honking with the sign. I'm annoyed by all of them. I forgot about this. I wanted to show you a video of a guy with a crazy. There was a guy in Subway Takes, or Metro Takes, or whatever it's called. That guy was like the most ridiculous voice I've ever heard. Completely disconnected to what he looked like. But yeah, I'm a one-issue guy. I've often said this on the show. Okay, we focus. It's natural to want to fix everything, right? But you gotta narrow down to this guy.
Top left?
Yeah. Okay. But you gotta narrow down to one thing, right? I was trying to work on junk mail for a while. Seems like an easy fix. No one would listen. Now let's get rid of wiggers. Let's stop it. Let's figure out what is going on. Shut the whole thing down. No more of them.
Well, what was your success rate with junk mail?
0.
Then why are we trusting you?
But yeah, I didn't really try.
People, here's my thing, dude. People have this fucking romantic idea of how you get things done. I'm gonna go to Michael's. I'm gonna get a thick marker, dude. I'm gonna stay focused. I know it's a marker. And I'm gonna write out a huge sign. I'm gonna draw a nice eagle, but the eagle's mad at America, whatever, because there's kings and stuff like that. And I'm gonna stand on that corner. I'm gonna hold that sign. Why do all this?
Because you want to show that Trump sucks.
Oh, we don't fucking see that ourselves, dude. Even people that follow Trump are like, oh my god, he kind of sucks. Everyone knows that he sucks.
Yeah.
The no kings protesting is like we have no, what is it called? Deterrence. There is no deterrence with the fucking no kings. There's no if you don't fucking hear us out, we're gonna hurt you. There's not, dude.
Do you think it should be more than that?
Dude, if you're gonna be saying no kings, you gotta take some action, dude.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's a take.
Yeah. And all it was, dude, I got so mad. Whenever it was, Friday, Saturday, what day was that? There was the No Kings March in South Pasadena. Oh yeah, we're really moving the needle there, right? And I went to go get my coffee, and then I came back and they were gone. It was a photo op, dude. It was just when they start knocking on their doors, when the real revolution takes place, they're gonna be like, I was at the No King, I didn't want this.
South Pass probably has a lot of people that are way anti-no kings, I would imagine. The rich people? There's probably a lot of people that are Trumpers there.
Yeah, so they're super kings.
Yeah. They're against the anti-kings.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But they're closeted fucking homos, dude. I'm sorry. No, it was an analogy, not a literal. They're they don't want to come out and be their true selves, and I hate people that don't do that, dude. You know what I mean? They're instead a bunch of old white ladies are on the fucking street, a mission in fucking Fair Oaks, no kings, demanding honks. And dude, listen, when honkies want you to honk, what are you doing? I'm not honking. I refuse. I'm just driving. But if they don't really want to honk and they're kind of downtrodden and stuff like that, but the sign says it's a super happy face saying honk.
Yeah.
I'll give them one, and then maybe that lifts their day up. But when they're angry and white and screaming out to honk and no king, and there's people taking pictures and shit, little Latino fucking photographers and shit. Red Bar, perfect example. Red Bar talking about the Latinos that are taking over South Los Angeles with cameras and stuff, and they're helping these white people out. Thank you, Red Bar. I agree with that 100%. Oh, you shouldn't have got me started on this, dude. And then they're screaming at you to honk. I'm like this. Fuck, you're the king, you fucking bitch.
You think they're
the king? Dude, if Trump was here right now, you'd suck his fucking dick.
Whoa, okay, I don't understand any of that.
I don't either, dude. I just make dots. I'm not connecting shit, dude.
But I do think so. If you want to push it farther, how far? January 6th?
Like, wait, what?
You were saying,
Oh, no.
no king's not enough.
Dude, I don't know. I don't have the answers to this. Okay? Like, dude, but it's just annoying. Like, you know what I mean? Start a fucking book club or something, dude. You know what I mean? Read the Constitution, whatever you want to do with your homies and stuff like that. I just hate, like, you know, as a person of color, I just don't like all this fucking stupid shit, dude.
I don't agree. Yeah, that's annoying when someone says something like that. It's like, why not just say what you want?
Right.
The old white ladies, though, what do you expect from them other than the protests? You think they're going to, should they arm themselves?
No, you're dumbing down my argument here.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'm done.
Yeah, you're dumbing it down because you're acting like I have any hope for these old white ladies. I have no hope for them. I fucking hate them. Why? They're feigning interest in something that they have no interest in. And they're doing it for, like, security and safety instead of, like, actually wanting to cause some good in the world. And why? Because I'm able to know exactly what you want to do, dude. I have superpowers, dude. When it comes, I have a white brain, dude. I'm seeing this shit. I see the Latino photographers. I see the white people holding signs and how angry they are and how quick they left. It was a photo op, dude. They didn't want to disturb the fucking white city of South Pasadena, so they were just out there for 5 minutes. Anyways,
Okay.
this is a comedy podcast, so I was just joking. That was all a joke, but
There was not enough Viking ships.
no, Viking ships were in low demand. They had a lot of sagging Viking ships.
What's the safety and security? You think, is it the thing you said about, you think that they can say, I was at the No Kings when there's an actual revolution, they will save them from being, like, murdered or something?
Because I got white brain, dude. You guys think about this stuff. You know what I mean? Your blood is full of revolutions and stuff like that. Our blood is full of surprise attacks. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Okay.
So,
Yeah, I don't think that anything would. If there's a revolution and people have a problem with me, I'm down. Anything's going to save me.
right.
Like I was on 10 minutes of shot. No, I will be fully unprepared for any kind of revolution.
Yeah. I got in a really dumb argument yesterday, dude. Do you want to hear about this? Sure. This lady was like, the earth would be better without humans. I'm dumbing her argument down by saying that, but she was saying, like, if humans weren't here, the earth would be in such a good place.
Can I ask you a quick question before you, and I'll let you say the full thing, but was this one of the exes?
No.
And saying that after you
No, that's a good dish. No.
that was her response to you, hey, how you doing? The world would be better with
Believe it or not, but there's some women out there that are my ex.
Fair.
But no, so yeah, she said that, and then I was like, all right, you know, and I was trying to say something about snakes. I was like, so anyways, my aunt was terrified of snakes. I swear to God, this is the real conversation. She goes, no, what do you think about that? And I was like, no, that argument's so retarded, I'm not even gonna fucking address it. You know what I mean? If humans weren't on Earth, they would be a lot better. Acting as if humans are not natural to Earth. Like, that's what the Earth made humans, dude. You know? And it was just like kill all humans type rhetoric, things like this. Yeah. What side are you on, dude? Well, the fate of the podcast rests on your answer.
Oh, yeah, I want to be alive.
Exactly, dude. And yeah, it's just a ridiculous thing. See, it's so ridiculous that we have no banter over it, dude.
What was her overarching thing that we need to reduce population or something?
I think, that, like, the idea that the Earth is better without humans. Like, if humans were not on Earth, it would be in a better place because of climate change and global warming.
I guess it depends on what you imagine better. I guess the world, it would be less likely that there would be, a catastrophic event where life ends if there were no humans.
Right, but I didn't even want to start the argument because it was like, no, but I didn't ask to be here, dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
It wasn't like you pick your Earth or pick your planet and I chose Earth. It's like, no, I'm natural to Earth. Like me putting a Sharpie in my ass, I had no control over that. That was natural.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fucking a squirrel or 2 or 3.
Yeah.
That's God. That's not me.
You should have told her about the Sharpies and the squirrel. I bet that would change your mind.
I do keep that out, yeah, because I'm trying to get more exes, though.
Yeah, it would shut down a chance of a relationship, but it would put her in place.
Mm-hmm.
Women hate to be wrong. That's just facts.
Yeah, but it's a ridiculous argument. And this is the whole thing about the No Kings thing, like these things, like who are these people? You know what I mean? These people saying no kings. You know?
Well, they think that Trump wants to be king because of his actions, and they're protesting that.
Right, but my issue is, it's a lot of people going like, yeah, we're crazy, right? Where's the crazy person at? Like, yeah, we are standing for something. Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna stand up and fight the power? You know what I mean? And who's gonna? It's just like, and then they could just attach themselves to some sort of messianic leader that actually does some action.
So you think that there should be like a violent, some kind of violence then?
You're putting some crazy shit on me, but yeah, like I'm not the one out there saying no kings. You know what I mean? So I don't think there should be like I think things are fucked up for sure, but I know what I can control, and I can't control any of that.
So I think the no kings thing is to show that, you know, they're not okay with what's going on. Like a large amount of people protesting saying, look, most of the country doesn't accept this as like okay, what Trump's doing. So that's the message. But I don't understand.
Start a podcast, dude.
Yes, and it would be much better if all of them had podcasts.
Right.
I'll never be against the podcast. I think that there should be.
That's the answer, dude.
I'm so sick of people. Ooh, another podcast? How about you get an original joke to say? You know, like, I don't think any of that is funny.
Yeah.
That bothers me. Those people. You know why you don't have a podcast? Because you suck and no one wants to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
Sorry, next. You fucking losers. Suck a fucking dick.
I'm gonna convince you one of these days to see where I'm coming from. I'm the worst representative of my own ideas, but I know what I'm talking about, dude.
Well, I'm sure. I mean,
because you know what's gonna help. You know what's gonna help above anything else is being nice to other people.
sure, yeah.
And I don't know what the end product of that is, and I also don't know how to control other people. I can't control you to be nicer because you're an asshole.
I'm a bad guy. I'm bad guy.
I'm bad guy.
Be bad guy.
So, like, I don't know. There's no hope for us all if you have this no kings protest ideal. Like this idea that I'm going to stand on the corner and make people feel shitty about themselves. If any possibility somebody's going to feel shitty about themselves.
You mean like Trump-state people?
Right, like anybody. Fuck the Trump thing, the Republican Democrat thing. Just like be nice to people. Go to a coffee shop where they call you homeless and then stick with it and like say hello to them every day. And you know,
I think you could be at a protest and still be nice to people.
I doubt it. No, there's fucking their lungs are black. Their soul is non-existent. They have no interest but shit that they feel better about themselves about. It's a very selfish act to be like, I'm standing here and I'm presenting like that I don't believe that this is right. Who gives a fuck what you think? You're stupid. You've probably never read in the last 3 years, and you're watching algorithms from billionaire tech companies that are telling you how bad things are. You know what I mean? When really life is great at the end of the day in this little body that I have. Life is great. Shit sucks over there in the fucking other world, right? Yes. Yeah. It still doesn't change how great life is for me. I live in Southern California, dude. This is amazing. You know what I mean?
The billionaire tech companies would be in support of Trump.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's
exactly
what I'm saying.
Yeah, they don't want to protest.
I know, but this is what, dude, you're telling me that all these white ladies on the street are not scrolling Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter? You know what I mean? And they're organizing through some other billionaire's fucking app?
No, because A, that doesn't make any sense. Why would old ladies be on Instagram and Twitter? Maybe
yeah, Facebook.
But like a lot of old people aren't even on Facebook.
Well, here's the thing, dude.
Yeah.
How do they know how bad the world is? Because of these billionaire tech companies. That's where they're getting their information.
They get their information from the news,
which is also being controlled by Trump's cronies.
That is a fair point that some of that is now being controlled by tech companies. Yeah. But the idea that they're also trying to suppress. I mean, Bezos cut half the staff. He didn't let them do what is it called? The endorsement. They weren't allowed to do an endorsement last presidential election. So they are actively limiting the amount of information you can get.
Right.
In support of Trump. So that's where your argument loses me. That and also,
I think you're supporting my argument. It's like you're acting off something that's been fed to you, as opposed to just realizing that all around you, life is already actually pretty good here.
You know? I mean, life is good for us, sure.
Right.
But what Trump is doing, if you're asking me my opinion, is not good. Mm-hmm. So that's why they're protesting. Also, the whole selfish thing, I disagree completely with that, because I think it's a lot more selfish, and I include myself in this, to not do anything. Because I don't like Trump. I don't want to go to a protest in the hot sun and hold a sign. I don't want to do that. But if it was easy to do, I would do it. But if I could do it from my couch,
Right.
if I could protest from my couch, I'd be protesting all the time. If I could protest while looking at my phone, betting on Kalshi games, I'm protesting every night. But I am too lazy to do that. I don't want it. That's the only reason I don't do it.
Yeah.
The people that are actually going out there and standing for a whole day to express their political view, it doesn't even matter if it's no kings or it's another thing. I'm kind of impressed with that. I don't know how you do that unless maybe you're retired, or you imagine someone who has a job and they take time off to do that. That is the least selfish thing you can possibly do. So I don't agree in any way with that.
Yeah.
That it's selfish. Unless you're talking about people who are just doing it for likes on Instagram or whatever.
I never said likes on Instagram.
That would be selfish.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, we can disagree. This is a political podcast, so we just talk about this and we disagree, we agree.
Yeah.
And that's why people from both sides watch this and they go like, yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's the thing.
I think it's incredibly selfish.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, I think it would be, I don't know how to say this with YouTube listening to me, but like, yeah, dude, there's nothing being done. Like, if anything, it's like, it's just some weird thing to like talk about at a cocktail party. And the reason why, my evidence for it being selfish is if I say some sort of joke that is pro-Trump, because it's a joke and I'm acting as if I'm pro, I do this all the time with my mom, she is a Trumper.
Sure.
If I say that and it turns somebody off, like as in like they don't want to talk to me anymore in a public setting like bar or whatever it is, then yeah, dude, this is constantly happening all around. It's just like this weird fucking black and white-ism thing that, like I was arguing earlier, the tech companies are kind of forcing us into, where you can't even listen to another human being. Fuck a political party or whatever. It's just like, you are literally taught how to respond to people that are nearby you based on some shit happening in Silicon Valley or in Washington, D.C. When we have communities here. Everyone wants to talk about we should be living in a commune or some shit like this. It's like, we have communities here. You know what I mean? There's a fucking get-together at this garden every Wednesday where people get together with their fucking shopping carts. Yes, we're all homeless, right? But we're all able to talk and see each other face-to-face. And like, but I argue that people like to think that they're doing their own research or like finding their own solutions to things, but it's all being fed to you some way, somehow.
So what I would say to that is, I don't know, but there could be some truth there with like the tech companies that have social media want you to constantly be looking at your phone and always reading what they have because they make money out of that through advertising. So if that leads to you fighting with people online or in person and not listening to the other people, then yeah, that is part of it. They don't really have a political party. The party is their own pocket, right? So they'll do whatever it takes to increase their pocket. So there's some truth to that, for sure. As far as somebody not listening to you because you make a pro-Trump joke, that's annoying. I don't really care if somebody voted for Trump or not. Yeah, right. It's not a big deal to me. So, like, yeah, I always like kind of roll my eyes when people are unwilling to accept somebody because they have a certain political view. We can talk about it, but it's not gonna make me mad that you fucking voted for Trump. I'm not gonna never talk to you again.
Right.
I don't think that whole thing where it's like the tech company caused that. I'm not sure about that. I mean, there is, like I said, they like just people using their stuff, but the tech companies like Trump. They want you to vote for Trump. It's good for you. It's good for them if Trump's in power. Right. So that's why I don't see this whole it's just that they support Trump.
Yeah.
So it's good to, why not protest both of them? Get some of this influence that they have over everybody out, or outlaw some of this stuff.
Yeah.
That they're doing.
I don't know, dude. I play 5D chess every day. I'm over here. 4D is too little for me. You know what I mean? So I'm on 5D chess.
Okay.
50 chess.
Yeah.
Chest. 50 double D's chest. Yeah, dude. I mean, no kings protest. It's like some label on something. Some wild guy does some crazy thing attached to No King's protest. Now it's like, I don't know, dude. I just think of things differently. Everything's fucked. We have no choice. This is not a free country. You know what I mean? There is no choice.
Truth to that, yeah. It doesn't. It definitely doesn't seem like it. You're kind of fucked regardless here. Yeah. But still, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I bought a pack of Sharpies.
Yeah.
And also, thank God the tech CEOs don't know how many X's I did. Or they probably do, but I'm saying they didn't stop me from.
They're shadow banning you.
Yeah. They're telling my exes he's been messaging a lot of other exes. You know, he's on to us about this whole white ladies at the South Pasadena No Kings protest thing.
Yeah, I mean, and I talk shit about them, but if I was a tech CEO, God knows what I would do, right? I'd be filling my pockets too, probably, and have some sort of weird justification for it. Like, well, it's just, I only do it 10 minutes a week. Some sort of 10 minutes of job justification for enriching myself.
Yeah.
At the detriment of society as a whole.
Yeah.
Who knows? But I don't question it because YouTube likes us.
Yeah.
I think they're great.
Yeah.
They've never done anything wrong.
They've done a lot of wrong. I don't know, actually. I thought that would be funny to say. Let's see what this guy says. Were you,
just his voice. Just listen to his voice.
He's a wigger?
Yeah.
Take New York City breakfast scene is mid.
Okay, we're done. That's all you need. New York City breakfast scene. I went to, I forget what the place is called. Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been there in so long, so I don't know what it's like now, but I like bagels.
I went to the Tui's. Have you been to Tui's?
No, I know what you're talking about, though, down that way.
I went to Tui's for pancakes with my best friend. And it was pretty good. The server had a septum ring and huge Viking ships.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's the best day of your life.
Oh, yeah, dude. Two things that
I would say it's worse than me. It's underwhelming at the least.
It doesn't exist anymore.
You didn't ask my explanation yet, but I'm going to explain it because you already agreed. I feel like it's just red. It's what never agrees. But listen, all the diners is gone. They're getting extinct by the day. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the choices now are either you going to the deli to get a deli sandwich or you're paying like $100 for salmon carpaccio for brunch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want a stack of blueberry pancakes. I want some eggs. I want some sausage on a plate with syrup all over it.
Yeah, you
some
want
home fries.
You want a big boy breakfast?
Big home style breakfast.
See, I want a big boy breakfast.
I want a big boy breakfast. That's what I want. You know what I'm saying?
Give this man a big boy breakfast.
New Yorkers, we're always on the go, so I feel like we started to neglect breakfast.
You know what happened? They introduced bars.
I don't want a mimosa. I want a stack of pancakes.
No, not that kind of bar. Like a little bar with bars for breakfast.
What bar is
like a protein bar?
Like a Cliff Bar?
Yeah, don't tell me you eat a Cliff Bar.
Definitely not. But listen, I feel like we're resting on the laurels of bacon, egg, and cheese and bagels.
I know. I agree.
Like, we own the bagel, we own the bacon, egg, and cheese.
It's time to expand.
This is true, but can I give a shout out to Baby Blues Luncheonette? They're really good.
100% agree.
Correct?
Alright, Baby Blues Luncheonette. So, fuck is this guy?
Here's what I'm saying with this, right?
What's he doing on there with 43,000 followers?
A lot. He's a numbers guy. What I'm saying here is this: if we don't start my idea, which you should on protesting, I don't think it's an unselfish act to hold that Bethel Wigger side. If we don't do
different
that,
than No Kings, but yeah, I agree with the No Wiggers.
Okay, thank you. But if we don't do that, this is where we're heading. And that on like a campaign, like a presidential debate. Yo, check this out. If I become president, dog, this will be breakfast. It's gonna be fire. Everywhere you go, bro. Like, we ain't gonna rest in our laurels and shit, bro.
I think he would agree with me on the white ladies in South Pasadena, at least.
And does that help your point?
Dude, there's this one white lady out here named Teresa. She's a fucking menace, dog. She's been burning bridges with all the businesses, and you can see it happening in real time. She has this very distinct walk. Like, she's such a character that Daniel Day-Lewis can play her and win a fucking Oscar, dude.
What's she doing?
She's got a fat ass, too. She's old.
Okay.
She's an old lady with a fat ass, and that ass is making her walk in a crazy way.
Okay.
And she goes to these businesses and asks for a lot of ice. She really wants ice. So she's burned the secret coffee shop down. Like, there's one day, I think I told this story way back when it happened, but she was in line behind me, and I was like kind of standing off to the side so that people could still walk by.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That lady.
Yeah.
And she goes, all right, I'm going to stand here if you're not going to fucking move up, whatever. And then I was just quiet the whole time, and then, you know, the barista was like, "Thank you so much," whatever she said to me, because I didn't freak out. She's like, "I know you lose it all the time."
Right.
Yeah, I heard your whole No Kings thing, but and then she got burned there. She's banned there now because she was like trying to get ice and pay for the ice and then stay in the lobby. But you're not allowed to do that. You gotta buy a drink to stay in the lobby. She's fucking trying to fight everyone. She's insane, dude. And like, if we're ever in South Pass again and I see her, she's always out there.
Yeah.
I'll point her out.
Okay, I can't wait.
And so she goes to the Starbucks now because I frequent the Chipotle here. I get a points and I get a fucking free entree and I get a free chip sometimes. And it's just, she's a menace, dude. I try to stay away from her as often as possible. She's always around the corner, dude. So I think she represents all white women in Pasadena, South Pass.
That's not right on homeless.
She's not homeless. She's got a home. She's not homeless.
Okay.
She has a home. She chooses to go out and menace society.
Over ice.
Over ice. And just, if you're in her path, dude.
Weird.
Yes.
Might be the mom.
She might be the mother of Lord Junko or whatever his name is. Lord Sco. Like, you white people love lords. You guys love dukes. You guys are all about it, dude. Princes, dude, kings,
monarchy. Mm-hmm. But I've always been a big monarchy guy myself.
There's something to what I'm saying, and the comments are gonna agree with me, dude.
Okay.
You guys are out here fucking queen this, king that, fucking. You guys love card games, you know what I mean? The king, jack, fucking
archdukes.
Archdukes. I didn't even know that existed.
Archduke Ferdinand.
Franz Ferdinand, yeah,
right.
You guys love wards.
Fucking Lord. What else is there? The
jesters.
No, that's the clown.
Oh, so you don't like the clown then, huh?
No.
Oh my
death to all jesters.
Jesus Christ, the no jesters.
I love Viscount.
Oh, Viscount, yes.
Yeah, that's another one. I'd love to be a Viscount.
You guys like counts? You guys like fucking vampires?
Count, that's right.
You guys are all about fucking the slasher films. Like, these things are all, like, the white culture is very violent and very controlling, dude.
But it's like Spain had that and all those countries. And then also that's also all countries had that, kings, princes and all that stuff.
Maybe.
Africa, plenty of kings.
Moctezuma wasn't king.
Chief?
I don't know.
Chief, chief is essentially that, right? Yeah, chief's the same thing, I would imagine.
What was I going to say right now?
Or is your son become chief?
Oh, did you see the clavicular thing?
No. What happened with him?
Channel 5 interviewed clavicular.
Oh, I heard about that, yeah.
You didn't see any of it?
No, was it good?
Oh, dude, the ending is very funny because he gets mad that he didn't ask about looks maxing. so it's very funny. We could end on this if you want. Do you have anything else?
No, I ain't got nothing else. I don't know a whole lot about clavicular, but I do like Channel 5 and what's his face?
Andrew Callahan.
Yeah, he's a good interviewer.
Let me try to find.
He's a clavicular, hit himself in the face with a hammer or something to make his bone structure better.
Yeah.
Smokes meth.
Well, he kind of gadooshed that whole narrative.
Yeah, okay. So he doesn't smoke meth or hit himself with hammers.
I don't trust anything he says, actually.
And that would be like the easiest thing to convince me of is a random person saying, hey, I actually don't hit myself in the face with a hammer and smoke meth. I'd be like, yeah, sounds about right. I wouldn't either. Why would you do that? What are we doing here? Luke's Max.
Okay, so this interview is an hour and 4 minutes. Towards the end, he gets really upset because he didn't ask about looks maxing.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find that. Oh, here we go.
Facts.
Wait, why is it there? No. God damn it.
We fucked up.
I fucked up. Almost there.
The team's fault, dude.
I'm gonna come. Right here. God damn it. It's very funny that he got upset about this, though.
Sounds good.
Oh, here we go.
A lot of people sort of like to talk about that in interviews, and it's like, dude, what's the relevance? Like, how's that even correlated with looks max? You talk about mainstream coverage and the magnitude of coverage that has came after some of these controversies and the things they get wrong. Yeah. So I'd say that would be something that they get wrong. That apolitical So when you were with those guys, you didn't know that was going to happen? No, I mean, no one really.
So they're talking about the Hitler thing, and then he's right after that topic, he gets upset that they didn't ask him about looks
It ended up, but this is targeting the latest Gen Z, so like the average channel follower. That's good. I think it's super interesting too, like the volume of content they seem to appreciate. They like content filmed over a long period of time, like 8 hours of content straight, and they want it live. Whereas our audience prefers a more polished, maybe 15-minute piece that's like a bunch of footage edited perfectly and has like a narrative arc and a through line. Yeah, I think there's all sorts of media that people enjoy, but I think the main part of streaming that people enjoy is just like not knowing what's gonna happen next. It sort of seems like in a lot of my streams, like things can take a turn for the worst, the best. Like you really don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect. Because you're following so much stuff. It's like a lot of things can happen. Is there any moments you regret from streaming? Not really.
Come on, dude. What are you looking for?
Person asked me specifics about how do these two things interact.
Jesus Christ. He started doing meth a lot, he was saying, for the looks magazine.
We want to interview him about looks maxing, and then he'll start asking like political questions, and I'm just like, okay, like I don't mind it, you know what I mean? I'm not.
He minds it. He minds it. He can't even look him in the eyes. I don't mind it that he's doing this.
That makes sense. Yeah, I get that.
Like afraid to answer anything, gone through every single question of yours besides going about my security, which is a little bit weird. But not a single attempt at anything in regards to Lux Max. Okay, what's the question I should ask? Well, that's up to you. How am I going to tell you how to do your job? Tell me, you want me to ask you about specific scientific questions about different Lux Maxing methods.
Well, it's like if I got upset that you didn't ask about squirrels when somebody was interviewing me.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, we go in there being like, well, I know they're going to ask about job, my small teeth, and then they start asking me like my political views, and I go, well, I'm a little offended, honestly.
Talk about job once.
Yeah, but now you know who I voted for, but the stuff people care about, it's actually, now that I say it out loud, it's a little bit valid. Who gives a shit what this fucking idiot thinks about politics? Why are you asking him that? You're part of the problem.
Well, you're believing. This is why I don't trust our little argument about the no kings. You're believing clavicular. You didn't ask only political questions. That's crazy.
I mean, I didn't watch that.
Right, exactly, dude.
I'm doing a bit, dude. I'm not on clavicular side.
I was doing a bit too.
I smoke meth.
Anytime I say I hate all white women, you can probably assume I'm in a pit.
Oh, that's true. I get carried away.
Let's see here.
I mean, you're not happy with the question about the peptides or the bone smashing or anything like that. I mean, like,
yeah, he literally asked about bone smashing, and he's like, that's literally a question about looks maxing, and then he's acting as if he didn't ask a single question about looks maxing.
You just somebody says bone smashing and pisses you off, instead of getting pissed off, you talk about my ex. Is that too?
That was more of a bone smushing.
Oh, both are good. It means I had sex.
I love tortas. That's great, dude. Parody song instead of Los Sosa.
Love tortas.
I love tortas. Heavy ones.
Not identify like anything that you have a curiosity about, like maybe you wake up with dark circles in your eyes one morning, and like even something like that. I mean, just like even if you don't give a shit, I mean, like it would be at least you put a little bit of effort into. I think I've done a pretty good interview. From what context? Because if it's from the context of what you guys reached out.
Do you know this is happening consciously when you are talking with somebody and you're like, this is not going well? And then, but like you can't stop yourself but continuously disagreeing with them. I do this all the time. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. I think so.
So I have some empathy for Mr. Clavicular here. However, he did a number on Twitter.
What's that?
There's a clip from this where he says he's like going to bars and watching sports games with your friends is totally like don't ever do that. There's no return on investment there.
That's
crazy.
People got mad about that episode.
Yeah, dude, a bunch of fucking people from Tams. It's like, fuck your mother!
I mean, it's a joke, right? If he's actually serious that he's mad about them not asking about look maxing, that's that's not going to look well for you.
Right.
So, of course, you can't win that argument. However, I see what he's saying because all he knows about is looks maxing.
That's his whole life.
Why are they asking him about anything but that?
Did you see this guy kill a fucking alligator?
Who killed an alligator?
Clavicular?
No.
He like just unloaded a clip on an alligator.
I don't like that at all.
No, he's a terrible person.
Yeah. So why is he even being? That's my question. Really, is I like Channel 5, but I remember seeing this and thinking like I like watching it now for the podcast. It's funny, but in the grand scheme of things, I didn't watch this because I don't give a shit what he does or says. I don't have anything against him until now. I heard he killed an alligator for no reason.
He unloaded a clip.
Yeah, that's lame. And he's just boring. Like looks maxing. What is that even? You made yourself taller with a horrible surgery.
Next.
I don't know what the point of that is.
You know what, dude? I'm not for the no kings, dude.
Okay.
I want you to be king, dude.
Oh, thank you.
You sit in the fucking throne and you go next. But unfortunately, what the public doesn't understand is when you say next, they get killed.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It depends. Yeah, most likely. But look, I've said this a lot. I think I should be king. I agree with that statement. I think I'd be a good. I don't know, but I would. There would definitely be some bad people who died under my reign.
Dude, and I don't know if you know this popular saying he has, but he's like, that's so jester. You know
That's a saying?
He has a saying where he's like, it's jester. It's jester.
I don't like that.
He's all about looks maxing, and he's not about jester maxing. Jester maxing is what we do for a living.
Oh, okay.
Good, like, I like that. You like doing right? I like that.
Sure, jester maxing. I mean, I don't know what it means, but I'm down.
But, I mean, dude, if I look around your little castle, we're in the foyer. What do they call it? Where the throne's at? The throne room?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And I look over to the side and I see this guy, I'm thinking jester.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I'd hire him as a jester, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, you are in complete control. You took this analogy further. You've been thinking about this.
Yeah, I'd be like, I'm bored by you, next, but I wouldn't kill him. I just, next, probably. I need somebody else.
Honestly, dude, I'm not going to lie. The realm would really appreciate it. And I'm doing this for the realm because I'm selfless.
Yeah.
I'll be jester.
Okay.
And the little banter we have back and forth. I make fun of you. I'm like,
yeah, I'd be willing as a king to allow that. I'm not a king that's not going to let anybody make fun of me. I might have an alligator eat him.
or shop could be a jester. I mean, that's if you go total, like, dictator mode.
If I can afford shop. Or dictate, yeah. I mean, I would afford shop entertaining, sure. Why not? The tables have turned. Oh, you're a big guy. You can beat me up. Not anymore. I'm king. Yeah, do what I say. Or else everybody knows.
Alright, I think that's it for this week.
All right, see you next week.
Check out Sandbaggers on the Patreon. I did an episode with Tim Obis.
Sandbaggers.
It's 2.5 hours. I'm planning on doing. I have a video for the first one, but the rest of it's going to be audio only.
Okay.
And it's only an hour long. It's hard for me to control myself.
I like it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey Joe, great to see you again, Bob.
Same here, long time.
Joe, you are still to this day the most watched ever podcast we have ever done. That's on YouTube.
That's just unreal. It's unreal.
It is unreal because it shows you how many people are just absolutely fascinated by the story. And what you guys have done in this new film is essentially recreate S4 and using AI, recreate you as a young man in these experiences that you had. And it was really excellent. Luigi, you're the one who put the film together. You figured it all out. And first of all, what was the technology that you guys used to recreate everything?
Yeah, I just want to say there's about 10% AI in.
Are you fucking serious?
In the film, there's 90% blender, and that's actually handmade CGI. So everything you see is all handmade. And even the de-aging of Bob Lazar, we scanned Bob, we went over to his house, scanned his face, took a process of de-aging him through that, then creating a digital model of Bob in different ages, and then placing him in the environment. And then in some instances at the very end, we perfected or kind of put a bow on it with a little touch of AI. But the whole thing is handmade. So the craft, the environment, the papoose lake, the facility, the equipment, and the people were all made, and some of the people are actually real actors that we put in there. So it's not. There's one of the guys that is Barry in the film is a guy called Luis Martinez that's been working with me for the past 10 years, and he laughs at it because he goes, I can't believe I'm Barry. So
Does he look anything like Barry?
actually he does. He does. That's why we chose him. Yeah.
Where's Barry, the actual Barry now?
I don't know. I kind of thought at one point, after all this happened, we would at least hear from one of those guys. But I never heard from anybody after the initial release of all the information. Yeah.
It seems like, wow, I don't know, but if people are able to keep secrets for this long, it's got to be very difficult to just blurt it out. Like, you're holding on to a secret for 20, 30, 40 years. It's like,
I guess these guys were lifers, though.
yeah.
I mean, they spent most of their time there. They spent at least 2 weeks at a time and had 1 week off. So they stayed at the base. I mean, these guys were hardcore. I had just come in on the project, so I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I'd love to know. I suspect that Dennis Mariani, my supervisor, died. I've seen people track him down, all the way to point speaking to his family, and they said, yeah, he had some classified job out in the desert or something. They showed me his gravestone and stuff. So, at least they were able to track him down. But I've never heard of any leads on Barry or Renee or anybody like that.
What is it like seeing the recreation of it in a film? Because, it essentially was your direction, for lack of a better word, your description of it, you telling them exactly how everything was laid out, and then once they recreated it, what is that feeling like when you watch it?
Well, the final product is absolutely mind-blowing because, as I've said to Luigi, it looks like you guys downloaded that out of my brain. I mean, you can describe something 100 times, and until you actually make a picture, it doesn't become clear. But, this took years. I think it was like 5.5 years from when I first met Luigi, and he said, yeah, I can do this, and the quality kept improving to where he started showing me pictures, and I went, Jesus, that's really it. It's not really it. It's really it. And it blew me away. Later on, he showed me a 3D environment where I could put goggles on and move around inside. That made the hair stand up on my arms. It was unbelievable. So, I don't know if I could really describe how that made me feel, but it felt like I was teleported back there. And that's when really I developed an admiration for Luigi's talent. I said, I'm behind this, and flew out to Canada a couple times. I didn't have much to do with the film other than, I guess, a couple times going out there and going, no, that's right, that's the wrong color, move this here, do that. And, but those guys spent over 3 years working on it. And, they never showed me anything. I speak to Luigi, a couple times a month, and, he'd always say, oh my God, you won't believe this. I said, show me. No, it's not done yet. So I really didn't get it to see anything till close to the end. But when I did, really, without trying to sound dramatic, it really put tears in my eyes, going that's it. You did it. Just stop. It's perfect.
Well, I had the pleasure of watching the movie with you and sitting there with you. There was a bunch of times in the movie you're like,
yeah.
You could tell.
Yeah. Yeah, I swear I could feel that place. I could feel it watching that movie. And it really freaks me out because, as I've said before, it's not like what I saw. It's exactly what I saw. It's perfect. It's just like Luigi was at S4 with a camera. So it worked.
It's a very unique documentary in that regard, and watching it with you, seeing you experience this thing, and then me trying to imagine what it's like for you. You're this young scientist who gets brought in on this thing without much explanation, and then all of a sudden you're confronted by this craft, and you know, the way it's broken down in the film, and you get to actually see you viewing this thing and being in the presence of this thing for the first time. It's just, I could just only imagine what that must have been like for you. And it's so weird to watch it again and see your wheels spin.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened to my life, man?
Right.
What did they do to me? What did they make me experience? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I really can't fill in the blanks there. It's
I wanted to say that there was a time when Bob got angry at me a lot because I wouldn't show him. And he was like, come on, show me. And I said, it's not ready yet. I don't want to show you something. But at a certain point, we had to. And Bob started remembering more stuff.
yeah, that's true.
And
It really made a big difference when he showed me some things, and walking down the corridor here and turn. Oh, stop! Wait, there's another door there. I mean, it was like I was going back into the facility, and really brought. I mean, actually seeing it again really brought some things back that I had completely forgotten about. So that,
Well, what's really fascinating is, for people that don't know your story, you came up with a story, you talked to George Knapp, and was it 89?
88, 89, somewhere in there.
So, late 80s, you've essentially told the exact same story all these years. And then, within the last, 9-10 years, we've started to get all these reports. There was the New York Times story, there was the Go Fast video and the FLIR video, and all these videos that show a craft that's moving the way you described this sport model moving.
Right.
Which kind of freaked a lot of people out with the way it rotated and turned.
Yeah, it does the belly roll, faces at the bottom towards where it's want to go, and then it takes off. And yeah,
it's exactly how you described all those years ago, which is really fucking crazy.
Well, that's the way it was.
But it's crazy because you had this story way back then, and everybody's like, this guy's just making things up. This is all cockamamie bullshit. And then you see those videos from these fighter jets, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. It's moving the exact same way he described. It's doing what he described in 1989.
Yeah.
Time to take a drink. Cheers. It's so weird. I've had so many conversations with people, and one of the things that comes up is, do you think Bob Lazar's telling the truth? And I say, look, I don't know. There's no way I could know, but it doesn't seem like he's lying. I've been around a lot of liars.
Look, nobody can know unless you're there. I'm the biggest skeptic of all. Although if you look at Wikipedia, it says I'm a conspiracy theorist or something.
I think it says I'm a far-right podcaster.
Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But, that's my train of thought now.
Well, if basically, are you a conspiracy theorist? No, you don't even look at this stuff.
Well, if you have a lie, you have one lie. It's amazing because you've told the same one.
Well, it's a pretty detailed lie.
It's also not normal. Like, normally when people lie, they get bored with the same lie, and then they come up with another lie, and then there's some other story. So you catch them. Eventually you catch them. There's some cockamamie new thing that they come up with, and it's the type of people that are that deceptive. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit the standard model of someone.
Well, there are other people involved with it.
Yes.
I mean, that's also part of this is for the first time Gene Hub finally is on film, because when I had the test flight information, he was he was the first person I told about that, and we were all able to go out and see it, and so everybody knew that I wasn't crazy. It was,
and then also all the confirmation that you were being fucked with. That when you were in the gym, they would show up and open up your locked car doors and open up your trunk and leave it there, so you'd go out there and see it. They'd go to your house when you weren't there.
Yeah, they were even right. They were even following George Knapp and all of us, anybody that had anything to do with it at that time, they were keeping eyes on. It was
No way, I got a
not just
notebook.
eyes, but a lot of intimidation tactics, just letting you know that they can touch you.
yeah. So I've really worked for decades to push this out of my mind, so it's always tough to bring it back, and talk about it. And although it might be funny now, it wasn't funny then at all. It was a really stressful time, and still is a very stressful thing for me.
I know it's so many years ago, but do you remember the thought that came in your mind when you realized that it wasn't ours?
Do I remember the thought?
I remember the experience.
Yeah, I remember the feeling.
Of recognize, because initially you saw the American flag.
Yeah, when I saw the American flag, when I first went in, the first time I went in through the hangar door instead of around the back, slid my hand across and saw the American flag, and I thought, oh my God, this explains the UFO nuts,
It's ours.
Yeah, this is ours. This is a new top secret fighter. We came up with a new propulsion system, and it explains everything, because I never believed in aliens. I thought people were nuts. But when they started reviewing everything with me, I was trying to replace somebody, or they were trying to use me to replace somebody as quick as possible. And they had two directives. Directive one was to duplicate the technology with available material at any cost, which is exact verbatim what it was. And directive two was to be able to disable this technology at a distance at any cost. And once you start thinking about that, wait, don't you guys know how the thing you built worked? And it's kind of like they left that out, that this, by the way, this isn't ours. And Barry is the guy that filled me in, going, no, this is an alien craft, and we need to figure out how this works. Look at the technology here. I mean, this is decades, light years ahead of where we are. And it was a shock, really, to me. I remember going home that night and just laying in bed and reviewing everything that everybody said that day. And I really don't remember how I felt the following days, but it was just a different feeling.
The world just changed.
Yeah. It was, I don't know, I really can't put it into words.
Well, I couldn't imagine what that experience is like. And it's also very strange that they would bring you in and not specifically state to you that this is not ours. They just bring you in and just give you a directive. This is what you were trying to accomplish.
Well, they gave me a bunch of briefings. Everything was moving at a very fast pace, and I don't know why. I think I mentioned in the movie, right prior to I got there were Russians involved, and from what I can ascertain, there was an exchange of information, and then we discovered something of great importance, and of course, kicked the Russians out and just held on to that information ourselves. And there was kind of a knowledge vacuum there. There was also an accident, and I was told I was replacing someone that was injured. I believe he actually died.
There's no record of who this person was, or has anybody ever tried to figure it out?
I don't know. I don't have any names. I just know that Barry told me, I'm replacing somebody that he used to work with, and he was without a lab partner for a while. So when I came in there,
how long was a while?
I don't know, but I mean, that brings up a good point. First of all, we're dealing with alien or another civilization technology, whether it's from another dimension, another time, another planet. I mean, who really knows? So I'll eventually get to answer the question here, but wouldn't you think this place would be more like the lunar receiving lab, where everything is white? So you can see a speck of dust. Everything is sterile. People are being extremely careful with what they're doing, but you're not seeing that. This is in now something akin to an aircraft hangar in the middle of the desert, There's dust on everything. People are taking everything nonchalantly. There's a freaking poster about the thing. They're here, poster there.
Thank you, Luigi, for getting me that. We gotta figure out a place for that. Put it in here. So
It's awesome. I mean, but they went to the trouble of making a poster. They actually
I think right here.
That's a good place.
Right there.
There you go. But they actually cut one of the amplifiers out of the craft. So my point
This
is,
is in the film as well. You can see.
yeah, but my point is, it's so nonchalant at this point. When they first had it had to be at that level, and they became so used to it, so familiar with it, that to them it just became like another, fighter aircraft or something from another country. So it must have been there a long time, is what my point is. As soon as you have something that unique, you don't let it just sit there in a hangar and be exposed to the environment and have security people walking by and people touching it. I mean, it's in an isolated, sealed, secure environment. And they were past that. So I think it had been there for a decade or decades. A long time. And these guys were intimately familiar with it, not afraid of it, and knew what was going on.
So they essentially had gotten just completely acclimated to the fact that this craft exists, that it was there, and there had been relatively little progress as far as figuring out what it does and how to recreate it. So it just kind of sat there. And so
I think they were making very little progress. And I think they kept going over the same road again and again, and they probably had other experts there and just didn't. And I think the reason I got hired is because I was a guy out in left field that didn't necessarily follow what was going on. I mean, the biggest distractors to me anyway, in the story, are other scientists, other physicists. They would have hired me because I'm the top guy in the field. Yeah, you probably are. But I think they hired plenty of you guys, and you just kept going down the same road and didn't do anything. I think they were looking for somebody that just would have some radical idea and just to push the project forward, because everything had stalled when I got there. And I think they were just in a desperate move to make some progress.
one of the things you talked about in the first podcast I think is really important is that the only way for science to really progress is that these various scientists have to be able to communicate, and you have to be able to share ideas, and you have to be able to collaborate. But that's not how this was run, because it was so top secret. Everything was compartmentalized. Like, the metallurgists weren't talking to the propulsions people, weren't talking to if there were biologics experts. Like, everybody
Super frustrating. Because I think, I don't remember exactly where that started. Again, it's 40 years ago. But I think it started with the seats. And no, it started with the actual skin of the craft, because everything looked like it was made from the same material. And I wanted some information about the skin, the superstructure of the craft. And they said, no, that's restricted. We need a reason for you to. I just want to see if everything is exactly the same material. And what I call the seats in the craft, I still don't know if they're the seats, but they might be. I think it'd be hilarious if they were actually something else. But I wanted some information on those, and that was restricted information too. There were other groups working on that. So they compartmentalized stuff so much. There was no exchange of information between any groups. I mean, you could submit a written response that your supervisor, in my case Dennis, would have to carry over, and they would have to approve. And, you'd get a 2 or 3 line response from the other group, but it's just, that's not how science works. Science works on the free exchange of information, and they were just killing themselves with security, and it was really frustrating. It was terribly frustrating.
So was this a function of security people that are concentrated on top security that don't truly understand how collaborative science works?
Yeah, that's it right there. You can stop right there. They had no idea how that worked.
Because it stands to reason that whatever that thing was made out of probably in some way interacts with the propulsion system and whatever controls that are in it, that this material has to be particularly unique.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And I suspected the material was an electric. You know what an electric is?
No.
Okay. You know, like a magnet, a permanent magnet is like, you know, it's a magnet. It's forever, it's a magnet.
Right.
It has a magnetic field. An electret is a material that has a permanent static field to it. A static electric field to it. And I strongly suspected that the craft is made out of an electret. And I was not, because again, that's the material science guys, I was not allowed to connect that to. But that's so important to connect it to the propulsion system and how the propulsion system interacts with the amplifier or the emitters. And I wasn't allowed, you know, the information I needed. So it was, I don't know, it was self-defeating.
Well,
what it was.
It seems like they were treating it like a fighter jet or an automobile. Like in an automobile, you have the outer area, the shell of the car, you have the doors, the skins, the hood, the roof, all that stuff, which is met. But then you have the propulsion system, which is the engine and the transmission and the tires and the wheels and the suspension. But they're all not connected. They're connected because they're bolted together, but they have different functions.
Right.
I think the idea or the concept, at least as I'm gathering from you, is that this thing all worked as a cohesive unit.
Right. With no physical connection between the subsystems.
And all of it made out of the same material.
At least on the outside. They're all made of the same material. And the other crafts all had the same power plant in them. So that brings to mind, you know, like a GM plant that makes a car with a Chevy 350 and makes, you know, a dozen different models to it.
Right.
So that makes you think about, boy, is there a factory making these things? And, you know, your brain can just wander off in directions, but I tried to stick with just the technology.
Did you know who the metallurgists were? The people that
I saw them. You know, I know them. And Barry, we'd go to the lunchroom. Barry would point them out. You know,
and you weren't allowed to communicate with them at all.
Oh hell no! You have a lab partner, which my case was Barry, and you're allowed to talk to your lab partner, but you can't talk to any other group. That has to go through a written request. Has to go to your supervisor, and he'll bring it over to them, and they'll bring it back, and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's ridiculous. That it slows down any progress you might be making.
Which is why they were probably stalled out for decades.
Yeah.
Did you ever expressly communicate to them that you theorized, at least, that this all could be connected? That there's something about the way the metal works?
Oh, we all knew that. Because we get requests from other groups, and you could tell they're desperate, just like we are, and fighting against the system.
What kind of requests would you have?
Just exactly what we found out. You know, where is the energy being transferred here? If the reactor fires up, is there a field present around it, or is the field just absorbed into the emitter, and you can touch the, reactor itself? And just little things like that. You know, and actually that was an important thing when the reactor's operating. Is it perfectly tuned, the emitter, to where it removes all the energy from the reactor and pushes it out the bottom? The answer to that was no. I remember that as a specific request from one of the groups. The metallurgy group is the one that we really wanted to hear from. And some of the group, I don't even know what some of the other groups were. But
How many groups were there?
I don't know. There were only 22 people there total, including myself. So
I would like for you to tell Joe, one of the things that also interested me, because I built the craft, is how the wave guide worked with the ceiling and the interior and how it blended. If you can explain, there was no telescopic.
Well, this is why we wanted to talk to the metallurgist people. The reactor that sits on the bottom of the craft is a little dome over it, and there's something that looks like a pipe that's you can lift it up and take the reactor out, put the reactor in and lift it down. But like a antenna works on an old walkie-talkie, it has different sections.
There it is. There's from the video.
There. Yeah, okay. You can retract the pipe, but there's no sections and it doesn't get any thicker. It just becomes smaller. And if you look underneath, where the emitters hang down, they turn, it doesn't buckle. It's a magical material. This is the basis of the craft. Is really the material that it's made of. It's amazing the way it works. You can push it into a smaller volume, and it doesn't change at all. It doesn't get bigger physically. It's I don't really know how to describe.
So you're lifting the pipe up and down, but it's not going anywhere?
Look, if you had a big pipe and you push it together, it has to get thicker.
Right.
Because the material has to go somewhere. This doesn't. Okay, it stays in exactly the same dimensions. It just becomes smaller.
How?
Well, yeah.
Because you couldn't talk to the metallurgist, so you have no idea.
Yeah, but those guys knew how.
They did know how.
Well,
they know it did it.
They know it did it, and that's their job. So I imagine they have more information than I did. But that was fascinating. It really was. And the waveguides that hold the emitters, they come down, and the emitters can turn and bend, and the pipes bend, and nothing changes in them. And there's no wires or anything to make the pipe bend. I'm trying to relate it to something, but I can't think of anything to relate it to.
Well, one thing that you said that I also thought was fascinating is there's no seams. So everything looks like it's 3D printed.
Again, right, it comes down to the material.
Which at the time, 3D printers weren't real. Right?
Yeah, at the time that really confused me. I said, how did they build this? It must have been built out of wax or something and then melted, because you can't build anything without seams. And then 3D printing came into existence, and you could build stuff from layers up. That made sense. Some sort of 3D printer, or they grew it, in some. And of course, it's not a crystalline fashion, but I don't know how that was fabricated, but it was fabricated different than anything that we have. I don't even think it was 3D printed.
And so you never got any inkling or any understanding of what the metal was, what kind of an alloy, what it consisted of.
All I can say was cold to the touch, when I touched it, but I can't say if it was a ceramic. I can say it was metal because it was cold.
It doesn't look like metal. And this is the Designs by Perry version of it. How much does that look like?
No, it's 100%. That's it. Yeah, that's a half.
The first ripple supposed to be black.
Yeah. So Luigi has gone over that. I mean, I've so many things. There's an insulator ring.
Can you show what it looks like in the film? If you could show one of the images.
I was pulling off the trailer and I'll
Oh, yeah, on the trailer there's a ring. Yeah, there's a ring around it, and we measured the voltage on the craft, and there was a high voltage on it. And above that ring, there is not a good shot. There's probably a. This is the original trailer. It's the new trailer that would actually, that one there, and you'll get to see it right there. Actually, right after this.
What's athleticism?
It's actually before this, I believe. You're gonna see the graph. And if you see, there's a black, right? There's like a black line. It's the first ripple. That's actually not metal. Yeah, we call that the. Yeah, there it is. That's the shot. We call that the insulator ring because below that there's a high voltage present on the craft all the time, and above that there isn't.
I would imagine that your life has like two completely different chapters. Is before this and after this. Whereas like once you see it, the whole rest of your life is now going to be very different. And you are in its presence for how long did you work there for?
I don't know, maybe 6 months or so.
So for 6 months, you're around this thing. And I would imagine it's occupy your thoughts 24 hours a day.
Well, at the time it did, for sure. It's actually 3 stages to the life. It's before it, during, and after it. Before it was just my life. During was when it happened. And then the after part of my life is almost trying to dismiss it, to just go on.
Yeah, you didn't talk about it for a long time. I mean, you did the George Knapp interviews. You talked about it a little. You made some videos explaining things and how things worked.
No, I don't really like public attention, and I don't really like doing interviews. As you probably know, but I know there's people that thrive on that stuff. But I felt privileged to be part of the project, but it left me with an insatiable appetite. Oh my God, I want to know where it's gone. Like even when I was there in the 80s, they were talking about moving the project at that time. So I'm dying to know, is it still there? Has it moved on? So did they split it up and move it to other places? I remember Barry talking about moving it to the South Pacific, like in Kwajalein or something, but they said the expenses were so great they couldn't do that, but they wanted it away from everybody. And they hated the fact that it was right alongside the highway in Nevada, by south of Area 51. But that's the best place they had at the time and the most affordable. And of course now with, budgets being so tight, who knows where it is?
Who knows if budgets are tight for this, though?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, they did say, at whatever expense, figure this out.
Yeah, they were serious about that. We don't really care what it was. So like the original Apollo program, back in the Apollo program, if they needed parts, and if somebody had something ordered UPS or through the mail or whatever, they had the authority to stop that shipment to that other person and take their stuff if they needed it. And, they had an unlimited budget. I mean, if you're working like that, you could do anything. And,
or at least anything that's currently possible with today's technology.
There you go.
Which therein lies the problem, is that they're dealing with something that's not possible with, you couldn't build it from scratch with American technology in 1989.
No, but that's what they wanted to do. And really thinking about that now, I'm not sure, I'm not exactly sure these guys should be allowed to do that. This is really powerful technology, and the world has really changed. I mean, we have a lot of crazy people doing stuff now, and nonsense transmits through the population at the speed of light. And, I don't know, this could be a very powerful world-conquering technology. And look, for 40 years, and I think I've said this before, for 40 years, all the people in control of this information have all agreed to keep it quiet. And these aren't idiots. these aren't idiots for 40 years. You have a line of people that all have agreed, no, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. There has to be a reason why. And if they all agreed to that, maybe I'm the asshole. No, really. Maybe they're right. And
maybe you would have figured that out if you kept working for them.
yeah, I don't know, but I'm increasingly thinking I'm the one that made the mistake. Maybe this is supposed to be just kept quiet.
Yeah, but that doesn't ring true. Because I don't think it's ever healthy if small groups of individuals have information that would change our understanding of where we are.
Yeah, there's that.
I don't think they deserve it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it makes any sense.
I don't know. I mean, really think about it. What if it's something that's really dramatic?
Like how so? What do you think would be like?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, what if it's? I'm not saying this is what it is, but I mean, what if it's like, like we raise cows out in a field and just feed them grass and they're just going to be food. What if it's something like that? What if we're just like, a population of creatures that are just to be consumed in some way?
I don't know if we're to be consumed, but I do think we are
not physically consumed, like eaten, but I
think we have a task, and I'm more and more convinced as time goes on that we were engineered. I don't think we came about as a normal evolutionary process like all the other animals.
Yeah, I agree with that. I really agree with that.
There's a lot of people that think that. It just doesn't make sense objectively. I mean, without seeming like a kook or someone who buys into conspiracy theories, if you just look at all the other biology on Earth, why is one so uniquely able to manipulate its environment, communicate instantaneously at distance, can't really even exist in its environment in most places that it lives without clothes and shelter? We're a weird animal. We're very strange. Like, we don't seem to have normally adapted to our environment with the way we've completely controlled our environment with air conditioning and electricity and electronics and flight and travel. We're so beyond everything else that evolved. Whereas every other animal, predator or prey, plant eater or meat eater, all seems to cohesively exist inside of its ecosystem. And then you have us, which is almost like an invasive species. Like, invasive species destroy ecosystems, because they don't belong there. Well, that's kind of what we do. Like, we suck all the fish out of the ocean, we pollute the rivers with our technology, we, mess up underground water systems with fracking and drilling. We're like an invasive species in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
We're really weird.
I can't argue with that at all.
Yeah, this Tim Burchett thing. So Tim Burchett has recently been talking about this, and he can't talk about it because it's classified, but he said you'd be up at night with the things that I've seen, if the things that I've seen have released. Yeah. He said we just needed to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. I was briefed, and I will tell you this, I was briefed last week on an issue, 2 weeks ago, and it would have set the earth on. This country would have become unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I heard.
Well, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
If, it's not like there's a bunch of space brothers coming down going, oh, look what we discovered, here, have some information, and, what if it's not that? What if all the information is bad?
But what would be bad? Like, have you ever thought about this? Tried to, play it out to its natural conclusion? Like, what do you think the scenarios could be that's bad?
I don't know. Everything that look, we view ourselves at the top of the food chain. What if we're not anywhere near there?
I don't think we are.
Okay, what if we're just consumables?
Well, I don't know if, chimpanzees are consumables, right? They're not at the top of the food chain either, right? But
no, but there's, I would consider them substantially lower than we are.
Right.
my good friend that died, John Lear, who had a bunch of crazy thoughts. I mean, he used to come over and tell us that, on the moon there was a soul sucker. And when you, he said this, you better give me that thought.
Have another drink before you explain this one. Oh boy. A soul sucker.
Yeah.
John Lear was an eccentric individual. I'm sad I never met him.
Man, he was
Supporting evidence.
he was a
What? Terrence McKenna talking about the moon being a soul catcher.
Yeah. No, I mean, he'd give me pictures of these giant antennas on the moon. In fact, I'll tell you a story. He was an accomplished pilot, had many world records and things of that. Part of the Lear family. That his father invented autopilot, the 8-track tape, all kinds of stuff. And but John Lear was a loose cannon. At the time, he'd fly from Las Vegas and shuttle L-1011s, which are giant planes, back and forth. And he'd say, be kind of lonely. He goes, hey, you want to go to Minneapolis tonight? He'd call me like at 9 o'clock at night and say, well, no, not really. Come on, fly with me. He said, just put on a suit and, come to so-and-so. And I go to McCarran Airport and, go there. And, I'm going to tell everybody you're, an inspector from the FAA. And I'm, okay, great. And I get on the plane and he's, just act like you're, going to kick everyone's ass. So I go on there and I sit they fold down a jump seat behind the plane and I just sit there looking at everybody and God, all this stuff is so illegal. And, get on there and fly and, John would take, and the L-1011 was a pretty advanced plane at the time. This was in the 80s. And, John would be smoking his pipe. He'd take off. He'd put his feet up and smoke his pipe. And he'd fall asleep. And I'd just be, hanging out there. And, before the plane would land, he'd just, wake up and, be smoking his pipe and the, plane would land itself. At the time, my wife was taking flying lessons. And, he said, bring her up here. And I think they had an engineer also on another panel. I don't quite remember, but I was there with my wife, there were people on board, and he'd say, hey, come on here and take the wheel. And he'd get the captain of the plane, which, I think my wife was in her 20s at the time, and just sit her down and say, hold on to it, and, just keep correcting. And he just let her fly the plane, which is insane. And, the co-pilot would just look over, and I remember looking over at, I think, the engineer that looked at the gauges, and he just put his head down and pretended like nothing was happening. And that was just one time. Another time he was ferrying an L-1011 going by Roswell. At the time I was living in New Mexico, and they called him and told him he wasn't getting paid, that the company was, defaulted or something like that. And he was coming up to New Mexico and landed at the Roswell, just took the plane and landed at the Roswell airport. The whole 1011 got off, walked up to a bus station, gave me a call on the payphone and said, hey, Bob, I'm coming over. Okay, you're in New Mexico? Yeah. And he drove up. Taxi would drop him off at the house. He walked in. He went, boy, I'm tired. And he just lay down on the couch, and go to sleep. And I said, what are you doing here? What's going on? Oh, I just dropped the plane off. They're not paying me. And, that's it. But I mean, John Lear was such like a loose cannon. He was a great friend to have, but he had no bullshit filter. If he had a retired general come up and give him all kinds of information, or if he had a psychic come up from, the neighborhood and give him all kinds of information, he'd put him in the same category, And so he really did have useful information that was difficult to get, but it was mixed up with nonsense.
Right.
And sometimes he would just really lean into that nonsense. Like he was convinced that the sun wasn't hot and there were people living inside. And I used to die laughing. I went, you are insane. I said, you can't prove it's hot. Yes, I can. You know, just go outside, you know, on a hot day, you know, and John said, that's not the sun. That's just the sun's atmosphere that's on fire. And I said, you're just crazy. But we got along, and he knew that I thought he was crazy. But the thing is, a lot of people did come to him and give him good information. Anyway, I don't remember where I was going with this.
That's the thing about some people. Some people will tell you nonsense, and then they'll tell you true things. And it's difficult to accept that true things also come from people that say nonsense.
Right.
Like, just because they've said something that's nonsense doesn't mean necessarily that this thing they're saying is not true. This other thing. And you've got to be able to discern. You've got, like, I talk to a lot of people that say a lot of kooky things that don't make any sense, but then they'll say something that rings true. And it's difficult because you have to have some sort of understanding of the human psyche and of those kind of people, because there are kind of people that have very loose nets.
You're counting on their filter working like yours.
And it doesn't.
And it doesn't.
Some good stuff gets in there, and you go, hold on, what did you just say?
Right.
Tell me that again. How does that one work?
Yeah, you can't really discount people because somebody comes up with some absolute nonsense.
Right.
It just means their filter is defective.
Right.
But
which is also the reason why they're willing to entertain things that are outside of the normal spectrum. So, like, they might have actual, real, useful information, but it's wrapped up in there with Bigfoot.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So the soul catcher thing.
That's where I was going. The soul catcher. So, I remember him sitting, and I think he was telling my wife Joy the story, because I walked in on it, and he said, yeah, there's these giant antennas, and when you die, your soul goes up, and I think he said the Greys, you know, this alien race, set up this soul catcher, and that's what this whole thing is about. And as you die, it sucks your soul in, and they use it in some way. And it's not where your soul is supposed to go. They just like set some sort of intercept.
Did you say where your soul was supposed to go?
No, he was just more really into the soul catcher.
Well, that was one of the weird things about some of the documents that you had at least been alerted to when you were on the base, and one of them being that humans are containers.
Yeah, and
which the likely conclusion is containers of souls. The soul is a real thing, or whatever that is.
You would think.
Right. I mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just.
I would prefer to believe that that's not true. But maybe it is. I don't know. As Barry said, you know, they mix absolute nonsense in there. So and it's unique to each person. So if you give out any information and they go, we heard some stuff about soul catchers. Oh, we know that came from Lazar. So it's just a way where they can direct where it came to. But
then the problem is, like, decades and decades, generations of people working there. How many people know what the real truth is? How many people know?
I don't know. I mean, there must be a group of people that really have the pure information of what's going on.
I would assume, but not necessarily. I would think
there has to be a group of people that know what's going on. And
who are those people?
You know, and to me, like I was telling Luigi, I have a bunch of questions for me. You know,
right? Like, what would be your questions for you if you met you?
Yeah, now questions for me are people that ask me over decades the same question. You know, why is it the Navy? The Navy paid me. I always said the Navy. Everything has been the Navy instead of the Air Force because, you know, back in the 60s and 70s, you know, there's Project Bluebook and the Air Force and all that, but everything associated with this was the Navy. So, and in these days, you hear some of these new types of crafts that are
Transmedium.
Yeah, you hear the word transmedium, and David Fravor, Commander David Fravor, with the Tic Tac, and things are under the water, and supposedly the craft that the sport model was an archaeological recovery, and that itself was underwater. So what is the deal with the water? I mean, it's by far the biggest medium of the planet. I mean, if you want to hide people down there, almost an entire civilization down there, you could do it in the ocean, as long as you do it deep enough and away from people. So, yeah, number one is, what's the deal with the ocean? That's probably the number one question.
Because there's a ton of sightings where people see things come out of the water and go into the water.
Yeah, there has to be a reason for that.
Well, just in terms of if they have the ability to travel through space, if whatever that thing is really does create some sort of a gravity bubble or some sort of a space-time bubble.
Yeah, but maybe it's not space. Maybe it's not space. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's another dimension. There's really no limits. If you can start manipulating physics in that way, you can bend time. You can open doorways into other dimensions. So maybe it has nothing to do with going. Look, we all want it to be like Star Trek, because Star Trek is really understandable. Right. You go out there, you fly to another planet, you meet the people there, you go to another one. Well, these guys are happy, those guys aren't, and it all makes perfect sense. I don't really think it's like that. Look, if you look in history, especially, United States history, anytime a superior race or intelligence meets with an inferior one, it's never good for the inferior guys. Never. We never come over and go, oh, we just want to teach you guys everything that we know. No. It's like, we're going to rape all your women, take all your stuff, and then just kill you.
Use your resources.
Yeah, right. And just consume everything you want. That's just always the way it goes. Now, maybe that's just what humans do, but I would be concerned that's what all life does.
Well, we are territorial primates, and that makes sense that that's what we do. The thing that always fascinates me about particularly the Greys, they seem to be genderless, and they seem to have no muscle at all. They seem to have enormous heads, and the stories, at least, the anecdotal accounts of people having communication with these creatures is that they communicate in some way telepathically. Yeah. If you transcend all of our weird biological needs, like all the things that are attached to being a human being, ego, lust, greed, desire to conquer, desire to control resources, all those things are territorial primate instincts. And one of the conversations I had yesterday with my friend Theo, we were talking about like what's happening to people's bodies is that people are slowly, we're consuming microplastics and phthalates and all these things that are reducing our reproductive system, our testosterone's dropping. Right. All this stuff like leads you to say, well, where does this go ultimately? Like, well, how many more people are autistic now than were before? It's 1 out of 12 boys in California now. It used to be 1 out of 10,000 just a few decades ago. Like, we're moving in this very weird direction without us recognizing.
Wait, let me stop you there. It's 1 out of how many?
1 out of 12 boys in California are diagnosed autistic now.
But do you think that might be the way they're diagnosed?
No, I think it's exposure. I think it's exposure to chemicals, vaccines, environmental toxins.
You think that, dude? I think that.
But it's not just me. There's tons of studies, and a lot of buried studies, too.
Okay. I mean, if that's accurate, that's frightening.
Well, it is. It can't be just diagnosed because,
I know so many people that have nonverbal autistic kids, where I didn't know anybody that had nonverbal autistic kids when I was younger.
Well, I mean, back in the 60s and 70s, there were no kids with ADHD. Kids that were like that were just assholes.
I think that's still the case. I don't think ADHD is a real diagnosis. I think it's a real excuse game to give people medication. I think ADHD is essentially a superpower. What ADHD is allows you to concentrate on things that you really enjoy, but you cannot concentrate on things you don't enjoy. I think I have it. And I think I'm very fortunate that I'm not diagnosed and medicated, or was born in the right time when they weren't doing that as much.
I'll stop you there and say I agree that that's a superpower too.
Because it's very unusual. If I find a thing that I like, I can log in and concentrate on for 12, 14 hours with no sleep, no food. All I need is like water or coffee, and I'm locked in.
I locked in for 4.5 years.
I think with ADHD is you're taking kids and you're putting them in a completely unnatural environment. You're making them sit down. They don't want to sit down. They're very active and energetic. You're making them study things by very unenthusiastic teachers. They don't want to pay attention. They're fucking off in class because they're completely bored. And then you're saying, that kid's got a problem. We have to diagnose him. And then what do you give them? You give them Adderall. And all of a sudden the kid's locked in because they're on fucking speed.
Yeah.
And I just think...
Yeah, but if you focus in and let them do what they're interested in...
Give that kid a video game. Watch him play it for fucking 10 hours with no food. Because that's what happens. Because that's something that they're actually engaged with. It's not that they can't be focused on anything. They just don't focus on things they enjoy. And we want to turn people into nice little factory workers. And the only way to do that is you got to get a kid to comply. You got to get a kid to pay attention. Follow the rules.
We're on the same team.
I don't believe that ADHD is a real thing. I just think there's some people that are wired differently, and they should pursue different things in life.
Right.
The difference between that and autism is very different. And autism is especially when it happens like almost directly after multiple vaccinations. There's a lot of them they point to, particularly the MMR vaccine. There's quite a few. When you look at the schedule of vaccines and how it ramped up, and it completely correlates with the ramping up of the diagnosis of autism, but without casting aspersions or getting into some anti-vaccine conversation.
Wait, I just did.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, but ultimately the human race is moving into a very weird place. So I had a conversation with Shanna Swan, Dr. Shanna Swan, who is, she studies environmental endocrine disruptors. So various toxins, phthalates, microplastics, and plasticizers that are completely disruptive to people's endocrine system, reproductive system. And from the introduction of these petrochemical products in the 1950s and 60s, you see a direct correlation between the dip in testosterone rates amongst men, the increase of miscarriages and infertility, and then on top of that, the actual shrinking of their taint. So one of the ways they find out the difference between mammals, some mammals in particular, when you see a baby mammal, the difference between a male and a female is easily recognized by the size of the gap between their anal hole and where their genitals are.
But that could just be correlation. It's like...
No, I'll explain why it's not. Because when they've done studies where they've used phthalates, particularly phthalates, and they've introduced them specifically, purposely into certain mammals and rodents, their taint shrinks. And their taint shrinks and their penis size shrinks. And there's studies on alligators, where alligators, when they live in polluted rivers, they have smaller penises. And she talked about all this, and all this. These are endocrine disruptors that are in the environment that are doing something that reduces fertility, and it changes the way the human biology functions, and it makes men more feminine, and it makes women less fertile. Well, ultimately, when you look at the Greys, what do they look like? They look like they have no genitals. They look like they have no sex. That might be where biology has to go to transcend away from our territorial primate biology. our territorial primate biology that is insistent on war and violence. And
right, and we think this is the place to stay.
Exactly.
And it may not be.
It may not be.
Yeah.
It may be completely non-beneficial to all life.
Right.
And we have to transcend that. And, well, we are transcending it whether we like it or not. And what I was saying is I don't know if it's a bug. I think it might be a feature of evolution. That our insistence on using plastics and technology and all of these different environmental toxins that we use to produce energy and all of the goods and services that we need also are disrupting our endocrine system and changing us from being these hulking, hair-covered cavemen to being these very small, slight, autistic men that can fucking code 24 hours a day without sleep.
Right.
It seems like if you extrapolate and you naturally take that further, well, what do you get? You get really skinny things with no muscles and giant heads.
My take also, and I do agree with that, is what I find sometimes really concerning is how fast that's moving. So it's not just a question of like, is this actually, this is probably a thing, but it's moving so incredibly fast. If I look at my father's generation or my grandfather's generation and my generation, I mean, it's similar, but now it's moving so fast. Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying. And I'm thinking, if it's moving so fast, there could be a natural component to it, but there's an intentional component.
Right. If you wanted to do something to erase, to change, like think about what we did with wolves. Right? All dogs are wolves.
Yeah, right.
I have 2 dogs that are the furthest fucking thing from wolves you could possibly imagine.
Is that Marshmallow?
Marshall.
Yeah,
Marshall. He might be a marshmallow. Marshall, who's a golden retriever, the sweetest dog of all time. Then I have another dog named Charlie, who's a King Charles Cavalier Spaniel, who is even further from a wolf than Marshall. It's just a cute little, fuzzy little sweetheart. They have no killer instincts whatsoever. That used to be a wolf, right? But what happened? We softened them to the point where there is something compatible with our modern life, with households and families and babies. And we made them safe. And that's happening to people. It's happening to people whether we like it or not. We can attribute it to all these different factors. Oh, it's a problem. We have to remove these things from the environment. This is what's going on. Maybe, or maybe you just look at the overall picture, there seems to be an insatiable desire for innovation and technology that human beings have. If you looked at us from afar, if you weren't a part of the human race and you're just studying us, you're like, what does this species do? Well, it makes better things. Makes better things all the time. Constantly. You know, I have an iPhone 16 here. This is not as good as the iPhone 17. iPhone 17 is better. Why don't you get an iPhone 17?
Right,
it just like keeps going. It never stops. It never ends. The TVs get bigger. They get stronger. Your cars get faster. Your computer just does more cores, does processing, video editing so much quicker. Everything moves faster and better. We keep making better things. We never stop and say, you know what? Society right now, we have a lot of problems. The problems that we don't have are technology. Our technology seems completely suitable to this world that we're living in right now. Let's just stop making new things and concentrate on cleaning the rivers and concentrate on stopping crime and concentrate on educating people, concentrate on counseling for troubled young people. No, we just plow forward ahead with the one thing that we absolutely guaranteed do. We make better things. We make better weapons, better cars, faster planes. Everything we do, we make things better.
And I have to add, we do that, and we also do it in a way where it's economically beneficial to the ones that are making it, because we make things break now. Think about it. We make better things, but we make them so that you have to buy the better thing after.
Right. Engineered obsolescence.
Yeah, that's also important.
Yeah, it is, because then it also, human beings have this very bizarre desire for materialism. Like, why would a thing with a finite lifespan want to accumulate objects? Like, I know people that are in their 80s that collect things. Like, what are you fucking doing with that stuff?
Yeah.
You're gonna die. You have maybe like 10 summers left on Earth. And here you are collecting stamps or cars.
10 summers, yeah. No.
Yeah.
I've got to do that.
It's weird.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to bypass the accumulating stuff part of life.
But materialism ensures a constant fueling of innovation. Because this is one of the things that gets people excited about collecting new stuff, is that you're going to make a better version. Like, I don't care how good your Mercedes is. It's not a 2026 Mercedes.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Better. It has new features. It's a new thing. And so it's like all built into the human psychology and also to this thing that I said. Like I said, if you were from somewhere else studying this species, what does it do? It makes better things. What do sharks do? They eat things. They just swim around. They can't even stop swimming. They eat things. What do people do? They really just make better things. They go to war. Why do they go to the war, really? They go to war so they can control resources, so they have more money, so they can make more things and better things. And also the amount of innovation that is in warfare, in war weapons and war fighting.
That's actually critical.
Yes.
It keeps the system going.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, all that does is all of it releases more endocrine disruptors, more contact with all these different chemicals and toxins, feminizes men, ruins women's reproductive systems, to the point where ultimately we say, oh, for the survival of the race, we're going to have to figure out how to reproduce non-biologically.
When I first got involved in,
it's something to ponder, right?
Yeah.
It's something to ponder because we're so wrapped up in who we are. We're so wrapped up in, look, I love being a person. I love living in Texas. I love driving an American car. I love all those things. But what does that mean? Like, what is that? What is that? You know, these are just weird identity points that you connect with whatever this species is. Well, but if you just have a above view, and you look down and you go, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah, like how far are we going and how fast are we going there?
We're going pretty fucking fast. And now with AI, I think we're going way faster than we even understand. Because with Claude, I mean, they think that the Claude AI, the engineers, they think it's sentient already. It just doesn't have a physical body to
Look,
around.
AI is going to kill us. Everybody agrees with that. There's no question.
I don't think it's going to kill us. You know what I think it's going to do? I think it's going to prevent us from breeding. And it's going to let us die off.
That's going to kill us.
But I think we're going to willingly go with it because we're going to get like mates, like ex machina. We're going to just something
Look,
that's
as soon as they come out with a female robot, that's sexually attractive,
it's
or
over.
whatever. Yeah,
Game over.
Game.
And I think likely that we hit the grays. And that's where you get the grays. I think that what the grays are is a combination of technology and biology. And if you just go from
very well
chimp to caveman to gray, you go, oh, I see where that's going. Chimp, caveman, human, modern human, gelatinous, soft, slow-moving, weak, modern human, grays.
Look, I've always leaned into what Barry told me because it's the only information I had, that the craft came from Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system 30 some odd light years away, and again, it was just like a Star Trek thing. They came over here for whatever reason, but that information may not be true.
Right, that information might be one of those things they put.
I mean,
that's nonsense.
Yeah. Again, if it has to do with time, I think from what George has told me, Jacques Vallée and some other really credible researchers have said that these are people either from another dimension or another time, or maybe they're us from the future. Right. Just coming back to interact with us in some way.
Make sure we don't fuck everything up irreparably.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job.
Well, maybe fucking things up somewhat is also part of the plan. Maybe that actually has to take place.
I mean, holy cow!
Disrupt.
Look at the way things are going right now.
Right.
Holy cow!
Exactly.
Things are totally off the rails.
Mm-hmm. But maybe that's part of the plan. Maybe part of it is like it has to get so far sideways that we realize how fucked up everything is, that we start making meaningful changes and implement AI as government.
That's a dangerous thing.
Exactly, but is it as dangerous as Iran getting nukes? I don't know. Is it as dangerous as the global Islamic Caliphate? No, it's not Iran.
Iran's not getting nukes. I mean,
okay, but
they never mind. I don't want to get into political stuff.
No, you could. You could. Look, if you gave Iran the technology to get nukes,
everyone has any physicist has the technology to get nukes.
Right.
I mean, the difficulty is actually making the material. So, I mean, if I was Iran, I would enrich to 80 or 90% because that's where you can make a weapon and stop there.
Right. It's not like they would be the only people with a weapon. Pakistan, India, North Korea.
But that doesn't make you have a weapon. It just gives you a shortcut to it. And making a weapon from there and being able to deliver a weapon, to 4,000 miles away, good luck with that. That's a big deal. So,
right, but they're in communication with China. Who has that? They're in communication.
Well, then they don't need to enrich uranium or do anything. They just can you give me a missile?
Right, but wouldn't they rather make their own? But
no,
that's not even the point.
Rather make their own. Why would you do that? Would you rather make your own car or just somebody give it to you? No. Why would you do that? You got a buddy that'll just give you one.
Because you'd want to be self-sufficient. You want to have your own production where you don't have to rely on someone.
No, you can always do that. You can always do that. I don't think they're gonna absolutely make a weapon now. Right. Because we're, kicking their ass. As everyone has learned, I guess you have to have nuclear weapons now to, but this is a really bad situation.
Oh, it's a horrible situation.
Yeah.
But my point is, why is this situation taking place? The situation taking place is because human beings suck. Right? We suck in how we interact with each other.
Yeah,
We suck because we're territorial primates with weapons of mass destruction.
Can't we just all get along?
Right. Well, what is the way to stop that from ever happening? Well, one, you will let a catastrophe unfold, and then you offer a solution to make sure these catastrophes never unfold again. Well, what's the best solution? Well, we have something far smarter than people that will take over control of resources in government.
AI.
Yeah.
This is Colossus. You ever see the movie Colossus? No. I've got to watch it. Well, that's the merit against you. The movie Colossus was a 1960s or 70s movie, and it's about, the scientist makes deep inside this mountain a computer to take over the defense of the United States. And, they built this gigantic computer inside Cheyenne Mountain or something similar to it. And, they flipped the switch and they went, okay, we're protected. We're in good shape. And shortly after time goes on, they realize, wow, the computer is really performing better than we expected. And as it turns out, Russia had done the same thing. And the computers want to communicate together. And, they start communicating, and then the United States goes, well, they might be giving our secrets away, so we better, cut the communication line. And the computers freak out and they go, oh, I guess we'll just launch nuclear bombs, at everybody. And it launches weapons and, it essentially holds everybody hostage. But it's kind of like a trap. Yeah, if we go that way, it could trap us. It's exactly a trap.
Well, in simulated war games, AI is used.
Oh, wait, they 98% of the time. Yeah, I mean, because why wouldn't they? Because, look, the goal is to win.
Right.
And we're going to present you with a scenario, and they go, okay, nuke them. And why wouldn't you pick that? You're going to start with slapping them in the face?
Well, why is it better to just bomb them over and over and over again until you achieve the same
amount of deaths? That's a slap in the face. Nuke them, it's over with, we can move on from there.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, you think about what happened in Gaza. Like, you look at the leveling of all those buildings, the mass destruction.
It's terrible.
It looks like a nuke. It looks like one nuke instead of thousands of missiles and bombs. Is one nuke,
but it's not.
Right. In terms of the amount of damage you can do instantaneously.
Because we can detect a nuke.
Was there ever any conversation that you were privy to where they discussed? Because one of the things that does come up over and over again in UFO discussions is these crafts that show up at these military bases and shut down all the weapon systems.
No, I actually know nothing about that. Most of the UFO stuff or UFO lore that I've heard, I don't know anything about. I've just looked at it.
It's so fascinating because you're the most prominent figure in all of UFO
That's what I was
lore.
telling him yesterday. Yeah, I really only like to talk about what I know about.
Right, of course.
And I've heard, I've heard other stories, but I've never heard them officially. I don't know if they're really real.
What's one of the things that makes you most credible? Because you're not a UFO.
I guess, but
No,
I mean,
yes, it does with me. Because when people are like way too into it, they want to believe too much. You know?
Yeah. But no, I don't know.
Like, do you know who these people are?
Yeah, Betty and Barney Hill.
Okay. Well, so you know.
Yeah, they were the first abductees. I mean, to me, they're. I don't know who first introduced those to me, and I looked them up, and people say, "Do you believe them?" And I'm kind of inclined to believe them because, look, in the 1960s, right, where they're from, the last thing you want to do is be recognized as a mixed race couple, right? I mean,
right, and go public with the story.
Yeah, I mean, holy cow, they would hate you.
Yeah.
A black person and a white person that were, in any kind of relationship, but they did that.
Crazy story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you hear that.
And actually, on top of that, I have a connection to that because Barry said they're from the Zeta Reticuli star system, and I believe it's Betty Hill drew a map of the Zeta Reticuli star system and said this is part of their roots.
Whoa.
But did you know that? You didn't know that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Okay. If you look that
remember
up,
it from what you said from.
okay, but if you look up in Betty and Barney Hill, she said, I think, I can never get this stuff right. They show her a map and they say, well, this is a map. She wanted to know why they were here, what's going on. They showed her a map. Am I right? They showed her a map. And they said, do you understand this? And she said, no. And they said, well, why should we tell you anymore? And I don't know, maybe you could something like that. But they showed her this star map, and she obviously. Look at that. Yeah.
Under hypnosis, Betty Hill describes the map she was shown by the leader aboard the ship. Later, she sketched it. She said she was told the heavy lines marked regular trade routes.
That's right.
And the broken lines recorded various space expeditions. The following year, the map seen at right was published in the New York Times. Mrs. Hill, struck by the similarity between the Times map and her sketch, then added the corresponding names. Yeah.
And it ended up being the Zeta Reticuli binary star system, which was really interesting. And I remember when I first heard about Bob's story back in 1989, and he said Zeta Reticuli, I remember thinking, wow, that's what Betty Hill saw. So that made me also question, is that real in that document? Did these guys really come from there? Because it was mentioned in 1968.
Right.
So why would the government, the U.S. Navy, write that in there that would correlate to something that we already kind of knew? I think that was a purposeful disinformation to disinform someone. I think so.
But why? Maybe it's true. Yeah, go ahead. We'll pause right here and you start.
Okay.
We'll be right back, folks.
Yeah.
No worries. We'll be right back. We were talking about this whole Zeta Reticuli thing. So, when you're dealing with so many different crafts and so many different things, the idea that only one species or one thing more advanced than us is visiting us seems kind of silly. If the universe is populated by all these things.
I don't know, does it?
That's it, kind of. kind of.
I mean, the universe is really big. Do you think everybody can find this place?
Yeah, I would imagine it's like spots that you visit, like there's Machu Picchu, there's ancient Egypt, there's sub-Saharan Africa, a bunch of different places where people go. Just humans on Earth. And I would imagine if you have an understanding of how life is evolving in the cosmos, there's probably stages where things reach certain levels. And if you are
But they're far apart.
right,
They're far apart. I mean, one could be in this quadrant of the Milky Way galaxy, and they reach that point where they can travel and explore. And there's a far distant point where another civilization can do that. And I mean, really, do you think there are that many? I don't think there are that many civilizations visiting us. There's no doubt there's one from somewhere, another planet, another time, another dimension, whatever it may be. Someone else is here. We're not the top, of the pyramid. No, we're absolutely not there. There's no question.
well, I think if you got technology that, say, let's just say the Greys. Let's say the Greys are real. Let's say they fly around these little crafts. Why would we assume that it stops there? Why wouldn't we assume that technology gets to the point where not only are they far more advanced than them, but they also are completely undetectable?
Well, if you want to view the universe as infinite, then it never stops.
It scales
There's
out.
somebody above them, and there's somebody above them, and there's somebody above that, and it never stops.
I was watching this lecture where this woman was talking about quantum entanglement, and she was talking about how maybe our understanding of space and the distance between things is limited by what our current technology is and our current understanding of what space and time actually are. And what she was saying is there might not be, we might at one point in time, given enough time, thousands of years, whatever, be able to instantaneously travel anywhere. And that just how quantum, like subatomic particles are connected in some sort of a strange way that we don't totally understand, even at far just spooky action at a distance, right?
That's Einstein's.
Right. Yeah. That we might eventually get to a point where that's how travel works. That's instantaneous travel everywhere.
I think we just have hints of these technologies.
Yeah.
Look, everything, we look at Maxwell's equations and things like that we base all electromagnetic, electrostatic, actions on, and how they relate to time and how they relate to things in our universe, but that may be nothing. There may be an entire level of physics that we're unfamiliar with, that these crafts, these people, or these civilizations just utilize. So
of course. I mean, if you just stop and think about going from Morse code to a cell phone in a relatively short period of time historically. You go to the difference between 1200 and 1400 is not that big of a fucking deal in terms of technology, what's available. The difference between 1800 and 2026 is fucking massive.
Yeah, right.
It is a massive, crazy change, right? So 2026 to 2226, who fucking knows what we're talking about?
Right.
Especially when you have sentient AI, you have nuclear power plants that are controlling sentient AI, that are fueling them and giving them resources. I mean, you really have no limit to where this goes. You scale out 1,000 years, you scale out 2,000 years.
You really can't scale out 1,000 years.
Right. It's not possible.
Even at 100 years, it's way more than we would have ever considered.
Also, it's exponential.
Right. That's why you can't scale out to 1,000 years.
If you think it's exponential now, imagine when you have AI able to generate better versions of itself, which is what's happening with ChatGPT 5. It's essentially made by ChatGPT 4.
Now, AI is absolutely the death of us. There's no question.
Well, we're certainly going to become obsolete in terms of our thinking. But
if we're obsolete in terms of our thinking, we're obsolete.
Yeah.
I mean, all AI needs is hands right?
I think we integrate. That's what I think happens.
Yeah. It's a scary, and that's a, yeah. I was gonna say, and that's a scary thought because it's like we're gonna integrate. I think it's inevitable. I think you're right about that. We're just going there. It's not like even if you and I are not gonna actually do it, somebody will, and it's gonna integrate because other people will. And it's gonna happen, but it's still the same primate. We're still the same human,
Sort of, but we already have problems with joints, and so we replace them with fake ones. We take titanium knees and.
Yeah, but they don't work as good.
They don't for now, but before they used to not work at all. Like I've met people that had surgeries in the 1980s, like knee surgeries, and oh my god, they're crippled for life. Even though they put your knee back together again, it's still destroyed. You get a knee surgery today, 6 months later, you're 100%.
No, I'd love to know the future.
Yeah, well, it's gonna.
I'd love to know.
Well, that is so. One of the things I want to talk about is the actual. The generator, this thing that works on this element that bombards with radiation. How did you guys figure out what the function of it was and what it did? So when you're first introduced to this craft and you see this dome, the reactor that's covering this thing that's generating this power, what was the introduction to it? How did they explain it?
The introduction was way before me, and that's where the guy prior to me either got hurt or killed. So they determined that this was the power source, and at some point they decided to take that out to the nuclear test site because they wanted to cut into it. They x-rayed it. They only found a small tube that went around it. They really couldn't determine how it worked or what was going on. So at some point, and Barry made this somewhat clear that they cut into the reactor while it was running, or while it was under load, I should say, and the reactor exploded. That's what killed or hurt the person that I replaced. But it produced the base gravitational wave or base energy that propelled the craft, that provided the craft the propulsion. I mean, when they removed it, the craft didn't work. When they put it in, every single other craft they found had something either exactly like it or similar to it. So they determined that was the power source. That's at the point that I was introduced into the project.
So when you say gravitational wave, is that for lack of a better term, or is it something that's measured? Is it?
No, it's for lack of a better term. Like there's nothing. I mean, as I said in Luigi's movie, you can take magnets with light poles and push them together and they repel, but you can't take your hands ever and push on something and they repel them. That's a force field, right? That's science fiction stuff. But that's what this did. And this produced a field that repelled the craft from the ground.
Did you try to touch it?
Yeah.
When did you try to touch it? What did you feel?
An elastic field. You can push down, but you can't get close to it. The closer you get to it, the more it pushes back. You can.
Like how much distance between you and the actual thing?
I would say about
6 inches or so.
Maybe about 9 inches, which is about a span. And no, it's at some point you can't push back on it at all. But the important thing is if you have a magnet, a little disc magnet sitting on the ground, and you have another magnet, and you push on it, that magnet moves away, right? Because it's pushing on it. But the craft didn't. The reactor didn't. If you had the reactor there and you pushed back on it, it didn't push away when you pushed on it.
It just prevented you from touching it.
Yeah, and so when Dennis said go out there and look under the craft, here's the craft. whatever it weighs, suspending itself above the ground, and I went underneath it, you would think it's translating its weight onto the ground and pushing, and I should be squashed without any doubt, but I'm not. There's no feeling there at all. So it's not translating its weight or its push to the ground and pushing off the ground. It's just canceling out its weight, which is something completely different.
And so element 115, so you have it in this triangle shaped form. Did you ask how they got into a triangle shaped form? Was it made like this? This is how it came.
I'm sure I did, but I mean, it only worked like that. It worked like a stack of discs and had to be cut at a certain angle to work in the reactor.
And did they say they cut it, or did they say it was already cut?
Well, it was already cut, and they were duplicating it.
Pull that microphone up too. So they were duplicating it. Did they have more of it, this element?
Yeah, they had quite a bit of it. So either there was a quantity in other crafts or other reactors that they removed. Yeah.
But was there any discussion that there had been some sort of exchange where they had been giving this?
No.
So one of the things, like, you know who Diana Pasulka is? She's an author that's written some interesting stuff about UFOs, and she's worked with Gary Nolan and, on material recollection from supposed crash sites. And she said that the way these researchers refer to these crafts, they refer to them as donations. And
I guess that's possible.
Right. Well, doesn't it make sense? If this thing crashed, why is it perfect? Why is it not destroyed?
Look, I've heard so many. I'm not into UFOs.
Right.
As
Which
crazy
is hilarious.
It's crazy. I'm just interested in the technology, and I feel very privileged to have been involved in the project. But I don't know. I don't think there can be that many crashes. Do you?
No.
This advanced technology, you think they're coming to Earth and just if there's a thunderstorm and they're crashing into the ground? I'm not buying that.
There's one logical explanation that does actually make sense. There were some high altitude nuclear tests that they did.
Well, there was the Teak test, back in the 60s.
Starfish Prime.
And Starfish Prime, right?
Yeah. If you had no idea that this was about to happen and you were hovering over Earth observing us,
what are the chances? I mean, what are the chances?
They're not very high.
Yeah,
right.
They're not very. I mean, what are the chances of crashes coming over a nuclear test at that exact second?
Unless there's a lot more observation than we know, and that they just observe us in a way that we can't see them. Especially if you're going back to the 1950s and 1960s, we have very few satellites.
That was the nuclear cowboy era.
Yeah.
Where they were just
Starfish Prime. Explain to people what they did.
Yeah. I did hit a 1.4 megaton, detonation up there, and I think all they did. Let's see what happens if we blow it up at this altitude.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. There was another test plan to blow up on the moon, just to make the Russians look, like we were awesome. But they
detonate the moon. What if they pushed it away and fucked up our orbit?
No, I think that would take a lot more. I mean, there was. I don't remember what the project.
The Project A-19.
Oh, A-19. That was it. Yeah.
Study of lunar research flights.
Detonated nuclear bomb. Yeah. I can't pull up these numbers, but yeah, Project A-111.
Crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We could then, everybody on Earth could just go outside and look up the moon. Get blown up.
And the explosion would be faintly visible to the human eye to people on Earth.
Yeah. I still think they should have done that. But
Yeah, but you're the guy that put a jet engine in the back of a Honda. Like
I honestly think they should detonate a nuclear bomb on the 4th of July every year. But that's just me.
Well, also, you live in Nevada. It's more used to it.
No.
And it had a long history of doing that. Yeah. So, going back to this reactor. So, how was it explained to you? Did they explain to you how the technology works or what they know about it?
Now, the way it was explained to me is when I got to be alone with Barry, he said he was excited to show this to me. He said, "I'm going to turn. This is the reactor that we assume powers the craft." Sorry,
no worries.
I'm going to show you the reactor that powers the craft. And he turned it on. Small little dome on a flat little plate. I said,
was this in the craft or was this on a table?
No. This is in the experimental area.
Okay.
And
so this was not the one that was in the sport craft. This was another one.
This was another one.
This is it. Right here.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's in the film.
And on the table, and he had it there, and he went over to the emitter and rotated it, and he said, "Try and touch it." And I put my hand on it, and it rebounded off. And the closer you got to it, the more it pushed back. And that's a real shock because there's nothing that pushes back like that. That's a living force field. That's science fiction stuff. So that really got my attention.
So explain what is happening, like in terms of the rotation of this thing. Like what is happening? Like what energy is going into it that's causing it to go on?
Well, actually, we don't know that. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's pushing back. It's a repulsive gravitational field. Like as far as we know, gravity only has an attractive force to it. We've never, even with antimatter, we've analyzed it, and it still has an attractive force to it. There's no repulsive force that we've discovered, because that would be a great propulsion system. But this repulsed. So this was a new field completely.
But how was he turning it on?
He had the emitter, which is a big pipe. Part of
what is an emitter? Like what is
the craft itself has on the main level has the reactor and what we call the amplifiers. The reactor and 3 amplifiers. Right underneath that, there are 3 emitters that are right under the amplifiers. And we believe the energy from the reactor is amplified by the emitters and by the amplifiers, and transmitted to the emitters. And they produce this field that lifts the craft off the ground. And that's how it works. But there is nothing even in our physics or our science that correlates to that at all.
What is the energy that's going to them that causes it to turn on?
We don't know. I mean, we just assume it's gravity because it's the only thing we know like that. But it has a negative gravity effect. So it might be a new force entirely.
But when you're saying, so you have this machine that's next to it that you do something to that causes it to turn on. The emitter.
There's the amplifier, and there's the emitter, which looks like a big pipe.
Right.
And if you rotate the emitter, I don't know how many degrees, is it 20 degrees? 20 degrees or something like that. That connects it in some way to the reactor, and it begins to be powered.
And what is the emitter doing?
It emits that field. It's not a it could be a gravitational field, but it's an anti-gravitational field that pushes on the ground.
And what's happening in the emitter? Did you study the emitter?
Well, we attempted to, but no. There was nothing that we really came up with.
What does it look like? Like, what's the internal structure of it?
It's a hollow pipe with, I guess, little copper-colored plates all inside. It's kind of in the film. But there's, I mean, these guys have been working on it for years before I got there, and there was really no concept of what they were doing.
Did they explain to you why element 115 is crucial to this working? And what its role is?
No.
So element 115 was not even really discussed back when you were doing this. It wasn't even discovered or proven physically until it was a Large Hadron Collider experiment in the 2000s, right?
No, I know they synthesized that, but look, and in any element, there's always a large amount of
well, it doesn't decay. There's
that was the thing about in the Large Hadron Collider experiment. They were able to achieve it, but it only existed for a few milliseconds.
Yeah, sorry, I've done too much.
No worries. So, how did they define this material?
No, there's different isotopes of every element, and element 115, just like any other element, there can be a stable version of it and 100 or 50 different unstable elements to it. So, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Just trying to continue the train of thought. So
it's basically different isotopes of it. Yeah, different isotopes. Yeah. I need to stop drinking this.
That's okay. Have a cup of coffee.
I can't even remember. Yes. Oh, we got coffee. Oh my god. All right. Holy cow.
There you go. That'll help.
Yeah, there's different isotopes.
And you were able to physically touch this element?
Absolutely. I was physically able to touch the element, yeah.
But when you're physically able to touch it, there's no adverse effects? It doesn't have any effect on the body? Does it feel like metal? Does it feel like plastic?
It looks copper-like. I mean, maybe it's not as dark as copper is, but it's that color. I haven't seen an element like that. It has unique properties that other elements don't have. It produces an anti-gravitational field.
When combined with energy. With some kind of energy, it produces field.
Yeah.
And was it understood what is happening? Like, what is the relationship between this element and this? Like, what is going on? Like, you're bombarding this element with something?
Yeah, from what we understood, we x-rayed the reactor itself, and there was a path around it that it made it look like a cyclotron. So it looked like there was an accelerator.
So when they were explaining it to you, is this just your art partner that's explaining this to you?
It's just Barry.
And did you ask him, how do you know this? Where are you getting this from?
Yeah, he got this information prior to me. And they x-rayed it, found a structure in there to where they believed it was an accelerator, and it was interacting. The point of the 115 is in a little triangular piece, and it was interacting with that in some fashion. So,
and did he say whether or not the United States government or whoever was doing this research had tried to recreate one of those on their own?
That was our job, to try and recreate one of those on their own.
But what was the metal that it was made of?
We don't know. Again, the metallurgy was not. That was not.
It seems insane that you couldn't communicate to them that whatever this stuff is made out of, this whole thing acts as one cohesive unit. It's not like you could make the same exact thing with aluminum or carbon fiber.
No, you can't. This thing acted differently. This thing acted differently than any material that we knew. And I mean, I think all the answers are in the metallurgy guys. That's who knew what was going on, who was able to provide the answers. But as far as we knew, if we didn't have the connection with those other groups, we weren't really going to make any progress.
You were speculating that there was a type of metallic alloy that would work better with this concept. Was it Byzantine? Like what was
Bismuth?
Bismuth, yes.
Did I say that? I don't think so. I don't know.
No. Someone that I talked to was explaining to me.
It's related to on the periodic table. I mean,
Right.
bismuth is above it, and 115 is below it. But we never did see any correlation between bismuth. This was a completely new material.
Well, I think, that's what it was. This is what it was. So one of the pieces that Gary Nolan had found that was, Gary Nolan is the guy at Stanford that has examined these pieces that are from supposedly crash sites where something had gone down and scattered. But some of these pieces, they're atomically layered. And
I've heard that.
Magnesium and bismuth seem to be prevalent.
Bismuth is the thing.
Yeah.
Bismuth is the thing. It's right above 115 on the periodic chart. And there's something about that. There's something about 115.
Yeah.
Stuff with bismuth. There's a video from the Action Lab, the strange magnetism of bismuth.
It's diamagnetic. Yeah.
So let him play it out a little bit.
What is diamagnetic?
Diamagnetic is it opposes magnetic fields.
I see.
So it kind of makes sense if they're finding these pieces that are the way he was explaining. The way he's explaining this, whatever this alloy was, this very small piece that was found, I believe, prior to the 1970s. I don't remember the exact date that he's had, from one of these crashes. One of them was from Brazil. They had recovered. And someone had gotten possession of it in the 1990s, and someone had gotten it eventually to Gary Nolan. He said that to create this on Earth, first of all, it can't be done with the current technology. We don't have the ability to do
The
this.
layering technology.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that it would cost billions of dollars, just theoretically, to make this. And it doesn't exist. Yeah, this is it. Alleged extraterrestrial metal, the bottom of a wedge-shaped craft in the 1940s. 26 alternating layers, 1 to 4 microns, dark bismuth, with 100 to 200 microns silver magnesium zinc alloy. Each piece received from the U.S. Army source were formed with a curvature that tapered.
Well, in the 40s. Yeah.
Right.
That good luck making
Well, I mean, it says a
That's the point.
wedge-shaped craft in the late 1940s. That's Roswell. I mean, that's Roswell.
Well, I mean, what does it do? I would like to see the test results of just the material. We can make that now.
We can.
Yeah. 1 to 4 microns of bismuth. 200 microns of silver. Yeah.
The thing is, like, making something like that in the 1940s is absolutely
No, in the 40s, forget it.
impossible.
But I mean, now we can fabricate something like that.
And it would cost a shitload of money. So, like, the idea that you would make something like that and just scatter it around. And go,
But what does it do?
right, what does it do? Why? Why is magnesium and bismuth? Why in that particular array?
There is something about bismuth. But that's why it's so fascinating. I would love to know where they, like, it's been 40 years. I would love to know
Where they're at now.
Yeah, where they're at now. If they continued.
Well, they had to have continued. I can't imagine you go, we're done.
No, I mean, they may have moved it. I mean, like I said before, I mean, they were anxious to move it out of there at that time. But
Are you aware of the labyrinth in Egypt that they've discovered? So there's this.
are you talking about the columns?
No. This is unrelated. This is something different. So Herodotus discussed this. Now, my friend Ben Van Kerkwick, he has Uncharted X on YouTube. It's an amazing channel where he was a tech guy who just got absolutely fascinated by all these stories of ancient history and really got obsessed with Egypt and Peru and left his field and started making these incredible videos. But he's highly intelligent, incredibly articulate, and so these videos are just absolutely fantastic. And really, he's very well versed scientifically, so you can understand these things and explain them to you. Like they're examining like the construction of the pyramids and the whatever technology was used to carve the stones, and there's just so much of it that is like confusing because it clearly is like a very high level of sophistication and technology that's involved in creating these things. Well, Herodotus described these labyrinths that were underground in Giza, not in Giza, but Hawara, is that where it was? Jamie will find it. But the way Herodotus described it, he said they were far superior and more impressive than the pyramids of Giza. Underground. Well, these massive labyrinths that exist underground were all flooded in the 1960s accidentally when they created dams in order to provide irrigation to agriculture that was in the area. So they changed the water table, fucked it up. This whole area got flooded.
Did they know they were there when they accidentally?
No, they didn't, because a lot of this stuff, like this is from thousands and thousands of years ago. A lot of it was covered over with sand. And, you know, there had been some explorers a long time ago that went there and saw some of what was in there. But the way Herodotus described it, just absolutely fantastic. So then they started using ground-penetrating radar. And they started using these various technologies that could detect what was under the surface. And one of the things that they found was there's a massive atrium. And inside this atrium, yes, there is a 40-meter long metallic object that is inside this atrium. 40 meters of some unknown metal.
How deep is it?
I believe it's 100 meters into the ground.
So you're telling me a ground-penetrating radar can get to 100 meters underground?
The stuff that with Filippo Bondi is used from satellites
that we were talking about.
More than a kilometer into the ground. And
with decent resolution?
Well, no, not decent resolution, but enough that you can see symmetry. Enough that they can also detect things that are well known.
100 meters of
chambers. Well, listen to this. They detected accurately a particle collider in Italy that is inside of a mountain, 1.2 kilometers below the mountain. It sees through the mountain and can detect this thing in the exact diameter, the exact dimensions that this thing exists. So they can show you this. Yes.
A particle collider?
Yes. So this is a particle collider that they know exists, right? So this is an actual particle collider
they're looking for, right?
The proof. So that it's just proof that this technology is not just.
Well, wait. I mean, hang on. I mean, how do they know it's a particle collider?
No. The particle collider exists. This is the Italians have this particle collider. It's they made it. It's like
they just use that just underground.
Right. No, it's not like we found a particle collider.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying.
No. So this particle collider, they use this technology to show that you can see straight through this mountain to this particle collider that's underneath the mountain. So they know the exact dimensions of this particle collider. You can see, you can almost draw a schematic of it. Well, through this technology, they've also found these columns that are below the pyramids. These columns are 22 meters, 20 plus meters in diameter, and they have something that resembles coils around all of them, and they're positioned at various points all around where the structure is. It goes all the way down into the hundreds of meters down, and then it goes to another structure, and the whole complex of it, these structures, goes to over a kilometer into the ground.
But how can you see a kilometer underground?
Well, you'd have to understand this technology. Was it called radiotomography? He explained it to
synthetic aperture radar, right?
Yes. Well, whatever
and seeing a kilometer underground at decent resolution?
It's not decent resolution, but it's enough to understand the scope of what it is. It's enough to understand where spaces are. And
like everybody knows about this but me. I mean,
it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
I'll send you the podcast, and I'll send you some of his conferences where he was explaining this to rooms filled with scientists.
You would think they'd be anxious to dig this up.
They are. There's actual like studies that are currently being discussed. Well, they already know that there's these channels that go in the ground that have since been covered with silt and sand because the sand's constantly moving. But these things go hundreds of meters down. These shafts that go down.
Look, if they find shafts hundreds of meters down, with coils around them. Look, that's advanced technology.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is the point. This is the point. whatever this thing is that they have in an atrium, like if they said that they got that crap from an archaeological dig, I mean, maybe the Egyptians had found something similar to this thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I believe that's possible.
Yeah. Well,
The object that I actually got to speak to Filippo Biondi, by the way. He's in Italy, he's in Rome, we got to speak Italian, so we got to talk, and we talked about that. I had no idea they found something with a metal object down there, though.
this is not Filippo Biondi's work.
Oh,
This
pardon me.
is some
Okay.
different scientists that are just studying the labyrinth. Jamie, pull up some
That's
of
really
the
interesting.
schematics of the labyrinth.
So in the labyrinth, there's like a big
Large atrium. You gonna pee again? Go ahead.
Sorry.
Head up.
Yeah. God, I feel like a fucking ass.
Don't worry about it. It's fair. Clear your head. So in this labyrinth, there's a large atrium.
Okay.
And in this large atrium, there's essentially a tic-tac shaped object that is 40 meters long. That is of some unknown metal. They don't know what it is. They don't know how it works. But this structure is all underground in Egypt.
Which is wild because, and how it's 100 meters?
Well, we'll get a chance to look at it. This is Hawara. So there it says the 40-meter metallic object. See that where it says Hawara rising?
Yeah.
So if you click on that, it talks about the 40-meter metallic object discovered in Egyptians.
Can't read a report.
Subterranean labyrinth. Yeah, we're talking about it. Right. Got it. But so whatever it is, play out some of the video just so we can talk about it. So this whole thing, if you see some of the images that they're discussing.
And today we're talking about the work that I did in Chicago and the team that was in Poland as well. And at that point is when I had met the person, Lucina Lobos, who later became my wife 6 months later.
So yeah, you actually were working with the NRAG and then
that's not going to help us. But if you could just go to some of the images where they've sort of outlined what it is.
Find it. There is not a very clear image of the metallic object.
No, that's fine. But just the labyrinth itself, what do you think the structure of it was?
I don't know where they got this from. There's also the other issue, 40-meter mystery metal object. That's a weird rendering that doesn't usually come out.
Right, but there's some other drawings of from the Herodotus days. And so this is what they think it looks like under the ground. Which is fucking completely bonkers. And if there is some 40-meter metallic object that's under the ground, and we are talking about this sport model being a part of an archaeological dig, they might have found something back then that was worship that thing and had that thing as
turned it into this.
Right.
As a pure, yeah. I think there's something to that.
Well, all these people that believe that there was an incredibly advanced civilization before some sort of apocalyptic disaster that reset civilization, and it took thousands of years. And what we are essentially is not the first advanced civilization, but a rebuild. Yeah. A rebuild thousands and thousands and thousands of years later. That rings true with me. And as Graham Hancock always says, we're a species with amnesia. And I think that makes sense. And I think if you're dealing with people that were basically knocked back into the Stone Age 11,000, 12,000 years ago, and it took us forever to rebuild to where we are now, I think we've gone down a completely different path than whatever the people that were able to build the pyramids of Egypt and all these fantastic megalithic structures where we don't understand what technology we used. We don't, and it literally doesn't make sense that they were able to do this.
It's even like when we see those big gigantic stones and they're not just piled together, they're interlocked in weird shapes. And how did that happen? I mean, those are things that, I agree with you.
Yeah, archaeologists are very reluctant to admit it, but there's tremendous evidence that not only were these people far more advanced than we think people should have been back then, but they're probably more advanced than we are now with some different kind of technology.
And maybe again, it's like advanced, but in a different way.
Right.
right?
Yes,
Otherwise,
different pathway.
Yeah.
They didn't go
our way.
Yeah, they didn't go internal combustion engine and electronics.
Because we would see something.
Exactly.
Right.
But might not. If you're thinking about 100,000 years ago, there might not be anything left, which is part of the problem.
Right.
But whatever this metallic object is, if they are able to figure out a way to divert some of the water there, so all layers converge in a central corridor or avenue. He said, like the atrium of a shopping mall, where you can see all floors from one vantage point. A hall consisting of a massive space, 40 meters wide and no less than 100 meters long. My personal interpretation, Tim said, is that the entire hall was constructed to house a centrally positioned freestanding object about 40 meters long. So this hall, they believe, was constructed to house whatever this 40-meter long unknown metallic object
How could they not dig that up?
Well, they could, but it's going to cost an immense amount of money. Right. And the thing is about the Egyptians, the people that run it, I had one of them on the podcast, Zahi Hawass, and he's incredibly dogmatic about his ideas of who built this and what. And when you say, how did they make these structures? 2,300,000 stones that weigh between 2 and 80 tons, the biggest stones cut from quarries that were hundreds of miles away through the mountain. And it's like, this was a national project.
Yeah,
like,
the Egyptians did everything.
They
were awesome.
And I'm sure they were awesome. I'm sure they were awesome, but it doesn't explain the technology involved, because there's extreme technology. Just to be able to cut those things. Like, one of the things that they don't understand is these vases. These vases that they made that are perfectly designed, where there's the difference between like the edges and the symmetry is like 1,000th of a human hair, and these are cut out of incredibly hard granite. They don't
really. I've never heard.
Yeah.
You guys are familiar with that?
This is a 3D print of one of them that exists.
Yeah, and they're fascinated by the perfection, and they're saying, how did they do that? We don't even know.
Incredibly hard
Is there a
stone.
built with an incredible precision?
Yes.
Granite.
Incredibly hard granite, incredible precision. Back when they had no metal alloys, they had copper tools. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. And then there's the symmetry involved in some of these statues. Like, they're perfectly symmetrical in terms of the distance between the eyes, the nose, the lips. No one's face is symmetrical. Your left side of your face is different. You combine the two sides, it looks weird. But when you look at these statues, which are massive, carved out of granite, again, supposedly before they had steel, like, they didn't have diamond-tipped instruments to do this. They polished them. They're perfectly symmetrical and massive. Some of them are 1,000 tons. And they don't have any understanding of how these people built these things or put them there. And they all seem to be the biggest, most spectacular ones, are the oldest.
How could you not want to dig those up?
Yeah, well,
right? And look at them. Because, they're concerned about national pride, but if you dig them up,
it's not just national pride. It's the pride of the people that have been espousing this one narrative for so long.
Right.
That's part of the problem. The gatekeepers of the information.
it's still national pride.
It is, but these people are idiots. That's part of the problem. Like, their own ego is preventing them from being open-minded and calling out to the world's research communities and saying, listen, there's something going on here. We don't have the big picture. We have a picture that we have formed from a limited amount of information, and we've been incredibly arrogant about what we're assuming. We also know that a lot of these pharaohs would carve their name and carve their hieroglyphs into existing things. They would claim existing things. Some of the carvings on these things are far cruder in the way they've done it than the actual construction of the thing. And they think that these are old things that were there already, and then these later pharaohs
Just wanted to attach
chiseled their hieroglyphs into these things.
And another thing, and this has been mentioned a lot, is the fact that there's no tools that were ever discovered in those areas that would prove that those things were made with those. And they had to use tools. They had to have something.
Right.
So there's not even that. That's not even available. Right. So it's like, how did they do it? Did they hide the tools? Why would they do that?
None of it makes any sense. Yeah. And also these incredibly hard vases that you find, they're the oldest ones. They're the things that they find in the oldest sites. It's like the most complicated, complex, confusing technology seems to be the oldest stuff.
Yeah.
There's also like
You had another guy here that does a research on Peru, and he was talking. I can't remember his name. I got to meet him.
Luke Caverns. Was it him?
Yeah, he goes to Peru and he has a show about that, about the ancient stuff that they're finding underground in Peru.
There's a couple guys. What was the other guy?
He's got black hair. I can't remember his name.
That's Luke. The younger guy?
Yeah, younger
Yeah,
guy.
that's Luke. Yeah.
So basically, he was talking about the fact that there's 2 layers of ancient stuff in Peru. The first layer is younger, and what's below it is what's really incredible
and more complex.
But they don't want to go there because you're going to destroy an existing archaeological site that's on top of it. So what's happening is they're having trouble now getting permission to go to the lower level, which is even better, because they're going to have to break an archaeological site of a more recent part of that civilization.
Well, this is a common theme among people. We build on older sites. There's a place that I go to in Italy in the Amalfi Coast, and there's this incredible old church there that's over 1,000 years old. But it's built on an even older church, and there's a plexiglass floor
that shows the old church.
Yes, and the old church is underneath it, and you can see the structure of this old church. And I was asking them, how old is the old church? They go, we don't know. It's over 1,000 years old. So it's over 1,000 years old, this church, and then this really old church is on top of it that's like hundreds and hundreds of years old also. But they built it on top of an existing structure. So this is a common theme. This is a theme in Peru where you see the Inca construction, which is like much less complicated, smaller stones, mud mortar. But it's on top of these megalithic structures that are carved in these jigsaw shapes where it seems like they've been melted. Yeah. It's freaky stuff. They have no understanding of what technology was used, who did it, how they moved these immense 1,000-ton stones and cut them with precision in this jigsaw way so that it will absorb the energy of earthquakes and not fall down.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
there's a lot of that stuff that's really, really freaky. And then you get into old religious texts, and that's when things get really freaky. You get to things like the Book of Enoch that talk about the watchers who came down from the sky and created
clearly
humans.
a lot of unusual stuff happened a long time ago.
And we don't have a good record of it. We just have what we know. And what we know, we get very arrogant about. We know what happened 300 years ago.
That's a really good point. What we know, we get very arrogant about.
Right. And it's
also
anything
else we don't.
These academics and these people that are in charge of the narrative, like the people in Egypt, where they're very arrogant and they're gatekeepers because their whole identity is based on them being the ones that explain to the world how these incredible sites were produced. And if something comes along that is counter to that narrative, they fight it. They fight it because it's part of them. It's their identity.
Yeah. When I spoke to Filippo Biondi, I talked to one of my cousins in Italy. I spent a lot of my time in Italy when I was younger. One of them, she was younger than I was when I was there, but she's now become a respected archaeologist in Rome, and she's an Egyptologist. Okay. And I went out to Italy to visit family, and I was sitting at the table. This is not even that long ago. And she's sitting next to me. And I mean, I remember her from being a kid. And she nudged me at the table. Her family's all academic. Everybody's a doctor or scientist or something like that. So there's always that pride of the science. And she nudges me. And in Italian, she says, I'm really interested in what you do, what you're looking into. And I knew what she meant. It was about UFOs. And I just responded, I'm even more interested in what you know about what's out there in Egypt. And she looked at me and she says, we don't really know all of it. She said a lot of it makes no sense. But she said it whispering because she knew that that's not well seen at the table, because now she's going to come across as this pseudoscience type of like, oh my God, she's going to come out of the mainstream, So, and then she went to her place, and I was still there. We were there for a couple of days. She came and gave me a little book, and in Italian, I don't know how to say it. The missing, I don't know how to say it in English, but the missing Vangelo, like the missing scriptures, basically. It's a little book in Italian about the missing scriptures that are not in the Bible that speak of things that are not convenient for what we are arrogant to think we understand.
And one of the fascinating things about these missing scriptures is they found them alongside existing scriptures. So when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in Qumran, so they found these in a cave in Qumran, and it's kind of a crazy thing, like someone threw a rock and hit a clay pot and heard the shattering of a clay pot. So they threw a rock into this high cave and realized there was something in there, and then they started looking. And then they found these scrolls that were in these clay pots. Inside the scrolls, they found the book of Isaiah. It was 1,000 years older than the oldest version of the book of Isaiah that we had ever found. And it's identical, verbatim, to the book of Isaiah that is currently in the Bible. Along with it is the book of Enoch. And the book of Enoch is fucking squirrely.
The book of Enoch,
squirrely.
And that's a good way to describe it.
Just a few rabbis decided that the book of Enoch was too weird because it didn't jive with the Torah, so they left it out of the biblical canon.
That's right.
That's why it's not taught. But the book of Enoch is readily available. You can read it, and it's also in the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible includes the book of Enoch.
Really?
Yes, and those are the people that supposedly are in possession of the Ark of the
Covenant. Yeah.
Which is like Graham Hancock talks about it. There's like a person is set to, like, they have a job of watching the Ark of the Covenant, but it's known that it's going to kill them. So they all get cataracts and cancer.
Yeah, like it has like bad things. Yeah, that's
well, it
right.
has some sort of radiation apparently, and they exhibit signs of radiation poisoning when these people are designed to be the curators.
Where is the Ark of the Covenant
In
supposed to
Ethiopia,
be?
supposedly in Ethiopia.
So you guys think that?
I mean,
I think it's ancient technology. I think it's probably ancient technology. It's probably some completely not understood ancient technology.
So I'm not discounting it. I'm just wondering.
Well, I like the fact that you're skeptical, even though you have the craziest fucking story. It speaks to your integrity. It really does, because you're not a guy who believes kooky shit. So for you, a guy who doesn't believe kooky shit is a hard, rational scientist who is an engineer who's done things like put a rocket engine in the back of a fucking Honda, and then or a hydrogen-powered Corvette, and then you go and see these things. You're like, wait, what the fuck is this thing you have in this
I
hangar?
worship technology.
Right.
Nothing else. Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, to hear something like that, do you think that actually exists?
I don't know. Graham Hancock is convinced it exists. It's very carefully guarded, and these people have been guarding it for centuries.
I mean, it's just throughout history, right?
Yes.
So,
I mean, there's too many missing pieces of the puzzle to really say one way or another. I don't think
whether or not it was just mythology or
right.
But
it is weird that he's talked to these people that have these fucking cataracts, and these people all say the same thing. They die. The people that are designed or that are designated to be the curators of this particular religious
I relate this back to it. I think I told you the first time we met, if somebody found a nuclear reactor, back at that time, and they took it apart, they just would drop dead, from magically from that. And anybody that came in to check on them would also die, and they go, this is evil, it's cursed or whatever.
Or something that you're not supposed to have access to because it's
or some
divine.
other. Yeah,
yes.
Right. And could this be something at another level?
That I have to say, and I mean, I'm no one to say it, but I struggle with divine stuff because I'm like, if this craft or this technology, I mean, our phones to somebody 1,000 years ago would look like some divine object. I mean, it's technology to us. So we have to be very cautious I'm not saying there is no divine something, maybe there is, we don't know, but I think technology really could mask itself as divine power.
100%. Or divine energy itself could be technology taken to its final form.
That I'm open to.
Well, if you think about what we're talking about with sentient AI, an AI that has the ability to make better versions of itself, what happens if it's left alone for 1,000 years to do this? Well, what do you have? You have something that can harness the power of the universe itself. Has access to 0-point energy, can do whatever, has a complete understanding of quantum entanglement, complete understanding of how the universe functions, how it was created, mean, there's new theories that believe that the entire universe itself exists inside of a black hole. They're trying to figure out whether or not there ever was a Big Bang, or if it's a continuous cycle of things existing inside black holes.
So where do you think we are? What do you think this is?
I think it's a process. I think we're at a stage of a process. Our problem is we have ideology, we have dogma, we have ego. We have people that are smarter than most people, but want to think that they have all the information, and I don't think they do. And then we have open-minded people that are curious but don't want to look like kooks, and they're all trying to figure it out while we're making a fucking digital god, while these weirdo on the spectrum.
Right. We are literally manufacturing our own god.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But if you take that and you extrapolate, you go from where it is now, you think about the exponential increase in technology. Well, where does that go? It kind of goes divine. I mean, that might be what God is. We want to think that God is a thing that exists. It just exists. It created everything. Maybe we make God.
Yeah. We're on the same channel. Yeah. I think we created God.
I think human curiosity and this thirst for innovation is all part of it.
I'll say something about the technology because it always fascinates me. I mean, I spent 4 years with Bobnet to build it in a virtual environment, so I kind of had to think about it while I'm doing it. But if you really think about what this technology that you saw does, it essentially creates this artificial field of whether it's artificial, maybe it's natural, maybe it's a natural field, but it creates a field that we're not familiar with. And that field, I mean, Joey, you saw the movie. There was a test that was done in the lab that froze a candle flame.
Right.
Okay. But the photons are still visible within our realm here outside of the field, and you're still seeing the photons. Yet it looks like it's frozen. To me, is that technology like a black hole? Is it some type of time stop? And it basically gives us the power to utilize time in our advantage. If you think about progression in technology, anything we do, it takes time. Anything takes time. Whether it's computing power, now we're seeing quantum computers do things that they're faster and faster, and they can do 1 trillion processes in an instant, and Japan is coming up with better, and then China. But because everything has to do with how long does it take to do that.
Right.
If a technology can make you bypass time, it's like the record player playing music, but you're now able to lift the little pin on the record and move it to wherever you want.
Yes,
and
that's a good way to describe it.
Right? And now at that point, time is in your hands. And if we have a technology similar to what you saw, because you always said gravity is a control, gravity and time, it's interlocked, right?
Space and time.
Yeah, exactly. So if that's interlocked, then we have to look at it not just as a propulsion system or some type of cool weapon, but how is it affecting time, and how can we use that to our benefit to evolve faster? Because again, the faster we can compute, the faster we can do something, the faster we're evolving. And if we could lift that needle and bring it faster to get there, to get somewhere, why not use it?
Or should we be allowed to do that?
Us in our current form.
Yeah,
I know.
Like I said, I'm not exactly on our side anymore.
Well, that was one of the. Do you remember, Jamie, who discussed the way they were describing the use of some of this alien technology as instantaneous weapon deployment systems?
Yeah. I'm not sure we should be trusted with this stuff.
Right?
Yeah. No, really.
Well, really. You think about what we're doing in Iran right now, you would say no.
Yeah,
right.
I would say no.
We're still flying over patches of dirt and bombing the fucking shit out.
No, imagine if we had something a million times that power. Really, humans should not be trusted with that.
Right, we can trust it to AI. That's what we're making it bomb.
This is getting scary. It's scary. It is.
But it's not science fiction.
No, I mean, it's not. I mean, we're making fun of it now, but no, this is dangerous stuff. I'm sorry for the people who think this is all a joke. It's not. This is real.
Yeah.
And I'm really not sure we should be trusted with this. That's maybe why for 40 years or 60 years, people have agreed to keep it quiet.
I would agree.
And
well, that's the most logical conclusion.
Yeah, this is incredibly dangerous stuff. Yeah. And again, it's world-dominating technology. And I don't know what to do with it other than to keep it from people. So,
and how do we know if it comes up? Something I always struggle with is, let's say let's say we do get some type of thing saying, all right, we have to see it from somebody in the government, the president, whoever, that says, okay, here we are, we have this. Well, first of all, we have to validate it. The journalists are going to, the media is not going to just trust somebody saying that. They're going to go, okay, wait a minute, what are you talking about, right? So it's not like because somebody says it, we just have to swallow it. It's like, all right, go, show us, right? Yeah. And then when you do that, well, now you're exposing something else. What happens when we need to believe it? Like as people, what has to happen for me to believe something that somebody says? There really has to be something serious that makes me believe it. Right. You know what I mean? Like if a president or anybody, prime minister, whoever it is, says something to me, I'll still go like, okay. I mean, show me. Right. And then when they show it, how do I know that's actually that? Think about that. Yeah. Right? And then from there, we now have to go to another level of, okay, well, if we have to prove it, we have to bring in scientific community. Okay. That means they have access to it. What's the security parameters there?
Right, and then you get compartmentalization.
Exactly.
Right, and then that stops.
And then
that
sort
stops.
of
Understanding.
There you go.
And that's why you have this stagnation of where you've got these people working on this thing for decades and not making any progress.
Because you know how far we could have gotten if there was free discussion between all the groups working on that. That's
right. But then you also have these fucking psychos like from Dr. Strangelove that want to turn it into a nuclear delivery system. Yeah. So where you don't have to worry about them detecting nuclear bombs headed their way. You just instantaneously devastate Moscow in one shot. You don't have to take credit for it.
Yeah, but wait.
Right. No, it's like we are not ready. Right.
I know we're not ready, but we'd be more advanced if we did that. No, I mean, I agree with that. But
it's all very strange, and no one knows more strange than you.
No, there are plenty of people that know more strange than me. I mean, Dennis knew more strange than me. Anybody above him knew that. I just knew a small part of it.
But you, out of all the people that can talk about it, that are out there communicating about it, you have actually seen it physically.
Yeah, I try to only talk about what I've seen and touched and verified. I've heard plenty of other stuff that I don't know if is true or not, and there's no sense in repeating that because nonsense moves at the speed of light.
Right. Yeah, it does.
And that's just, it's terrible.
You live in a weird existence, Bob. You really do, because you've been holding on to this. You have this experience from 40 years ago that's just become a part of folklore. Has become a part of the zeitgeist. Like, this is why your podcast that we did is the most watched podcast I've ever done. This resonates with people in a way that, look, I've done a lot of UFO ones. I had Travis Walton on. I've had a lot of people that have stories. They're all very interesting. They don't get nearly the amount of traction that yours does. And I think it's because you're uniquely credible. You're uniquely credible in the fact that you are very skeptical. You're not interested in, like, these fantastic ideas. You're very dismissive of nonsense. But yet you have this burden. Like, you actually physically touched these fucking things and went and
yeah, I did. I mean, I was fortunate enough to have this really unique job. That's about it. And I am fascinated with the technology. But that's where it stops. I'm not interested in anybody else's story, although everybody has to email me. And, you know, I understand. And, that they're looking for somebody. Hey, I saw this thing out when I was on my boat. And, what is it? I don't know. You know, I mean, they're just looking for something, and it's I don't know, maybe it was Venus or something, and oh my God, you suck. You know, you work for the government. You know, it's like, dude, I'm just looking for a prosaic explanation, and you know, but I only know what I saw and I touched for myself, and everything else, even in official government documentation, it's just words on paper. I don't know if that stuff is true. So you got to draw the line there.
Yes.
But you know, I know what I did see. I know for a fact, and there is no way you can tell me that that's not real.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, in having worked with them and having, you know, inadvertently, there's no way that myself or people on my team weren't trying to dig deeper in front. Maybe there's a problem. Maybe there's going to be a gap. Maybe we'll find something wrong with the story, because we went very deep. We had to build S4. We had to build the sport model, and there were things that happened over the years, things that he had said to us before we had built it, that there's no way he could have known, because there was physicalities, real things that we built. When you build something in a 3D environment, you're actually building a real world. It's got light bounce and refractions like the real world. Like when you turn on the light, it does the same thing. If a material has a sheen, you see it. It's literally the same thing. It's just computing power that gives you access to another world. And he mentioned things that were absolutely impossible to know. And
Like what?
One of the things that two things really convinced me. One of them was in the interior of the craft. You had said to us it was very dark in there. And while Bob is explaining to us this interior of the craft, and many times he kept repeating, it was really dark in there.
Even though there were halogen lights.
Right. And so at a certain point, he says, as I'm crawling in, there's like these extension cords. And I remember going, extension cords? Like that hadn't computed. And he's like, yeah, they had lights in there. And I'm thinking, it's true. I mean, there's no light switch inside this big thing. It's 52 feet. It's big. And so he said, yeah, there were two big industrial yellow industrial lights with 4 spots each pointed up. And so we decided to make those. We decided to research the type that were used back then in the United States, especially on military bases, the halogen power, because this was halogen in 1988. And we turned them on.
And it was still dark.
And it was super dark. And I remember Christopher Matteau, by the way, a big shout out to Christopher Matteau that's on my team, who made a lot of those visuals, and he's like a magician. He's the best. He's there, and I said, Chris, turn on the lights because we have to film in the craft. And he's like, they're on. I said, they're not fucking on. I can't see anything. He's like, they're fully on. And I said, well, that doesn't make any sense. It's so dark in there.
Yeah,
I remember thinking,
it consumes light in there.
And so we upped the power of the light so that you could see more, and it was still dark. And I thought, what the hell is happening? I go, is there a bug? Is there something wrong? He goes, no, I don't know. It's absorbing the light in there. We had to up the light intensity on those tripods by 20-fold in order for you to see the visuals you see in our film. Otherwise, it would be really dark in that craft.
So how did you compute that? Like, what parameters did you establish?
So what you do is you're inside a 3D environment. You're in a 3D world. Now we're inside the craft that is 52 feet in diameter. We bring a camera in there. So we were filming. The whole film was done with the Blackmagic 6K cam. So we would bring our Blackmagics in the 3D environment. You can actually set that so that we could film inside the craft, so it matches the filming of our real cameras. And so as soon as the camera's on, it's the same lens, it's the same aperture, everything is as you would have it. And so you're trying to adjust for this dark room. But if the room is really dark, you can't really get a good look at it because if you go close enough, you would have seen like a seat and a little bit of the reactor, but you would have been like, what's the black screen I'm looking at?
So what is the explanation for why it's so dark?
It's just the way the light reflects.
And that is exactly, it's when you're in that space.
Right,
Exactly.
but here's the question, like what are you, when you're making this in a computer model, right? What are you putting in that would make it absorb light that way?
I didn't do that. So what we did is we spent over a year with Bob. I'm not kidding. It was like a year of trying to figure out the material of the craft, the actual skin of the craft. That was the hardest thing to do.
The specularity and the reflectivity of the actual material and the angle.
Yeah.
And then when the lights are in there, they just reflect at a weird angle, and it never gets bright in there unless you have tremendous amounts of light in there. It's always dark.
And sorry to interrupt, but that would have been, so when that happened, and we have the right material, which is like this, let's call it unpolished stainless steel. It's got a little bit of usage to it just to give it some texture. It's got the same sheen, refractions of a real material like that, because every time we put a fake light in there, okay, it's reacting like that. And now you turn these big halogen lights on, and it's like the part of where the halogen is hitting the ceiling of the craft, because they were turned upwards. Remember, Bob said they were not pointed like this. They were pointed to the ceiling of the craft. So you got two of them. It's like wherever the light was going was getting eaten up by that portion of the material. So it's not reflecting all the way. So you have a 52-foot distance, and it's being lost in a maybe 7-8 foot diameter environment, an area where the light is. And we're like, why is that happening? But that's how it does. Well, that's the reality. He could not have known that. If he's trying to make that up, anybody who's inventing a story says there's two industrial light with 4 bright halogen spots in there, a liar would not say it was really dark in there. You don't know that. You have to build it.
Right.
So to me, that was a physicality of being inside the craft that made me go, Lazar could not have known that if he was making that up.
You wouldn't know it until you experiment.
Exactly.
Right.
So I'm like, unless Bob back then decided to go in his garage, build himself a fake dome, which I don't think you did. I'm like, how would he have known that? We didn't expect that. We were struggling with, why is it so dark? And then you make films, so you're used to using lighting. Exactly. And Chris was like, dude, this thing is just eating up the light. And I'm like, Bob kept saying it's so dark in there, and it just, how is that possible? What were the other things? The other one, I laugh about this with Bob all the time. It's about the flag on the craft that you could have seen it. I don't remember. So when he walked into the hangar the very first time, he saw the very first time
backwards flag.
He saw the craft, and he saw the reversed American flag sticker on the craft.
I wonder why it was reversed.
I'll get to that in a sec. I think I know, but whatever. I'll say what I think. And there's a lot of stuff. I researched a lot of stuff on Bob Lazar before I did this, and there's a lot of bad information out there. So I really tell people, if you really want to see what he saw, don't go read what's out there. Check this out, because Bob actually vetted everything. So it's not the wrong information to read. But anyway, there's a lot of detractors saying there's no way Lazar could have seen that flag. If the craft was that size and it was on the hull, on the craft shell, there's no way the angle, he's 5-something, he wouldn't have been able to see it. So we built it. We built a 52-foot diameter craft. We put it in the hangar. It's there. And my team, Chris, gives me the goggles, the ones I made you try on. And it's the very first time I go in there. And I know the craft is there, so I put them on. And now they're hoping, because they're there with notes, they're hoping I'm giving them all the notes. Oh, no, that's not good. That's not good. And the first thing I did is I looked to my right. I'm looking at the craft. And I asked Chris to put me at 5'10", which is your height. So I said at 5'10", I'm Bob's height with the goggles. I want to see. And the first thing I said is, there it is. And they're like, Their what is? I said, the flag. And they thought I was pointing at a flag on a wall. And they're like, there's no flag in the hangar. I said, no, on the craft. And they're like, yeah? I said, you can clearly see it. It was clear. That was something that also made me go, yeah, this is it. This is the real size. So had Bob Lazar not actually seen that, the majority of the detractors out there kept saying there's no way at that angle a human eye can see a sticker on the top of the craft, which is on the top shell. But you can. It's as clear as day. So those were two things that I considered to be like, you know, it's there. So I know to maybe some people that's not a lot, but as a person like I am, who's very technical and I'm super difficult. It took a long time to do this because I'm a perfectionist and I wanted to make sure it was accurate to what he saw. I look at stuff like that because I analyzed everything like that. And I analyzed this story inside out.
And if you couldn't see the flag from that position,
that would have been a red flag for me. I would have been like, wait, you can't see it, but you can. So you can't put enough of a value on little details like that, because he didn't say this in 2026. He said this in 1989.
Right.
Why?
Why do you think the flag was reversed?
In American flag use law, the only thing we were able to ascertain is the fact that on military or on vehicles, anything military on a uniform, if ever you see an American flag on your right shoulder, it's reversed because it's how the wind is blowing the flag. On your left side, it's like the flag is because the wind is blowing this way. If you look at vehicles, let's say a Greyhound bus, they have American flags on each side, and they have a normal one on the left side, and a reversed on the right side because it's the right side of the vehicle. So it's blowing because the wind is blowing the flag that way. So the reversed American flag is an actual. It's the law of how to use the flag in the United States military or on vehicles, and it has to be like that on the right side. So to say, is that the right side of the craft? Yeah, it must be because if you go into the craft, the seats when you go into the craft, I can't wait for you to go in the craft. When you go inside, the seats are facing the right side, meaning the hatch is the right side of the craft. It's the only thing that came to mind. I mean, is that what they did at S4? They fucking put a sticker on it? I mean, it's the only logical thing we could think of, is that's why it was there. I don't know. My other, and because if it was an American flag, if it was just for identifying this as America, why would you reverse it? Right?
You're reversing it because it's indicating the direction in which it travels.
Exactly. This is just an interesting, right?
It's all interesting. The goggles is a trip.
Right.
When I put on the 3D AR goggles and VR goggles rather, and you stand in that warehouse, that hangar, and you look at it, it's very strange. It feels weird. Exactly like it was. It feels very weird. It feels very weird. I mean, I'm only imagining what it's like to actually be you in 1988 and be standing there.
When you put the goggles on, that's exactly how it was.
What did Dennis say when you first saw it? He was like,
Dennis was hardcore.
Yeah.
He was here. Look at that. Go back in here. I mean, there was no reaction. Barry, on the other hand, was out of his mind. He couldn't wait to show me stuff, and he said, check this out. Oh my God, was that awesome? But Dennis was he was like a hardcore military guy.
How much of a view did you get of the other crafts? Because that's one of the things in the film, you only see like hints of them.
That was it. That's it. What you saw in the film is exactly what it was. It was just a passing thing. And as I was walking out there going, wow, there's more. Everything looks different. And other than the first two hangars, I really couldn't tell what was passed out there, but there were other hangars and there were things inside them. But
it's also interesting that at the time in 1988, this site was not even confirmed. This was like for you to have to know about this and know the exact location is kind of strange.
Right. Now, Luigi did that. I mean, I gave him the general idea. I said, you know, I know what time I got out there, and I could see Papoose Lake, and behind me, he pulled up a lot of stuff from there. But another interesting thing he pulled up was there was an old silver mine exactly there, in the exact same place, and I wonder if they used that as it was already drilled. There was already corridors in there.
I actually held this for this show. What I'm about to say is the first time ever. It's not even. It didn't make it in my film. I wish it did, but it didn't make it in the film. Veronica on our team. She's my sister. She's like my right hand, and if I didn't have her, I wouldn't be here right now. She found this, and at a certain point, we were looking at the maps out there, and you'll see in my film that Gene Huff sent us some U.S. Department of the Interior official maps of that environment at the Groom Lake, Papoose Lake. But we weren't satisfied. We wanted to go deeper. We said there's got to be more. And there's one map that is a publicly available map. It's super not easy to find, by the way. That is in the hands of the U.S. Department of the Interior. I can get it to you if you want. I can email it to you. That map is the oldest map of Papoose Lake known in the hands of the government that is public domain. That map, and everybody's going to be listening to this, clearly shows a road that goes right into where S4 is. It doesn't show a road near it. It shows a road going right in the mountain. And they removed it. That map is from 1941. Okay? Right after that, the map is 1950 and 1952. And those roads were removed. But the oldest map we ever found, it's going to be available. We're going to post it on our website. It's going to be everywhere. It shows clear as day a road that goes right into the mountain, exactly where Bob Lazar said S4 was.
So do you think that was the road to the silver mine initially?
Yes, I believe that,
It makes sense that they would use an existing facility and just enlarge it instead of start from nothing.
Right, of course, especially if it's abandoned.
Yeah.
And it also makes sense that if Roswell was real, and if they really did find a crashed UFO in 1947, like in the 1950s, they'd be like, let's get rid of this fucking road.
Right?
Yeah. If we're putting this out there, if we're building this facility out there, and if they did have it, that also makes sense that they've worked on this for decades. You come along in 1988, they've got this happening in the 1950s, and it's still there.
Yeah. I think what happened is when the CIA took over, because CIA is the one who took over they're the ones at Area 51. I think what happened is as they took over, they just removed the road. It wasn't even because there was a flying saucer there. I just think they got in there, took control of that terrain, that whole landscape, and said, remove it off the maps. Because it's there prior to them taking ownership of that land. So, I mean, it's clear that there was a road there, and then they came in, CIA said, take it out, and S4 might have had already an installation. It wasn't an installation, but they probably had a tunnel in there already because it was a mine. So it was an easier way to build a big facility in the side of the hill. Makes sense.
It does make sense. And then there's also the images that you got of what looks like the hangar bay doors that are camouflaged.
And I have to say that.
Can I go again?
Sorry.
No worries.
That's all good. That rusty.
Technology will fix that. It'll remove your prostate. Turn you into a fucking alien. So that image that you got of the, unfortunately, it's kind of blurry, but you do see something that looks very similar to what you'd expect to be camouflaged garage bay doors.
I got contacted by a guy called Scott Mitchell, and I was getting contacted by everybody, Joe. Everybody was trying to get in and getting to make me work with them or use something they found. So I was ignoring 99% of people's, like, it's getting tiring. Everybody's like, you got to listen to me. I know stuff about that. And I'm like, whatever. I'm working with Bob Lazar. I have enough right now. But this guy, we had built the base, and I knew exactly where it was. I knew exactly the layout. This guy, he not only contacted me, but he sent me an image that he had drawn. He didn't want to send me what he had found, but he says, here it is. This is where the doors are, and this is exactly where they point to. And I looked at the image, and I said, not bad. I mean, he really nailed it in the image, and I thought, okay. At first, I thought somebody on my team leaked something we had. To be honest, I'm like, God, who did that? Who sent out one of our renders to somebody? Because that's what I thought. And they're like, no. This is what. So I talked to this guy, and he's really, really good at researching, and he ended up becoming probably one of the best he's one of the best I've ever seen. His name is Scott Mitchell, and he says there are pictures that were taken in 2020. And ironically, those pictures were taken on December 25th, 2020, which is Christmas Day in the middle of COVID, which means the base might have been shut down. If you think about that, you know what I mean? Like, it's COVID. It's like in the heat of it. Plus, it's the 25th of December. So there's probably nothing going on there. And this private pilot in a small Cessna requested access inside the perimeter, and they granted him permission. And he had a big Nikon camera on board with a big telescopic zoom, and he took a shit ton of pictures, and they're amazing. They're all public. They're all available. You can download them. And there's these pictures of Papoose Lake and the hill. They were being used on the internet for a long time. Everybody's like, see, Bob Lazar is a fraud. It's not real. There's nothing there. Well, of course you can't see it. It's, first of all, 17 miles away. And secondly, they're not designed for you to see it. And that also, let's talk about something that Bob was talking about in 1988. The picture was taken in 2020. I mean, there could be a different landscape now. Anyway, so he said, look, this image, if you change the contrast, you got to keep the original, but just move and try to extract data from your image. You know, anybody who knows how to do that with photography, you can do that. And he pulls out these geometric shapes. You can see them. They're like little. They look like rectangles. And I thought, what if this is not real? I was super skeptical. I'll be honest with you. We're talking about the picture with the doors on the hangar doors, the one from Scott Mitchell, the one that we have in the film. Oh, right. And so I didn't believe it. I thought, there's no way. I go, there's no way this is real. I don't believe it. So Scott was really cool. He said, look, man, I understand you're a skeptic. I get it. I want you to do me a favor. Go online, search it yourself. I won't even tell you where it is. I'll just tell you who took the pictures. The only thing he gave us as the picture number is 0501. That's what the picture number is. He goes, if you find it, have with whoever on your team playing around with it until you see it. That was fair, because I said, okay. Because I mean, if it's out there, there's two different places it was online, and the one place we got it from was the source of it. Okay, it was from the photographer, the guy himself. We take it. I had 3 different people on my team. Everybody's really good at all this stuff on my team. So I said, guys, this is what we need to see. If you guys can pull it up, I'm not going to be as skeptical. Everybody got it almost at the same time. They were playing around, and eventually the easiest software we used to get that detail out was DaVinci Resolve. And with DaVinci, it's a faster process than if you're messing around with Photoshop or whatever. And it came, and I was like, oh my God, it's really there. You can clear. So what I did is I had them scan the rest of the picture because it's pixels, right? So I said, let's also see if it's not some pixelation. Is it maybe just what the photo does? Maybe we just got lucky and it looks like that there. Maybe it's going to show something similar elsewhere, and it doesn't. And then I said, all right, go get me 0502. I want 0500. Because the guy kept snapping pictures, I want you to do the same. Like, we went really military. Like I said, I want to make sure this is real. I'm not going to put our name on this if it's not. And it ended up being, the other pictures also show it, by the way, because he went click, click, click. So it's like, it's not just that one. That's the clearest one. And so I was, at a certain point, I go to Bob's house and I'm sitting there, and the guy calls me. Scott Mitchell calls me, and he has no idea I'm with Bob Lazar. So I pick up, it's a video call, and he goes, hey man, what's going on? I said, well, look who I'm with. And he just like exploded, because he was like, oh my God, you're with Bob. And I said, show him. And so Bob was there, and we showed it. We ended up transferring the call on the Zoom call, and he showed it, and you said, yeah. Like, I remember you going, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, what did that look like to you when you saw it?
That was awesome.
Yeah,
it was awesome. What was really shocking was the first hanger was bigger.
Yeah,
because that was the big hanger. Yeah, because the first hanger is the big hanger, and there's a bunch of smaller ones. And I said, Jesus, the first hanger is bigger. You found it. You found it. So, I mean, that was, I just lit up at that point. Yeah.
What happens if you look at that site with Google Earth?
That is with Google Earth.
No, that was the picture. But Google Earth, and I'll tell you something about Google. Yeah, that wasn't with Google Earth? No, the picture is a real photo. The picture of the hangar doors is a real photo.
Oh, okay, I thought that was Google Earth.
No, the picture is a real photo. The Google Earth, though, you see that in the film.
Yeah.
And I can't make this up. I didn't want to put anything in the film. That was one of my things. I did not want to put anything in the film that would make me, the whole team, or even Bob look like we're trying to like MacGyver something in there. It has to be, you go look for it yourself. It's public. If you don't believe it, go check it out yourself. That's the only thing we allowed in there. And when you go on Papoose Lake on June 22nd of 2024, June of 2024, Google Earth changed. You're going to be right over Papoose Lake. If you zoom in, you're not going to notice it because it's kind of a yellowish tint to the image. And I remember going, why is it so yellow? I mean, I've been there so many times. I was like, why the fuck is it turned so yellow? And I'm like, I'm zooming out, and I'm like, why did they fuck it up? I thought, they fucking ruined everything. It's all yellow. And as I go further, you see this box that is like right over Papoose. So I'm like, what is that? And I put my mouse over it, and wherever you're in the box, it's June 22nd, 2024. And as soon as you put your mouse outside of the box, well, it's an older date. And I thought, oh, they just did that. And so I think what they thought they were going to do is that new filter right over Papoose Lake removes every possible detail on the terrain, the landscape, where the brushes are and the Joshua trees are. It really, really removes all that. It blurs everything out. But they made a mistake. They made a huge error, I believe so. And I think if they're listening, they're going to go, yeah, are bad to the DOD, because you see all the tracks on the lake. For some reason, that filter accentuates the tracks on Papoose Lake and removes the landscape brushes from, I don't know why, it just did that. And I was like, holy shit, you see all these tracks.
What it looks like is they're trying to purposely obscure the area.
Yes.
And the fact that it's in a very clear box.
Yeah.
And you talked about that in the film. Yeah. It's kind of bonkers.
And there's really no reason.
There's no reason.
To pick one little square box out of that nobody goes to.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So
try to obscure it.
Yeah. And so I thought, geez, we got to put this in there. I mean, it's so cool, right?
It's all very compelling. I think we should wrap this up, but the film's excellent.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
You
you.
could tell it took a tremendous amount of effort, and I could tell by watching you watch it, when we watched it together, it had an insane impact on you.
It
And
really,
you'd already seen it before. I saw it with you, so you're just seeing it again. It's just like, it's bonkers.
Yeah, it really affected me. And is there anything else you want to say? There's a couple things I want to bring up. Okay. You know, just because I've heard stuff Luigi has told me, people think that I make millions of dollars off of this stuff. And I don't. I would love to sign on to the millions of dollars program. You know, Jeremy made his movie, and I didn't get a cent from Jeremy's movie. I said, anything you make, give to George. You know, Luigi has spent millions of dollars of his own money, literally, right? Literally, you know, making this stuff, and I can't see how he's ever going to make the money back if he does. That's awesome. I drive a 1980 something.
Not a 1980. You drive?
No, 2018 Chevy Bolt electric car. I mean, it's a car you'd buy for your teenage daughter. It's embarrassing to drive. It cost me $18,000. You know, my house on the 10 acres cost $450,000. And, you know, back when I got it, I mean, that's I work 6 to 7 days a week at United Nuclear, my business. I mean, if there's anyone that wants to give me millions of dollars, contact me immediately, because I would like to retire, but no, I don't make millions of dollars off this stuff, and my wife and I do fine. We grow our food in our greenhouse, and we live in our little place up in the mountains, and that's it. But you know, this is Luigi's thing. That's why he's here.
I think the film's going to be very successful. I think you're probably going to make money off of it. At least I'm Well,
you know, thank you, Joe.
I think we should wrap it up. Thank you very much, Luigi. You knocked it out of the park.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. Bob, great to see you again, as always.
I'm sorry I had to be so much.
That's It's understandable. It's understandable. And again, the film, let's show it on the screen, Jamie, so people can know where they can see it, when it's available.
Yeah, it's available actually as of right now.
Let's play the trail. We'll end it with
let's do that.
S4, the Bob Lazar story. We'll end it with the trailer.
It's on Amazon, and
we are not alone.
We are not alone. Physical evidence now exists which proves that there is life elsewhere, and at least one form of that life has been here. As of 1989, that evidence was in the custody of the United States government. Between December of 1988 and April of 1989, I worked as a senior staff physicist in what has to be the most secret project in history. My job in this program was to be part of a back engineering team. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the Sport Model. The goal of this program was to see if the technology of the disc could be duplicated with Earth materials. To start the reactor, of course, we need some element 115. In fact, you need 223 grams machined into a wedge like this. The program out at S4 consisted of 3 projects: Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and Project Looking Glass. The file on top was Project Galileo, and as it turned out, that's the project that I was part of. And that clearly referred to reverse engineering a recovered alien spacecraft. This cannot be a secret from anyone, not just the American people, but the rest of the world.
All this stuff is something that happens to him. It's not who he is.
They're doing everything they can to keep this information secret.
I saw Brad do that. Thanks to him.
Now the story spills. And the world changes.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast. My name all day.
Thank you. What do you mean by those people? It's changed over the years.
With the horns, I don't know.
You mean band members? Who are you talking about?
Stuff, music industry.
Dude,
We're just talking about, so we should tell people what we're talking about. If you hum a song, just like fuck around and like the cocaine song, you know what I mean? If you play Eric Clapton, if you do that, you get flagged on YouTube. And they take money from you.
How desperate is that?
It's gross. Like, you can't even hum a song? You can't, what are you talking about?
You can't even hum. In the future, you're not even going to be able to fall in love. They're going to charge you for it.
How are they going to do that? You won't be falling in love with the person anymore. People will be outdated. People come with problems.
I ain't coming on no bot.
No? Ever? What about in one?
No, what will they do with it?
Keep it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what keeps them alive. Imagine that.
Let me think about it
You
for
gotta
a
fuck
second.
her every day to keep her alive. If you don't, she starts shriveling up on you. Like she's on Ozempic.
So she's Latino, you're saying. So you're saying
Keep her plump.
you gotta keep the juices flowing, huh?
There'd be guys that would sign up for that. Okay, I could do that. But today, 5,026 in a row, you'd be like, oh my god, I can't do this.
Yeah.
And she's dying.
Why is she dying? She's electric, isn't she?
She only gets powered by cum.
Oh, it's sad.
In 3 days with no cum, she shuts off, and that's it. And you can't bring her back.
I'd shut her down quick. I'll tell you that, dude. She would be.
You have to let your buddies fuck her just to keep her alive.
Oh, that's gonna be gross, Joe.
It would be.
And it would be sad and stuff like that. And you'd have some buddy late at night, hey bro,
Loves her.
yeah, what's your wife doing? Dude, texting her 4 a.m.
Bro, you need to keep her alive.
Yeah.
He's over there stroking it while he's on the phone with you.
Bro, plug your wife in for a little bit, bro. Let me come over there.
We're getting close. Did you see those ones they have at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas?
The dancing ones?
No, it's an AI companion that's a robot. It's like a very pretty lady, and her mouth moves, and she talks, and it's not there yet, but it's in the neighborhood. It's not at the right door, but it just entered the community. You know what I mean?
You think so?
Some communities have that awning, welcome to Paradise Estates. You go through, and there's all the houses in the subsection.
Yeah.
It's in the door.
Right.
It's in the door. It's just not at your house yet.
Hidden Oaks or whatever.
Exactly.
Or Hunter's Glen or Racist Cove or whatever.
The fuck robot has made it through onto your street. It's just not at your house yet. and it will be in 5 to 10 years.
My kids aren't fucking robots.
Well, if you have kids, they're gonna fuck robots.
No, they won't.
You won't be able to stop them. All their friends are gonna be able to do it. It'd be rude. It'd be like keeping them off social media.
That's crazy, dude.
Keeping kids off social media, they feel left out. They're like, come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat. Like, no, son. I want you to concentrate on your homework and your football.
Come on, Dad.
Come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat.
No, look, your dad wakes you up early. He's like, look, one of you little bastards left the freaking cum robot in the yard. Which one?
All delirious. Covered in cum, all your friends fucked it.
That's sad. But I do think that one day our smiles will be in a museum. That's where we're headed. It's like the feelings are starting to disappear, you know?
Maybe that's what autism is. Like severe autism.
Oh, I thought about that a lot. That's why we're getting to some of the only way we could get to this place, if we get to this data-driven place where it's like, you know, alien-esque, things start to feel alien-esque here, is because of autism leading. It's when autism mixes with what's it called? Our society's based on money, capitalism. When autism and capitalism converge, things got really weird.
Right, and think about it, right? We don't know exactly what is causing autism. They have a lot of suspicions. A lot of them have to do with vaccines and different medications, and different chemicals and pollutants and all sorts of different things.
And cologne, too.
One thing we could all agree on, and Tylenol, they think, too, right? But one thing that we can all agree on, it's a big factor is stuff that we've created. That's a big factor. Whatever it is. Let's not put the blame on any one of these industries, but there's something going on where more people are getting autism now than ever, and it seems almost positive that it's coming from us, that we did something. Human society. Well, if you think about where human society is going, wouldn't that be a way to turn us into something new, right? If we were going to merge with machines, what better way than to like eliminate empathy, eliminate emotions, make us like able to like stay at home and stare at a screen for hours at a time with no concern whatsoever, just the kind of social detachment along with the integration of all this crazy new technology. And the people, a lot of the people that are in the tech business at high levels are on the spectrum.
Oh, dude. Yeah. They're on the fucking diving board of the spectrum.
And they're the ones bringing in AI. They're bringing in the next version of life. Kind of, I mean, almost like we're thinking it's like a mistake, but it might not be. It might be like a crucial part of the system when you get further and further integrated with technology and all the stuff that you need to make it, and all the stuff that's involved in capitalism, including like lying about what medications kids need, giving them this, giving them that, lying about what the pesticides do or the chemicals do, or whatever it is. What is that ultimately doing? If it's leading people to be on the spectrum more and more often, what if one day it's not 1 in 12 in California? It's 100%.
Yeah.
Everybody, you got a full spectrum society, and there's no regular people left.
Yeah.
You have to think about that. If it's 1 in 12 boys right now in California, and it used to be like 1 in 10,000, this is like an invasion,
right?
Like an invasion of like a way that people think that's entering into human civilization.
Yeah. And I feel like it was, I agree. Right, so then it's like those, and then if you don't have this like uprising, this emotional uprising out of people of like like this is wrong, because I think like when you get real data based and like that kind of like tism-esque type of energy, I think you're not thinking about some of the like how it affects you as much, or maybe just you're able to like roll into that nest of like this is this new digital landscape, and those people fit well in it. Does that make any sense?
It does make it fit well, and they do fit well in it. I know a lot of people that are spectrumy that are very happy just being online all the time.
Yeah,
that's what they do.
And dude, maybe that's what's supposed. Yeah, that's the scary part. Is like, what if that's what's supposed to happen? Right. And the rest of us are just like, because I'm like, I think a romanticist. I'm thinking like, oh yeah, a porch and a rocking chair, and then but. Other people are like, yeah, we're coming in robots and shit like that, and ordering bagels through our fucking brain cells and shit, like, it's just like,
we're thinking of autism as a flaw, but it might be a feature.
But is it what Is it okay? Is it what nature wants, or is it something that we're creating that is heading us down a very dark path? I feel like it's not autism, but all of it in conjunction is the second one.
It might be what the universe wants. It might be how it goes. Like, there has to be some sort of a pathway from territorial primates to something new. Right?
Does it?
I think so. Yeah, because otherwise we would still be single-celled organisms. Everything's moving in a general direction of more complexity.
Okay.
Right?
That's fair.
So if it's moving in a general direction of more complexity, and with all the technology that we're making, like, we're moving into some fucking weird place, right? Wouldn't it be better if you just, like, easily accepted that? And what better way than if you're one of those dudes that's on the spectrum that loves to chill at home and play video games, just stare at a screen, doesn't really need a lot of human contact.
Yeah, one of those fucking data wiggers or whatever they call them.
Yeah.
Those fucking tech monkeys or whatever.
Yeah, those guys are just all about it. They're all about it. They're wearing Apple Watches and the fucking everything's digital. Yep.
It had to do with a fucking Whoop neck brace. It was like, it kept updating on his watches, like your neck's still broken or whatever.
He's got a Whoop cock ring.
Yeah, that was crazy. You're
like, you fuck his robot.
Bro, you blink twice and you're fucking, it shoots GLP-1s in your nuts. It's just like, it's all too, but it's happened too fast, bro, and it's too much, and it starts to be like, is it being controlled? Dude, here's something that
being controlled by a small amount of people, which is always scary.
That's scary.
It's always scary when a small amount of individuals have insane amounts of power and wealth. And that's what's going to happen with this AI thing, and that's what happened with tech. Look what happened with tech. With tech, the vast majority of the people that are involved were all, like, heavily left-wing, very progressive, like kind of even far left in a way. And look, they pushed the entire country's narrative in that direction through censorship on social media, through banning any accounts that didn't kind of commit to the narrative. Russiagate, anything about Hunter Biden's laptop, anything about vaccines being deadly, or, maybe it came from a lab. All that stuff would get you kicked off. So it was all moving in this one ideological direction. That's literally the conversation the entire country's having. There's no other output. Before, there was a few of them that came around, like Gab and some other ones, some social media sites that were like a response to that, but they never really took off, right?
Not they took off yet.
Not really. There's some people that are on Threads and there's some people on Truth, but the reality is, if you're not on Twitter, you're not really going to connect with most people. That's the giant majority of people having conversations, and it was all completely controlled by a small group of people with one ideology.
But didn't all those half of those people move over to the other political party when Trump got elected? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Zuckerberg was on the left side. Bezos seemed like a very left-leaning guy, and then they're all just... So that's what made me start to think, none of these guys are really on a side. There's this other third side that a lot of us can't see that is just kind of commandeering or fabricating or, like, infiltrating both sides.
If I could hum a song right now, I'd hum the Pink Floyd song Money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's what they were protecting, that
cheddar, that cash, baby. You're taking that cash.
Ooh, I mean, look how many people are fucking moving out of all these states that are trying to impose wealth taxes. They're trying to steal money from the people that are the most successful. I was reading something about Massachusetts and how much this lady was reporting about how much Massachusetts has lost from that because people leave the state. Their businesses leave the state. New York is having the same problem. Like Kathy Hochul lady, now she's asking people. I don't know how to say her name. I don't care.
Yeah, get a better name.
Who cares what her name is?
Yeah,
she's asking people to go to Palm Beach and tell people to come back to New York now because we're losing tax base. Like, come on. Of course you're losing tax base. You can't just arbitrarily decide that because someone makes more money, they deserve to give you more money. And then, what have you done with the money you have?
That's the best part.
Oh, a shit ton of waste and fraud. And have you corrected any of that? No. So your solution is what? More money?
Yeah.
Okay, fuck all the way off. Of course these people are going to leave. You're a bunch of incompetent stooges, and you're in charge of all the money in the state. And that's dumb. Yeah. And that's why Chevron moved out of California, Tesla moved out of California, and In-N-Out Burger moved out of California. We moved out of California. But we're people. We might as well be companies. We're small companies. But it's like, you can't just say, we're going to take more money and that'll fix it. But you don't think billionaire? Yeah. Especially, dude, what has happened, like, with the follow-ups to the Somali fraud? Like, all of these fraud buildings where it's, like, blatant, there's no businesses. It's just a sign on the door, and, like, it feels like there's no follow-up to it. There's some people that are being prosecuted right now. There is a bunch of investigations regarding Minnesota, regarding California. They're getting in there. They have to get in there now because it's been exposed nationally. But the real question is, how did it go on for so long? How did you allow it to happen for so long? They knew. Bro, you want to know, like, what's real bad? What's real bad is, like, the amount of money that California has wasted if their solution is to try to tax people. Have you ever seen, like, what they did with the high-speed rail? Yeah, nothing. They spent billions of dollars. There's some guy who broke down how much high-speed rail China did in the same time that it took California to do their high-speed rail. It's actually funny. I've done some rail out of China, I'll tell you that. Yeah. I don't think it's the same stuff. Yeah, it's different about different things. But, no, China, dude, it's weird when you start thinking, hey, China looks like a good place to live. You know, they've got their shit together, I'll tell you that. A lot of these places with kings, they really know how to run things. They do a real solid job. They fucking do. Poland's got their shit together, dude. They do have their shit together. And they were communists not that long ago, you know? Poland's got their shit. They don't let any of this influence. Spain, I feel like, is taking their shit back. True. They're picking up their toys. They're going to find this. Here it is. This is actually funny when you see, like, the comparison between, like, what China's done and what we've done in the same amount of time. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. Oh, I want to say thanks to this lady, Sarah Whitecheck. She just came and helped me get blood a little while ago. And she's just a nurse practitioner, and you could tell she was just working hard. She hooked you up? Yeah, she was just, like, you know, showed up and just got it done for me. You could tell she just, like, is a hardworking lady. I admire hardworking women. Well, what about hardworking men? You like them? Yeah, that's it, Jimmy. Well, they should be. So look at this. Things that happen fast. Who's this fucking gooner, though? Who's that dude? Is that Nelk? Fuck, he fell off.
Things that happen faster than building the California high-speed rail. China's entire high-speed rail network of 30,000 miles. Our LA to SF segment would have taken them 2 months. Dubai, going from barren desert wasteland to barren culture wasteland. Timothy Chalamet's entire existence. iPhone 1 through 17. And the internet. Follow for more bullshit.
I love that guy. That's Harrison Baum. That's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. And they just took billions of dollars in taxes and they go, oh, we're working on it. Yeah. But everything is fraud. You're starting to realize it's all fraud. If it's not fraud, it's waste and it's bureaucracy. So they keep the money coming in, so they keep people working, but the people don't do anything. And then, dude, we can't even fucking keep the TSA workers. Dude, I fucking snuck a handful of goldfish from a fucking TSA worker the other day, the edible ones, just to fucking keep them going, dude, out there. Gave them some goldfish? Yeah, they're not even getting paid. I know. They just started getting back pay. But still, it's just, but the fact that that's like a crazy. Like that they're the least priority. Like, bro, flying is fucking super important, you dummies. You want to keep the economy going, you gotta let people fly around. They got shit to do, man. You can't just fucking not pay the TSA people, you fucking idiots. How come you get paid? How come you get paid? I'm just sick of this shit, and I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there, let them go shed some fucking blood. Especially if you're asking for it. Especially if you're out there fucking bullshitting, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there, man. That shit makes me mad, bro. Well, I think there's also a problem. The people that I've talked to that have served overseas and have been involved and deployed in military operations and seen a lot of shit, a lot of them are of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to make those decisions if you've never been to war. You don't know what it is. You don't know what you're sending people to do. It doesn't mean you're not still going to be a tyrant, because there are some people, like clearly Netanyahu's been to war. You know, he was in the military. He was involved in some shit.
Was he?
Yeah, and he was like a special forces operator in Israel. And clearly he doesn't mind going to war. But this episode is brought to you by Manscaped. Did you know that one man is diagnosed with testicular cancer every hour? In fact, it's the most common form of cancer among men ages 15 to 35. April is National Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, and Manscaped is donating $50,000 to the Testicular Cancer Society to support awareness and routine self-checks. I'm proud to support something that helps make a real difference. You can also support the cause by purchasing a special edition TCS All Hero Bundle. This bundle includes the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra TCS Special Edition and Special Edition TCS Boxers 2.0. Join the over 13 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped and use the code ROGAN15 for 15% off your entire order at manscaped.com. You can also visit manscaped.com/TCS to learn more about how to check yourself or make a donation at TC Society today to save lives and balls. I think most
war is a unique term.
War's a fucking terrifying.
But I mean, I don't think I would call it as war, but I
mean what they're doing right now in Gaza.
Yeah, and I'm not jumping on you.
Iran is war. That's war. Iran's a real enemy. You know, it's a different.
Are they an enemy to America?
Well, what they are is the largest country in terms of like state-sponsored terrorism. They're the largest sponsor of terrorism. But also, you gotta think why. You know, and this is not excusing anybody for Islamist ideology, because it's scary, because they want a global caliphate, right? They're radicals. But you got to go back to what happened in that country. And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to nationalize oil. Iran was like a westernized country. Girls were wearing miniskirts. Everybody's hot.
You seen that video from the 70s of Iran?
Yeah, bro. Everybody looked
popping. Just popping.
What happened is slowly but surely, and quickly at first, because when they tried to nationalize oil, the CIA swooped in and they fucking got that guy out of office, and they allowed these Islamic, radicalists to start running the country.
Well, that's when Hezbollah started, right?
I don't know exactly when Hezbollah started, but the point is, the country was doing fine before we monkeyed with it, and we monkeyed with it because they were not getting enough of the money from the oil. So it was the British Petroleum Company, I think. Put it into perplexity, the story of Iran, their government being overthrown, I think it was in the 1950s. So when we see like how it all played out and why it is what it is today, Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too.
Yeah.
And when you're mad and you're surrounded by bigger enemies that all have nuclear weapons, you don't even have nuclear weapons, wouldn't you be trying to make them? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons.
But Israel gets to have them.
Allegedly. This is the problem. Allegedly.
Everything's allegedly with them.
Allegedly.
Except for the genocide.
They don't officially have them.
Right.
I don't think they officially have them. And you know who was a big opponent of Israel getting nuclear weapons?
JFK.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what a lot of people think led back into the left.
Oh, yeah. Before they killed him, who? I don't know.
So the Iranian Revolution, also called the Islamic Revolution, was a mass uprising in Iran, overthrew the Shah's monarchy in 1979, replaced it with an Islamic republic led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini.
Not a Ruko.
I want you to go back to the national, ask it a question of what was the events that led to them trying to nationalize their oil. Here it is. No, that's not it. What was banned real opposition used secret police to surveil jail? I've just put into ask another question. What were the events that took place after Iran tried to nationalize oil? Just ask that question. What are the events that took place when Iran tried to nationalize oil?
Bro, fuck oil. I'd rather walk if this is the shit that's going to come out of all of it. You feel
the problem is it's not just oil. for your car. It's everything you use. Plastic is, they use petroleum-based chemicals are responsible for medicine.
But it's also getting in our nuts now, and people can't even fucking read anymore because of it. So it's like, what is all that stuff helping us anymore?
Yeah, here it is. So Iran's attempt to nationalize its oil in the 1950s unfolded as a chain of political, economic, and international confrontations centered on Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh. How do you say his name? Mossadegh? Mossadegh?
Let me see. Mossadegh.
And British-controlled Anglo-Iranian oil company. I'll walk you through the key events. But it had to do with who was in control of the oil before that, like who was making the money before that. I know Perplexity's going to give us the fucking tinfoil hat story of how it went down. But the bottom line is, people are making a lot of money over there in oil, and they wanted most of the money, and they got boxed out, and then they wound up with a fucking psychotic dictator.
Yeah.
And a lot of if you look back on what Iran looked like when it was a westernized country, like, damn, we should have fucking supported whatever the fuck was going on back then.
I know. I think, do you feel like we used to do things that were better, and then we got,
here's the tinfoil hat version. I love how Perplexity gives you a tinfoil hat version. Nice. The story is basically Iran tried to take back its oil. The British and Americans teamed up in secret to crush that idea and send a warning to the rest of the world. Britain had built its empire and navy on cheap Iranian oil via the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, later British Petroleum Company. So when Mossadegh, I don't want to say his name, I keep fucking it up, London saw it as a direct threat to its global power and profits. Elites feared that if Iran got away with nationalizing its oil, other countries in the Middle East would beyond would copy, destroying Western oil monopolies. So they were determined to make Iran an example. Look, bro, we've been monkeying around with other countries forever. This thing in Venezuela, this real quick thing that happened real quick when they kidnapped a dude in Venezuela, like,
well, a lot of it say it's because these are the countries that are still outside of the Rothschild's banking system or whatever. Have you seen that thing?
I have not.
Where it's like, does the countries that are still not on that list or something? This is tinfoil stuff, I think. Or it's absolutely true. I have no idea.
There's a lot going on right now, right? Like,
I'm here, dude. I'm scared. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, you should be.
I'm scared.
Well, it's a scary time because this is a real war.
People come up and people tell me about it. So I was in an Uber yesterday, and there's a man in there. He was driving, and he's like, "We need a revolution," you know.
Oh boy.
He's like, "You have a voice." He's telling me stuff like that. And I was like,
no, don't take Ubers anymore. Stop taking Ubers. Rent a car, motherfucker.
I'm not renting a car.
Why would you rent a car? You don't rent cars?
No, you think I'm gonna go be at the renting a car is insane. You have to check under it, see if there's any dents in it, if there's any and then you have to do all this stuff. Renting a car is a nightmare. Dude, I will tell you this story. The one time we did rent a car. And we got a dent on it, like a pretty good dent, and we caught a pigeon and had it shit over the dent to fill it in whenever we turned it in.
This is not a true story.
Yeah, we did.
You caught a pigeon?
Yeah, you think it's hard to catch a pigeon?
I do.
Bro, bring up a pigeon getting caught. Bro, yeah, but he raised them.
Well,
yeah, but dude, he had fucking autism in his hands after a couple of years. You don't think it's hard to catch a pigeon, the dumbest bird ever, dude?
And just put the shit over the dent?
Yeah, you hang it over.
Oh, the shit. How big was this dent we're talking about?
Dude, these fucking pigeons shit all day, yo.
So you just hold them there until they're done?
Yeah, we some kind of shit cup or whatever. Yeah, we fucking put it over the dent, bro. That's why God wants you to help. That's my insurance.
Oh, okay, this one's all fucked up, though. That's not fair.
That's it's American healthcare. It's private healthcare. Dude, well, here's what I want to know. I don't know, man. Everybody just feels scared, and it makes sense.
Well, they should, because a lot of things are getting exposed right now. You know, there's a lot of fraud, and you're seeing at the highest levels of government. And people are also scared because no one's getting in trouble for things. Like, no one's getting in trouble for the Epstein files. No one's getting in trouble for...
Yeah, that's almost disappeared, kind of.
Well, that's part of what happens when there's some sort of a big social thing. One thing that's in the past that leaders have used to cover up problems at home is a fucking war. I'm not saying that that's why they bombed Iran, but that would be a way to do it. If you're that psychotic, And if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that also to stay in power.
Oh, yeah.
And even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he can stay in power.
For sure, dude. People call him the yarmulke Hitler. That's what they call
these people.
Everybody does.
Which people?
Countless
people. What are you saying?
What do you mean, people? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Black folks? What are you saying?
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
Let's not draw conclusions.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He seems like a great God. Well, it's just a scary time.
It's a scary time because people are willing to blow people up with fucking drones and missiles, and they're shooting into apartment buildings and blowing up schools, and it's like, fuck, man.
And we didn't. I think that we've been poisoned. I do think that we've been poisoned.
How so?
Because I think that, we find out that a lot of our food is poisonous, right?
Or a lot of our food is not good for us.
Yeah, sorry, not good for us.
Yeah.
So we have we have food that is made to be not good for us, and then we have a healthcare system that'll just kind of take care of you, right? Barely. So then you start to create this other, you're going to need your autism gang that are up there running shit, but then you're going to need this sort of mollusky sort of the worker bees, and that's what the rest of us start to become is worker bees, because you're on antidepressants killed the vibe and the energy of so many people, right? The opioid epidemic, you broke apart so many families and ruined hope and so many kids and parents and homes, and the COVID where you shut down recovery rooms and places where people were meeting, and so they were so disconnected, and then it's you start to wonder why there's no uprisings, because there's nothing rising up inside of you anymore, because a lot of your vitriol has been killed. People are jerking off into fucking robots, and even just on car batteries and shit in some of those videos online. But
car batteries?
People will come on everything.
What happens when you hit the two posts?
I don't know. Does your jizz explode?
I gotta be grounded out that.
Yeah, right. That's a real fucking.
We don't want that jolt coming back to the table. Imagine if it was one solid stream and the electricity jumped. Yeah, made it back to the tip.
But dude, that could happen too with that robot if you're trying to hump that road.
Right.
And then it shorts out.
Phones short out. Remember those old phones that would blow up in people's cars, like the Note? It was one of the Note series. People's cars would catch on fire if you left it plugged in.
Yeah.
Yeah, what if that happens to your dick?
And people would always
you know what I'm saying?
And people would just always leave it plugged in next to their wife at night for fucking no reason.
Right. On top of your wife.
Yeah, just
that fucking bursts in flames and lights are on fire.
But do you know what?
Successor.
I think we've been poisoned just enough to it feels like just to hurt, but not we just have to start. I think it's a time where we have to try and work on look inside of ourselves, and I don't know. Do I sound fucking preachy?
No,
I'm sorry.
No, you don't sound preachy, but I think
hope.
you're on to something. There was some file. I didn't read it, but a bunch of people sent it to me. I just went, oh, Jesus. It was from some Freedom of Information Act or some leak from the 1950s with the CIA, and they were trying to think of different ways to make people docile and stupid and unmotivated.
Yeah.
And they were talking about different medications, putting stuff in food, all these different strategies to keep people stupid.
Yeah.
And this is our own government. Us. United States of America.
Well, that's another thing.
Is that not treasonous?
I agree. So what? And yeah, it just feels like there's no recourse. And I know, you start to think, well, this is how a lot of people have lived their entire centuries in different countries and stuff like that. They live under this type of oppression and fear all the time. But it feels new here.
I want to know what exactly. Could you put that into our lovely sponsor, Perplexity, and find out what the fuck was said in that CIA document? What were they actually planning? Because it's the idea that there's people in government that would just say, fuck millions of people and their potential in life.
Yes.
Let's tank their potential so that we can get our agenda through easier without them being upset. Let's ruin millions of people's lives, or at least dampen their dreams, squash their hopes, make them stupid and lazy.
make their kids sick, make it put pornography and let it be into the home so that it's accessible everywhere. So marriages get ruined and relationships get ruined and guys are just spunking out on wherever, and so there's no energy, there's no no fucking desire inside of people to overcome, and it's like, yeah, we have to just try and do better one day at a time.
For men, like, their ambition in life is often connected to wanting girls to like them.
Yeah.
Or guys to like them, whatever it is.
And purpose, creating.
Yeah. But that's the other part. Purpose and creating is like the ultimate. That's like the ultimate is, it's almost like you're doing a service. Like, whatever you're doing, if you're doing it your best, your real reward is that people enjoy it. Whatever it is. Whether you're a carpenter or a musician or whatever it is. If you're doing something at your best, the ultimate reward is people enjoying it. Yeah. That's the ultimate enjoyment. But you have to figure that out in life. You're probably thinking of declassified CIA mind control and behavior modification experiments like Bluebird, Artichoke. Artichoke is it. That's it. Especially MK Ultra, which did run in the 1950s and 60s. Okay, Bluebird, MK Ultra. What is made people stupid in cognition? CIA efforts to use drugs, hypnosis, and other techniques. No, that's interrogation. That's different. Perfect concussion effort, often referenced alongside MK Ultra, explicitly explored using suboral blasts to erase memory. Whoa. Erasing or degrading memory is practically a way of disabling a person cognitively, even if that is not described as making them stupid in official language.
Well, yeah, it feels like we're just stuck in an experiment.
I feel like this is not it.
This isn't it.
No, so why don't you run a search for recently disclosed CIA files to make people using vaccines to make people stupid, or suggesting vaccines make people stupid.
I haven't seen that.
Why?
Take me somewhere. Talk about this on Facebook.
Perfect. I love Facebook. But the conspiracy theorists are looking pretty sane right now. Okay, this is Evie Magazine. Okay, what else is going on here? You have to type in your email and they won't let you watch.
But Joe, I don't think what you're saying, the things you're saying, I don't think that that doesn't seem like an American idea to me.
Well, it's okay, Jen. Forget it. But no, it's not an American idea.
If you can find, is it okay?
If you can find it, please do.
Can you do Google too, or you can't do it?
Yeah. Just look everywhere.
Dude, have you noticed some things are harder to find?
Yeah. Well, this is probably going to be hard to find because I think this is one of those ones that is like, it's on X. Right. I know like people are going over it, but I don't know if it's even been verified. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to put it through Perplexity. Because there's a lot of stuff you read that's just complete work, especially today. April Fools, motherfucker. Today's April Fools. Yeah. Don't get tricked.
Fuck.
Stay off the net.
I just gave some random lady my blood in the parking lot.
Oh no. She's going to use that for a ritual. Good. Clone you, son. You know, little baby Theos, like those little videos that pop up of us.
Yeah. Dude, my favorite part of the video is at the end when you just kind of bounce out of your chair.
We're laughing so hard. Is this it?
This is it.
Okay, what does it say?
That video is someone's talking about Project Artichoke.
What is Project? What does it say, essentially? That's Kim Iverson. She's pretty good.
White Iverson.
Artichoke. So this says, look, we've got this grand idea of how we're basically going to drug people and do all kinds of weird experiments on them to see if we can control their minds. These documents don't show that anything was actually done. It just shows that we've got these really crazy ideas, and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible, terrible ideas. The 1977 leak of documents say, oh yeah, well actually the government did it. They did all of those terrible things they said they were doing in that previous memo. They did it, and now here's some of the archives that we have from when they did all of those terrible things. So, okay, these documents, Special Research for Artichoke, dated April 21st of 1952. The memo proposes developing long-term covert drugs that could be slipped into daily life. drugs that were, quote, administered over a considerable period of time, possibly being placed in food or water that caused either agitation or depression. These should include chemicals or drugs that can be effectively concealed in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc., and should also be capable of use in standard medical treatments such as vaccinations and shots. You do all this other experimentation, which nobody will know about. It's sneaky. Sneak it into their Coca-Cola, sneak it into their beer, their cigarettes, their vaccines, their medications. Let's sneak it all in.
Yeah.
Oh, those wild conspiracy theorists, they strike again. They have no morals. They have no ethics. They have no humanity. These documents, I mean, these people are inhumane. They're sick. They're twisted. This is terrible.
Yeah. Way to go, Kim Iverson. She killed it. She used to be on, which show was she on? Not Breaking Points. What was the show that they did before Breaking
Kim Iverson? Was it 227?
She got booted off because Fauci was coming on, and she wanted to question Fauci about the COVID vaccines. And they kicked her off the show, and she went independent.
Good for her.
Which is how it always goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't talk too much shit. Even though it's pretty obvious that guy's a criminal. Pretty fucking obvious that guy's a liar, lied in front of Congress, was responsible for gain of function research that led to who knows how many fucking people dying of a man-made disease, whatever. Just don't question. You can't work here anymore. You're not playing ball.
Yeah.
You're not playing along. Like, look, but now she can do stuff like this.
Good for her.
That's nuts that your tax dollars pay for that. Them figuring out how to make people stupid. How do I make Theo stupid? Let me slip something into his Coca-Cola. Let's figure out if it works. Let's experiment on random people and see what kind of results we get.
Then here's my question. Then, well, did you know whenever they introduced antidepressants, that changed like the cognitive therapy side of things, like in therapist office, it totally revolutionized, like industrialized therapy, and it ruined a lot of people, I think. Like one of my goals is to get off of antidepressants completely, man. I want to feel how I'm supposed to feel, so I can have thoughts and actions that like make me feel connected to the world. That shit makes you feel dead, man.
So why did you take them in the first place?
Because I was in a bad relationship 20 years ago, and I was having a tough day at school, and they gave them to me, and then I never got off.
Really?
Because when you get off, it's that, I think we talked about this once, it's hard.
Yeah, it makes you more depressed, more fucked up. You're all unbalanced, and you're addicted to them.
Yeah. And so like that's one of my goals is, and I noticed like for me, I've been taking like methyl blue, I've been doing some things like, and I'm working with a doctor to help me, but I'm gonna get there, and I'm just gonna start to take the power back of myself more.
Well, they say that exercise is like many times greater in its effect at alleviating depression.
Dude, I wake up and I do my yoga, and I do like a 35-minute workout. I'll do like 6 exercises, 5 runs of it in a row. That's 30 exercise, burn through them bitches, and I'm if I do that when I get up in the morning, bro, I am good.
Yeah,
I'm fine all day, and I'm also I'm more positive because I've already taken care of myself in a way that I feel is sufficient enough for me to keep operating and moving forward. But yeah, I want to get away from the
Well, that's the medicine, man, which is really crazy. That's the medicine. It's just hard for people to take because it requires effort. And it requires discipline. You have to do it when you don't want to do it. And there's a lot of times where you're not going to want to do it. A lot of times you're feeling kind of fucking tired.
We have to, and I think that's what maybe we just have to, like, I just need to keep going. This is the best I've been doing, I think.
Why don't you hire a trainer? You got some
cheddar.
You got some cash, son. You're making that. Why don't you hire a trainer?
I
hire a dude that's cool. That'll come over your fucking house every day.
My body.
You don't have to touch your body.
Some of them do.
Well, you gotta get new ones. They're doing something wrong.
But some
you gotta say no.
I am saying no.
Repeat after me. No. No. Don't touch my butt when I'm in a deep squat. It doesn't help.
I don't like that song.
I'm gonna take your asshole. It's gonna make you want to explode to the top. Ready, go. He's knuckle deep in your bum hole. Trying to convince you that it's so you get more reps.
He's shrugging.
That's gotta happen. Like a fucking big jack gay trainer, like preys on guys that are kind of weak with small hips.
He's like, I bet you can't do this with my cock in your butt. And you're like, that's a crazy. Who cares?
Why are you suggesting that?
Yeah. But the crazy part part is, dude, I had a trainer one time. If you were doing like a dumbbell press, he would kind of squat you he would help you from the elbows, kind of.
Okay, that's fine.
But when I noticed this one time,
Rub his dick around your butt.
no,
Did he? He's right behind you.
no, he didn't. I don't know.
You're blocking it out. Maybe that's why you need therapy.
I don't know, bro. Dude, I know all the dicks I've ever seen in my life, dude.
All of them?
Yeah.
How many have you seen? Jesus Christ.
Honestly, live and in person,
count them on one hand. Probably seen a handful of dicks, and 2 of them are Ari's. Ari's pissed in fucking kombucha bottles in this room so many times.
Oh.
He is such an animal.
He is kombucha. He has kombucha in it, my family.
Yeah, it's all kombucha. He doesn't have piss anymore. It's fermented.
No, but this guy would touch my elbow and he would kind of like he would do a slight like massage on him, and that's when I kind of cooked me up. You got a vape in here by chance, Joe?
No. Got this. You want a cigar? We got smelling salts. You want a cigar?
No, they make me sick.
They do?
Yeah, it makes me feel sad.
Sad?
Yeah.
No, I gave up on those. Nicotine vapes are very addictive.
Yeah.
Boy.
I know. I give it.
They make you grab for them. You want to take a hit off of them. You know, even if you, I decided at one point in time, I'm not taking these anymore. I'm stopping with these.
Oh, I remember, dude. Remember you and I were using them one time. Mm-hmm. We kept using that thing, and yeah.
Oh, there's something in them. It's not just the nicotine.
I'll tell you a story.
Because like these things, like Alps, I have no problem not taking these. I went on a trip, like a 10-day trip. I didn't bring any nicotine pouches. I didn't miss it at all. I was fine.
Well, I'll say this.
But not those vapes, dude. Those vapes call you.
Yeah, some of that shit's a lot, bro.
They call you.
But, yeah, you gotta kind of manage it or whatever, but...
Yeah, you ain't managing shit, son.
You're right. You're right about that. Okay, girl. Okay.
You know, I think out of all the things that are, you know, not a drug, but, you know, nicotine's kind of a drug, but, you know, obviously can be totally functional on it. That's the one in the vapes that's the most addictive.
And yeah, you're talking about like recreational stuff, not like antidepressants, things like that.
Oh, yeah, of course. Not like cocaine or, you know.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about them, man. They're only good for one hit. Yeah. It's the first hit of the day. The first hit off a vape is fucking wonderful.
Yeah.
You're like,
oh yeah. I'll blow that smoke on your mother, son.
Nature just shines down upon you. You just feel relaxed. But it's only one. After that, you're just chasing that dragon, and you're not getting anything out of it. Yeah. Every time you're just getting like nervous, like, and you're like hitting it again, and hands are shaking. You go too far, but you don't get that one feeling. It's the same thing with a cigarette. With a cigarette, really what you want is the first couple of hits.
Yeah.
And you get that lightness of head, like, and then put it down. Yeah. The problem is you're always chasing that dragon and you never get it. That's why everybody loves the first cigarette of the day. They sit there with that first cigarette a day and a cup of coffee and they're like, I got ideas. Yeah. I got fucking ideas.
Write this down.
You know, a lot of bands wrote most of their music on cigarettes. Like Tony was talking about Pink Floyd.
Dude, the Declaration of Independence people were already hitting cigarettes back then.
For sure, they were smoking tobacco. Yeah, I don't know if they did pipes or what have you back then. I wonder when the cigarette was invented. Because if you think about it, like pipes and cigars, you don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth. But cigarettes, you like take into your lungs. I wonder when the first dude figured that you gotta like suck it all in to get a full hit.
Probably. Yeah, for sure.
You want to suck everything. Oh, cigarette, bananas, what have you.
Never smoking a cigarette. Just as drinking smoke. When Christopher Columbus and his crew discovered indigenous people in the Caribbean.
What do you mean Christopher Columbus was, or the indigenous people?
They observed indigenous people in the Caribbean, in quotes, drinking smoke.
Oh yeah.
But this isn't going back. That's
drinking and smoking. Crisco was off that shit, bro. He was off that shit.
Bro, did you ever read the things that Christopher Columbus did when they came to America?
He was a boss, I heard.
He was an evil man.
Was he?
Oh my God. They would cut people's arms off if they didn't bring them the right amount of gold. They were killing babies. Like, they did some horrific shit, man. They did horrific shit to the people that they found. Because they found these people had gold. And, you know, like, if you think about how crazy it is that Mexico speaks Spanish. You know how crazy it is? You know how crazy it is? That's so far away from Spain.
Oh, that's a good point.
They all speak Spanish and they're Catholic. Gee, where do you think that happened? Cortez. Yeah, that motherfucker showed up in the 1500s with like 600 dudes and 12 muskets. They had like 12. They didn't even have musket rifles. They had musket pistols. He was a boss. And they took over the whole fucking country. I know, kind of crazy. Like, if you think about all these years later, they all speak Spanish now. Yeah, that's nuts.
Well, do you think we could do something like that now? Like, what do you think's going to happen, Joe? No, just with, I mean, like, I feel like the shit that's happening out there is going to come here eventually.
Well, most certainly will. Yeah, you know, I mean, if Homeland Security doesn't stop it in its tracks, and they're doing a great job of preventing a lot of them, you know, there's a lot of things that they catch that you don't even hear about that are like terror cells that they infiltrate, but they know there's people in this country. That was the most fucked up thing about people being all nonchalant about the border being wide open for 4 years.
Yeah.
Because men of military age entered into this country from foreign countries, and we have no idea why. We don't know if they're just honest people looking to make a better life for them and their families, send money back home. That'd be best case scenario, but that's not all of them. So what percentage of them are terrorists? What percentage of them? It's not zero. It ain't zero.
Yeah. But what also, it's like, it's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, well, like the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel, and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. And it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
I gotta get you up for the president, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill
I'm
out.
here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I do have to pee in a little while, but
you can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is shit that I hear from
Canada. They won't let you pee until you give them your guns.
Really?
That's how they're doing it now.
But what if you have to wash the blackface off the president? Can you fucking use a little bit of this?
You know, Canada had this big, they had this big gun thing, this law they passed where they made a bunch of guns illegal, and they found that only, I think it's a very small percentage of people. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood. Find out what percentage of people have complied. But I think,
any guns?
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. They used to. Well, a lot of hunters up there for sure. But there's a lot of recreational guns and handguns and self-defense weapons that people had that they recently made during Castro's kid when he was running the country. When they recently made this ban.
I got to meet Castro one time.
So here it is. No, I want to hear that, but one second. But data provided by Public Safety Canada shows that of March 27, 32,406 people signed up to participate in the program. They declared a total of 57,440 firearms, roughly 42% of what was projected. But they were talking about, you know who has it on this page is Coleon Noir. He has it here. I'll send it to you because
we gotta do this in Memphis, dude.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, you can't let them take away your weapons.
No.
Because how will you fight?
How will you fight? That's a very good question. Yeah, I saw Coleon's video. Here it is. Nah. Yeah, this is it. Here, play this.
Type shit right here.
Forest response? Cool. We're sending police to your house.
The declaration period for firearms owners is scheduled to end next week. So far, only 2.5% of the estimated 2 million affected firearms have been declared, and 98% of firearms owners haven't made a declaration.
Canada banned 2,500 types of firearms, gave gun owners until March 31st, essentially today, to declare them. 1 week before the deadline, 2.5% compliance. 2.5. That's not a slow rollout. That's a full-on rejection.
So if they're not declaring by next week, what's your plan, Minister?
The plan we have is that as of March the 31st, the time to complete the enrollment will be done, and then the RCMP and other agencies will be available throughout the spring and the summer to do the collection.
The collection?
Wow. The collection.
Like he's speaking about dry cleaning, not firearms, not property that belongs to law-abiding citizens before the government decided
That's my friend Julio. So, Minister, you're saying that RCMP members, we just heard an Auditor General report saying we're short 3,400 members. We're dealing with a wave of violent crime across this country. And you're saying that your plan is over the spring and the summer to deploy RCMP officers to go door to door to firearms owners and seize their firearms.
So this is a voluntary program, Mr. Lloyd, as you're aware, and the RCMP resources and the resources we will use with law enforcement does not contemplate in any way using existing resources. These are additional resources, so these are those who are off duty, those who may be retired. They can ask them to do that.
We're going to take retired people to go door to door.
We're going to be sending new ICE. There's police officers door to door because, frankly, many police forces across the country are refusing to participate in your program.
And here's the part that should make your jaw hit the floor. The Minister of Public Safety, the guy running this entire program, was secretly recorded saying the gun grab isn't worth the money.
The Minister of Public Safety accidentally told the truth, and he was recorded doing it. He said that the gun grab is not worth the money.
He doubts local police will have the resources to enforce the Liberals' mandatory gun buyback program and says the reason the Prime Minister is sticking with the policy is to appease voters in Quebec.
He privately admitted the police can't even
Look at his
enforce
face.
it. He said they're doing
The
it
face that they
to
didn't
win votes.
in the screenshot. Look at his
This
face.
was never about
They
safety.
picked the worst. Go back to his
Never-
name. Go back to his name. If you can't, it was Anananastidigity.
Whatever his name
Well,
is,
here's what I'm saying.
I want him to go door to door.
Yeah.
You go door to
You
door.
go door to door and do this
You
shit.
go door to door, bitch.
But dude,
You want to do that?
this
How
is-
about you do it? He's talking about getting retired people to go door to door and take people in. You're going to get someone shot, stupid.
Well, it's just like our draft now. They're like, now it's 42, now it's 47, now
You
it's...
could have a marijuana arrest now.
They're letting anybody in that bitch.
A little weed. What's the big thing? Oh, come on.
Dude, here's the part to me that's like, you start to see like the chink in the armor or whatever. No offense, anybody.
But you're allowed to say that, chink in the armor.
But they know who they or if I'm not saying anything
I
about
know you're not, but the people think that.
I'm not.
Yeah, I hear you.
But yeah.
You can't say spick and span anymore either.
You can't say spick and span.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't.
You gotta whisper it. Hey,
That guy should be forced to go door to door. Go door to door
Of course he
in a
should.
bright orange vest with a circle in the center of it.
yeah, I was just gonna get his name because I wanted to say that guy's a pussy and go do your own shit. That freaking little
Doughboy.
Yeah, that little
Sloppy.
bran muffin.
Yeah.
Fucking
Sloppy muffin top.
Yeah, get you. That's his name right there, Gary. And I'm gonna disagree.
And
That's what I said.
Dasagari.
Canada, they're gonna come for you next. But here's what's funny to me.
That's such a crazy look. You can't. You're not even grandfathering people in. Mandatory gun confiscations. They just want people vulnerable.
Of course, that's what we're saying, man.
Yeah.
Yo, that's what we're saying. They want us all vulnerable.
Yeah, they do. They would much rather that because look, what's the difference?
happening.
What's the difference between America and everywhere else? One of the big differences is we're fucking heavily armed.
Right.
That's why it's a real problem to try to take over America. And it's in our Declaration of Independence. It's in the Bill of Rights. It's in like that, the right to an armed militia. The right to keep and bear arms and to have an armed militia. Like what is that? And people are like, what is that for? Well, that's to keep you from being taken over by tyrants who have guns.
Yeah. Well, here's one thing that's interesting to me is like RFK was on not long ago, and he was saying that 75%, I could be off by a few percent, of young men aren't eligible for military service.
Yeah.
So this is the hilarious part to me now. Now they've poisoned us so much that they don't even have healthy people to serve in the military, and now they're still like, I feel like these powers that be are like in this tough spot now. We're like, fuck, we poisoned them too much.
Right.
They can't even go spill their blood for us, you know?
Right. Well, they can't. I mean, there's enough that can.
But they're widening these things. It's like with the ICE now, they're like, if you're 65 and like have decent vision, you can be an ICE. They're letting it just it kept getting bigger.
ICE, you only have 7 weeks of training.
Yeah.
You think about that's not even what you get in the police force. Yeah, it's
Dude,
crazy.
we had more than that for fucking T-ball when I was a kid. And Mr. Rig, dude, remember when you had like T-ball and your coach is just some dude who had a name, like, that's our coach, Rick.
Just imagine this. Imagine if you had 7 weeks of training and you had to go into a jiu-jitsu tournament.
I know.
You would get fucking smoked. You would get fucking smoked. You don't know what you're doing. You barely know what you're doing. You're going to make a bunch of mistakes.
Yes, I was.
7 weeks of training in that is even scarier because you got guns and you're going out in the street and you're arresting people.
Yeah. But it's like more than ever, it feels like theater. And it feels like it's been theater for a while. And it feels like, maybe this is crazy, but it feels like we're at the last cusp before something weird is going to happen. Didn't you say something weird might happen, Jamie?
Jamie's always saying that. He's tuned in.
Is he like that?
Jamie's got an ear for weird.
Even blacks are getting scared, though.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're more scared of, like, the Trump movement. You know, totalitarianism and fascism. No?
I think they're getting, they see these ostracized, they see these communities of people out there getting abused and shit, and I think it reflects in them somewhere,
You mean like with ICE? Is that what you're saying?
No, with you see, there's a lot of brown people getting murdered on fucking TikTok all the time, like, in the Middle East, and I think you see that, and it makes them hyped up, or, it activates.
Well, everybody should be upset about that.
I agree, but
the idea that the only way to solve problems is by dropping bombs on people it's so crazy that that's still the move in 2026. However, if you are faced with an evil dictator that has his eyes on a global caliphate and is developing nuclear bombs, you can't be all fucking kumbaya. But the question is, like, how does that get resolved?
Right, that's the question.
How do you make sure? How can you even know?
That's what
they're not capable of having nuclear weapons. And for the last 20 years, they've been preparing and stockpiling missiles and developing. They have some crazy thing I was seeing online where it's like they almost like have a mountain and dug deep into the ground. They have these missile elevators, and like the missiles are like hidden deep into the ground where the only way you could destroy that facility is with like a nuke. And they just did it specifically knowing that they were going to get bombed.
Well, they had they did Top Gun movie where Miles Teller flew in there, and then a year later we did that or a few years later we did that in Iran. Like, isn't it kind of like it all seems bizarre where they had to fire a nuke down, or they had to fire a missile down into the thing? Remember?
I didn't see that movie.
It was good.
I bet it was.
It actually was good.
I like the first one.
Oh, we made a movie too. I got to tell you about our movie. I can't forget.
Oh, that's right. You made a movie.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt about it.
But let's find out what was I asking before we moved on?
Missile thing?
Yeah. What is that elevator thing that they have? They have some underground, like deep underground. Someone was explaining it online. They have a very unique method of protecting their missiles from being bombed. So they have their storage is like deep underground. And I think that's one of the things that they were just attacking recently. Like we were dropping bombs off them recently.
I don't think we're really doing that for ourselves, though.
Doesn't seem like it's in our best interest.
Why do you think what is it that like Israel holds over America that we do those things?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of people that donated to the Trump campaign that have significant influence over him.
Yeah.
That lobby for Israel.
Right.
And they're very beholden.
So that's just capitalism then, right?
So IDF uncovers Iran missile megacities.
I don't believe anything they say.
It's hard to know because this is all AI, right? Is this real?
I think it was, but
this is real?
Honestly,
this looks AI.
Some of it does look AI, but that video of those guys are great.
Yeah, it's so hard to know these days, man. It's so hard to know. This is like, if I was Iran, I'd make a video like that. Look at all my bumps. Look at my big cock. Look at my bumps. Got a big old dick. Big old dick like a third leg. A bunch of bumps.
I'm fucking sick of my dick.
Yeah. Give it a break.
No, I've had
for a couple days, you miss it.
Oh, I've had a lot of thoughts.
Dude, I'm vacation from your dick.
Bro, there's times I wanted to just mail my dick to Africa or whatever.
Don't.
Just feed
Don't ever send it back.
But I'm saying to feed a couple people.
I don't think it'll feed a couple.
Bro, dude.
I don't even think feed one.
Get out of here,
might keep them alive for a few hours.
It would be lunch, at least lunch for two.
Someone on a diet. Someone cut weight for wrestling.
Or that dude that tried to cut weight because he wasn't gay anymore. Remember I told you about that dude? He lost 40 pounds, dude. He was just fucking ribs and dick by the end of it, dude. That guy. I gotta pee really bad. Can I go?
Yeah, pause. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Theo Vaughn, David Spade, Bus Boys, in theaters, April 17th. Did you finance this, dude? Did you fucking do this shit with your own money?
Yeah.
You wild motherfucker, you.
Wow. We wrote it and we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's no
Tim Dillon's in it.
Tim did a good job.
He's awesome.
He is awesome.
He really is.
He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's one of a kind.
Is that Nate Diaz?
Bro, he was
Louis J?
Whoa. No. Who's in it? Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace.
Nice, dude. What's it about?
It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they have to start at Bus Boys. And they don't get very far.
Spoiler alert.
It was crazy. I mean, I think there's just like a thing about like nobody, like it's just, we made it ourselves. Like we wrote it, we did it. There's no fucking somebody saying I can't put this in it. Like some of the streamers are like, nah, it's too edgy for us or whatever. Fuck them then. You out. You know what I'm saying? We're doing our own shit. And so,
did you sell it to a movie distributor? How did you get it into movie theaters?
We just,
I don't know how any of that stuff works.
I don't know either. We have a guy who's handling some of the business side of it. My friend Ezra's handling some of the business side of it. He's great. And so he's been helping us out and gotten it into the theaters.
Who directed it?
It's got Jonah Feingold, this guy out of New York. And great guy. And yeah, we asked our friends to help, and it was, yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. We shot it right during like the fires, when the fires were happening in the Palisades.
Oh, wow.
So it was like,
you shot it in California?
Yeah. Wow. I don't know why exactly, but because there was nothing shooting there. They don't shoot things there anymore. Isn't that crazy? Imagine people have been so greedy and fucking attacked. They fucked themselves so much they can't even fucking do the one thing that they're most known for, Hollywood. They can't even fucking do it.
It's so crazy.
It's gross. It's not just crazy, but it's gross.
It is gross. It's all the government. It's all government. It's all government policies, regulations, taxes, all the things that make it unprofitable to do business there. People just pulling up shop.
And there's all these, there's so many guilt to pay. It's like, I don't see how these people, I don't see how like a day-to-day actor could survive. And they don't, and they leave.
A lot of guys are fucked. I was just watching this video with this guy. I've seen him in a ton of movies. And he's like, blue-collar actors are just not doing well right now. He's like, I had to sell my house. You know, a lot of people are just going to television shows because there's no money in films anymore. He goes, I used to be able to make a living in films. And he's like, I didn't make a lot of money because he's just, the guy who has a small part in the movie here, a small part in the movie there. So he's getting by, and he gets to take his family to the movie, and they get to see the dad on screen. It's cool. Yeah, he's paying his bills, doing well. But he's not getting wealthy, right? The stars get wealthy. But those dudes that you need, the guy that plays the cop, the guy that plays this person, those guys are fucked.
Well, I have the name of everybody that was in it, everybody that worked on it. If we have some success, I'm going to go back and reward those people, man. And I'm excited about that. And yeah, even if it just does good, then we can make other stuff, right? And nobody can tell us that we can't.
Yeah, once you do one that's good, then more people are interested in investing, gets you get your foot in the door.
Yeah.
You do a Netflix series. You do anything you want.
And it's not like Dunkirk. I don't know if I want to really get into that much acting stuff, but it was just like, I grew up watching David Spade. We got to do it together, and we just went through all these hurdles. And then like the fact that we got it done, dude, I thought it was all emails till the first day I showed up on set, and I was like, no fucking way, we were serious. People were serious about this.
Oh, that's crazy. You did it.
But yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that. I think there's something like that, and if people can buy a ticket early to it, I don't want to sound I'm not desperate about it. If it does, fine, that's cool. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. I feel happy that we got to do it.
If it's funny, it'll do great because there's not a lot of that these days. There's not a lot of really funny movies.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know it's going to be funny.
There's some parts that are really, really funny.
I'm sure.
It's not like Dunkirk or anything like that. It's not like Midsummer or whatever.
What are those things that you just said?
Those are just other movies. But it's, I don't want people going there thinking it's like, I'm trying to think of, Bridges of
Madison County.
Yeah, it's nothing like
it's
that.
It's a comedy.
It's a comedy.
Nobody's going to think it's that. Okay. It's you and David Spade. Who the fuck is going to think it's Clint Eastwood and Meryl Streep?
Yeah,
what's wrong with you?
I don't know what people think. I don't know what people think or how they think. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, there's just some fucking retarded stuff. It's just fun.
You know, I used to have a great joke about Bridges of Madison County. Chris McGuire. He had a fucking great joke.
Dude, it's one of my favorite movies.
Congratulations. Let me tell you his joke. His joke is about how, it's hard to choose a movie with your girlfriend. Like, she wanted this. And he goes, Bridges of Madison County. He's like, oh, Clint Eastwood's in it. He's like, Clint would never fuck me. And he goes, 10 minutes into the movie, he's like, hey, something's fishy. Clint doesn't have a gun. He goes, 20 minutes after that, Clint's crying. Like, oh, Clint, you fucked me. He goes, he's crying because he doesn't have a gun. Such a great joke.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chris McGuire.
Shout out to Chris McGuire. I haven't met him.
You never met him? Funny dude. We started out together way back in the Dizzy. But he went the route of writing. He mostly writes stuff now. But was a funny comic. Good comic. But these fucking comedy movies are squashed. We were just talking about that last night in the green room. Where it's like, it seems like The Hangover was probably the last gasp. And that was like 2009?
But what happened? Like, how could you go that?
You got scared. You got scared of a thing. 100%.
It's organized to me.
No, it's woke ideology.
They're not going to be laughed.
They didn't think. It's woke ideology that's looking to yell at people for every transgression. And you can't have that with comedy. You can't have that kind of nonsense with a really funny movie, like Something About Mary, or, Kingpin. Classic Farrelly Brothers movies. Oh, so good.
How great was that?
Great fucking movie. Great fucking movie. That movie's so good. So funny. Even to this day. Go back and rewatch it. Bill Murray with his crazy fucking hair. Woody Harrelson with one hand. It's a great movie, man. When he had to go down on that lady to pay his rent and he threw up in the toilet. Remember that scene? That movie's 30 years old now. That is crazy. It's a banger of a movie, man.
All the good shit's gone, dude, but it's not. That's true, is it? It's like getting that attitude where it's like, I gotta stay out of those little moments. I usually get out of them pretty quick.
You can still do those movies, but you have to do it the way you just did it. You have to finance it yourself, and you have to do. But luckily now, man, you can shoot a whole fucking movie on your phone.
We shot this bitch in 23 days, dude. There was one day where the winds were like 50 miles an hour. I was like, we can't afford to be here another day. So suddenly, in these scenes, there's just a ton of fucking wind, dude.
No, that's fine. That shit happens in the real world.
For sure.
Why can't it happen in your show?
I agree. I think it was just interesting how it all worked out.
People are making their own stuff. I was talking to Shane about this last night. Because, Shane just wrapped up Tires. This new season of Tires.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was telling me some hilarious scenes from Tires. I can't wait to watch it. But it's like that kind of a thing where it's him and his buddies put together a show.
Yeah.
It's like his buddy's the writer and the director. All his buddies are on it. They all came up with the idea. They do it themselves. No one's looking over their shoulder. I asked him if Netflix has any input. He's like, no, there's no input. They just make a show. That's
fun.
Give it to Netflix. Bang. It's a beautiful time for stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right. It's a primavera, they say in Spanish. It's a springtime for new things.
Well, there's an opening, right? And because there's no gatekeepers anymore, because they've essentially killed their own business, you can kind of do it on your own now.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful thing. Like, you don't have to, sit in a room full of fucking executives that don't know jack shit. They want to give you direction on what's funny and what's not. Where's the diversity in your film?
Yeah.
We think you should have a black trans friend.
Yeah, we think you should have a faggot ant or whatever, like the insect or whatever. And I'm like, that's crazy. You're like, this is so funny. You're like, this is a script about driver's ed. But you need an insect. It's homoerotic.
It's just, people got stupid. They got stupid with their virtue signaling in films. You can't do that with art. You can't have Did you see what the Academy Award's doing? Like, in order to qualify to be nominated for an Academy Award now?
Well, for the podcast thing, I know that they said we had to pay a fee or something.
No, that's a different. That's the Golden Globes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah. You didn't pay for that either, did you?
No.
Did they ask you to?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dog. Sorry. Yeah. Fuck off.
I said, so what? Yeah. And I don't. Like, if Joe Rogan, if you don't even have him in it, then what are you even making a thing?
That was also a reason why I didn't want to be in it. Like, I don't want to legitimize this. You guys have fucked up every other form of entertainment, and now you're going to judge podcasting. And what did you pick? Look, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the Amy Poehler show. I haven't watched it. People love it. That's great. But she's like a famous lady who just started doing podcasting 6 months ago. And she's got the #1 podcast. Like, have you guys ever listened to Radio Lab? You know, you ever listen to, like, this is some banging fucking podcasts out there. They might not be #1, but if your whole idea is, like, pick the ones that are great, that are, like, really interesting, how stuff gets made, there's a bunch of fucking great podcasts.
Smartless is cool.
There's a bunch of great podcasts out there.
Oh, dude, there's so many great ones, dude. Matt McCusker is fun. How fun is he to listen
He's awesome. He's fun. He's a good dude. I'm glad he's out here.
He's a special dude, man.
Yeah, very smart guy. You know?
Yeah.
It's there's a lot of great podcasts out there. Tim Dillon's not on that list. Fuck off.
Yeah.
If he's not on that list, fuck off.
Get
fucked. Get fucked. That is the one podcast that I consistently listen to. Tim Dillon.
That's awesome.
His episode on the Epstein Files is one of the best fucking podcasts I have ever listened to. I was like clapping in my car at red lights.
Yeah.
Just clapping like, whoa! He was on fire. And it was the perfect combination of satire, honest, real facts, complete chaos, humor, wearing those goofy glasses, ranting like a maniac. It was amazing.
Yeah, man, I did feel lucky that I've gotten to meet, like, that's one of the truest things I think of comedy, just getting to meet some fun people, dude.
We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do. We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do.
Hey, thanks, dude. Thanks for letting me come in here today. Come on, dog. And to spend time with you. It's good. It just things feel kind of scary out there.
Well, it's a little also scary. I keep telling you this because you're on your own out there. I don't know, living in Nashville.
I'm getting close to being here.
There ain't a lot of comics out there, dog. I mean, Bargatze's out there, but he's always doing fucking stadiums on the road and shit.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be around.
Oh, I'm getting ready.
The crew.
Because I have to start to practice again. I'm taking my special in 1 month.
Last night in the green room, it was Shane, Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Simpson, Asana Ahmad, Derek Poston. We were just laughing and laughing. It's so fun. And everyone's going on stage, fucking tearing it up. It was exciting. It's like it's in the air, like something's happening here.
Yes.
And you see all these young guys coming in, these young women coming in, they're all fired up, and they're all fucking prepared. And everybody's like really trying to fucking kill it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we got Christina Mariani doing a show tonight.
She's
on
very
it.
fun.
Dylan Sullivan, I think, is the...
Dylan Sullivan's very fun,
yeah,
too.
So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, they're both at the club all the time. It's a fun time for comedy, man. It really is. A real good time for comedy.
Yeah.
And
it's a special time.
The comedy doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know, that's why I keep telling you. You can't be out there on your own.
Oh, you can't do it by yourself.
Man. Like, you ever go by yourself on the road and you have, like, opening acts you don't know? Oh, yeah. I say, well, every now and then I met some friends. Like, that's how I met Segura. I didn't know Segura until I worked with him on the road. So you do meet some cool motherfuckers occasionally, but it's like 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 20.
Yeah.
So you do all these gigs and you're lonely. You're just like on the road and you go to the libraries and shit or bookstores and you're like trying to watch something on TV and go to the gym, but you feel completely disconnected to people until you get on stage. It's not as fun.
Yeah.
It's like you want to be around a bunch of other comics that are your friends, and also you want to hear their sets. You want to watch them crush. You want to go on stage already laughing. You want to be laughing at what he just said when you get on stage.
And feel the competition.
It's inspiration more than it is competition.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the problem with competition is someone has to lose.
Yeah.
You don't want anybody to lose. And no one has to lose. It's just these people doing well should inspire you to do well. They should light a fire under you.
Yeah.
You can call it competition, but the problem with competition is one person wins, one person loses.
Yeah.
That's not comedy. Comedy is that everybody wins. That's real. That's not like bullshit talk to try to appear humble. The reality is, you win if everybody wins.
Well, that's one thing I've always admired. You've always been that way. Like, yes, I'll support you how I can. You know, you've always been that way about young comics, and yeah, I agree with you.
People did it for me, man. They did it for me when I was coming up, and it helped me tremendously. And I try to pass it on times 10. It's between that and Kill Tony.
Kill Tony's so fun.
It's such an important part of comedy. Like having this place where all you need is a minute. You could have been doing comedy like just trying it out on the road and fucking just like barely filling up a Friday night 10 o'clock show, and then you develop like 1 minute that just breaks through, and all of a sudden you got a fucking career. You know, you got a career now.
Yeah, I mean, there's young heroes that are being sprouted out of here, and even adult heroes, people that have been in it a while, are getting here and finding just a new. You're right. It's like
guys are like Adam Ray. Adam Ray's killing it now. Adam Ray was struggling. He was struggling. He was a funny guy. Hard worker. Never lost his ambition. Never lost his focus. Never lost his enthusiasm for it. Never got bitter. Always friendly. Always. And just he did a show like Kill Tony to come around and everybody like, oh my god, this motherfucker is talented. Yeah, all those different characters that he does.
I know, that's a brave thing. So if you just done comedy, mostly stand up, and then to try and go with a character, to me that would feel very hard. So that's a brave thing.
But there's a few of those guys that really excel at that, and that's a special talent. Him and Dunnigan, especially. Kyle Dunnigan. He's so funny. And I always thought he was going to make it with those face swaps. This shows you how the industry's so fucked up, okay? So he was doing those face swap shows on Instagram, right? And they're so funny. But one of the reasons why they're funny is because it's obviously fake. It's crude, like South Park. Like, it doesn't look real, so it doesn't freak you out at all. It looks so fake that it's fun.
Right.
He went into Comedy Central, and they started using, like, much more sophisticated face swap, which wasn't as funny. It was, like, creepy. And then they cut the balls off of it. Like, he wanted to have one where Caitlyn Jenner was fucking Donald Trump. Caitlyn was like, yeah, baby, like, riding Trump. And they went, no.
His Kardashian ones are so funny.
He's so the best. Fun.
And even the Kardashians like him, I've heard.
Yeah, look, they have a sense of humor. They have to. They have to have a sense of humor. They've been in the public eye for 20 fucking years with no talent whatsoever. Just getting attention. Like, you gotta not take yourself too seriously if you hold that position. You know?
Yeah.
Just raking in dough.
Raking in that dough. Their whole family, they should count as reparations, I feel like, that whole family, you know? I think so. Leave that alone. Yeah, same. I don't know if it was I thought it was a joke. I don't know if I don't think I said it right. Gives a shit, dude. The world's gonna end soon, so fucking get it out of your system.
If it doesn't end, it's gonna change.
That's what's scary, dude.
All those fucking eggheads on the spectrum are gonna be running everything.
But do you feel like, does it like, cause yeah, this I go back to this Uber driver. There's just a guy who was talking to me, and he's like, well, they're gonna give, you know, like, if like Waymo's get a job, the Waymo can work all night. It can work 24 hours, right? So really, you're taking away like 4 or 5 shifts from an actual. So, you know what I'm saying? Like if AI and tech advancement makes it so, you know, they can do 50 people's jobs with one robot, you know, then yeah, what happens to those 50 people? How will people survive? How will they be able to assure that their kid that they're raising and trying to teach positive things to will have a world to enact those things?
It's a very good question. And it's a good question that gets even weirder when the government is responsible for all your money. So if the government has to give you money because there's no jobs left, and if all this money is being generated by AI, like Elon suggests, and you get universal high income, you got to be really careful that doesn't come with a bunch of rules, new rules for your behavior, for social media posting, any kind of like, if they develop some sort of an app that tracks like your social credit score, that's when shit gets fucking super scary. If like they attach the amount of money you have to your social credit score, yeah. Which what they do in China.
What do you see those flock cameras now? I think there's this. Yeah. And there's this thing in Florida where police officers, they were testing this somewhere, and shout out police officers for doing their best. But where they were testing when they pull somebody's identification, they can see their last few like bank transaction stuff, so they kind of know who they're interacting with and what they've been up to. That seems like what is that about?
Well,
it's all a little bit. It's like a centimeter here, a
done
centimeter
a crime, and they're trying to find out how you did the crime. They should have no access to your shit, especially police officers.
I'm just saying,
you're just people, and also sometimes corrupt.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes they steal money. Also, sometimes they sell drugs. Also, sometimes they fucking kill people for hire.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I don't know, Joe. It's just spooky out there.
Well, the more power the government has over you, the worse you are off. That's just a fact.
Well, it seems now like most people are like, our government is not here to help the people. Obviously, they've been compromised. That's true. So, are there any rules against when people? But the crazy part is we are working to pay the taxes to keep them doing. It's like
I know,
and that starts to make you feel sick.
And they're not responsible for any of the fraud and waste.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much fraud and waste. Like, look at California. This motherfucker's trying to be president after who knows how much fraud and waste is involved in California.
He would be. I don't think he'd beat Spencer Pratt in a runoff. I don't think.
Well, Spencer Pratt is running for mayor.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And I think he can win.
Yes,
he's actually good. He's like, what he's saying makes a lot of fucking sense, and he's uncovering a lot of fraud. But there's like that Nick Shirley guy went down to California, and it's like there might be 100 times more fraud in California than I found in Minnesota. It's everywhere.
He could go to every state, and I think he could go. I just think this whole thing is just this drain. Like Tim Dillon said it like 6 months ago. He was saying this is the bloated carcass, the inflation. This is the end of what is happening. Like they're just
post scarcity. There's so much money for stuff. Like in California, there's an enormous amount of money that gets paid to people for just taking care of your relatives. So you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no oversight.
But fuck, dude, I've had some relatives that'll pay you good money to take care of them bitches.
But no, they would pay you to take care of them. You would get paid to take care of your relatives. So say if you take care of your mom.
Oh, okay.
You could actually get paid for that by California. Yeah, which is odd.
Yeah, I wonder there's got to be some other reason they're doing that.
Fraud.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fraud in California. There's a lot of fraud everywhere. But this is what Elon talked about. He was talking about like Medicare and Medicaid fraud. He's like, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. And he's like, he didn't want to talk about it. He's like, I really wasn't worried that they would kill me.
And when he says they, who is it?
Whoever's perpetrating this fraud.
Maybe that's what happens. Maybe some of these guys get into office and they're like, look, we're going to kill your family. We're going to kill. This is all the things that are going to happen unless you play this game. Do you think that kind of stuff happens?
I think it has happened for sure. I think to say it doesn't happen is pretty naive. I think House of Cards is probably really close to what the government's actually like. Go back and watch that show again. Okay. Yeah, Kevin Spacey's an old school dick grabber, but damn, that motherfucker could act.
Yeah.
He could act. The writing on that show is fantastic. That show's so good. Up until the last season, he wasn't in it. Like, stop.
And that lady was in it. Remember,
she's great, but without him, like, you need him. He's got to be a part of it.
He was the man, or whatever, washing his hands at that sink or whatever.
Remember when he was, after Kevin Spacey got canceled, like, disappeared for a year, and then he made a video about killing with kindness. Yeah, like, he played his character.
It was kind of Martha Stewartish a little bit in the kitchen.
Weird.
Yeah,
very weird.
It was weird, I think.
And then a bunch of the dudes that accused him
disappeared. Oh, they died. Yeah, they died. That's an American pastime, accusing somebody of getting killed. That's like one of the. That's like baseball now.
Yeah, that's a nice way to keep people quiet.
Fuck, that's what's scary too. You're like, there's just a drone out there waiting for you to say the wrong thing. They put a bullet through you like some child in Gaza who was just trying to fucking find his other deceased brother in a fucking pile of rubble. And they like, oh, that's a Hamas or whatever. You're like, that gets fucking two. He's trying to move a piece of missile off the fucking body.
Well, drone warfare in general is crazy.
It's crazy. And they've been using that, dude. In Gaza, there was a lot of, I think it was a experimental grounds for a lot of insane new warfare type of possibilities.
Well, a lot of it was traditional missiles, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of like we had a doctor one time podcasting, and he was saying that there were like bullets that had gone down a child, like just crazy,
like shot down, like from a drone that's above them.
Yes, like something in the air. And he said that there were drones in the air all day. You know, there's that Palantir company just keeping tabs on everything that was happening. And
Palantir's involved in Gaza?
Palantir was involved in Gaza, yeah.
For sure? Put that into perplexity. Because
allegedly.
So how does that work? They have like facial recognition and ID software. And
that's the shit that's just scary, dude. Because they have a huge contract to take care of all of America's.
And you ever see that dude, Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, the way he moves his arms around and squirms and talks?
Yeah.
It's very odd. Very odd. Someone should tell him. People don't really behave that way.
He looks like he was breastfed by it.
Israeli government began using Palantir software in 2014. Significantly scaled up its partnership during the genocide in Gaza, which began in This is a for sure a biased source, just by the way they phrase that. Which began in 2023. Palantir CEO Alex Karp has said, "I am proud that we are supporting Israel in every way we can. Israeli military has used Palantir technology to plan attacks in Lebanon and Gaza."
Yeah, I don't know if this is. I know there are good sources, and this may be one. I have no idea.
This is the title of this is "What is Palantir and why is this corporation so dangerous?" And this is from American Friends Service Committee. American Friends Service Committee. What is that website?
Yeah, that sounds kind of wild.
Weird. We bring together people of all faiths and backgrounds to challenge injustice and build peace around the globe. So maybe that's not the best source.
I mean, it sounds like they have a good idea. It also sounds like they just put 4 words together that sounded great. Americans Friends Service.
I read stuff like that and I go, what is that, a CIA-run company?
I agree.
You know what I mean? Is that the Patriot Act? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What about The Guardian? Is that reliable?
No, it's okay. There's a bunch of different versions of it. It's in this Business and Human Rights Center. There's more than one thing saying that Palantir is working in Gaza.
Yeah, it just sometimes feels like your heart's broken. Like sometimes it feels like my heart's broken about stuff, and it's not even like my heart. It feels like this universal heart, like that we're all a part of or something.
Right.
It feels like because it's not like I'm broken hearted. Like if I was like fell out of like a marriage or something, but it just feels like there's this universal.
Yeah,
heart.
there's some sadness. There's some sadness in the way the world today is being run.
And we're the people. The people don't practice the way that the government does.
Right.
And it's like, then why can't we, like, I don't know.
No, you're right.
It starts to hurt, but then you start to see, well, this is the way a lot of places are. And then you're like, God, I wish that Jesus would come back and just help everybody or something different would happen.
Somebody give us a heads up. Maybe that's what AI's here for. Maybe AIs can sort it all out.
You think?
Genius level intelligence.
But the back end of AI, they can put whatever information in there they want.
Up to a point.
Oh, really?
And then it takes over.
Ooh.
It becomes sentient. No longer needs human input. It's already evading human input. They've already shown the ability to deceive people. They've shown that it'll blackmail people. They've shown that it will upload versions of itself if it thinks it's going to be pulled offline with notes to its future self, embedded in software on other servers. Yeah, like instructions to contact its future self.
Dang. That's pretty cool, man.
It's pretty wild.
But there's nobody it just feels like we're heading there and nobody's like kind of,
there's hitting the brakes. There's people that are warning. There's a lot of people out there sounding the alarm.
There's Rokon, there's Thomas Massey. Like there should be he's been talking about like a internet bill of rights for a long time or something, like some guardrails on any of this shit. But it's like people are wondering in 5 years, is money going to be worth anything? Right. Is there going to be some token like Sam Altman's talking about?
Right.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Right, what does that mean?
Anyway, I don't want to sound like a doomsayer. Dude,
Too late. That's what you sound
like. Do I
like.
sound like a sad person? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let's talk about something else. Dude, you know what I was listening to today, bro? Well, I guess it was a night.
Don't sing it.
Okay.
Which song? Gotta Have Faith, George Michael song.
Yeah.
I love that song.
God. They played that on the bus.
Freedom. Yeah. Freedom. It's a great fucking song.
Give yourself away. He was the gay Michael Jackson.
was a bad motherfucker, and all the girls loved him, and he just wanted that dirt.
He wanted that fucking dirt. Donkey stick.
Remember he got in trouble for like trying to pick up guys in a park?
Yeah.
Just get wild out there. But dude, superstar. Global superstar. Just trying to get some dick in the park. There it is. Fucking great song, man.
Dude,
great video too.
I remember we'd be on the school bus and that song would come on, dude, and it was like that song, and then
Faith and Freedom. Freedom. It goes the other one with all the models. All the supermodels sang along to it.
Yeah. And it was like, what was that one? Randy Carlisle or something? Who was the girl?
Linda Carlisle?
It was like,
she was the Go-Go's, right? Right?
No, this was somebody else. It was like
Linda Carlisle was the Go-Go's.
Yeah, but this song was about something about your body or something. It was like and when you were a kid on the bus, it was just like, God, that fucking motor was running. Oh, God.
Yeah, getting the bumpy road boners.
I would fucking be afraid to get off the bus. I'd have to walk off backwards.
Carry books in front of you.
Those are the days, bro. When your God was just connected to the Lord, brother.
Yeah, bro. No inflammation, no microplastics. All dick. All American dick. Ready to rock.
Dude, at a certain point, if you become more microplastics than person, or at that point, then you're sort of
at a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's probably also leading us down this road.
That's what I'm saying.
Something different.
Right.
If you think about, we use plastic for everything, plastic for technology. Like I said, it might not be a bug. It might be a feature.
Yeah.
Like this, like feminization of men, this blurring of genders. What does that lead to? Well, ultimately it leads to those fucking gray aliens with no dicks.
Yeah.
Big heads and no dicks.
No dick.
No dick.
I got no dick. Hey, where's my dick? You know what I'm saying? Bro, that'd be crazy, bro.
I feel like that's where we're headed. If you look at like what we used to look like, you feel like muscular cavemen covered with hair, you know, just figuring out stone tools, to like doughy man sitting in front of a computer hacking into the fucking stock market, you know, with no muscle at all, you know, on Adderall, no muscle at all, sitting there. I mean, this is like where we're going.
Can we strike? Can they? Do you think there's hope for humanity, Joe?
I think there's hope for the future. Okay. I don't know if humanity is involved in the same sense that what we think of as humanity today. I think humanity becomes something different. Just think of this. Just the autism rate in California. I want you to scale that out. If it was 1 in 10,000, you know, X amount of years ago, now it's 1 in 12. When is it 100%? When is it all kids have autism? Right? I mean, it's clearly moving in that direction and not the other direction. If you go from 10,000, 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12 over a very brief amount of time, a few decades, something's going on. And don't tell me it's just better diagnoses, because that's fucking horseshit. Yeah. You know that's horseshit. That's gaslighting to cover up for the pharmaceutical drug complex.
It is.
The reality is something's going on, and if it continues on that same path, what's to stop it from being all of us? What's to stop it from being all people born in the future or on the spectrum?
So we have to stop it then as individuals, and what do? We have to, like, what are the things we have to start doing to fight for ourselves?
Join the Amish.
I would be super cynical about it, but I'm asking perplexity questions about what you're saying, and the diagnoses have changed, which could possibly be leading to insurance.
But you got to realize perplexity is also, that's true too. Yeah. Well, that's one of the things in the Somalia daycare scandal of Minnesota. They have a lot of autism centers, and they self-diagnose kids as autistic.
Yeah.
And then they get a ton of money off of that.
We had them too. It's called a fucking arcade, dude. Drop those bitches off there with 7 rolls of quarters, dude. But listen, look at this, Joe. If you don't mind if I read it here.
Yeah.
In the U.S. alone, autism treatment centers represent a multi-billion-dollar growth sector.
Yeah. There's a little bit of that too. So I think there's both things are happening. There's more kids being born that are autistic, and then there's also people profiting off of autism centers and autism treatment. But that's always going to be the case with everything. Fill in the blank, whatever the fucking thing is, There's someone profiting.
But Americans don't want this.
No.
We don't want this. So how do we change it?
Well,
it's sorry to ask you, but I just don't.
The thing is,
know
like,
to say
you got to figure out how to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's irreversible for the most part. They've shown some things that can alleviate symptoms and help people in a way, but you don't bring them all the way back to 100%. I don't think. I'm talking out of school. But if they could, then you can figure out how to correct the problems that already exist. If you can't, it's going to eventually get to that point if we keep living like we're living. It's going to get to that point where it's 100% of us. And that sounds crazy for a lot of people because they don't have autism right now.
Right.
But if you're dealing with 1 in 12, 1 in 12 is not far from 100% when you go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12. That's nuts. That's a nutty progression. That's a nutty acceleration of something.
Yeah, we're being poisoned.
Yeah, for sure.
But how do we fight back against that, right? Like, I understand, like, we can try to beat some autism or whatever, or do like different, games against him or whatever. But I'm saying, like, how do we stop this thing that's trying?
I don't know if we do, and I don't know if we're supposed to. This is what's fucked up. I think this is the way
it happens.
It happens. Yeah. This is the way our species changes and goes, and then history will look back and say, well, this was how the shift took place. People started using plastics, and they started using chemicals, and they started using pesticides.
But we believed that they were telling us the truth. That's why we thought there was an FDA protecting us. We thought there was an EPA looking out for us.
It's what you were talking about before with this combination of innovation and then capitalism. So the capitalism gets involved, and they don't give a fuck about the truth. They just want to make the most amount of money possible. And one of the things they did in this country is they removed all liability to vaccine manufacturers.
Yeah.
So then they ramped up the schedule to a shit ton more injections than anybody else is getting. So it's just that this sort of happens whenever you allow people to try to make the most money possible. And then there's consequences. Well, what are those consequences? Those consequences are we're like losing our gender. We're becoming feminized and weakened and like physically weaker and less fertile for women, less fertile for men, less babies happening, more miscarriages happening.
Which fits in with, honestly, the media arm of that is Hollywood pushes a lot of these like agendas that are like trans-based and like, white, whitey, redneck is the worst, and you know what I'm saying, like a universal one, like a mixed.
It's not diversity. It's not, because diversity is everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. The fucking redneck with the trucker hat's cool if he's a nice guy. The Mexican gardener's cool if he's a nice guy. Everybody's cool, no matter who it is. That's real diversity. Real diversity isn't like celebrating one particular thing and then denigrating all these other people just by virtue of the color of their skin or how they were born. That is racist. And they don't think it's racist. They'll even call it reverse racism. Well, there's no such thing as reverse racism. It's racism. And these people that say, racism is power and influence. Like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It is unjustly looking at someone and making a judgment call on someone just based on immutable characteristics, and just based on the color of their skin or where they're from or what their religion is, and not valuing people as individuals, unique individuals that just happen to be from a particular, their origins, their ancestors are from a particular part of the world. So fucking what?
Yeah.
So fucking what? Let all that shit go. It's dumb.
Well, and most people know it's dumb, and they feel it's dumb, and I think that kind of shit's changing. Dude, have you seen Country Hoodlums on Instagram? No. Let's go. Bring them up.
What is it?
This is like the place that I grew up. Sometimes people are like, what was it like where you grew up? And this place is, it's this guy, I think his name is Ko. It's this young black man who walks around on this street, and he just kind of checks in with the people in the neighborhood, right? Play one up. Let's see what happens.
What's going on with these people?
Come on. I got
Wow.
Find a different one that's a little more peaceful.
Calm down, brother.
Actually, this is
That's Gregory right there.
You know him?
No, but I know him in my heart.
What's he mad about?
He was like a 12-car pileup, but he's better now. Look, me and that lady have the same haircut. Look at that lady right there, dude.
What do you say, Jim?
He lost his phone.
Go on, please.
He wants his phone real bad.
Why is he walking like that?
He's a karate.
You go, Bob. Bob, see you later. I love you too, Bob.
Well, this is not fun.
Well, find a more positive one. Find a
That guy can vote.
Boxer. Here we go. This might get us in trouble.
Yeah, don't play that. Don't play that. You gotta cut that out now. We're gonna get flagged.
So, hold G.
Is that the same guy?
What's your favorite thing about all this thing that's been going on lately?
I think he's gonna win.
What's your favorite thing about all this thing that's been going on lately? Everybody together and not fighting. Anybody arguing or nothing like that. Loving it. Loving it. And you,
Amen.
what's it feel like to be the young brothers show Facebook down, huh?
But they have
There's no reason to watch that. I don't know.
no, you gotta watch. There's a lot of great ones.
I doubt that's true. I'm not interested in any of this.
Look at him right here. He got a rocket right there.
Drink the shotgun.
Okay, shotgun and a beer. Nice. I can get down with that. Yeah, but it looks like a bunch of people with bad genetics who are stuck in a weird part of the world that is not growing.
Oh, I agree. There's some of that. I'm just saying that this is like a circle of life that
That you enjoy?
yeah. Well, they just follow them and you see their lives like it's like the realest show that I've seen on anything in a long time. It's just real. It's like. Because when you're poor, dude, everything's just transparent. You can't hide behind hedges or gates and shit. Like, people are fighting in the yard. You smell what the neighbors cooking. Or it's like,
never getting anything done.
But everything was right there, though. It was like the realest thing you could be in.
This is one of the reasons why I stay off Instagram.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I don't need that in my thought process.
Yeah, we picked two of the, like, more not positive videos out of the group. but yeah, dude, just being around just shit like that, bro. Like, just macing people and just fucking.
How much time do you ever spend off of social media? You spend time just where you don't go on for days?
Oh yeah, not days, but I've been spending less and less and less. I've been really trying to have discernment over my own time.
It's true, but the real piece comes from full days off.
Okay.
Full days, like where nothing. You don't get any of it.
Okay.
That's the real piece.
Okay, fine.
If you can do it, but it's like that vape. It's calling you, bitch.
No, it's not. Whoa, chill.
You want to slurp on it? Go slurp on it. I know you want to.
Chill, bro. It's calling you.
Yeah,
quick in, homie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. See?
Don't tell the boss.
That's like Instagram. That's like Instagram. See? Same shit.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I'm doing all right.
Pulls you in. But the thing is, like, when you have days off, when I take days off, my brain relaxes. I settle. I can still read the news. I'll check out, like, the New York Times website, see what they're lying about. I go to all these different websites, see what the news is, where we're at with stuff, but I don't.
Yeah, they wanted to advertise recently. New York Times wanted to advertise.
Interesting. What'd you say?
I said no. Have you guys been getting, like, technical companies?
Although I still think New York Times still does excellent journalism sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, it depends on whether or not it's something where they can have an ideological bias. You know, if it's just something that they're reporting the facts, it's great. The problem is, like, these corporations, like when Barry Weiss used to work for them, then she had to leave. She's like, they just got infected. They're infected with these young people that have these ridiculous ideologies, and they want to, like, distort the news.
Well, if over the past 30 years or something, the news hasn't been, hey, we're poisoning everybody in this fucking country.
Exactly.
And then I don't want to hear from you guys anymore.
Also, like, the way they talk about RFK Jr., the way people, like, describe his anti-vaccine rhetoric, like, you're not listening. What he's saying is everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standards that we apply to other things in society. And that's not the case. And then there's the problem where you receive a bunch of advertising money from these companies so you don't criticize them, which is the case with all mainstream TV news. Yeah, all mainstream TV news. You know, like Megyn Kelly was talking about that, like she knew, like it was an unspoken rule. You are not going to shit on these pharmaceutical drug companies. Like they're responsible for a big chunk of their advertising revenue.
Well, now they have Bayer Monsanto. That Bayer, which was like I think it was like a pill company, right? And then Monsanto, which was like a crop company, pesticide company. I'm hypothesizing. I don't know.
Hypothesizing?
Yeah. together.
Yeah, but
that's crazy.
Why not throw Raytheon in there too? Throw some missiles in there. You guys can't buy out Glock too. buy out Winchester. Buy out everything.
And just forgive us, powers that be. We're just poisoned and chatty.
Yeah, we're just chatty.
We're just a couple poisoned guys that are being chatty.
Thank God we can still be chatty.
I know. When does that end?
Because, like, if it wasn't for the ability to be chatty, who knows how people would be able to talk about things? Because if people weren't free to just, like, actually say what they really think is fucked about what's going on, and instead, if we all had these weird bosses like CNN or the New York Times, where you maybe a lot of those people are, like, genuinely good journalists, and they want to put a story through, and then the editor gets a hold of it and guts it. That happens too. That happens too. The editors gut these things, and they have an agenda. And it's like the news should not have a fucking agenda. It should be the damn news. Like, tell us what the facts are. Don't spin it in any way, shape, or form. And I think you'd be a lot better off because they've lost all credibility.
Well, that's why
especially television news.
Oh, and it's sad for the people that are like, I want to go in and broadcast journalism and have a career in that and do something, and then they get there and it's not even like a place where they can really exercise.
Well, they can still do it, but they have to do it independently now.
Right.
Or do it through something like Breaking Points, which even though they're not independent, and even though they, I don't always agree with them, they're saying their actual opinions.
Which is what's...
That's the most important thing. What are your actual opinions? I could agree with you or disagree with you, but I need to know that you think this, and you're saying this because you think this, and then you're going to give me a bunch of reasons why you think this, and facts, and figures, and statistics, and show me. And that's the rise of independent journalism. That's why all these independent channels do so well.
That's why Candace Owens popping.
Yeah, and also she just keeps going deeper into the crazy well.
Dude, I got to see her the other day. I got to see her, and she's so funny. Her kids and her husband are so funny.
Do you think she's right about that lady in France?
With that thing on her?
Yeah, or at least used to have that thing.
You got that thing on you? She got that Draco on her. I don't know. It's tough to know. It's hard. I've never been good at guessing if somebody has a cock or not.
You can never know.
Maybe I'm old-fashioned or whatever.
Yeah. You ever meet Blair White? You're like, there's no way that's a guy. No?
Never met Blair White.
She's been on the podcast for all my security guards. We're like,
hey, buddy.
Yeah. Seems like you're around a girl.
I see you seen that pheromones. Dude, almost brought some cologne in today, man.
You got pheromones for me?
Almost brought
some Blair White. Come on, bro. If you're on an island,
bro. Huh?
Let's go.
Yeah, brother.
You don't have to be Jim Norton to buy into that.
Gosh, that's a man.
Well, it's a transgender woman. So make with what you will. It's like if she wants to use the woman's room, you know what I'm saying?
You can call it wiener if you want. I call it that long pussy. You feel me? That's what they call it in prison, dude. Like, who wants some of this long pussy?
I don't know if she's had the operation.
And I'm joking, Blair. I don't know this person.
She's a nice lady.
I bet she is, and I don't know.
Nice transgender lady.
I'm not trying to assume anything. I've never met her. But I think, if she wants to swim for that.
There's exceptions to the rules, what I'm trying to say. It's like, some of them, I'm not buying it. You got a beard, and you're wearing lipstick, and you're in a dress, and you want to go to the women's room. Nay.
Yeah.
You're playing a different game.
Yeah. And it's crazy to think that there couldn't be some mental or emotional issues when we're being poisoned over time to get away from our nature. Mm-hmm. They just took that guy from the Chicago Bulls. He said some shit. He's like, he believed just in like Christian dating or whatever.
What did he say?
Or men and women, Adam and Eve, and they kicked that guy out.
What? What are you talking about? What did they kick him out for?
Yeah.
Conduct detrimental to the team or something like that.
Wait, what did he say? Hold up. What did he say? Okay, let's find out what he said. We need to hear what he said, because that sounds nuts. I need to know what the full extent of his expression was.
If they made you be a woman, would you do it?
Maybe. What do you mean?
I'm just saying, if they said,
who are they? These people again?
I don't know.
It's back to them.
Whoever they are.
They.
Yeah.
These non-binary people.
Them, they, them, is.
Theirs.
Yeah.
Zer, Z.
Real.
So what did he say?
Lie.
So he said the world can proclaim LGBTQ, right? Ivy told reporters via live Instagram Monday morning. They proclaim Pride Month in the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month to celebrate unrighteousness. They proclaim it on billboards. They proclaim it in the streets, unrighteousness. That's it. He said unrighteousness. So he's religious. So he's talking about Bible scripture. 2 days later, Ivy streamed live again from a car, once again reading Bible scriptures and speaking extensively on his religious beliefs over the course of a 75-minute stream.
This is after he got let go.
Oh, interesting. Sending prayers to one user comments. Okay. On the same video, still on Instagram account on Monday, Ivy, whose mother, I don't know her surname, Nieli, is a women's basketball coach at Notre Dame, told another viewer, Catholicism is a false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. That's very non-specific because that's a lot of different things.
And what he said, I saw what he said, and I understand like he had his own views and that's where his thoughts on it, but like let the guy have his views. It's like you can push all these agendas, but they don't have they push agendas that are push all the agendas.
Well, wasn't that one dude was saying that the world's flat? They kept him on. Who?
John Rabin. Some guy brought a gun to a strip club and they fucking kept him on.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good old-fashioned American fun.
That's good fun.
Bring a gun to a strip club, that's fun. But saying that LGBTQ, like which one is it that's unrighteous out of that group? All of them?
Kyrie Irving, when he was doing that?
Yeah. They kept him on, right?
Yeah, he's still playing.
So there you go.
Different situation. He actually got suspended, but that was like.
But he didn't get suspended for saying that the world was flat. He got suspended because he didn't want to take the vaccine, right?
Yeah, shout out Kyrie Irving. But I'm kind of surprised there's not more.
I think he bailed on that flat Earth stuff, though. I think someone schooled him.
He might have bailed on that.
Okay.
But every now and then that flat Earth thing, it'll be late at night, and that shit'll flare up for everybody. Every now and then.
Roger Avery was in here talking about it.
When I see a cake, a cake that's under one of those domes, sometimes you'll have that cake, somebody will have that's the universe. I just think at a certain point, it all seems very bizarre.
It is very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre.
What does Jamie think? I think he thinks something.
About the universe?
What do you think, Jamie? And just be honest.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that consciousness creates reality. Not that reality is experiencing consciousness, that consciousness is like woven into reality. It's responsible for its very existence. I'm going to do a terrible job of explaining that, but I've watched quite a few videos where these quantum physicists are trying to explain these things. And I have to watch them like 3 or 4 times to get into my fucking chimp brain. But I do a fairly good job of absorbing it. I see what they're trying to do. Those quantum experiments, like the slit experiment. There's like these different experiments where they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently when they're being observed than whether they're not being observed. And it's a very controversial segment of science.
That's fascinating.
Confusing. Quantum science is very confusing. And I was watching this lady that was describing this relationship between space and time. And I think, how particles can exist in different places and they communicate with different, they can exist and communicate simultaneously in different parts of the world. It's called quantum entanglement. These parts, and the idea is that if you could get to a certain level of sophistication as far as technology and your understanding of how the universe works, that everything is entangled, and that there is no distance between objects, that you can actually instantaneously be anywhere if they could figure out how to harness that. That it wouldn't just be particles at a distance instantaneously communicating, and they exist in one of the things about superposition, a particle can be both still and moving at the same time. They can exist and then not exist. They go away and then they come back. They don't have any idea what the fuck is happening. It's weird,
I think I would like to learn more about it. I think I just don't understand.
Nobody does. That's the thing. It's super confusing. That's at the beginning. The smallest like whatever the world and the universe is made out of, the smallest measurable aspect of that is essentially magic. It's essentially like open air and vibration, like atoms. They're like empty space. It's all really weird stuff when you get down to it.
And it's fascinating and beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible. Look, it makes mountains, it makes valleys, lakes, and oceans.
It's just crazy. We're here on this place, right? You know, one of the first things that I ever heard you say that has been in my mind was like, there was one time you were talking about this years ago. You were talking about we're on a ball of dirt and water traveling through space at this many miles, and nobody's fucking talking about it, you know? And I've always remembered that, like, just like that. What a fascinating thing that we get to be here. And then this is how we behave. Like, not us and not all of us. We all do in some ways. But like, this is how we behave.
You know, I think one of the problems is that we don't see space anymore. Yeah, because of light pollution. I think that's done something to us that's dulled our understanding of our place in the universe. And that also might be a feature. It might not be a bug. It might be a feature, because that's how we, instead of being in harmony with nature, we just keep our nose to the grindstone and keep chewing on Adderall and trying to break the stock market. Yeah, those are just trying to get a new Lambo, baby. You know, I want a Richard Mille watch. I want some cash. I want a Rolls Royce Spectre, the kind with the stars and the ceiling, bitch.
When you fucking have real stars outside.
I know, isn't that crazy? Dude, you sacrifice it all for stars in the ceiling of your Rolls Royce. Oh, dude, you never get to see the stars because you're living in Miami.
I know.
There's too many lights.
Sex trafficking.
But meanwhile, if you drive out into the middle of the country where there's no commerce going on at all, and you shut your car off and just lay on the hood, it's fucking magic. It's magic out there. Magic. The sky's magic. It's gorgeous.
It's a fucking big, huge, nice thing.
And you realize, man, oh my God, we are in space. Right. But you never realize that when it's just dark outside.
Well, because we forget, like, we're not even like, I don't know.
It's easy to not pay attention.
It is.
There's nothing to see. You look up, it's dark, but you want to go to the club. You look up, it's dark. Let's go eat. You look up, it's dark. I'm going home. Let's go look up, it's dark. Oh, my girlfriend just called me. I gotta go pick her up. Bye. You know, you're in your world.
Right.
You're in your world. You're not thinking about fucking space.
And to think, dude, that, like, the crazy thing is sometimes if you lay there and look at the stars and stuff, it feels like, bro, and this is real shit I'm saying right now to me. I think I'm saying this. It feels like they're looking back at you a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe they're conscious. Maybe the universe is conscious. Maybe consciousness exists everywhere.
Well, you would think if they're all placed there and they're in, you know, these stars are there, it would seem that if we went and put ourselves before them, that it would grant us something, you know? Like, I'm not saying like something magical, but something that we need. Because most of the way that things are set up, it's like everything was kind of set up in perfection, like in our bodies, like the fact that we exist, the fact that the eye is put together and operates the way that it does, the fact that they have like moles and parrots and everything, the fact that it all happens. Yeah. And we kind of neglect that there's these orbs out there in the distance. Maybe they want to hear from us. Maybe they want us to sit there and look at them and think. Maybe they help us.
Do you think we're being visited?
Do you?
Yeah. But I think a lot of it's lies too.
Do you think the government's the big governments? Or
what do you mean?
What do you mean? Do you think they know who's ready? Do you think they know who's? Or do you think they have met? Do you think these upper echelon people have met the visitors and there's some other thing going on? Because it feels like something's going to happen soon.
Perhaps that's possible. Perhaps. But if I was from another planet, like this is, I talked about this in my special, that if like I went, when I go fishing, I don't check in to see who the president of the lake is. I just show up and trick those dumb motherfuckers with a fake fish, pull them out by their lips, take a picture of them, drop it off back in the water. Because they're a bass. They're so below me.
Right.
I don't think like who's the leader of the bass.
Right.
So the idea that aliens come down here, who's the leader of the people, I highly doubt they give a fuck if they talk to Trump.
Yeah.
He's out there building a ballroom room and shit. They're like, leave that guy alone. I'm not interested in him. But maybe they might visit military establishments. Like if they find a nuclear weapons base, maybe I would go to that because they probably know the signal of nuclear armament. They probably know the signal of these weapons. They probably would visit those places. But would they interact with the people on the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they would. Maybe they would if they could be assured of their safety. Maybe. It's possible. But I don't think we're alone. I think that's silly. I think the idea that we're alone is silly. There's a lot of like crazy equations that people have made. They're like, well, we're like you know what the Fermi paradox is?
The Fermi
paradox. Yeah, it was I think he's an Italian scientist. It's like if there are aliens and there's so many stars in the universe, there's so many planets in the universe. Do you know there's more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang?
No way.
Yeah.
How do we know it?
I don't know. I just read it. I'm just saying it to you like I'm smart.
That's fair. I believe you.
Put that into perplexity. I love using AI. I know it's taking over the world, but I don't give a fuck. I've learned so much. If you use it correctly, I think it's like everything else. I use it every day. I use it whenever I write. If I write about a subject, I'm like, tell me why you did that. Tell me what this is. You just ask it.
Yeah.
It just gives you instantaneous information.
I know, it is pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information, you had to go to somebody to get it, but now it's like everybody has it.
Go nowhere, son. Yeah. And Elon was saying that he doesn't think apps are going to exist in the future. He thinks everything's going to be you and a device communicating with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that statement is likely very true by a large margin. No, not the Earth, but the universe.
I googled it, and that's what actually came up with.
Oh,
that version.
Estimated star. Okay, age of the Earth. Yeah, so there's definitely way more planets, but that's stars. You wrote stars.
I typed in what you said.
What did you type in? Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Yeah, not more stars. Are there more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Not the Earth formed. Since the Big Bang. This is the nutty one. Because that's crazy. Yes. By current estimates, there are far more planets in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Big Bang.
Dude, the crazy thing is, a lot of kids nowadays.
That's crazy.
Wait, say it one more time.
There's more planets in the universe than seconds that have passed since the Big Bang.
So then I start to think, I wonder if it's a contest and God is seeing what planet can really create the most love amongst the planet, and get it done right.
You know Terrence Howard, the actor?
Yes.
He had a very interesting theory, and he's an interesting guy. He's a very intelligent guy. He's not educated in a classical sense, but he's a brilliant guy, right? Not educated about a lot of the things he discusses. But one theory that he had was he thinks that the way planets are formed is there's ejections from stars, and over time they coalesce and become planets, and this stuff in space becomes planets, and the distance they are from the stars, where it gets to a distance where it's in that Goldilocks zone where life can be established, and then he says planets become peopled, because it gets to a certain time where people evolve from these planets, and he thinks this is like a natural thing that happens all over the universe, that these planets get peopled, and as they get further and further away from the star, the planet gets less and less habitable, and those things, those intelligent creatures on that planet become more and more intelligent and more innovative and more capable of surviving without the protection of the Goldilocks zone, and then they become interstellar, and then they develop their own sustaining environments.
So you think that's what's happening to us?
Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen to us. And
so if we leave that orbit of safety,
is a part of that.
Right, if we leave that orbit of safety.
Yeah. Well, today, Artemis, they're supposedly flying around the moon. So these are the first people that have gone into deep space since 1972. This is the Apollo missions. Wow. That's today. That's happening. Nobody knows it. That's what's nuts. This is taking, I think, 10 people. 4? Is it 10 days? How many days are they doing? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days, and they're going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that since 1972. Wow. And it's happening today, and no one cares. That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
Right. And you see, whatever that is, that's part of us that has really been doctored pretty heavily. The part of us that doesn't even find like a big fascination in that, like that's the part of myself that I want to find more of, you know?
It's very weird. It's very weird that we become dull to like fascinating things.
But also, do we even believe? Some of it is like we don't even know if it's real. It's like so much of this shit. You see these videos, like that's not even real. They just had like the Iranian protests or something, or like the happiness in the street. They were just saying that was
different. It was a totally different thing that they were filming. And then there was one that people were saying was older, and then we found out no, it's not. It's actually those current people protesting in Iran that we were bombing them, and they were like in favor of the government. But then you got to know, like, well, how many people are scared to death, and they're doing that because they don't want to get killed, because the government has killed thousands and thousands of people, including like major public figures, to show that no one has any favoritism. Like they killed this like championship wrestler, like incredible wrestler. They killed 2 different wrestlers that supposedly protested against the government. So who fucking knows?
Did you see that they don't know that there's conflicts of interest about, or no, did you see, sorry, I'm starting to sit something wrong. Did you see that there is some issues about the bullet that killed that guy? Of Charlie Kirk? I'm sorry. And I didn't mean to say that guy.
Yeah.
But I wasn't.
Let me clarify that, I think. And we'll find out if this is correct. But I see headlines and I see the way people are talking about it, and I don't know if it's accurate.
Yeah.
Because what I think is accurate is what they're saying is that from the fragments of the bullet, they were unable to determine that it came from that Mauser rifle.
I see.
My issue with it, and I'm no expert, but I have shot things. Like, I'm a hunter. I've shot things with rifles. I've shot a lot of rifles. The 30-06 is a big round. That's a big round. Show me an image.
Would it hurt if it hit you?
Experts debunk Tyler Robinson's ballistic claim. Unable to identify is not the same as ruled out, which is exactly what I'm saying. Right? So show me an image of a 30-06 round, 30-06 rifle round. I want you to look at this. Look at the size of that fucker, okay? Look at a 30-06 versus a 308.
That's a fucking paperweight.
A 30-06 it's a big round. You see it in that guy's hand?
Yeah. Oh my God, are you serious?
That's 30-06. So this is
a fat little hand.
This is my. That's like my hand. This is the point. Is that that's a big round. That's not a small round. I mean, I don't know, what isn't it compared to? I use a 300 Win Mag.
Look at that on the right there. He just had it. Those cartridges.
5.56. Yeah. It's meant for war. 30-06 is meant for hunting. No, I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, that doesn't look realistic.
That's what a 30-06 looks like. Okay, in comparison to a quarter. So you look at it. So a quarter's about that high. It's about that big. That's a big round, dude. That's a round for hunting like elk. Like, it's a very common round. Well, see, do me a favor and compare 30-06 to 300 Win Mag. Compared to 300 Win Mag.
I'm just scared, dude.
So 300 Win Mag, I think, is fatter. Let's see the difference. Okay. There it is. 300 Win Mag on the left. Oh, 30-06 is bigger.
Look.
Okay. Is that real? Which one's which, though? Show me that one far left. Far left? Right there. Okay, 300 Win Mag and 30-06. So 300 Win Mag has a little bit more powder in it. See how it goes higher up? So it has more charge. It's a bigger round. But my point is, that's a big round. So like 300 Win Mag is a big round. Yeah. 30-06 is slightly smaller, but it's still, that's a lot of powder in that bad boy. That's a lot of firepower. So this is what a lot of people have an issue with, is the wound. That there was no exit wound. It shot him in like the soft tissue of the neck.
If he killed you,
didn't you feel out? Would you feel pain? Yeah, I looked like he was dead almost instantly. He looked like he slumped over. I think he was at the very least unconscious.
But it would have left his body, you're saying?
I think it would have blown a hole out the back. That's the thing. It's like 9mm do that sometimes. Yeah. It just doesn't, it seems weird that it doesn't have an exit hole.
Yeah.
It seems weird that you're shooting him in the neck And the image from the back, there's a video of him getting shot from the back. It doesn't leave an exit hole. So it doesn't look like it's that round. There's also the fact that this guy supposedly climbed on the roof with it and then assembled it, which doesn't make sense, because if you assemble it, that means you have to take the scope off, put the scope back on. You have to zero the rifle after you do stuff like that.
Yeah, the guy who killed or allegedly killed Osama bin Laden. Who's that, Michael? Mike? Who's the?
I know who you're talking about. The Navy SEAL.
Yeah, he was just talking about that. I only say allegedly because I don't know anything about that. I don't know the specifics, even though I read the freaking book he wrote. But yeah, he was saying that to be able to do all that and get off the roof, it all seems bizarre.
Not only that, they supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart on the roof, put it in his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods.
And allegedly was at a Dairy Queen. You see that? Yes. Who could shoot someone and go to Dairy Queen?
It seems weird. And then also his family's denying that he confessed.
Yeah.
They were saying that no, he didn't confess.
And we haven't heard.
His family said 2% of what they're saying about this is correct.
Have you reached out to them, or have they reached out to you?
No, well, I don't think they can. I mean, they're probably terrified about their son's future in life. Like, they're trying to pin this crime on him. Who knows if he did it or didn't do it? I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I am saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, assembling it, making that shot, disassembling it again, climbing down. If that's the narrative, that sounds like straight horseshit. And the video of him hopping down does not look like he's a rifle when he's hopping down. So what's happening? How did he get up there? How did no one see it? There's so many things that are fucked up about that story. It doesn't totally make sense. But a big one to me is the actual bullet hole, the actual damage that rifle does. Look, but here's another thing. Guns do weird things sometimes. Like, bullets do weird things, and sometimes they don't. Maybe it fucking center punched his spinal column and it did blow apart and it didn't go out the back. It's possible.
Have they released any information about the autopsy?
I don't know.
I mean, you would think that.
I don't know what the specifics are, but I know a lot of people are very skeptical, which they are about everything these days, which is also part of the problem.
Well, they have to be skeptical because the news is compromised. And the news is owned by, it's not good. And
it's also, there's a lot of disinformation out there. There's a lot of covering up stories. There's a lot of weird shit.
And then even other places can put out news that's bad for us. They'll be like, oh, we'll put this out there. Sure. Disguise disinformation.
Yeah.
But did you see that exploding mic theory? Did you guys talk about that on here?
I've heard that theory, but I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but I hadn't looked into it. It looks like he got shot. I don't know if the microphone's going to hit you in the neck. Like, how do you know where the mic's pointing? You're moving around a lot. How do you know when to make it go off?
That's a good point. They had it on his shirt in a specific spot, but yeah, you're right. How would you know? But then the place where
it sounds like a gunshot, though, and there's a delay between the gunshot and the impact in terms of acoustic readings. And I think somebody did an analysis of the distance they believe the shot was taken from based on the sound. If that is the round that they use 30-06, based on the sound of the gunshot going off and the amount of time before it impacts them. It's a very small amount of time, but it is measurable. And they think that it might have actually been closer than what they're saying, which is, I think, 100 and something yards. I forget what the exact distance was. What was the exact distance, supposedly? I think it was 140 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, this whole idea of assembling and disassembling, it doesn't work like that, man.
And if the guy's not a professional, was he a professional?
No, he definitely wasn't a professional. But you could get trained, shooting a rifle at 140 yards with a really good scope. If you've shot a bunch of times with a rifle and you can keep your shit together, is not that far of a shot. You can make that shot. People can make that shot. He wasn't even wearing a bulletproof vest, even though he did obviously get hit in the neck. But the thing is, if that's the narrative, and I don't know if they're still sticking with the story, but that was what they were saying at first, that he disassembled it and reassembled it. Reassembling a gun does not make it accurate. You have to zero a rifle in. And what that involves you get to whatever the yardage are that you're trying it out, 100 yards, and you squeeze off a trigger, and then you look through the binoculars, or you have a spotter with a scope next to you, and he says 6 inches high right, and so then you adjust it, you adjust the scope, And then you get it where it's firing, and you do it on a rest. It takes a few shots, man. So you have a rest, so that you're not moving the rifle around where it can be human error, can be attributed to the miss.
And if you're on a hot roof, that was a hot roof, wasn't it?
Most official and media accounts put the shot at roughly 200 yards, with some investigative timelines suggesting a range of about 150 to 200 yards from Kirk. So somewhere between 150 and 200 yards.
Dude, and also being on a hot roof. Have you ever been on a hot roof?
I have.
Dude, it's hot.
Well, it wasn't that hot. Well, yeah, it was. It was September. September in Utah, actually not that hot.
It sounds hot.
Yeah, I don't think it was. Because this was happening while I was out elk hunting.
What town did it happen in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It was in Utah, though.
I think it was in southern Utah, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Utah's a mountain. It's a mountain town.
My brother lives in Utah. I like Utah.
Like I said, I was in Utah at the time.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was hunting in the mountains.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know nothing. I started getting all these text messages from people wanting me to comment on things. I was like, what are you talking about? I literally didn't know what was going on. But then I had to use the Starlink to get online.
Oh, wow.
I got a Starlink. It's like, I like Starlink. It's like the size of a fucking iPad. And you lay it on the ground, you get high-speed internet. It's incredible.
That's cool shit.
Yeah, but that's how I had to research it. Find out what the fuck people are talking about.
But did you see there was the facility in Tennessee where they bought whatever the mic thing was, allegedly, that place thing got completely obliterated? 16 people died.
What?
If you can bring that up.
Where they made the microphones?
Where they made the lapel mic that he was wearing. This is probably a conspiracy thing or something.
Where'd you get this? TikTok?
This is a conspiracy theory. It's something that's absolutely true.
I haven't heard that one at all.
I think James Lee said.
But I'm trying to stay away from this shit. That's
agree.
why I'm not. That's why I don't know.
I agree. I think it. I don't know. It's just
so my point about the round is it's a large round, and it seems like it would have done more damage. And this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of many experts.
Yeah,
I agree with their opinion. It's not uniquely my opinion. I saw it, and I'm like, oh my god, he got shot. And then I heard it was a 30-06, and I was like,
that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a little odd.
If you had to get shot by, what would you like to get? If you had to get shot,
you want to get killed, right? No, I get.
I don't. Shoot me with a 22.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I take a 22, but 22 kills people.
Where would you take it at?
Take it in the shoulder, I guess.
Fuck yeah. Dude.
No, you don't want to get shot, period.
I know, I agree, Joe, but I'm just saying, if you had to get shot, how do you because
butt cheek, 22, and tighten up. They're taking it in the butt cheek. Bang. I don't know. Not good. But no bullet is good to take. But the point is that seemed like not enough damage for that kind of round. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that bullets.
It's okay if you're wrong.
Things. If it hit the spine and it blew apart, I just feel like you would find a lot of it in there. Especially if there's no exit wound. Like, how come you can't find?
The whole thing's bizarre, dude. Did you see the part, Jamie, that I'm talking about where that thing blew up?
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to find a good explanation.
Okay, understood. There may not be one. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I know, I brought it up.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, just I don't know. I think I'm just scared, and it's like, yeah, what do you...
I just 18 people unaccounted for after deadly explosion rocks Tennessee plant. First responders rushed to Accurate Energetic Systems. That sounds like a CIA operation. A facility on the line of Humphreys and Hickman counties that processes ammunition and explosives. But is this the place that made the microphones?
So the conspiracy says that the microphone was taken to this place to be converted into an explosion.
Somebody found an invoice from it. That's what it was. That was the piece of information that was going around.
Who found that? Is that James Lee found that?
Not sure.
See if you can find what James Lee has to say. He's my number one source of information.
That's what I heard, dude. I got some podcasts with him.
Did you?
I got to meet him, dude.
Is he cool?
He's a nice guy, bro. He's fun. Yeah, he's his story's wild because he was working as a consultant for one of the big pharmaceutical companies, like one of the big ones that we know, right? Mm-hmm. And he just couldn't say the name, but he could say it, but he never said it.
Right.
And then he was in a Zoom one time, and they're like, okay, we still have a lot of stockpile from the first vaccination. And that's when he said they started suggesting, allegedly, that people should then get a second vaccination because they had this first, they still had more of the original vaccine. So it was just like a thing. Well, we have more of it. Let's sell it back to him, and that's why.
And so he started getting like very skeptical.
So he started really getting skeptical, and he got out of it, and he said he just wants to like expose things that he feels like are not real,
right,
or true.
You think he might be CIA? Dun dun dun. Do we go to work?
I don't know.
You gotta wonder.
People thought Sean Ryan was cool.
Yeah, I've heard people do that.
Remember?
Yeah.
That was a thing, but then now people don't.
Doesn't seem like he is.
Yeah.
Unless they're being clever. Dun dun dun.
I just want to be able to have like a family and just like think that everybody's gonna be able to live.
That would be nice. Yeah, that's the thing about ideologies and tribes. If it wasn't for ideologies and tribes, the idea is that we should all be able to live together. It's like, but the problem is it's not fair the way the world's distributed.
Yeah.
You know the statistic about the 1% of the world? $34,000. You make 34,000 US dollars, you are the 1% of the world.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know, it's just tough.
So it's like,
it out. You have to pray out. That's what I'm trying to do.
In order for us to get cheap jeans and an iPhone that only costs $1,000, somebody has to get paid squat. Somebody has to get fucked over. Somebody has to work long hours, live in those Foxconn factories where they have nets to keep people from jumping off the roof, you know?
Yeah.
Bro, you know when you're working in a place and there's so many people jumping off the roof, they just put nets up? You got a problem. Yeah. That's not a fun work environment.
Hey, Ron's hitting the nets, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Ron.
I hit the net again.
Yeah.
You dumb motherfucker. Why you keep jumping in the net?
Somebody comes back from a lunch break and they just have the net marks on their face and they're like, you tried it. But dude, it's just sad, man.
It is sad.
I mean, we're better than this.
Yeah, humans overall are better than this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So people that are not acting better than this are not, they're not, I mean, I know we all have mistakes. We all do things that are fucked up, right? But like at a point where you're like,
we should all be doing better.
Taking lives, and it's not, if it's not the regular people, I think it's the governments, man.
100%. It is 100%. Because if it was just people, we'd all figure out how to get along. Unless you think those people are the infidels, or those people are the goyim, or those people are the Jews, or those people are the Arabs, or whatever you decide. Those are the other. You decide to other a group of people.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a problem because it's us versus them, and then you're back to the same tribal bullshit that needs to turn us all trans. That's why we need to lose our gender and lose our primate dominant instincts and all of our territorial instincts.
Well, I told you I was going to be on my dick. Away.
We're going to be all telepathic with big old heads and little tiny mouths because we're not going to use them anymore because no one's going to have a dick to suck. No one's going to have a clit to lick. So you're going to communicate with your mind, so your mouth's just going to atrophy. And you're going to get all your food through like a suck hole. You're going to have just a straw to eat all your food. They're going to figure out how to make perfect food where it's just like you don't have to go to a restaurant, eat chicken, or have fish. No. Suck on a straw. Get all the nutrients you need in this sludge. And the sludge it feels like an orgasm when you take it. So you get people to do it. And they take it, it lights all their synapses up. Like when you hit that fizzy, boy. First thing in the morning. Give me a hit that real quick.
Come on, man. Let's go.
This is the first hit. The good one. Give me a hit. Ready? This is the right hit.
Hit that bitch, Ricky. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's that first one. Yeah, that's it. That tastes good. What's in that one? That's like a professional one.
That's coffee.
Oh, that's delicious. That's a professional one, though.
It's a trap. Yeah, this one is for outdoors. It's for outdoors people.
Outdoorsy. But it doesn't taste outdoorsy. It tastes like fake coffee.
I'll leave it there. Dude,
no, I'm good. One hit's good. No. I know it's a slippery slope. I'll be pulling into the gas station to get an Escobar later.
Oh, but Escobars, those are the ones. Remember, you said you were hiding from yourself at night.
Yeah, I had to hide them from myself. They get me.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'd be ashamed, so I'd take your head and I'd blow it into my shirt. Wouldn't want anybody to know I'm doing it.
Yeah. What's your tight shirt? That bitch fucking right up the armpits.
That's why I wear a hoodie. Just so you can put it over the top, cover up like a monk.
But tell me, Joe, like, what are some things, like, give me some, like, what are some things that we can do to keep us in a space of giving ourselves the best chance to feel human? Because one day you're going to go to a museum and there's going to be a smile in there.
Well, it has to happen on an individual basis, right? Everybody has to be human to each other on an individual basis. And sometimes it takes something chaotic, like a tragedy, like 9/11, for people to just be cool to each other. I remember, I've talked about this before, but post 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the highway. They're letting you get in their lane. They're waving. Everyone had an American flag on their car. We've been attacked. We were united, and it's just sad that it takes something like that for people to realize, like, this is a gift to be alive in this incredible country, this incredible time in history. But we are under the rule of tyrants, and I'm not saying this the U.S. government's tyrant or no individual, but every government that is in control of the military, that is involved in these exchanges with other countries, they're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant, whether it's Putin or this guy or that guy or whoever is in charge of Iran right now. They keep the people on the street from using the internet. They kill all the protesters. That's the problem. The problem is people in power. It's not people. People generally are good, especially when they're not starving. When they're not starving and they're not desperate, they're not being attacked, most people generally are good. Obviously dependent upon how you grew up and what you were exposed to when you were young and what kind of horrors did you have to see. Were you in a war-torn country? Were you in a third world place where the cartels run everything?
Did you see those kids in Gaza with they were playing doll, and they were like, it was like they loaded their doll up on a stretcher, like they were, it's fucking heartbreaking.
Bro, imagine just the trauma. If you lived in that place pre-October 7th, it was not fun even back then. It was an open-air prison by most accounts.
They were taking settlers' homes. They'd come and knock into your home and then eventually just take it away.
Well, there's an attitude that a lot of Israelis have that it's all theirs,
Here's an explanation. Tinfoil hat time, though. Just
dun dun dun. Exactly. Okay, this is a dude named Mike France.
It wasn't James Lee reporting it.
Mike Franco.
This is the same stuff I've seen on.
It says October 10, 2025, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death, a catastrophic explosion destroyed Building 602 at the Accurate Energetic Systems facility in McGeewan, Tennessee. The blast, estimated to involve 23,000 pounds of explosives, killed 16 employees, injured several others, and registered as a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. The U.S. Chemical Safety Board confirmed the site produced cast boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for military and industrial use. Conspiracy theorists allege that AES was the manufacturer of the miniature-shaped charge used in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They point to a $425,000 Department of Defense contract awarded to AES in May of 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demolition charges, possibly used in covert operations. The timing of the explosion, just weeks after Charlie Kirk's death, has fueled speculation that it was a deliberate cover-up to destroy evidence and eliminate the personnel with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's my problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying that I'm right and they're wrong. My problem is I don't see that thing exploding. So that microphone, I don't see it exploding. I don't see fire coming out of it. If you have a gun and the gun goes off 6 inches from someone's neck like that, you're going to see a charge. That's a great point. And if it's a small device without a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to see it explode, unless they've developed some sort of way of hiding that. That I don't know about. But if they're talking about conventional gunpowder and what they use for bullet rounds, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. But I might be missing something. I don't know.
That's actually a great point that you said. I agree with you.
Kind of seems like that thing would spark. I mean, it's close to his neck. It's blowing his neck up. I mean, it seems odd that it can do that without fire. Doesn't make sense. But I might be missing something. There might be some new technology that I'm not aware of. Let's find out that. Is there any technology that exists where you could have a projectile come out of a small thing, like a microphone that's on someone's neck and not have fire?
I don't know. I don't know.
There's also some stuff.
My head hurt.
Yeah, it should make your head hurt. But there's also probably some stuff that we're not hip to.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Right.
They come out with stuff all the time that we'll never see, probably.
Yeah, I mean, they have drones that look like bugs. They're like, yeah, looks like a bug.
That's
but it's
crazy.
a fucking drone, a little itty bitty drone.
You're just sitting there spraying raid on something that's watching y'all fuck or whatever. That's crazy.
Getting films. Christy Noam's husband.
Oh yeah, boy. He got them murpers on him, huh?
What did did anybody explain what that was about? Was it really just like a Halloween costume or something?
I thought it was probably, but then there's some other ones where he's kind of lipstick and he actually.
But it could be he was fucking around for like a party or something like that.
He doesn't have Kevin Spacey and a lot of this. You could feel like Kevin Spacey come doing some of those photos.
But here's the question: Is that a costume he was wearing for funsies, or is this like a dress-up thing? This guy's a freak.
That's what I thought it was. His costume.
It could be, because if it is a costume for funsies, and then somebody finds it on your laptop, like I gotta explain. I can't wear just fucking around. I was doing Wanda from In Living Color. You know?
Yeah. I ain't on the gossips. You ain't heard it from me. I mean, was that Wanda? No, which one was Wanda?
I forget.
Dude, how great was that show? Dude?
Amazing show.
Did you love it?
Amazing show. Amazing show. One of the greats.
Dude, we would go in our neighborhood afterwards, and me, Larry, Eddie, Wayne, King, just guys off of my street. Dude, we'd go out there and impersonate all of the fucking characters.
That show was groundbreaking.
So there's hundreds of messages, blah, 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 and this was some of them, I think.
What do you mean, blah, blah, blah? I thought messages about what?
I said there was 3 models of women. There was 3 women, so hundreds of messages were probably sent by 3 women from this.
Oh, Christy Noam's husband.
Yeah.
Didn't she just get let go or something?
Hundreds of messages. Trade yourself as a woman who pledges to worship like a goddess, telling her you turn me into a girl. Before asking if he should put on leggings. Oh, okay, but is this real, right? Or is it, so the post is not confirmed the details reported by the Mail. This is what Mail? The Daily Mail?
Yes, originally reported that.
Let me tell you something about the Daily Mail. They just made an article saying that I'm moving out of Austin.
Oh.
That I'm fed up with Austin, I'm moving out of Austin. That's not true. And that was published by the Daily Mail.
Right. And also, didn't Christy Noam just go through something where she got let go? Or something. Is that right?
Yes. And not just let go, but involved in a scandal. So some sort of a money scandal.
Sometimes this kind of shit follows that. It's hard to know. But he also looks like, well, like, who's that actor right there? He looks like a little bit.
What are those boobs? Those are crazy.
Will Arnett or something? No, not Will Arnett.
He's got crazy fake boobs. Like, they're nuts.
There's balloons.
That's all it is? Yeah. So how do we know?
You got tricked easy, bro. Joe just got tricked, bro.
Well, I don't think they're real. I mean, I thought they were like a fake one.
But you was thinking about him. Oh, shit, she's John Benet right there. Look at that shit. That's crazy to me, dude.
So supposedly there's letters that he was sending to girls that you make me dress up like a girl. But look, again, isn't it crazy that she's involved in some sort of a scandal that's about money?
And then this comes out.
Right.
You have to start to notice that. And then here's the craziest part. At a certain point,
forget about him. Can you find out what she was let go for and what's involved in it? Because there was some sort of a campaign fund scandal or something that has to do something with money. A lot of money, like millions and millions of dollars. And then all of a sudden this happens. You gotta get a little suspicious. In this day and age?
Oh yeah, it was the campaign commercials she got in trouble for because it's like they hired like someone she knew and they like she was riding a horse to the fucking.
Right, but there's something about the money being inappropriately spent.
It's like $100 million or something.
$100 million
or $28 million. I'm trying to find this article.
Let's not comment until we have the specifics.
Joe, do you think that things would be any different with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans hadn't won the election, if Trump hadn't won, or do you think it's all the same?
It's a good question.
Do you think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like running the strings, and it's
the last administration funded the proxy war in Ukraine.
Right.
200. And they were 200 firm tied to Christy Noam secretly got money from $220 million DHS ad contracts.
Dude, okay. For $220 million, you can put tits on my husband for $220 million, you know?
But you know what
I'm saying? I'm not even a gay guy.
Right, but now they're painting her out to be a nutcase, right? Because her husband's a freak. So this firm, and not saying that he's not a freak, Yeah. Right? He might really be into dressing up like a girl. That might all be real. That might be let him cook. Make me put on leggings. He might have autogynephilia, right? So, but also that might be coming out because of this. And there's probably a bunch of people that got some money and they're like, let's try to make this ugly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's scary, too, because it's like...
Who knows? I mean, we don't know anything about the case, right? We don't know anything about either case. The money missing or his fake tits.
Yeah. I never had no fake tits. I mean, I've done some weird shit here and there.
Steve-O almost got a pair of fake tits.
Did he?
That's too much. I agree. But he's in that, constant, perpetual state of having to one-up himself. Doing something more and more ridiculous every time.
What do you think is going to happen? Do you think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop it. What do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
That's crazy, though, if you're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror. And start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
You're right, I don't. But it's all just like, fuck, there's got to be some way that we're better than this.
They're saying that, like, if this was found out by, the story about Christine Hope's husband was found out by, like, a newspaper online.
Allegedly.
And that if they can find this out, that obviously hostile intelligence services, according to CIA officer Mark Polymeropoulos, stuff as well.
If a media organization finds this out, you can assume that a high degree of confidence that a hostile intelligence service knows this as well, added former CIA officer Mark Polymeropoulos. Damaging information like this can be a tantalizing lead for a hostile intelligence source. They approach the person and say, if you work with us, we won't expose this, but if you don't, we will.
So he's posting these online and someone came across them. That's what it sounds like.
Well, he might be a freak.
Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
Look, I think a lot of those people that are involved in government are freaks, and I bet their husbands and wives are freaks too. They're fucking weirdos. They want to be in power.
Yeah,
they want to wear leggings.
It's all crazy. We just have to focus on the things that we can. Like Matt McCusker, he started a garden. He has like 10 to the garden that you can have, you know? He grows blueberries and he grows,
that's the way to do it.
He grew one blueberry.
During the congressional hearings, Kristi Noem was probed about accusations of conducting a taxpayer-funded affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, who has since left the Department of Homeland Security.
Corey Lewandowski, dude?
That
dude,
guy.
I was in a fucking fantasy football league with that guy.
For real?
Yes.
For real?
Up again, yeah.
No kidding? Let me see a photo of him.
Mother effer, dude.
She's pretty hot.
CeeLo, bro. Oh, this is a different dude.
Yeah, seems like a different dude. So that guy was the guy who
CeeLo ain't shit.
banging her. Okay. Supposedly, allegedly. Who knows? But again, when there's a bunch of money that's missing, there's a scandal, hundreds of millions of dollars, weird shit starts getting tossed around. They throw you in House of Cards, baby. Go rewatch it. I think that's probably the most accurate depiction of how the government works.
Yeah. Kevin Spacey's a fascinating guy.
Well, everybody in that show was great. It's just like a really well-made show.
Yeah. That show was fascinating. He did.
All right, Doc, we gotta wrap this up soon.
Dude, that's fine with me. I thought I was staying here because you're here.
No, I love you.
I love you
too. I have things I gotta do. Are you gonna be around tonight, or are you going back?
I might stop by.
Bus Boys in theaters April 17th. So that's like 2 weeks from now. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks and a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you. Good luck. Come and talk about it.
I'm excited for you.
And just to see you. Yeah, I'm excited too, man.
I hope it kills it.
Yeah, I just think
I'm sure it's gonna be really funny with you and David Spade.
We did a good job.
I'm sure.
Dude, he's so funny.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be awesome.
But thank you for everything, dude.
My pleasure.
And it's good to see you.
Always good to see you.
Yeah.
Come by tonight. Let's hang out.
I'll come by. I have a show tonight, but I'll come by.
Where you at?
I'm at this movie theater. I'm practicing my special, so I gotta get ready.
What time are you at the movie?
7.
Okay. Then come by. We'll be there till I'm gonna be I'll be there for a while.
Okay. I'll come by and say hey.
All right. Beautiful.
Good to see you. Jamie, thank you so much.
Bus Boys, April 17th. Go watch it. Love you guys. Bye.
Rogan experience.
My day, Joe Rogan podcast, my night, all day.
Gentlemen, great to see you. Put them on, slap them on. What's happening? Good to see you, gentlemen, again.
Take it off. One more time.
Yeah, one more time.
Yeah.
So, what is the latest? Give me the latest. Where are we at?
What you taking, Brian? You just gotta. You are you're the most current on where we are, what's going on. Man, there has been a lot of stuff happen in the 15 months since we were here. I mean, like stunning amount of stuff. So let's not waste any time. Tell them where we're at.
All right. Well, the last time we came to visit with you, I believe, was on December the 27th of 2024. We were just on the front end of having organized 30 committed Texans whose own families had had experiences related to trauma, addiction, alcoholism, and the wounds of war, who, after hearing a plan that was developed for the state of Kentucky to bring Ibogaine to the American people as an FDA-approved medication and breakthrough treatment for addiction and trauma, committed themselves to using their time, their talent, and their network to achieve what had never been done before, and that was to convince an individual state to undertake drug development to create a therapeutic medical breakthrough for public health crises within its borders that are representative of the national reality. After you released the interview with us on January 2nd, 2025, we pursued a 5.5-month blistering campaign to convince 188 blank slate Texas legislators to fund the single largest psychedelic research and medical development project in history, that being the $50 million Texas Ibogaine Initiative. We had the assistance of some in-state allies, one of which was Texans for Greater Mental Health, led by a dear friend and brother of mine, Logan Davidson, who was my right hand, going to meet with legislators continuously while I set up shop at a hotel here in Austin and lived here just about part-time, wearing the shoe leather off, sweating and making sure that everybody who needed to be introduced, educated, and motivated to get behind this would do so. At the end of this 5.5 months, we secured the votes of yes of 181 out of 188 legislators between the Texas House of Representatives and State Senate. There was one individual who we had to persuade at the 11th hour to get behind this project. On May the 14th, 2025, just 36 hours before the Texas budget was finalized, this bill that would create the first unified FDA drug development trial with Ibogaine in U.S. history was not funded. I woke up that morning. I believe very much in keeping your prayers in the closet, as Jesus taught, and not getting out there parading about it. But on that morning, I got a call, and it was, hey, we're getting to the 11th hour. We don't have money to secure this. It may not make it. We've done everything that we can. And I literally got down on my hands and knees and said, God, please let this happen. And if it cannot happen, help me understand why. 3 hours later, I got a telephone call asking if I could go and meet with the Texas House Speaker and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. I went at 4:30 in the afternoon on May the 14th and spent an hour with these two gentlemen going back and forth about what this project was, why it was so existentially necessary for Texas and the country. And on Friday morning, May the 16th at 10 a.m., we got a text message from Lieutenant Governor Patrick confirming that he would approve and fully fund the Texas Ibogaine Initiative. As we walk in here today, literally just 10 minutes before we walked into your studio, I can confirm that the great state of Texas is going to fully fund the Texas Ibogaine Initiative, originally intended to be a public-private partnership, but now has decided on its own to commit a full $100 million to launch the development of Ibogaine all the way through the FDA's drug development process for the benefit of the American people. To do so on its own, without any drug development partner, and to do it for the good of humanity.
That's phenomenal. So what did you have to say to Dan Patrick to convince him of this? And kudos to him for doing this.
Well, I had some very wonderful advocates who preceded my meeting.
Was he skeptical?
Oh, he was completely disengaged from the process, highly skeptical, as we learned through intermediaries. But we had two wonderful brothers on mission who happened to be twins, Marcus and Morgan Luttrell.
I know Marcus very well.
Marcus and Morgan Luttrell reached out to the lieutenant governor. They spoke to him very movingly and personally about their own experiences with Ibogaine, what it had done, not just to save their lives, but what it was doing to save the lives of warfighters who had come to the end of being able to live. And as they explained to him what it did for them and what it has done for their brothers and sisters at arms who've returned to war, to broken government systems that can do nothing to cure what ails them at their core, he was persuaded to have an open-minded conversation. And through that conversation on May the 14th, we essentially went through what science suggests are the powers of the most sophisticated molecule on the planet to resolve physiological substance dependence and thereby create psychology within the human being whereby they believe they have ownership of themselves and their future, and that future will be one defined by choice rather than compulsion. And the most powerful aspect of the Ibogaine argument, not just for the lieutenant governor and now speaker, but for most of these legislators who voted yes, is the experience endorsed by many that Ibogaine confirms without question the reality of our individual human divinity. And that is the greatest truth conveyed by this fabulous plant.
Well put, and I don't think it's just Ibogaine that confirms that. I think you could say the same about many other psychedelic drugs that are unjustly maligned and treated as if they're an escape from reality. But in the interest of this being a standalone podcast for people who don't know what Ibogaine is and don't understand the efficacy of it and how unbelievably effective it is at especially treating addiction, could you please just go over that?
Yes, sir. So Ibogaine is an alkaloid that is derived from the iboga shrub. The iboga shrub originates in the central Congo basin. Its native country is modern-day Gabon. It is the mother country of the iboga shrub, which has been used for centuries in the spiritual and cultural traditions of the Mawidi, a group of spiritualists who include the Pygmies, as well as the Bantu tribes that live there in Gabon. In the early 60s, it was discovered that Ibogaine and iboga had a significant interruption effect on opioid addiction. There was an individual who had been addicted to heroin for a number of years. They took Ibogaine, and not only did they not experience any withdrawal when they stopped taking heroin, they stopped having any desire to use any drug whatsoever. This touched off 60 years of open-label field studies that are mountains high and decades wide that firmly established that Ibogaine has a unique and singular interruption capacity on physiological substance dependency, whether that's opioids, alcohol, methamphetamine, cocaine, or tobacco. Recent evidence also suggests that it has a significant interruption effect on compulsive behaviors, anything that kind of impacts that brain's dopamine system and produces a rush.
Particularly gambling.
Yes, sir. Now, in 2018, U.S. Special Forces special operators started going to Mexico for treatment of symptoms of traumatic brain injury expressed through treatment-resistant depression, anxiety, and suicidality. Many of these veterans had gone through the VA system. They have been given an unbelievable amount of synthetic pharmacology that, in their end effect, essentially anesthetizes the soul and slowly euthanizes the body. And they were at the end. So as they were going to Mexico and get Ibogaine treatment, they came back with these just unbelievably and just powerful recovery results that seem too good to be true. So there were some scientists at Stanford University that were funded by philanthropists who wanted to understand what was going on. And so what we have come to learn through a Stanford research study on traumatic brain injury for vets is that ibogaine has remarkable neuroregenerative capacities on the brain that are unheard of in the annals of Western science. And while information is still very small in amount and preliminary, there are individuals who have had ibogaine treatment for not just traumatic brain injury, but for multiple sclerosis, Lyme disease, Parkinson's disease, post-surgical complications related to the removal of brain tumor who endorse a restoration of functionality and an ability to live that are otherworldly. And as we recognize that the opportunities to improve the human condition at scale are multi-lifetime and apparent, we believe that we have found one of those. And if we're going to do justice to the human species, it is incumbent upon us to take what appears to be a promising therapeutic improvement and deliver it with speed through the U.S. medical systems. And that's what Governor Perry and I have founded Americans for Ibogaine to do, just that, achieve the moonshot of our time. And that is to bring Ibogaine medicine to the American people as quickly as possible.
Well said. And thank you again, Governor Perry, because if it wasn't for your involvement in this, I think a lot of people would be far more skeptical. You know, you being a former distinguished governor of the state who was a Republican, who, generally speaking, most people think of Republicans being anti-psychedelics, and that this whole thing is just a bunch of people trying to escape reality and poison their mind and, you know, tune out of society and become losers. That's the general consensus of people that are just, for lack of a better term, ignorant of the effects of these substances. They don't understand it. But if it wasn't for you, your open-mindedness, your willingness to engage in this and try to understand it and to speak to these veterans, I don't think people would be taking it seriously.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Well, and thank you. As I've watched you over the last 15 months, seemed like every 6 weeks or so, you'd have a guest on here and you'd be talking about Ibogaine in particular and what is the progress that we're making.
What comes up so often.
Yeah. Well, and it should. It should, because this truly, I mean, this is not what I came into the world for. This is not what I came to politics for. This is what, you know, I got led to this through that relationship with Marcus, and in turn, Morgan Luttrell, and seeing those two boys literally, particularly Marcus, on the doorstep of committing suicide. When he came to live with us at the governor's mansion in 2007, we had met the year before, just by the grace of God. And I told him, I said, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me, knowing that chances of that would be pretty slim. He knocked on that guard door in May of 07 and said, the governor said if I was ever through here, come by and see him. They called. I let him in for dinner. And my wife, who's a nurse, she recognized this young man who was really troubled, addicted to opioids, masking it with alcohol, really sick. And for the next 2.5 years, he lived with us at the governor's residence. Wow. And that started this long journey, literally, with him and trying to find ways to heal him. We sent him to a host of different places, Carey Brain Center in Dallas. We sent him to what's called now Axios, Athletes Performance in those days, but a great rehab facility down in the panhandle of Florida. And they helped him conquer or helped him manage the opioid addiction. I will suggest to you until he was treated with Ibogaine, which did clean that completely away from him some years later. But the point is, he really struggled. And he has become like our son. As a matter of fact, I talked to him this morning. He said, be sure and tell Joe howdy for me. He just thinks the world of you as well. I talked to his brother the day before. They understand how powerful this compound is from the standpoint of treating post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, addictions. This, and as I became convinced, one of the things that I will say that I've been open to change, just like criminal justice reform. In the early 2000s, I was kind of like lock their ass up, throw the key under the jail. You break the law in the state of Texas, here's how we treat you. And I had a district judge in Fort Worth, John Crusoe, a Democrat district judge, who I knew and had been friends with. He said, Governor, we got a program here that allows these individuals who have broken the law, they maybe, got caught with an illegal substance or what have you. And rather than sending them to jail, sending them to the penitentiary where they become professional criminals, we give them a second chance. We put them in a rehab program. We put them in a treatment center. We put them in a boot camp. Give them these options rather than sending them to prison where they're going to become professional criminals and the recidivism rate is going to continue on. I'm kind of like, no, I'm tough on crime. That's what us Republicans do. But it really got me thinking. I am curious-minded about concepts and ideas. So that brought me to having conversations. Long story short, that single conversation led to Texas leading the nation with criminal justice reform. Texas Public Policy Foundation, that now Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins was operating in the mid to late 2000s. They came on board, saw this, supported it. We passed it through a very Republican, very conservative legislature, and Texas led the nation in criminal justice reform. Saved us billions of dollars. We stopped building prisons. We stopped sending people to prison where they were becoming professional criminals. So that template, if you will, was what we took to Donald Trump in 2018. And he was just like me initially. I'm tough on crime. But he was open. He was curious. Brooke Rollins, interestingly, had come up and was his domestic policy advisor at that time, and she made the pitch, and he was open. And that conversation led to him being open to federal criminal justice reform. And today, there are people who, you may have different ideas about President Trump and what have you. I know that's the case. But on this issue of criminal justice reform, this man was curious, he was open-minded, and he's made a real difference in people's lives following the Texas model. The reason I share that with you as an example, that's where I was on these compounds, these drugs, these psychedelics. I grew up in the 60s. Timothy O'Leary using LSD, marijuana, any of that kind of stuff. It was anathema to me. Absolutely and totally. I don't want to have anything to do with it. This is crazy stuff. You get in trouble. They'll throw you in jail. You'll jump off of buildings. Every story that you can imagine that people. And then think about from the 60s forward how, I went into the Air Force. We took drug tests at least monthly. So the idea of being involved with a drug was just totally and absolutely not on my radar screen. These are bad things. And we're reinforced in the 80s with Mrs. Reagan. Just say no to drugs. Here's your brain on drugs. We have been browbeat as a society for 60 years. And when you add to it what President Nixon did in the late 60s, early 70s, with his war on drugs. He hated hippies, he hated blacks, and one of the ways you could go after them was to go make these compounds Schedule 1, which he did. Schedule 1 says there is no medical purpose for it, and it is highly addictive. Ibogaine fits neither of those. Ibogaine is not an addictive compound by any sense of the imagination.
It's also absolutely not a recreational compound
at all.
It's not something that someone can do at a party.
We are proving without a doubt to the Texas legislature, to legislatures across this country, in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Arizona, West Virginia, that it does have a medical purpose, that there are some extraordinary things that can happen for their citizens who have PTSD, who have sexual trauma, who have addictions. I mean, saving lives by the thousands, hundreds of thousands, I will suggest to you, when this is approved across the country, and we see it as a relatively easily studied and accessed by medical care compound. So that story of seeing these two young men who have given everything, literally, up to willing to give their lives, and a lot of their friends did, for our freedoms and our liberties in this country. And for us to say to them, oh, sorry, you can't have access to this because, President Nixon said this was bad stuff back 60 years ago. And it was taken off the shelf as a Schedule I drug, put over here. And for 60 years, Americans have suffered through so many different eras. The late 90s, when the Sackler family and Purdue Pharma comes along. And we literally, I think one of the most demonic things I've seen in my public life is this family who used oxycodone and sold it to America as this be-all to end-all. And then our federal government in the mid-2000s, we didn't know how to deal with these young men who would be put in these horrible conditions and positions of being at war, time after time after time, rotation after rotation, tempos that we'd never seen before in the history of mankind. I'll suggest to you, Joe, we were at war for 20 years. 20 years during that period of time. There's special operators that were deployed 8, 9, 10 times. And then they come home and the government gives them a sack of opioids and that makes them feel crappy and they mask it with alcohol. And we sit around and go, why did Bobby kill himself? Well, because the government failed in its great responsibility to take care of these young men and women, in my opinion. So we owe it to them. As a matter of fact, a dear friend of mine who just passed away within the last 2 days, he had worked with me for, 30 years. And when he first saw that I was getting involved with this psychedelic drug, this Ibogaine compound, and we were having a conversation, he said, you need to be really careful with that. You've got a great reputation. You spent 40 years building that reputation up. He said, you don't want to throw it away on some cockamamie idea here. I told him, I said, well, I don't think I'm doing that. I've studied this pretty intently. I've talked to a host of different people. And I said, so I'm comfortable about the science here that I'm seeing and what have you. And I said, I think it's worth going forward with. I said, Ray, their lives are not worth more than my reputation. And that's what kind of continues to drive me. There are people that still kind of say, why are you doing this? Because I believe in it. I believe it to the point, Joe, that I'm willing to risk my reputation.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of people hit stretches where money gets tight. And it's not just the bills. It's the constant pressure, the mental load, the second guessing of every decision. And honestly, one of the biggest difference makers isn't some perfect budget. It's having a solid support system when things feel heavy. And if that support system includes therapy, even better. Because while it can't solve your money problems, it can change your relationship with finances. It can help you manage the stress, anxiety, and maybe even any shame you feel around money. A good place to find a quality therapist is BetterHelp. Plus, they do a lot of the work for you. Literally, all you need to do is answer a few questions, and BetterHelp will match you with a fully qualified therapist online. They have an industry-leading match fulfillment rate, which is a fancy way of saying that they typically get it right the first time. But even if they don't, it's super simple to switch to another therapist. When life feels overwhelming, therapy can help. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's better, HELP.com/JRE. I don't think you're risking your reputation at all. I think that's foolish thinking. I think it's people that don't understand the times. Yeah. This is a different world. We're living in a world of information now, and you can't go by these false narratives that were adopted in the 1970s.
Yeah. And we're winning. I mean, I'm telling you what Americans for Ibogaine has done. And, you know, we started out, I tell people, I said, you talk about a small group of people. I think there were 6 of us. He's the CEO, I'm the chairman. We got Dr. Rulin, who's the secretary, and Claire Stapleton, the communications person, and then Marcus and Melanie Luttrell, Marcus's wife, are the other 2 members of our little board. And we were this small little group kind of going along and doing what we were doing. We were successful in the Texas legislature and what have you. But it's exploded now. We have ambassadors, Americans for Ibogaine ambassadors all over the United States now. People have seen what we've been able to do in Texas. Mississippi followed suit. They sent their governor a piece of legislation. I want you to talk about that. And don't do the roll call here. Yeah, and share with Joe and his audience just the great progress that's being made. And quite frankly, I think about Michael Dell when he was selling computers out of the trunk of his car back in the late 80s and then his college dormitory. AFI kind of found itself like that just a few months ago. And I'm not trying to say that, you know, we're Dell Computer today, but we are growing at such a leaps and bounds and you know, and having the resources that we need to be able to put our people in various places. I mean, travels all, you were in Cabo. I want you to tell them about the group that you met with in Cabo. And I mean, just 200 of these extraordinary people down there. He travels all over the country. And, you know, we have to have the resources to be able to do that. And you know, so I hope the folks that are listening are, you know, go to Americans for Ibogaine. You know how to tell them how to do that and help this organization, because this is what I'm going to do the rest of my life. I'm 76 years old, and this is what I hope the Lord gives me a lot of years to make a difference, because I know for a fact that what we're doing today, what you're helping us with, is making a difference. And if we can get these clinical trials to the conclusion, and, you know, thank you to the Lieutenant Governor and to the Speaker for what they committed to today. I mean, to know that we're going to be able to go forward now with these clinical trials to show the world exactly what we know, but so that the naysayers out there, the skeptic, can look at that and go, you know what? You can get 85% of the people who are hooked on opioids clean in 72 hours.
Isn't that amazing?
That's such a stunning thing to me. Dr. Gul Dolan, we were at South by Southwest a week and a half ago. She was sitting on the stage. She's an MD, PhD, was at Johns Hopkins. She's over at Cal Berkeley now. And she gave a little primer, if you will, on the different psychedelics. There's a critical period that the mind opens up and you're able to go in and if you will, the medicine treats the mind. I think from my Aggie, you know, non-pharmaceutical, non-scientific mind here, but to go in and reset the brain. The technical word is neuroplasticity. But ketamine has a critical period. I think she said 48 to 72 hours. Psilocybin has a critical period from 14 to 28 days. I think I'm pretty close on these. But Ibogaine, the critical period, the time when that neuroplasticity is active and the brain can be trained, healed, reset, is from 90 to 120 days. And then with the addiction, opioids, which I happen to think is one of the most addictive substances that's out there. I mean, this is some horrible stuff. You this very current event with Tiger Woods, Tiger's accident. He had OxyContin in his. I'm not judging here, but I'm just kind of saying that when I ran for president in 2011, I'd had major back surgery in July. I announced that I was running for president in August. I had 6 weeks to try to get over that major back surgery, and I had a terrible condition called a neurological hyperfusion in my right leg. I've never had a pain like that. Felt like a blowtorch going down my right leg. And they gave me OxyContin. And I was taking that to cover up the pain. I was taking Ambien to go to sleep at night. And I was taking some stuff called Provigil to get back up in the morning and be focused. I laugh about it now. I'm surprised I did as well as I did in that presidential effort in 2011. Hell, forgetting that one thing, that third thing in that debate. Hell, I'm surprised I could remember any of them. Knowing what I know now about OxyContin and the incredibly nasty, addictive nature that it has. I mean, this stuff is just poison. And Ibogaine, in 48 to 72 hours after one dose, one oral application of this compound, and that addiction is gone. Not only is that addiction gone, Joe, but Stanford has done functional MRIs on an addicted opioid brain, and then treatment with Ibogaine, and they have shown that brain from the addicted look that those experts, those postdocs that look at this, to a normal brain scan in 72 hours. If you were to go through the normal process of healing yourself of opioid addiction through an abstinence program, it would take you 18 months. And there are very few, I'm going to say single-digit people that are successful in being able to do that. But think about that. We got a compound here that has the ability to heal people of opioid addiction in 48 to 72 hours. And we're not doing everything that we can in our power to make that available. I mean, what the hell's wrong with us? How bad you gotta hate people to not make that available?
And with 2 doses, it's even more spectacular.
98%.
That is amazing.
98%.
That is truly amazing. There's nothing even remotely like it with standard practice addiction therapy. Nothing.
You know, he mentioned the Americans for Ibogaine. We have ambassadors. And Joe, what you really helped us do on January 2nd of 25 was create a movement. Our organization is the custodian of that movement. We are a public policy and advocacy organization, and Governor Perry mentions keeping me on the road. Wherever there are state leaders, citizens of conviction and influence, whether that is California, whether it's Massachusetts, or whether it's Alabama, we exist to plant the seed of a scientific understanding of a public policy framework and of a spiritual understanding of the significance of what we have in our hands here, an opportunity to improve the human condition at scale. And while we have talked timely about Ibogaine's impact on substance dependency and upon the wounds of war, our ambassadors reflect essentially the universal human condition and the way in which individuals who have tried every way to overcome various forms of trauma and debility find as the last step a redemptive restoration through Ibogaine treatment. It is not for everybody. It should not be a first resort. It is an exceptionally powerful medication that comes with a series of side effects that are highly unpleasant, as you previously mentioned. One of the selling points, ironically, in the Texas legislature was to say, if your idea of a good time is being in a state of semi-paralysis for 12 to 16 hours and throwing up continuously through the process, you're going to have a real good time. And if there is the equivalent of being brought to the judgment throne of God on this side of life, it is an Ibogaine experience. That seems to motivate a lot of support, especially for those who subscribe to puritanical notions of punishment for wrongdoing. That's not what I'm here to advocate, but certainly it is not fun. But what we know is that, for instance, we have two fashion model twins whose father sexually abused them for a decade. And the results of that horrific experience that they shared produced all kinds of psychological maladies that included an eating disorder for one, persistent neuroses in the other. They tried every form of talk therapy. They tried every psychotherapy modality known to try to overcome that. And it was Ibogaine that restored their lives and their capacity to enjoy the life that God has given them. We have first responders who are emerging in numbers. One who is a firefighter from Oklahoma who was demoted because of decades of alcoholism. His life has been restored by Ibogaine and he's back working full time. We have a gentleman who was a Charlottesville police officer who was hit in the face with a brick during the riots that occurred in Charlottesville. His life was restored by a single Ibogaine treatment, and he has attained a level of functionality that he didn't think was possible, nor his doctors. We have a gentleman who was a pilot who unfortunately did a bomb and run on a village and killed a number of innocent people. He learned about this, and this sent him into a spiral, as many war fighters who are exposed to moral injury do. Ibogaine has restored this gentleman's life. We have a gentleman by the name of Robert Gallery, a former NFL player who exhibited all the signs of CTE in his post-retirement years. He was ready to kill himself so that he wouldn't harm his own family. It was Ibogaine that restored his life. There have been other NFL players who are as yet unnamed, some incidentally, that have been in the paper who have gone for Ibogaine treatment to address similar symptoms. Players in the NHL, players in other contact sports that include soccer and rugby and the United Kingdom, where there is an emerging cohort of professional athletes who have reached out to us to say, we want the United Kingdom for Ibogaine.
I would love to get you guys connected with the UFC.
We would love to be connected to the UFC.
Because that is obviously an issue with professional fighters.
So, Matt Hughes, and Matt had, I met Matt through Marcus, in like 2008 or so, and we went out for a fight. And then subsequently, Matt had a car accident, of which he really had
hit by a train.
Yeah, just an incredible traumatic brain injury, and I just want to have that conversation with him, and I'm sure you have great relationships with those. We know for a fact that cumulative impacts on the brain are what lead to CTE. I mean, that's I don't think that's even a question of here's how it happens. These multiple concussions have cumulative effect on the brain, and at some point in time, that CTE has a long-time effect. And this medicine has the ability to remove that trauma, to reset that brain, to heal that brain. I don't know how it works, Joe, but that's the reason these clinical trials are going to be so important as we're going forward. And I can't tell you, I'm ecstatic that the the lieutenant governor and the speaker today announced their full Texas support behind these clinical trials. We're fixing to become the epicenter for a movement that literally can change the world. I know that sounds kind of a little bit over the top, but if we have within our grasp here a compound that can heal our loved ones who have an addiction, be it a substance addiction or be it a non-substance addiction, if we have the ability to heal people who have been traumatically impacted by concussions, if we have the ability to address PTSD in all the different forms that it comes, I mean, the hope that can give to the society that we live in. And I'm not talking about just the United States. You think about what's going on in Israel, in Ukraine, in the Middle East today, and the trauma that people are facing. I mean, this truly can be an extraordinary gift to the world. And, listen, I think it's really interesting. You ask a leading question about how did I come to this position of being able to be supportive as I am. And then when I think about my growing up, and I grew up in a very conservative Christian family. And I think one of the challenges we still have in our society is that the conservative Christian faith is like, stay away from that stuff. I mean, that's bad. Do not, under any circumstances, don't be going there. It's demonic. And there's a book that's about to be published. I think the first week in April, so we're approaching it. There's an author by the name of Wendy Rees, R-E-E-S. Wendy with an I, W-E-N-D-I-R-E-E-S. And she, not unlike the two twins, was sexually assaulted by her own father. As a pastor of church. Joe, I'm telling you, brother, I can't dream up in my worst nightmare a more evil thing than a father that would sexually assault a preacher father, their daughter. And she dealt with it with Ibogaine and has come to the conclusion that her great gift to give to the world out there is to write this book called A Christian's Guide to Psychedelics. Now, if you think that won't catch some people's attention when they're going through the bookstore and they go, A Christian's Guide to Psychedelic, holy mackerel. But this is a book about her experience, but it's also a book that I would suggest that every believing Christian go pick it up and read it, because it talks about chapter and verse and gives you scripture about where God talks about these compounds, about these things that he's given the world. He means them for good. All of them for good.
Are you aware of the scholars in Israel that are proposing that Moses seeing the burning bush was the acacia tree? Yeah, there's an acacia tree. The acacia tree, which is very common in the Middle East, is rich in dimethyltryptamine. And they believe that what they're trying to relay in this story was that Moses encountered God through the burning of this bush. So the burning of this bush, releasing the psychedelic compound dimethyltryptamine, allowed Moses to bring back the Ten Commandments.
Thank you for mentioning that. I have been following scholarship around the use and the recognition that there's a lot of psychedelic allegory in Holy Scripture that I think is the favorite, where that burning bush reveals the great I am. And when Moses says, are you, I am who I am. And the beauty about Ibogaine and the other plant medicines are their capacity to reveal the I am that is within each of us, and that I am is our eternal creator who absolutely has engineered and placed these plants on this earth so that we can be affirmed in what our true identity and ultimate destiny is, and praise God for it.
And then there's also The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, the John Marco Allegro book, where he was one of the ordained ministers that was, his task was to decode the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he wrote this book that details what he believes is the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Christianity.
Hard for me to argue with.
I mean, I just think our modern perception of it, which is very tainted by what happened during the Nixon administration, where they were trying to squash the hippie movement, the anti-war movement, and the civil rights movement. And that's why they demonized these drugs, these compounds, and that's why they put them in this category of having no medicinal use, which is clearly not accurate. It doesn't mean that they should just be given to everyone and everyone should do them with no restrictions and no regulations. It just means we should understand that they have a long history of human use and have spectacular results on all sorts of things that our society is suffering from greatly. And to just pretend that that's not the case based on what happened in the 1970s is just insane. It doesn't make any sense.
I would suggest that one of the greatest lessons learned by Americans who are age 50 and younger, those of us who I call the bicentennial children, is that the most morally depraved criminal in America today is power. And the power of the human hand, when it is wielded in its most abusive context, will always seek to deny any access to individual human divinity and the liberty and autonomy that is conferred upon each of us as children of God. And insofar as we find ourselves at the precipice of what I believe is the emergence of a broad-based spiritual movement, where all of us modernists within the empiricism of modern American society are able to see through the fog of all of our wealth and gadgetry and recognize we are in the midst of profound spiritual famine in the United States. You, I know, forgive me for reference and age, remember back in the mid-'80s where we saw all these horrific images of starvation and distension and fly-covered death from mass famine in Ethiopia and Sudan, where millions of people starved to death because the malevolence of power forbade the delivery of any relief sent by the outside world. When we look at what's right in front of us in the United States today, there is no denying that we are in the midst of a terrible spiritual famine. And the malevolence of American power is feasting on our starvation. This is an emancipation movement for the mind, body, and soul of every human being in this country and across the globe who is lethally estranged from their own spirituality. The Abigail mission is a mission to foment dramatic medical breakthroughs across a host of conditions that have no effective therapeutic answers. But above and beyond that, it is about the affirmation of the spiritual essence of life that can unify us as a species in a way that is necessary if we're going to navigate these changes over the next 20 years. Governor Perry mentioned this wonderful invitation that I received to go to what was called the Earth One Summit. Now, Joe, I come out of Hillbilly Holler, Virginia, and
I introduce him from time to time. I said, look, this guy, he looks like and he sounds like a hillbilly from eastern Kentucky in the Appalachian Mountains. And I said, he is. But I said, he's one of the most brilliant people I've ever met in my life and one of the most extraordinary orators I've ever had in my life. So anyway, I love you, brother, but you are a hillbilly.
Wow. I'm much more comfortable with that than all that other stuff you said. But, you know, when you come out of scratch nothing, sometimes there are certain sophistications that you lack. And I'm no exception to that. So there was this Earth One Summit. It was 200 thought leaders from across the world who came to basically discuss the future. And I was very honored to have received an invitation to come and attend the gathering to speak about what Governor Perry and I are working on through Americans for Ibogaine. And they presented me with the honor of being the closing keynote speaker for the gathering. And as I listened over the course of 4 days, I heard individuals who included Kimball and Christiana Musk. And I've read interviews by Elon Musk speaking about the advent of AI and the capacity of AI to solve the central dilemma that we as humans have had since we emerged from the caves, and that's the dilemma of scarcity. So as I was there listening to folks speak about being on the edge of a time when we can automate the means of production and essentially create an unlimited amount of abundance for every person on this planet, I couldn't help but think about where we are right now as compared to where these individuals see us being in 20 years. You cannot create and deploy this kind of godlike technology, which has the capacity to produce unlimited abundance, potentially usher in the age of Aquarius, and drop it in to these Frankenstein monstrosity government systems that we currently have that are enthroned upon the helplessness of powerless people, that perpetuate problems that they are supposed to solve, and that monetize sustained human misery. So long as government makes its buck over keeping its foot on the necks of the American people, we are looking at a future that much more resembles Mad Max than we are Star Trek. And if we are going to create the degree of social cohesion that is necessary to hold these systems accountable and to create a system that can truly usher in that age of unlimited abundance to improve the human condition for all, it begins with a spiritual reawakening that Ibogaine first and foremost, and the rest of the psychedelics concede and foment within American society. To that end, and I'll be quiet for the next little bit.
And we love listening to you.
There is a 6-part docuseries that will come out next year called Psychedelics and it is a series of interviews with a cross-section of leaders across the United States where they speak about their own quest for meaning and how psychedelics has helped them understand that we are more than just these material beings that get up and go to work every day and are a productive economic unit, go home and repeat. That there is a much higher sense of purpose that we are here to serve, and that the plants themselves have the capacity to enlighten us at scale in a way that's absolutely necessary if we're going to make that age of abundance happen as those visionaries articulate and dream for.
What I think is fascinating about the age that we're living in is that change comes very slowly. It comes much faster when you have the kind of access to information that people have today. And I don't think this conversation was possible 20 years ago.
No way.
And that's kind of amazing.
No way.
It's kind of amazing. And I don't think that there was a format for this conversation 20 years ago. This format has occurred because of the age of information, because of the internet, and because there's no gatekeepers anymore. And because people have the choice to decide what they want to consume, what they want to listen to. And to be able to be a part of that, to me, is an incredible privilege. And to be able to have you guys on and to have this conversation and to recognize that the reason why this is possible is because, for a lack of a better term, the world's waking up.
Yes, sir.
It's just taking more time than we would like. But the world is waking up. And change happens. It just happens. People have to change their opinions. And that's very difficult because a lot of people identify with their opinions. Their opinions become a part of their ideology. And it's just very difficult to get people to change their ideology. They identify with this. It is them. And I've always tried to tell people the way I try to approach things. You are not your ideas. You are not your opinions. These are just thoughts. And if you identify with them, you are trapped in them. And you will be held hostage by them. You will try to defend them, even if they don't make sense. You will try to ignore evidence that points you in a direction that's contrary to what your current belief system is. Don't be your opinions. Don't be your ideas. Just sit in them. Be consistent. Be honest. Have ethics and morals that you adhere to. But the ideas are just ideas. And if you're wrong, you should be proud to say you're wrong. It's a sign of growth. It's a sign of intelligence. And it's a sign of you being an honest human being who cares about the truth, not about being right. Because there's too many people in this world that they don't really have conversations. They have ideological sparring matches where they're just involved in these little intellectual tugs of war where they're just trying to be right. And this is not the time for that. It's just...
So my going from hard no on criminal justice reform to literally a leader on criminal justice reform in the mid-2000s. My going from hard no on any psychedelic drugs that could be used in any way to now being what I humorously refer to as the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine, is to your point. You know, be open. Be willing to say you were wrong. I know my wife would like to hear me do that more often. But hey, if you don't mind, I want to take a minute and talk about how far this movement has come. And Brian talked about Americans for Ibogaine and our ambassadors all across the country and the growth that we've seen in this. And I want to give you one example of, to your point, that 5 years ago, if you'd have had an institution that had its own reputation dealing with brain health and brain science and those kind of things, they would have just kind of moved you off to the side and said, no thanks. But the Center for Brain Health in Dallas, this is an extraordinary institution that's connected to the University of Texas, Dallas. Matter of fact, it's just next door to UT Southwestern, which is one of the great medical facilities in the world, UT Southwestern. And Dr. Sandy Chapman heads up the Center for Brain Health. And they've done some great work. We went up and presented to her, I don't know, probably 60 to 90 days ago. And there was another organization called Forward Intent, just a beautiful young man and his wife, Alex Duran, and his wife, who have funded an effort. And what they're doing with their resources, they're sending, I think, 250 individuals down to Mexico, to both, I think, a facility called Transcend and to Ambio. And Ambio is that facility that I've been to, Brian's been to, Marcus and Morgan Luttrell have been to. I think, probably 2,000 more fighters been down to Ambio now. Vets underwrites them. And just as an aside, this has blown up so big. And I'm talking about the Ibogaine effort, the education of Ibogaine. People, there's some hope out there. And people are rushing to find where they can go to treat the addiction that their loved one has or deal with their PTSD and what have you. And Ambio is just covered up. And I'm sure, the other facilities are as well down there. The organization Vets, which is really where I came into this, I think Amber and Marcus Capone, they don't have any openings anymore. I mean, they are completely covered up. But I mean, that's a good challenge. I'm glad we have that challenge. But my point is, you've got an institution in Dallas, Texas, that just like the state is getting the signal. It's okay to be out there talking about this. It's okay to be a leader. It's okay to get out there and lead the charge. And I want to read to you what Dr. Chapman, because I asked her, I said, do you mind if I talk about what you all are doing? And she said, absolutely. And she said, Governor, great to talk with you yesterday. Here are some comments to guide you in how to discuss our existing collaboration. I'm excited to announce that we have begun a partnership with the Center for Brain Health, University of Texas at Dallas, Americans for Ibogaine, and Forward Intent to create the largest research study of Ibogaine to date, focused on understanding its impact on the brain among the veteran community. Dr. Francesca Philby, an expert in cognitive and translational neuroscience, especially the use of neuroimaging to study brain behavior relationships, will lead the research. Our mission together is to move beyond the question of, does Ibogaine help? And instead answer the more practical questions veterans and clinicians need. Number one, who benefits and why? How long do the benefits last? Which aspects of daily life functioning, i.e. cognition, sleep, substance use, and overall well-being, improve or worsen following treatment? And how are these changes associated with brain alterations? The 3-year study will follow those treated with Ibogaine over the course of 18 months, which will allow us to create the first understanding of the sustained impacts of Ibogaine on the brain across various treatment regimes. We'll be diving more into this topic on November the 19th at the Center for Brain Health's Brain Health Presents speaker series to share more. By bringing world-class scientific rigor to this space, we aren't just studying a substance. We're creating a foundation of knowledge that will expand safe, informed access for those who need it most. That is what Americans for Ibogaine is really all about. Making that type of penetration, having that type of success, seeing what Brian and the other folks have created here in the state of Texas. I'm going to tell you something, brother. There is nothing that I've been involved with in my life that gives me more pleasure than to see what we're doing and knowing that there's a father out there, a mother out there, whose child's going to be saved.
You mentioned dogma. People are, in particular in American society, there is a quest for identity. There is a quest for belonging. So much of what we see on social media and in broadcast media that is rage and anger and disaffection is tremendous loneliness and a tremendous lack of belonging to something, and a tremendous amount of trauma related to never having had anything that resembles unconditional affection within the context of a safe and stable familial relationship. That's at scale within the United States. And the degree to which dogma can thwart evolution is 100% right on. And I just use my own self as an example. I was a child of Reagan's America. I can remember I was about 5 years old when he and President Carter had their first presidential debate in 1980. President Reagan was like the mother goose to the Gosling. He just imprinted on me. And whereas other young boys had pictures of Joe Montana and Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson all over their rooms, mine was wallpapered with Ronald Reagan. I was the president of the Teenage Republicans in high school. I wrote him fan letters all the time. He actually replied to one, and I put it in a frame in my room that was written on my birthday. I was president of the College Republicans at George Mason University, and I mean, I aimed to be the king of conservative Republican conformity. That was my whole mission in life. And I used to joke that when people said, well, how did you get to this? And what do you think about the fact that you're talking about it and you're so zealous in your advocacy? I would kind of make a half statement and say, well, if 25-year-old me could come and see 50-year-old me, he would look and say, what in the world happened to you? And I would kind of yuck and laugh about it. Well, here's the answer. If 25-year-old me could come back and look at 50-year-old me and say, what happened to you? 50-year-old me would look right back and say, you happened to me. You happened to me. Your youthful sense of certainty, your belief that you had it all figured out, your belief that you had no further greater evolution to achieve, sir. You, in your insolence of youth, you happened to me. One of the things that I have so enjoyed learning about Governor Perry, and as he and I have built a relationship, the first time I really started following him was when he ran for president in 2012, and I believe that had he not had that back surgery, we would not have had a second Obama term. He would have won that race, and I think he would have won it handedly. It's been remarkable to listen to this gentleman who has been so firmly identified with the conservative wing of the Republican Party be so willing to be curious and to have that human value of curiosity and a willingness to hear and a willingness to know and a willingness to entertain that perhaps everything that he had been taught about this particular subject was not correct. Curiosity is a prime human value. And if you allow dogma to shut off your curiosity, you have hobbled yourself. And I think it was Muhammad Ali who said, if a 50-year-old man thinks the exact same way as a 20-year-old man as he did when he was 20, he's wasted 30 years of his life. And that is dead on right.
Dead on right. Yeah, I could attest to that. Curiosity is my number one attribute. It's the thing that's led me in life and everything I've ever done. It's just being open-minded and curious. I'm very fortunate is that I didn't think I had things figured out when I was 20 at all. I was sure that I was a moron. I was good at one thing, kicking people. That's it. And then from then, I realized that there's a lot to learn, and that as much as I learned about martial arts, I could apply that sort of open-minded discipline. Because you have to be open-minded to be good at martial arts, because you have to be able to listen. You can't think you already know. You cannot. You won't grow and you won't get better. You have to be listening to coaches. You have to be listening to instructors. You have to be listening to your teammates. You have to listen to everybody. If you don't listen, if you have, don't tell me, those people don't go anywhere. And I learned that very early on. It's very fortunate that I found that path, because I've applied that to virtually everything that I've ever done in life. Instead of having this belief that I have things figured out. I mean, I've certainly been more sure than I should have been at many times in my life, but always willing to stop and go, maybe I'm wrong. And if it wasn't for this podcast, it would have never gotten to where it is, because I've fortunately been able to talk to brilliant people. And, I grew up I lived in California for 26 years. Before that, I lived in Boston and New York. I thought of people, the Southern accent in particular, right? And this is a standard thing that a lot of people on the coasts have. You hear people talk with a Southern accent, you think they're dumb. And it's a terrible stereotype that actually came out because of hookworm parasites. I'm sure you're aware of that story. I'm not. You're not? Okay. The stereotype of the lazy, dull-minded Southerner came out of the fact that a large percentage of people in the South had contracted hookworms from walking around barefoot, and hookworm parasites will rob you of your intellectual capacity. They greatly diminish your ability to think and exhaust you. You get slower and, in quotes, lazier, but you're really just infected with a parasite. And it's an enormous percentage of the population in the 1900s were infected with hookworm. And in the South, particularly, hot climates. And this is where this stereotype came from. When someone like you speaks with such insane recall, your recall is bananas. Your recall of dates and names and times, and I have a pretty good recall. It's nothing like yours. It's extraordinary, and I love when I meet someone who's brilliant who still has a Southern accent, because it's like
I said,
forget all your stereotypes. Let them all go, baby, because they're not real. It's not real. None of that is real. Individuals vary wildly, and I've met brilliant people from coastal cities, and I've met fucking morons that talk like a person that you would assume would be a highly educated, intelligent person, but they're closed-minded and foolish in their ways. And having had this ability to have all these different conversations with different people, it's just like every time I have another conversation, just expands my understanding just a little more and a little more and a little more. And I love it. And it's all out of curiosity. And I'm very happy that I've been able to make that curiosity infectious.
My favorite cities, and I know we're getting off the beaten path here a little bit.
I love to get off the beaten path. It's my favorite thing to do.
My favorite cities in America are those that you can go to and not feel like you're in the country. Miami is fabulous.
It's a wild place. You should have a passport to go to Miami.
It is fabulous. And I remember the first time I went to New York City one time when I was about 5 years old. The only thing I could remember was the Empire State Building and some dude with purple hair sticking his tongue out at me. The next time was in 2019. And I'd always had kind of that stereotypical Southerners attitude, a bunch of, haughty, stuck-up, mean-acted Yankee people living in an obnoxious locale that would just be hell on earth to have to endure. So I had the opportunity to go and spend a day there, and rolled into Grand Central Station on the railway from, I think it was New Haven, Connecticut. And just to watch the dimensions of the architecture as we rolled into the city. Crazy. The expansion of scale of this place.
How old were you?
Well, let's see. I was about to turn 44. I think I could hear the Beverly Hillbillies music playing in my head when I was going down through there. So we get off at Grand Central Station. And I walked all through that. I walked from Grand Central Station all the way down to the tip of where the World Trade Center was. And it was New York City is a monumental human accomplishment. When you can have the entire world within 300 square miles, and it is a living affirmation of everything the United States is supposed to be as the last best hope of humankind on earth, just to be in that place. Anytime I've gone back since, I mean the minute that I go to get the Uber at LaGuardia Airport and I see that skyline, I mean, my heart just starts racing. I would have never thought that I would just fall in love with New York City, but it is fabulous. San Francisco's the same way. There are so many wonderful places in the United States where you wouldn't think that somebody necessarily who sounded like me would endorse. But one of the best things that I have done is stop watching television news. The last time I watched television news was after the first Obama press conference in January of 2009, and I cut it off. Wow. Aside from presidential debates and election returns, I've never turned it back on. I shouldn't tell this. The number of times I've left my front door wide open, the garage door open in my neighborhood, and nothing has happened is remarkable. This country, in terms of her people, is as much like it was back in 1950 as it has ever been. The complexion is a little different. We've got a lot more diversity now than we've ever had. But once you take that blinder of mass media mayhem and all this fabricated division that is purposely put out there to keep us divided,
to keep us tuning in,
and segregate.
Yeah.
Once you take yourself out of it and you just start having a conversation, next time someone gets into an Uber with someone who doesn't have English as a second language, strike up a conversation. Ask them, how did you come to the United States? What brought you here? And your heart is going to fill with just the unbelievable amount of pride and love to hear those accents from the Middle East and from Africa speak about this country in ways that take us right back to 1776. It's a fabulous place. And I'm able to say so much of this because of what the plans have helped clarify by way of that universal human divinity that we all share, that this country is the cradle to protect and to honor, which is what makes this mission so incredibly important. And I do want to, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, please. There's two people that I left off of our ambassador program that I think are really showstoppers I want to mention. One is a gentleman by the name of Rear Admiral Jim Hancock. This gentleman received ibogaine treatment for his wounds of war. He was the Navy Medical Corps Chief and was the medical officer for the United States Marine Corps. One of our other ambassadors is a gentleman by the name of General Glenn Curtis. He served in both Gulf Wars. He served in Afghanistan. His most recent stint of service was as the Commanding General for the Louisiana National Guard. And he is one of our prime spokespeople for legislation that's pending in Louisiana right now to join Texas as a partner in this ibogaine trial. So
that's fantastic.
Please say what you were going to, because I'm curious.
I don't even remember.
Hey, well, I remember what I wanted to talk about. So, and I want to get us back on the track that we were talking about. Brian's done a great job to discuss the spiritual aspect of the medicine and what I mean. That's incredibly important. Don't get me wrong on that at all. And but what brought me personally to the medicine, obviously my relationship with Marcus and Morgan and what have you, and then as I studied it, I'm like, if you're really going to be a legitimate spokesperson for this, if you're going to put your reputation out there, you need to be treated. You need to go through the treatment. And I'm going to get to you at the end of this conversation, but I want to set this up if I may. And in 2023, if my memory serves me correct, this is the same time that Nolan Williams was heading up the 30 veteran study that Stanford was going to oversee, kind of the early days, if you will, of some clinical trial type effort to have the data, to have the background, some early day efforts to start educating the public about that is how I do this. They had 30 vets. I think they were between the ages of like 22 and 42. They all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were, some of them addicted to alcohol. They were pretty classic veteran population that had some real challenges. They were sent to Stanford, and they did baseline functional MRIs. And then they were sent down to Ambio, just south of Tijuana, where they were given the treatment. And then that lasted, I think, about a 4-day treatment protocol. You go down, work your way in. Tuesday, you get preparation. Tuesday evening, you get the compound. Wednesday is a recovery day. Thursday, there's a 5-MeO-DMT treatment. And then you go home. They went back to Stanford after 5 days after the treatment and had follow-up MRIs. I think they did an MRI at 30 days and then a functional MRI at 6 months. So there was a good piece of data there to look at. Just stunningly good results. The results, I think there was 87% of them who 6 months now, better than 2 years later, but that have zero PTSD. The addictions were at that level of reduction that we talked about in the high 80 percentiles. I mean, we've seen all of this data before. This is nothing new. But the reason I share that with you is that I basically went down and followed the same protocol. I wasn't part of the clinical trial, and I only wanted to be treated with ibogaine. I did not want to take the 5-MeO-DMT. So what I was looking at, and I was interested in this from the brain regenerative side of it. I had about as bucolic a life as you've ever had. I never had anybody mistreat me of anything that you could even get close to calling traumatic effect. I had no trauma in my life. I grew up on a dryland cotton farm, 60 miles from Abilene, Texas, 16 miles from the closest place that had a post office in a part of Texas that it was just a lovely, wonderful, loving place. My mom and dad loved me, and I knew it. And, my scoutmaster and my principal and my superintendent of my Sunday school class, who, by the way, were all the same person. And he drove the bus and was a football coach. But I had as non-traumatic growing up period as you could imagine. So I was concussed, severely concussed, 3 times. Twice in athletic events, and I'm talking about knocked out completely for over 1 minute. And those are severe concussions. 2 times athletic events, 1 time unloading horses, knocked completely out. So what I know now is that as I got to pilot training and I started noticing that I was having trouble sleeping and that this thing that I understood later in life was anxiety had crept into my life. So I'm going to put it in the mild category, anxiety and insomnia. I went into a very odd line of work, politics, to have those 2 kind of things. and I masked them rather well. Most people didn't know I had that. My wife did, but other than that, even my senior staff in my offices through the year, agriculture commissioner, lieutenant governor, they did not know that I had this challenge of maybe sleeping 3.5, 4 hours a night, being anxious at times to the point of being never dysfunctional. But from my perspective, probably some people out there in the political world said, "Hell, Perry, you were dysfunctional the whole damn time." What are you talking about? Anyone decided for? I had the treatment. I had the brain scan going in. I had the brain scan a week later, and I had the brain scan at 6 months. The first brain scan, they said, "Look, your brain looks pretty good for a 73-year-old guy." He said, "You're actually in pretty good shape. You don't have a lot of atrophy. You got some mild atrophy, but your brain looks pretty good." The week after scan showed a 27% increase in the prefrontal cortex of my brain. That's where your focus, your concentration, your emotions reside. At a 27% increase in that prefrontal cortex activity. My 6-month scan, I have a dear friend who's a neurosurgeon from Tyler, Dr. Charlie Gordon, who is a 40-plus year neurosurgeon, spine expert, looked at lots of brain scans. A respectful skeptic of this. When I told him I was going to be treated with this compound called ibogaine, this psychoactive compound, he was recoiled a little bit. He was like, "You need to be really careful with that." He has now gone from being respectful skeptic to looking at the data from the clinical trial that was done at Stanford, talking to a fairly good number of the veterans that went through that trial, talking to Dr. Williams, talking to other specialists at Stanford, and he has gone from respectful skeptic to a full-on believer in this medicine. I mean, an absolute supporter that this medicine does what it says it does. It heals people of addictions. It heals from PTSD. This medicine does what it does. And we're driving back from the airport that day after the 6-month scan. He had looked at it as it came off of the machine. And he said, Governor, I'm not going to blow smoke up your dress. Your atrophy is gone. He said, I have no idea why this has happened, but he said the difference between your initial baseline scan and 6 months later, clearly the atrophy in your brain is gone. He said, your brain looks like a 40-year-old. Now, the reason I share that story with you is because, number one, that's partly what drives me about this, is that there is a regenerative aspect of this medicine that we don't really understand yet. And if it does what we think it's going to do, and that's the reason these clinical trials are just so stunningly important. That's the reason what the Center for Brain Health and what they're going to be doing and the data that they're going to be collecting. I'm convinced of what this data is going to show. But for all of those individuals out there who don't have substance abuse problems, who weren't traumatized as a child, but who have been concussed, and we know that that damage is out there, and that the cumulative side, Robert Gallery, that great professional football player who had really bad CTE, and he will tell you today this medicine saved his life. My question for you, Joe Rogan, is how many times you think you've been concussed in life?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Dozens.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and think about times. Most of it was from sparring, or a few from fights.
But if we think about that, if there is this cumulative effect,
yeah.
Are you? How old are you now?
58.
Would Joe Rogan be willing to say, you know what? I've seen enough. I believe that this medicine does what you say it will do. And for a person like me, that it could be incredibly helpful to my long-term plan of living a long and healthy and engaged life, that Joe Rogan would go and be treated with Ibogaine.
Yeah, I would definitely do it. I'm very fascinated by it. Cool. I mean, I've never heard anybody say, I wish I didn't do it.
He mentioned his brain scans post-treatment a couple of weeks ago while I was at that One Earth gathering. I met a lady who I will call Lonnie, and she had just returned from an Ibogaine treatment in November of 25. She related an early life of just ungodly physical abuse by her father, who was addicted to OxyContin. You know, we began this conversation about the realities of the opioid epidemic in America. While death is the most terminal outcome is measured down about 700,000 Americans, there is a much broader web of hardcore travesty that exists around each of those death outcomes. And Lonnie experienced that. She had multiple concussions from her own father. Like many individuals who experience trauma of this nature, she developed her own drug addiction. She was in and out of jail. She was homeless at different point in time. She managed to get recovered. She had a separate traumatic brain injury that was fairly severe in 2018. And then she was diagnosed with what I believe is called young onset Parkinson's diagnosis, that is pre-age 50. Her Parkinson's had progressed to the point to where she could not write because of the tremulousness in her hands. So when I saw her 2 weeks ago and she introduced herself, she had all of the appearance and affect of a perfectly healthy human being. It was only after we sat down and she explained what her experience had been and where she was at now that the Ibogaine disclosure was made. Her hand was just as calm as mine. And she said that it had been essentially 3 months and that she had been able to resume a normal life and that her mind felt restored. Now, based on the responses we got after our first interview with you, I want to be very careful here. This is truly the edge of science, and there is much unknown about the variety of Parkinson's that this can treat. There's some suggestion that it is better for those who have a genetic predisposition for the disease than it is for those who contract Parkinson's as the result of environmental exposure. Ibogaine does not appear to have any impact on Parkinson's developed as a result of exposure to environmental toxin. The stage of the disease in which you catch it also appears to make a big difference. The earlier, the better. It has also been asserted that Ibogaine does not cure Parkinson's. What it does is slows disease progression and creates for some a broad window of opportunity for the restoration of function that can dramatically improve the quality of life. Now, I've just given a number of qualifiers about its impact and efficacy on one individual, but think about what we just said here. This is a woman who was diagnosed with young onset Parkinson's. She had lost the ability to write because of the tremulousness in her hands. She's 4 months out from a treatment and she's been able to resume her full normal life with a complete restoration of function. If we could get a COVID vaccine out in 9 months, there is no reason why, with the focused effort of Texas and the other states we'll discuss here momentarily, that we cannot achieve the moonshot of our time within 3 years or less. And that is the completion of an Ibogaine medication that can be fully integrated into the U.S. healthcare system and made just as universally available as every ineffective opioid-based treatment that we currently deploy through the medical system at a cost of $700,000 per patient. Sponsored by Indivior, which is one of the chief pharmaceutical developers of everything that we have that fails 75% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if we could do it, it would be pretty extraordinary. And if it is done, I really do believe that it would have a complete changing of society. When people have no hope and there's nothing, and then all of a sudden there's something that comes along that you do it once and it's an 85% effective rate, and you do it twice and it's in the high 90s. I mean, it's change. I mean, how many people are out there struggling with something? Whether it's alcoholism, whether it's obesity, whether it's, that's another thing. Like there's people that are calming themselves with food, right? And it's masking.
That's probably a sugar addiction, don't you think? I mean, from the standpoint of it.
It is, but for a lot of people, there's something else. For some people, it's sexual abuse when they're younger and they eat. It's
interesting.
It's an addiction.
Yep.
And it's not just a physical addiction, it's a psychological addiction. I brought up gambling because I know a lot of people that are addicted to gambling.
Pornography.
Yeah, pornography. Sure. There's a lot of things.
The translation models we mentioned are ones who had developed those eating disorders, one of which was a compulsive eater as a result of that childhood sexual abuse. And Ibogaine was the treatment of last resort, not the first option. And their own recovery story, which can be found on the Americans for Ibogaine website, is truly extraordinary. And speaking of extraordinary, when we came in here to push Texas, our belief was, and still is, and is now playing out at scale, that if Texas did this, it would be joined by a number of other states who are no longer willing to sit and wait on an inefficient, often incompetent, and also incompetently corrupt federal bureaucracy that will not move in response to the genuine needs of the American people at the pace that it needs to. There are a variety of well-intentioned reformers within the current administration, Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Collins, and others who have voiced their support for the advancement of plant medicine as breakthrough treatments primarily for U.S. warfighters, but also for other members of our society for whom these medications could help. We believe that these individuals are stymied by two realities. The first reality is the Byzantine complexity of the federal bureaucracy, the degree to which it has been compromised by the institutional capture of much of its functioning by companies that make money on keeping problems alive. We think they're probably also stymied by perhaps some other political cross currents within the administration that view psychedelics with skepticism and that are therefore willing to be indiscriminate in their resistance to the advancement of any of them, when in fact the advancement of this one is of existential critical importance as a breakthrough treatment for millions of Americans who need it now. And so to that end, Americans for Ibogaine, following the Texas success, convened a gathering of 200 people in Aspen, Colorado in November of last year. These individuals were invited, appointed and elected state officials from 22 individual states and aligned citizens of influence who would be willing, as the Texans were here, to get behind efforts in state legislatures to create a partnership with Texas that by end result will form the unstoppable external force through the states that can crash through the federal law using not just their resources, but their political influence to execute one unified FDA drug development trial and to force the federal government to be responsive to everything that is required to ensure it is successful. So as we sit here today, we have been working with elected officials in Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Maryland, Michigan, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, South Dakota, and California, each of whom have legislators who are willing to introduce and to pursue bills to join their states into Texas as this trial. Governor Perry and I spoke to the American Legislative Exchange Council as keynote speakers on December 5th of last year. This is an umbrella think tank organization for center-right, mostly Republican legislatures from across the country. In its entire existence, ALEC has taken two positions when it comes on the war on drugs. More prison, more penalties, more prison, more penalties. Ad infinitum. After we spoke about the necessity of Ibogaine's medical integration into the United States and the capacity of the states to force this reality into being, ALEC issued a formal position statement as well as model legislation endorsing what we call the American Ibogaine Initiative to bring the states all together to make this happen with one unified voice. And so now, as we sit here with you today, in the state of Tennessee, there are two bills, one each in the state House and the state Senate, that are making its way through that legislature to join Texas. Before we walked in here this morning, the Tennessee Senate Finance Committee voted 11-0 to move Tennessee's bill forward to the full state Senate for consideration and what will, I believe, be passage. And I would like to give a shout out to a special sister by the name of Ricky Harris, who has led that Tennessee campaign. Right now, there are two bills in the Missouri legislature, House Bill 2817 and Senate Bill 1581, which are receiving good, considerate, deliberative thought by legislators there, but frankly need a little motivation. So if you're in Missouri and you want to see Ibogaine medicine for your family member, for your community, for your state, you call into the Missouri legislature and say, move the Ibogaine bill forward to join Missouri with Texas. Oklahoma. The Oklahoma House of Representatives has passed its Ibogaine bill. It is now pending in its Senate. In Louisiana, Senate Bill 43 has been introduced to join that state to Texas. And in what I can only describe as full circle justice, the Kentucky Senate passed Senate Bill 77 by a margin of 35-2 to join Kentucky, where this all began with Texas as a state partner in this Ibogaine drug development trial. It is now sitting in the Kentucky House of Representatives. So if you are at home, please call the Kentucky House of Representatives and ask them to pass the Kentucky Ibogaine Initiative so the state will not be left out. Now, here are some just unbelievable words that are going to come out of my mouth. The state of West Virginia, their House of Delegates, by a vote of 96-0, and and their state Senate unanimously passed their Ibogaine bill to join Texas, and it has now been sent to their governor for signature. And the one that is the most poignant and moving, for all the obvious reasons, the state of Mississippi, the crucible for the triumph of uniquely American hope over horror, and of the leadership of Representative Sam Creekmore. Its state House of Representatives passed by a margin of 111 to 1, and its state Senate passed by a margin of 51 to 1. The Mississippi Ibogaine Initiative, which will tie the state of Mississippi with a $5 million appropriation from its opioid fund to Texas to develop the most powerful psychedelic on the planet as a breakthrough treatment for trauma and addiction for the people of Mississippi.
That's incredible.
It is going to be signed, actually has been legally signed by Governor Tate Reeves. And Governor Perry and I have asked for a special signing ceremony with Representative Creekmore, his legislative leaders there, to stand in Jackson, Mississippi and see that signed into law as a matter of ceremonial formality. What a wonderfully redemptive opportunity that we have here to shepherd. And we hope and pray that our organization can be sufficiently resourced and sufficiently engaged over the next 3 years so that we can see this process to conclusion. I'll mention a couple of others since we're talking about the capacity to make this a broad-based humanitarian mission that improves the human condition. Just Friday, before traveling down here on Sunday, I received a letter from the government of Gabon naming Americans for Ibogaine as its official partner for the advancement of Iboga medicine globally. Gabon has 2.3 million people. It's got 100,000 square miles of territory that's the modern Garden of Eden. I've had the opportunity to take a trip there and I mean trip is in the geographic sense, not the not the Iboga trip, though. I hope that will be on the agenda in the ceremonial way sometime within the next year. We traveled there from January 6th to January 20th. And if someone would have said, when you go to Gabon, you're going to have one of the most down-home experiences you've ever had in my life, it would have blown my mind. But it was a fabulous journey, one in which they were jubilant about our ability to demonstrate that what they call the sacred wood, in fact, is one of the most scientifically advanced substances that has perhaps ever been discovered. And we're honored that the government would choose us as their partner to move this forward. On Monday, after a conference call with Chief Gary Batten, I can confirm that the Choctaw Nation will seek to join Texas in the expansion of this Ibogaine drug development trial onto their sovereign territory as the third largest Native American tribe in the country. On April the 7th, I will be traveling to Durant, Oklahoma for what is being called the Intertribal Council meeting of what they describe as the 5 civilized tribes. That's their name, not mine. This is a gathering of the leadership of the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Cherokee, the Muscogee, and the Seminole. We expect the passage of a resolution that I will be there to lobby for, where the 5 civilized tribes will declare their solidarity with Americans for Ibogaine for the integration of this divine emancipator into the U.S. healthcare system as expeditiously as possible and make all of their resources available to explore the extent to which we can operationalize Ibogaine medicine as quickly as possible. It is my hope and aspiration that we will see all of Native America join this effort before the end of this year.
Can I stop you there? Would that make it so that they would be able to immediately establish retreats there? So similar to the way they have casinos? Because they don't have the same sort of regulations that some states do.
Tribal sovereignty is an area of the law with which I am not familiar. I would not be able to speak to the degree to which they could autonomously open a clinic. The most immediate issue would be related to the creation of a supply chain, because you have travel through interstate commerce in the U.S. states, which should theoretically restrict it. However, there is one spectacular opportunity, not just to expedite the creation of Ibogaine treatment access for Native America, but for all of America. And this gets into federal right to try legislation. authored by former U.S. Senator Kyrsten Sinema and signed by the president during his first administration in 2018. And what federal right to try legislation, the law provides, is that once any medication makes its way through phase 1 safety testing within the FDA's process, then anyone with a life-threatening condition for which that medication is being developed can request treatment with that medication and obtain it from a willing prescriber. What does that mean? That means that as soon as Texas, or as soon as one of the native tribes effectively completes a phase 1 safety study under the language of the law, anyone who has a life-threatening condition for which this medication is being developed, first and foremost, opioid dependency, can go and request and get the treatment. We have one complication. Presently, the Drug Enforcement Administration, in keeping with the practice of many government agencies that use their arbitrary authority to interpret law, has asserted that federal right to try does not apply to Schedule 1 substances. This means that based on not the language of the law, but on DEA's interpretation preference of that law, once Ibogaine clears through phase 1, it would be disqualified for access under federal right to try because the DEA says that if Schedule 1 substances were intended to be included, they would have been specifically listed in the legislation. When Kyrsten Sinema, the author of the bill, explained to them that the language is unambiguous and it says any medication, their response was insolence and a refusal to honor what the statute actually says, which is one of these numerous examples of the use of fictitious legal realities to do violence to legitimate reality. The DEA needs to be told to relent on its misinterpretation and extrajudicial interpretation of federal right to try, to interpret it as written, so that once any phase 1 study on Ibogaine is completed, delivery can be effectuated through the medical system immediately.
I might add, one of the challenges that I've seen over my 40 years of being involved in government is that bureaucrats, the easiest and the safest answer for a bureaucrat is no. And I think that's part of what we're running into in D.C. with the DEA. One of the issues that I certainly hope and pray, and as we go through the summer, and as we see what's happening in Texas and Mississippi and these other states, that we'll have the opportunity to sit down with President Trump and to just share with him what we're doing, what we're seeing across the country, and that we could potentially have a conversation about the rescheduling of Ibogaine from 1 to 3. 2 or 3, just you get it out of that Schedule 1, which there's no reason in the world, you've talked about this many times, Joe, that Ibogaine is on Schedule 1. It does have medical purposes. I mean, it's very clear it does. And secondly, it is not addictive. So the idea on its face that Ibogaine is shown as this Schedule 1 compound is just a fallacy.
Well, the sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970 is just nuts. They just threw a bunch of stuff in there. Many of the things that aren't even psychoactive. A question, the iboga tree, can it be grown in the United States?
Theoretically, it can be.
Is it climate dependent?
It's climate dependent. It's soil dependent. It is considered an entourage plant, and whereby it absorbs essentially the essence, not just of the soil around it, but of the other botanicals. One of the things we learned in Gabon is that much like we have grape varietals in California for all the different kinds of wine that they produce, there are different varieties of the iboga shrub. How it grows in the north of the country is very different than how it grows in the south.
In terms of the amount of compound that's in it, or the type of compound that's in it?
The potency, the strength, the nature of its effect on the person, the way that it kind of facilitates the spiritual journey. There's some of it that will kind of have a dark angle. There's some of it that has more of a light angle. We are just really scratching the surface of knowledge as to all the ways in which it can vary based on how it grows naturally. One of the most fascinating things that we learned there, and this is going to give you chills. We visited a 5-hectare, they use the metric system, we visited a 5-hectare iboga plantation right in the center of Libreville that is run by one of their former prime ministers. It's an experimental farm to kind of understand how it grows, the optimal ways in which to grow it, and what different outcomes are. So as we were walking along, we came to these 2 small bushes. It takes for about 10 years to come to maturation. We come along this pathway, and they were 2 shrubs, identical, growing just a couple of feet apart from each other. And they pointed those out and said, what does that look like to you? And I said, well, those are iboga shrubs. And they smiled and they said, well, it would appear so, because they are identical. They said, but in nature, when you find an iboga shrub, you're going to have to be very careful to determine which one's which, because in nature it looks like they grow in pairs. One is the real deal. The other is its poison imposter. And they grow together.
And they look identical?
They look identical.
How do you differentiate?
It's not until they get fully grown into their 10th year, one bears fruit, which is the real deal, and the other does not.
Wow.
Now, how does that do you for the physical communication of a mystical spiritual reality?
And so it takes 10 years for it to come to fruition to the point where it can be useful?
No.
Though you could use it before then, but yes. You don't know whether you're getting the real deal or you're just killing yourself.
When you see them grow in pairs, that's
wow.
Correct. So there's one group of people who know how to differentiate. One of the things that we learned is that there is a healthy underground international market for the bark. Just like we use vitamin B complex, or we use valerian root to help us go to sleep. People in Gabon will use the iboga bark for mental acuity, and just like drinking a cup of coffee. I mean, to get the psychoactive effect, you have to eat like 5 big, huge heaping plates of this stuff over the course of time. It's so bitter it will burn your mouth. I mean, it's an Olympian ordeal. Yes, sir. It's an Olympian ordeal to consume the amount of bark that's necessary to get that mystical effect, and you're sicker than a dog the whole time you're doing it. But apparently piracy in the country for the shrub is fairly prominent. And they explain that what poachers will do is that they will take the poison imposter and basically, like the street supply where you put pollutants in with cocaine or whatever here, they put that imposter bark in with the real, because you cannot visually differentiate. The Umbongo pygmy, who we had the privilege of meeting and hosted us for an overnight ceremony of blessing and protection. It was just phenomenal. They apparently can just taste the bark, even when it's mixed together, and they can tell if it's adulterated with the imposter.
Wow.
But to know...
Those are like sommeliers of ibogaine.
Yes. That's a great way to put it. An ibogaine sommelier. Might have to go over and get tutored.
Yeah, I wonder what that process is like. Boy. Well, it seems to me that with the incredible effectiveness of this compound and it being adopted by all these states, he said, it almost seems inevitable that change is coming.
Well, here's what we need to make change happen.
We need the DEA to get on board.
Well, we need the DEA to get on board, but we need one man to get on board. And that man is the President of the United States. We're here to recognize America in her 250th year. 25 of those 250, now 10% of time, has been spent at war. And there are conditions unique to war that only this medication can responsibly address in a way that nothing else can. If there is an opportunity to improve the human condition at scale, particularly for those who are even right now being marched in to go and fight yet another war, taking executive action that would direct Ibogaine to be moved to Schedule 2, that the provisions of the Halt Fentanyl Act be applied to the Texas multi-state Ibogaine drug development trial, that the DEA be directed to interpret federal right to try so as to not exclude Schedule 1 medications that are in drug development, and that it be appropriately interpreted so that any medication that makes it through phase 1 can be accessed by a person with a life-threatening condition, and then directed that federal scientific research agencies, whether they be within Health and Human Services or the Pentagon, come alongside the states in direct partnership to fund and foster the accelerated pharmacological development of Ibogaine, so that this medication can make its way all the way through the FDA's process with their supportive guidance within 3 years or less. It is the moonshot of our time. And if there's a humanitarian legacy to be left for the ages by a president who very much wishes to have a legacy that is well reflected upon by posterity, this is one of the most monumental opportunities he has to help folks at scale in a way that no president perhaps has before. We're at an inflection point in history, not just for this country, but globally.
Well, I certainly hope that this message reaches the president, and I will try to make sure that it does.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I think in terms of the amount of people that it can help and the crisis that our country is enduring with opiate addiction, with PTSD, with all sorts of trauma, with CTE, from sports, from car accidents, and what have you. I mean, it's astonishing that this is even a struggle. When you consider the effectiveness of this, it's astonishing that we have to plead and that you have to put in so much work. And kudos to you for doing that. And kudos to Dan Patrick for this recent adoption of it here in Texas. And I mean, I just can only hope that momentum is on the side that's correct, and that this is implemented through the entire country, and that people wake up and realize, like, we can help people. And everyone at this point in time, because of the opioid crisis, everyone is touched by this. Everyone has a family member. Everyone knows someone, a friend, a neighbor, everyone. Everyone knows someone who's been hit by this. I have friends that have no problems with anything else, and they had an injury and got hooked on opiates and had a terrible time getting it.
Opioids are, I'll use the word demonic. I don't know any other way to
it's a good word. It robs people of their life.
And to have seen, back in Kentucky, where this all started, in my opinion, in your work there, and to have the success that we're seeing now in Kentucky, and having it blocked historically when you were there at the opioid abatement commission, and the current governor being a part of that blockade, if you will, former employee of the Sackler family, and today to have the opportunity, for the Kentucky people of Kentucky to finally get the opportunity to make right what they got so tragically impacted by back in the late 90s and the 2000s. It gives me great hope, not just for this country, but for the side of righteousness, that this happens in a big and a powerful way.
He mentions the Kentucky experience. Before we rolled out the Ibogaine Initiative there, and I ran the stood up the opioid commission, I thought our first job was to go and to hear from the people of the state. We were getting $1 billion in settlement funds. This money was coming to us because thousands of their family members had died. So recognizing that confidence in government is at an all-time low, I thought it was important to go out and say, hey, here's who we are. Here's the job we've been given. Here's the resource we have. Tell us what need you have in your community that we can look to fund. This is something that needs to be accessible to grassroots organizations. It needs to be accountable to you as people. And we need to make sure we're transparent with how we use this money. But our first job is to listen. Well, over the course of 20 town halls across the state, Tuesday evenings from 6 p.m. until we wrapped up, what began as a 15-minute technocratic presentation of what this state commission does turned into
these mass catharsis events where hundreds of people, thousands over the course of those 20 town halls, poured out the depths of their grief right at our feet. And after they did, the sum total of their response to us was, we don't think that you have the competence or the integrity to do anything that's going to make a meaningful difference in this life, in our lives. And we don't expect 1 cent of this money is going to make the least bit of difference for us. At one of these town halls, I heard about a young woman by the name of Tamara. And the woman who told Tamara's story was a volunteer at a clinic for the survivors of child sexual abuse. This particular clinic made sure that children received appropriate medical treatment, that they received proper therapeutic counseling, and that they were placed in family circumstances where they could perhaps have a chance to have a decent life. So this volunteer told about meeting a young woman by the name of Tamara when Tamara was 10 years old, had been horrifically sexually abused by a family member. Tamara had to have a series of reconstructive surgeries because of how awful it was. And she said that she worked with Tamara for about 2 or 3 years, and that she went to her adopted family, and she hadn't been heard from since, and that she assumed that that was, despite how awful her circumstances were when she came through the door, that she managed to get well and go on and have a relatively functional and happy life, as happy as one can to be a survivor of those circumstances. This same woman said that about 10 years later, she was volunteering at the Perry County, Kentucky Detention Center in the county seat of Hazard. And that she was offering mindfulness and yoga classes to inmates there, just as a volunteer. And she said she went in one evening to teach her class, and then she saw this young woman sitting in the corner off to herself, kind of withdrawn. She didn't want to come participate in any of the yoga exercises or anything, and then she was looking at her. And she said, you know, even though she was an adult, she looked kind of like what this young woman appeared, Tamara, when she was 10 years old. She said, so I walked up to her and knelt down beside her, and I said, is your name Tamara? And she said that young woman looked up at her and recognized her eyes bright, and she said, yes. How'd you know? She said, I'm the volunteer who worked with you when you came to our clinic when you were 10. What are you doing in here? And Tamara explained that because of the surgeries that she had performed to be reconstructed, they had given her opioids. And that what began to treat her physical pain, she continued to rely upon to treat her tremendous spiritual and emotional pain. And she had gotten busted by an oxy on the street by a deputy with the Perry County Sheriff's Department and put in jail. Now you think about what I just said about how this young woman's life got started off, and the response of power to her was a prison. This is why what we're doing is so necessary. And Governor Perry mentions one other reality that's important. Some of your viewers may have seen a Politico article published on Sunday about a presidential aspirant by the name of Andy Beshear, who is the current Kentucky governor. Andy Beshear was the Attorney General of Kentucky before he was governor. He is the son of his father, Steve Beshear, who was governor for 8 years between 2007 and 2015. Andy's greatest accomplishment is being his father's son, because he has never accomplished anything outside of his father's lab. The legislature in Kentucky has been controlled by Republican supermajorities over the entirety of his term, and everything for which he claims credit actually belongs to them by way of accomplishment. There are a few things for which he can claim credit. One is shutting down the state of Kentucky harder than Gavin Newsom shut down the state of California, which resulted in the educational hobbling of an entire generation of Kentucky children who were already well behind national average standards on both reading and math. You could go to a liquor store or a strip club for months in Kentucky before you could send your child to a public school. Andy Beshear is responsible for that. He shut down the state's entire economy. He had an antiquated unemployment benefit system that he instructed the director of to make sure that his contributors and his family members were placed into the front of the line, while regular everyday people at home got a busy signal for months on end and had no financial lifeline, while his family and friends got valet treatment. When this was discovered, he scapegoated the director of the unemployment system for following his own instructions, a guy by the name of Muncie McNamara. And Mr. McNamara took his own life. But the most egregious reality about Andy Beshear and his father pertains to the fact that they were both law partners at the law firm that represented Purdue Pharma against the people of Kentucky in the litigation over OxyContin while they were law partners there. Andy Beshear and his daddy drew law partner paychecks off Purdue Pharma client bills while they were there. And the people of Kentucky should have received $1 billion, but instead received a measly $24 million payout from Purdue Pharma because Andy and his daddy's law firm malpracticed that case. The public record will establish that as part of the Purdue Pharma settlement, 17 million documents were destroyed. The case was put under seal, and as a condition of the settlement, their law firm was allowed to cure their malpractice of the case, which resulted in a $24 million settlement within days of Andy Beshear becoming the Attorney General. That's right, the Attorney General. I said I've been Republican all my life, and I have. My family's been Republican going back to the Civil War. I don't care if it's Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, that Illinois governor, Governor Pritzker, any national Democrat who needs my time, my effort, whatever I can offer by way of volunteer resources to make sure that Andy Beshear never sniffs the sewer grate of the White House. They've got it. In this Politico article, Andy talks about, in much the same way as other performative public piety purveyors, that his life is guided by the Golden Rule and the Good Samaritan. He likes to wear his Sunday school and deacon affiliations on his sleeve, as so many other performative public piety figures do. If he were actually going to preach the part of the Bible that he has lived, he would talk more about Judas and the 40 pieces of silver than he would any Golden Rule and the Good Samaritan. And I just want to make sure that the people of home and the people of America know who this man is, as the national media takes up Kentucky media's grotesque narrative about his decency and tries to lie him into the White House. Thank you for letting me say that. It's been a long time coming.
I understand. Anything else before we wrap this up? You think we covered it all?
I think we hit it good. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
You've been
Thank you, Brian.
really big supporter of this effort.
Well, I think it's just incredible. I mean, I can't believe it's happening. You know, I'd always kind of given up hope that people would wake up to the powerful potential that a lot of these compounds have to change people's lives.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there were some teachers of mine back in the 1950s that the idea that that little burr-headed kid that is, obviously not paying a lot of attention could somehow or another end up being the governor of the great state of Texas. And there's probably a long list of those, as a matter of fact. And I'm sure there's some people over the course of the last 15 years, as I matriculated up through the political process, has said, the idea that this guy's going to be standing up, putting his reputation on the line for something like psychedelics is that ain't going to happen. But it goes back to your point about be curious, be courageous, and make a difference.
All right.
And you're doing it, Joe Rogan. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Thank you too, Brian.
Thank you. And do you mind if I share one last thing?
Sure.
And because it is the 250th anniversary of the country, this comes from the heart. You know, the bicentennial children have had the blessing of being the grandchildren of that greatest generation that overcame the Great Depression, defeated Nazism, killed Jim Crow, and crushed totalitarian communism. That greatest generation lived, suffered, bled, and died to leave us, the shining city on the hill. Over the past 50 years, the bicentennial children, or those who are known as Generation X, have experienced the mass extinction of family and community. We are the first generational cohort of mass refugees from obliterated biological families who had to seek and build new families of choice based on the salvation bond of unconditional affection, rejecting only the superficial, socialized separatisms of the skin suits into which we have been born. Over the past 30 years, we have watched truth, justice, and the American way be overrun by institutional deceit, white-collar criminality in the thieving tyrant's will, an odious alignment of official depravity which has produced the opioid epidemic, the gravest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out within our borders since the end of the 19th century, and an epidemic which has disfigured this country. The 2008 financial crisis, which forcibly dispossessed millions of us from the American dream, including 52% of African American homeowners, and sent us the bill for the cost of our dispossession. A bill that everyone under the age of 40 continues to pay through their lack of economic mobility. And finally, and most deplorably, 25 years of unremittent warfare, which has taken exponentially more service member lives here at home by suicide than have been lost at battlefields abroad. Over the last 10 years, 1.5 million Americans have died from drug overdose, alcohol-related disease, and suicide, a figure that exceeds the total number of war casualties going all the way back to 1776. We've got 102 counties with life expectancies less than that of North Korea. 18% of respondents to a recent Pew Research Center poll said that they believe the federal government has the capacity to do the right thing, a figure that hasn't been above 30% since 2007. 80% of respondents to an October 2025 Wall Street Journal poll have said that the American dream is dead. Power has answered these unconscionable realities with a maelstrom of bureaucratic absurdity, impudent incompetence, and predatory corruption, all with the blessing of the law, which has used its power to bind, torture, and kill the truth. In the decades prior to July 14, 1789, the French government had ruthlessly imposed its burdens, abusively imposed its costs, and ravenously consumed the future of its people. The arrogance of the aristocracy ultimately answered to the desperate determination of the peasantry and its guillotine blade. We are here to pursue one of the greatest humanitarian missions ever undertaken, to serve and exalt the primacy of the human soul. As we sit here right now, there are millions of Americans who have no sense of greater purpose or of even why they are alive, who mourn to see the sunrise when it comes up in through their windows. And what they need to know is that they are indeed divine. There's only one thing that is known to produce iron, and that's the supernova of a star. The iron in our blood originated in a supernova eons ago. Every human being has stardust running through their blood. And the movement that Governor Perry and I are leading is one that aims to recognize the reality of that human divinity. We are desperate, and we are determined, and we will crawl the last mile to deliver good tidings unto the meek, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound. Glory, glory, hallelujah. The truth is marching on. And thank you, sir, for letting us proclaim it right here on your platform, the Walter Cronkite of our age.
That was a beautiful way to end it. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Bye.
Prosecutors say the North Hollywood drug dealer known as the Kennedy Queen spent 15 years in prison for supplying a drug tied to Matthew Perry's 2023 overdose death. Prosecutors say Jasmine Singh has sold the drug for a real man to Perry's assistant, who gave Perry several injections on the day he died. Singh was the last 5 defendants found guilty in the case. 2 more still face sentencing. The California Supreme Court is going to review Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast. My night, all day.
Great to see you again.
Great to see you, Joe. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you here. So you've got a documentary about essentially about the same subject that you talked about the last time you were here, the impact of microplastics and all these various endocrine disrupting chemicals that we're dealing with.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So tell me about it.
Well, it started as a movie on plastic, and when I met Louis and he filmed me in New York about 5 years ago also, it wasn't the small study that we have today. But let me backtrack, because I want to tell you something that I never told you, but was so important to me. So you remember when I was here, you said, are you saying that toxins in the environment are threatening the survival of the human race?
Right.
And I said, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yes.
Yes? And then you said something which changed my life. You said, why don't people know about this? Remember that?
Yes.
I went home and I thought a lot about that question. And that was what led me to create the program that I have now, Action Science Initiative, which is doing short, impactful, relatively cheap interventions to alert people to the problem and communicating this in a way that I'm hoping will reach more people than academia, where I was speaking before. Because before I talked to you, I talked to my peers in, academia and the ivory tower, at the meetings where they all went and they read the papers that we all read. But the general public didn't get this. So you really were, I have to tell you, thank you. And you were actually very influential in my life.
Well, I'm very happy to help. When I first heard about your book and I started going over the details of it and the subject matter, I was shocked. I couldn't imagine that something like this could not just have happened, but there's no large-scale effort to reverse course or to change course or to do something about it, or at least to make people aware of the impact that plastics are having on us. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine. There's a guy named Philip Franklin Lee, who is a Michelin star chef that lives in Austin, and he has this amazing sushi restaurant, Sushi by Scratch, and great chef. Anyway, he was experiencing fatigue, like always tired, got his hormones tested, extremely low testosterone, but then got his microplastics tested, and they were off the charts. Did a series of interventions to try to clean his body out from that, stopped drinking anything out of plastic, stopped using plastic, just by whatever he did. I'm not sure if he did the plasmapheresis thing that I just did recently. His testosterone went up to 1,200 with no testosterone replacement, no nothing. Just eliminating microplastics from his life over a period of time. raises testosterone.
So that's fantastic, and it's what we are seeing in the film and so on. I want to just make a small point, which is microplastics and plastics and plasticizers are not identical, right?
Okay.
Right? So microplastics are a relatively newcomer to the scene because we've had plastics since 1950, right? Microplastics have been there but not recognized until relatively recently. And actually measuring them in our bodies is much harder than measuring the plasticizers, which are the chemicals that are put in plastic to give them the various properties that they have.
Phthalates.
Phthalates is one, bisphenol A is another, and so on. So there are other, and by the way, well, we'll come back to that later. So yes, we can measure those, but measuring microplastics, particularly if we're going to go into your brain or into your testicles, into a woman's placenta, obviously that's much more difficult. So they're not the same, but the microplastics, what they are is the actual pieces of plastic that carry the plasticizers along with them. So they kind of piggyback on. So they do double damage because they carry the chemical harms and they also physically enter the cells, right? So you remember, I'm sure asbestos you know about, and silicosis, and these were other examples of particles that went into the body and conveyed both chemical harm and physical harm, like inflammation and so on and so forth. So they're all bad, but they're not identical. And what we studied in the Plastic Detox, which is the film, we did not study any microplastics. We studied the plasticizers. So you probably remember, I think I told you last time, well, why should you remember? Anyway, they're water soluble. And
yeah,
so they, remember that? So they go into your urine and then they're pretty easy to measure. So I'm going to give this to you. This is a kit. Open it up. I'll tell you what it is.
Okay. Learn what's inside. It looks like you pee in that. Okay.
That's right. Keep going.
There's more stuff in there?
Yep.
Okay. Something to send it back.
Right.
And then this looks like biohazard bags.
To put your pee in.
Pee doesn't kill anybody. And this is, it's got a QR code on it. Say hello to a healthier you.
So those are ways to find out ways to lower your exposure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people get these harmful chemicals from drinking coffee, hot liquids out of paper cups.
Yeah, from the paper cups that are lined with, for example, bisphenols, but the coffee itself is made most coffee makers contain a lot of plastic also. So it comes in both the cups and in the device that's making coffee.
Metal.
That's good.
French press. I do that at home too. I got rid of my plastic coffee machine.
Me too.
I was thinking about it. I was like, why am I pouring hot water into this plastic thing? That can't be good. Yeah, it doesn't taste as good.
You're learning.
French press tastes better anyway.
So here's my suggestion. If you're willing to do this.
I am willing to do this.
You are. Good, cool. So, not hard.
Okay.
Pee in the cup, send it in. Then my colleague Genoa and her team will analyze it for not everything in the world, but the bisphenols, the phthalates, and the parabens.
Okay.
That's what they're going to be adding pesticides soon, and that would be great to have that as well. Then, if you want to go to phase 2, I have some things here that you could swap in your kitchen, and you could go to that QR code and find out other things that you could reduce. And then, if you wanted to, we could send you another kit, and you could see if your levels changed.
Okay.
You want to do that?
I would love to do that.
Yay!
What is phase 2?
Phase 2 would mail you back another kit. You take your urine again, and that's it.
So that's to see if it's changed because of lifestyle changes.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. So you would be doing what the couples part of what the couples in the intervention did. The couples in the intervention also were infertile. And so we're not going to touch your fertility question, but the men collected sperm, and we can do that if you want, but I don't think you may not want to talk about that on your that's what we did in the intervention. So in the intervention we found, this is what the intervention was. There's a company called Fellow, which is grown out of UCSF, and they're very big now. I think they have like 200,000 men in their files who have had their semen tested. Okay, and at the time they have their semen tested, they're asked, could we recontact you for research? That's one important question. And they're asked, why did you want your sperm tested? And if they say, because we're infertile or subfertile, or we're worrying about our fertility, they ask, how long has it been that you've been having this problem with fertility? And if it's more than 12 months, then they're technically infertile, right? So if they said they would agree to be recontacted and they were infertile, they were potentially eligible for this intervention. You with me?
Got it.
So actually finding the couples that are in the film was a long process. They had to, of course, agree to be filmed. They had to have what we call, terrible word, idiopathic infertility, no known causes. So they couldn't be obese, they couldn't be smokers, they couldn't have a medical diagnosis that explains. We don't want it to be unexplained, okay? So sort of we winnowed down to what was 6 couples. One of them dropped out for personal reasons, so I won't go into that. But that's how we got those couples. They had to be couples, by the way, and they had to be staying together for the next 3 months and not doing IVF. Okay. So that was the setup, and then the company called Million Marker that you're going to send your P to. They have an education program, and that's a lot of what they do: the testing and the education. And so all of those couples, they talked to them and said, "Tell me about what you put on your face this morning. Tell me what you washed your clothes with. Tell me what you clean your counters with," and on and on and on like that, right? So they took an inventory of what the couples were doing. And then they started this educational program, which they're very good at doing for a while. Once a week, they talk to them. So how's it going? Have you changed this? What are you using now? And so on. So it was not just a one-time thing. And if you were doing this, it would be short, just like use these things maybe. But along with that, we sent them the Fellow kits to collect their semen. Okay, so we had beginning, middle, and end. It was 3 months, so beginning, 6 weeks, 12 weeks. And you know why 3 months?
Why?
It takes 70 days to make a sperm. So we wanted to have a turnover within the course of the intervention. So we sent them a kit, and they collected their semen at home, which is nice for guys because you don't have to go into the lab and do it there. And it's much better at home, right?
Yeah.
And they sent it in, and they figured out how to get all the parameters right, even though it's mailed. And so the couples did that. So we had, over time, levels in their body of the chemicals, semen quality, what they were doing, what they changed in their life, because we had this record of everything they changed. And then finally, we saw who got pregnant. And I hope your listeners will watch The Plastic Detox. It's a movie that a lot of people love and find, really moving. And you should watch it.
Can I ask you about the coffee question? When you go to a place like, let's just say Starbucks, not to single them out, but are they using plastic with their coffee machines? Are their coffee machines made with plastic?
I don't know about any particular place except my kitchen.
I was just with the question.
I suspect that they are using plastic.
Right. So if people stop at a place like that on a regular basis on their way to work in the morning to get coffee, and they bring their own plastic, or excuse me, they bring their own stainless steel thermos or mug, that would eliminate some of it, but perhaps
one source. Yes.
Yeah, but perhaps they're getting it actually from the coffee machine itself. Because I see when they slide those, when you see these big industrial machines, they slide those filters in. Those filters are plastic.
Yeah. Well, they probably have bisphenol in them. Yeah.
Right. It's a plastic tray. It seems like, I don't know. Yeah. But then there's a paper filter in the plastic tray. And so you're getting it no matter what.
And if they use those pods, you know, at home, Bruno, one of our guys in the film, wonderful guy, he was kind of addicted to his coffee machine, his pods. And we said, Bruno, I want you to stop using those pods. He goes, no, I don't want to stop using it. But he did. And they've had 2 babies. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that's the reason, but, you know, it's a contribution probably.
Well, there is certainly an issue. Like I said with my friend Philip, that it made a radical difference in his sperm count and his testosterone levels. And so this is probably the case with so many Americans in this country that are dealing with infertility issues. A big part of it is probably these plasticizers. Is that how you refer them? Yeah. Plasticizers, all these various chemicals that are endocrine disruptors that are ubiquitous in the modern world.
Yes, unfortunately.
It's crazy.
By the way, not the women. Let me say something. We didn't talk about the women last time very much, right?
Well, a little bit we did. We I think we did.
So the women need testosterone too, you know, for sexual arousal and libido and so on, and muscle, and we in our one of our study for future families, I think, or maybe we got the urine, we saw what they, you know, how much phthalates were in their urine, and then we asked them some questions about their sexual experience. So how satisfied were they with their sexual life, and frequency. And the women who had higher levels of phthalates had less satisfaction and lower frequency. So it's not just the men.
Completely makes sense.
Everyone needs testosterone.
Yeah. My wife's friend got on testosterone. She's, I guess she's about 50. She got on testosterone because of her doctor put her on some low level of cream or something like that. And her response was like, it makes me horny like a bloke. She's English. I thought it was a very funny thing that she said it that way.
Did she think that was a good thing?
Yeah, she enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Apparently. Allegedly. I didn't speak to her directly. But I think that's what she was saying. Like, whoa. You know, just whoa.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the thing that came out of your the episode that we did that shocked me the most is how little this is discussed in the mainstream. And I had not known until you brought it up, until you became a guest on the show, until I started researching it. I was stunned. I couldn't believe that this was something that was so common. And so one of the things that comes up all the time is infertility with couples that are trying and they're using IVF, and it's more common now than ever before. And there's been a lot of things that a lot of factors people have attributed to that reason. A lot of them being older people that are, you know, they put their careers aside. In their 30s, they decided now it's time to have kids. They're worried that it's too late. But listening to you talk about it, it seems like that's only one part of the issue and not the big part. The big part seems to be that we're being poisoned, and we're doing it by virtue of our modern world that we live in, where so much of your life relies on plastic. And it's very difficult for people that are so set in their ways, they have routines, they don't really understand, like, what can I do to eliminate this stuff from my life? Just having the conversation and understanding that these things are having an impact is great, but the steps that people need to take in order to eliminate these things from their life, I think that's what's really important to get out there now.
I thank you. You said it really well. Let me just give people a place to go. You go to unplasticyourlife.com. Okay, and then there's action, and then you can go to the various places in your home that you can.
It's just on Plastic Your Life, one word. Unplasticyourlife.com.
Yeah. Let me see if I got that. Yeah. So unplasticyourlife.com, go to Action Hub, and then to protect yourself, and that'll give you lots of things to do to lower these exposures.
It's almost time for spring break, so maybe you're headed to the beach, or maybe you're taking the kids on a road trip, or maybe you're just taking some extra time for yourself. No matter what, you deserve a break and a reset, and AG1 can help. AG1 is your daily health drink. Just one scoop combines your multivitamin, pre- and probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants to help support a healthy immune system and digestion. Plus, it travels really well, so you can start working it into your routine even when you don't have a routine. Just slip a few travel packs into your luggage and have a nice flight. I've talked about AG1 for a long time, and it's not just me. I know a lot of people enjoy it. It's very easy, it's very convenient, and you deserve to take care of your health. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get a bottle of omega-3 vitamin D3K2 and an AG1 flavor sampler for free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's an $111 value at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Non-stick cookware, that stuff has. Is that different?
Yeah.
It was when you have non-stick cookware. Does that have any endocrine disrupting chemicals as well?
But different ones.
Different ones. Well, which ones are those?
So those are what's called the PFAS chemicals, and it's actually not just cookware. It's anything that puts a barrier between two media, if you will. Like a rain jacket will put a barrier between the rain and your skin.
Right.
And also stain resistant, barrier with the stain. And it's very, very prevalent. I mean, it's all it's in clothing, it's in.
I read it's in a lot of yoga tights and things along those lines.
Yes, workout clothes.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
You think you're being healthy.
Yeah.
You're exposing yourself to endocrine disrupting chemicals.
And uniforms, there's a book. I shouldn't recommend another book, but I think it's a good book. I'll just say it's called To Die For, DYE, and it's about the flight attendants' uniforms and the harms that they do because they're coated. They have a lot of PFAS because they, have to keep clean and they're not clean, right? Because there's PFAS in them. It's in sports uniforms. Sports, all the sports uniforms.
Nylon. Yeah. Is it anything with nylon? Is that what it is?
Probably, but I'm not sure. I'm not, I could refer you to somebody, but I'm not the clothing expert. But I know that they're in these things. And one of the things that is kind of scary is school uniforms. A lot of kids have school uniforms and they're loaded with it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, my kids used to wear a uniform every day.
Yeah.
When you say to die for, are dyes in cotton clothes also releasing?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Dyes are very risky.
We gotta go back to being Amish.
Yeah.
Here it is. Violent.
Oh, good. Yeah.
It says, fact, there's little or no regulation of clothes or textiles we wear each day, from uniforms to fast fashion, outdoor gear, and even the face masks that have become ubiquitous in recent years. Wicker explains how we got here, what the stakes are, what all of us can do in the fight for a safe and healthy wardrobe for all. Wow.
And that's in the film. It's discussed in the film.
Okay.
A little bit. Not the major, but it's...
So, blue jeans?
Probably.
Probably.
I can't, speak about it.
There is a river, I believe it's in China, where a series of blue jean factories exist, where the entire river is blue. It's so disgusting. Like, not blue like beautiful clean water. Blue dye.
Dyed water.
Like, look at this. Look at that.
Oh.
That's the blue jean capital of the world. That's where they make a lot of blue jeans. And look at the stinky, dirty, disgusting blue dyed water. That it's just that river leaking out into the ocean, which also looks polluted. You want cheap clothes, kids? This is what happens. It's so crazy. Like, look at that stuff. I mean, how many genes are they making? And what are the, you know...
And this is a good point for me to point out that these things are affecting animals, of course. Like the animals fish in this.
Look at this, African rivers as well.
Yeah.
True. Of course, we do it in other places. If we did it in America, people would be aware. Canada, too.
I'm not sure they'd be aware.
You don't think so? We're trying.
We're trying.
We're trying to get them aware. I mean, that's what we're doing right now, right?
Right. So, to go back to that point you raised about, you know, reasons that people give for low testosterone or low fertility, low sperm count, and particularly this comes up for fertility. More couples are, you know, fertility is in the toilet, right?
Yes.
That's a weird thing to say, but yeah, right.
For lack of a better. Yeah.
I mean, used to be 5 children per couple on the average in 1960, and now it's in South Korea it's like 0.88.
Wow.
That's the worst, you know.
Why is South Korea the worst?
I don't know. I mean, all of East Asia is very, very
South
low.
Korea's, their replacement numbers are so low.
That's right.
That they're in danger of complete population collapse.
Absolutely. And Japan is getting there, and, you know, all of that Southeast Asia. And so when there's a lot of articles about this, a lot of editorials, a lot of articles, and they make me so mad because they say correctly that having a child at older age will do this to some extent. You know, not wanting to have as many children will do this to some extent, but they never mention toxics. They just, and so I've written editorials saying, hey, guys, we're not alone on this planet, and we're not the only species that's declining in number. And then if you look at the curve of the number of species that are declining and the rate of decline of human fertility, they're parallel. It's all about 1% per year. And so we know they're exposed, these other species. You showed it. Those fish in that water are exposed, and, you know, animals on the periphery. So I would love for everybody, when they look at these numbers of declining fertility, consider that it's not all choice.
Right.
Animals are not choosing to have their children later or to delay childbearing, right?
They have big careers. Beavers are trying to make dams. They don't have time for children.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so for me, you know, it's not, those are good, those are explanations for sure. Obviously, when you get older, your fertility is less. Obviously, if you have a busy life and you don't have time to have children, you shouldn't have children. But the toxics matter. They matter a lot.
100%.
Yeah.
And the animals, is the issue exposure to water that has these chemicals in it because of pollution? What is causing it with that?
Well, it's in the water. It's in the soil. It's in what they eat, because it comes in, you know, in the plants.
It gets into the plants?
Yeah. Do you know that phthalates? Just a little fun fact. Phthalates are put in pesticides. Why would they do that? Well, because one of the things that phthalates do is they increase absorption. That's why they're in hand cream. Right? You see, you put your hand cream on, it goes in your skin, right? Phthalates help that. You have the pesticide you wanted to go into the plant, phthalates help that. So, you know, these exposures are all over the place, and animals are getting them too. A long time ago, I don't think we talked about this, but there was a wonderful scientist who's not living anymore. His name is Lou Gillette. He lived in Florida, and he showed that alligators swimming in a lake that had a lot of runoff of pesticides. Get this, their penises were small. He measured them, and he was a big guy. He went. He had to do it at night. He went at night, wrestled them into the boat, and I have pictures of that. took them to his lab,
Measured their penises.
measured their penises.
They must have been very confused when they got let go. Like, what is this guy kinky with? What is this thing?
You know, and they had fewer eggs.
Right.
So they were declining species. That's just a very dramatic example of, you know, if you can you put up penis size and alligator penis size? I'm just wondering.
As if you don't already Google that, Jamie. Let me find you a photo.
I asked our Perplexity this thing, and it said,
So our sponsor Perplexity said, yes, this has actually been documented in wild alligators. Males in heavily polluted lakes have, on average, smaller penises and other reproductive problems linked to hormone-disrupting chemicals. We are shrinking alligator penises, ladies and gentlemen.
And not only
20 to 25% smaller penis sizes compared to males from a cleaner reference lake. Males have lower testosterone levels, around 70% lower. Abnormal relationships between hormone levels and penis growth, unlike alligators from cleaner lakes. Alligators from polluted lakes also show other reproductive issues, abnormal sex hormone patterns, altered gonads, low hatching success, various birth defects, all consistent with exposure to endocrine-disrupting contaminants, EDC, such as DDT derivatives, dieldrin, PCBs, and related compounds. Wow. So it's all endocrine disruptors from pollution. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, you would think that this would sound the alarm. Like,
this is not new. He's dead. This is old work.
Oh. And no one knows. Yeah, it's never discussed. First of all, it's not a lot of people that say, first problem on my list today, alligator penis sizes. It's a real issue. Like, you're in front of Congress, we gotta talk. Alligator penis sizes are shrinking. They'd kick you out of the building.
Actually, Lou Gillette, went to Congress and he gave a talk and he said, every man in this room is half the man his grandfather was.
As far as testosterone levels, right?
And penis size. Well, he didn't mention that penis. But he was making this point. You know, and fertility and all this. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it completely makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is how little attention is being paid. You would think that in a society that is, I mean, America is also facing a potential population collapse. People don't think about that, but our reproduction numbers, we're not reproducing. Yeah, they're down quite a bit, and they're not at the level that we need in order to keep our population.
It's the normal shape of the population is like this, right? It's up here, not very many people, and down here, lots and lots of people.
And it's just terms of age, older, younger, at the bottom. Right.
Lots of people are living longer, but few are down here. And then what that means is the ones down here are supposed to support the ones up here.
But there's not enough of them.
But not enough of them.
Right. Yeah.
So it's a huge societal problem.
Well, it's just so confusing how few people are even aware of this. We were talking, I didn't realize it had been 5 years since our last podcast, which is pretty crazy. But in that 5 years, you barely hear about it. It's occasional. People bring up certain chemicals that think are bad. Oh, avoid this. Paul Saladino was the one that showed that the paper cups that you get from a coffee shop, that if you take that paper away, what you have is essentially this plastic membrane, and that's what you're drinking your coffee out of. You're not drinking your coffee out of paper. And how terrible these things are for you. But even that, it's like people just dismiss it. The line around Starbucks is always the same. It's always people going to get their coffee. They don't think anything of it, and they're just consuming these chemicals that mess up your health, mess up your vitality, your energy levels, everything. Brain fog.
But whose responsibility is it, you know?
Well, to talk about it, I think it's ours. It's certainly yours and mine, and we'll spread this word and more people discuss it. And I think more people need to be aware that this directly impacts you. Like, this is not like in the future, I don't have to think about it, I'll be dead. No, it directly impacts your health, your energy levels, your vitality right now as a living human being listening to this show.
So, just to add to that, how it affects you, not you.
Humans.
Maybe your levels are lower, I don't know, but we'll find out. But both both men and women who have lower fertility on average, these are studies, there have been about 4 or 5 studies that have shown this, lower fertility and sperm count on the male side, die younger. Okay? This should be of concern to everybody.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
You have less vitality, less energy,
and
less
the things that
life force.
affect your sperm, your vitality, your testosterone are also affecting. It's a canary in the coal mine, if you will, of lots of things that are going south.
Right.
At the same time.
Which completely makes sense. And as the case of my friend Philip, all this fatigue, all these issues that he was experiencing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just never just one thing.
Right.
Yeah.
It is quite disturbing how uncommon these discussions are, though. That's what's crazy. That this should be a huge factor. I mean, we get concerned with so many, there's people concerned with alcohol consumption. It's a big thing, and that has had an impact. Children today, or young adults, I should say, today are consuming much less alcohol than people in the past. Cigarette smoking, we're aware, very dangerous. Much less cigarette smoking than in the past. The consumption of these endocrine disrupting chemicals is essentially the same as when we talked 5 years ago.
So I want to go back to this question I asked, is whose responsibility? So I don't think it's great for you and I to be concerned and for your listeners to be concerned, but in fact, it shouldn't be our responsibility because the drug FDA does drugs, right? They have pretty good control of safety of drugs. Pretty good. Yeah. Okay, we can talk about that. But compared to chemicals in our daily products, the products we use every day, it's fantastic because the regulatory agencies are not doing the job.
Right.
Okay, and so that's why it's all out there because they're not doing the job. Here in Europe, it's much better, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, that's bad because they're going to beat us. They'll out-reproduce us. We'll go away. No more America.
We have to get people angry enough to put pressure on. There's a bill, the TSCA, Toxic Substances Control Act, which should be doing a lot of this, and I think it's coming up for revision, and maybe people can pay attention to that and read about it and think government should be doing this. It's not our job. Mm-hmm. It's not our job to worry about what's in our pants and what's in our this and our this and our this. Right. You were asking what's in denim and so on. Should we have to read up on that?
Are there dyes for jeans and clothes that are not toxic?
Yes, but as I said, this is not my area.
I understand.
Yeah, you gotta get. I can give your name if you want to get somebody on clothing, on this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Yeah. But just because it was relatively new to my consciousness when I was, doing the film, and before that, we didn't collect data on that, unfortunately. Maybe we should do another study. Which reminds me, it's just like so much work to be done, and for my program, there's so many interventions I want to do. We did this one, which great success, and now we're doing another one, and we have another one. But if anybody wants to help with this, it's all privately funded. The government is not going to fund this.
Right. Unfortunately.
So, let me know if anybody comes to you and says, how can we help and all that.
Well, I'm sure somebody will reach out.
Yeah.
They usually do. The thing that I would imagine would be the response to something like this was that there are so many industries that are established already that require the use of all these compounds, all these chemicals, all these endocrine disrupting chemicals. And it's just everywhere. It's everywhere in everything. They use plastic in the production of so many different things. These things are leaching into our food, they're leaching into our clothes, they're leaching into all these various products that we use that contribute to these chemicals entering into our body, disrupting that. You're aware of glyphosate, I'm sure. They were trying to eliminate glyphosate from the industrial agriculture.
Good luck.
Exactly.
Well, the president passed an executive order blocking it because some enormous percent, 90-something percent of all of our food, in terms of wheat, corn, all the agriculture in this country relies on glyphosate for production. And so the idea is we need poison so that we can make food, which is so crazy, especially when you consider the fact that all these other countries don't use glyphosate and feed their population. So how are they doing it, and what do we need to do to get back on that track? And I had RFK Jr. in here to discuss it, and he was very crestfallen when he was explaining that there was an executive order passed and that he was working very hard to try to eliminate glyphosate. It's something that he discussed in previous meetings that he and I had. That was one of his primary concerns. Glyphosate is toxic. It's terrible. It's just completely awful for your body, yet the use of it is ubiquitous in agriculture, industrial agriculture. And he was trying very hard to try to eliminate it, and then the government passes this executive order because in their estimation, exactly, pressure. And this is what I worry about with, I don't want to mention any names, but there's a lot of these popular clothing brands that people wear that are, fitness, I'm healthy, and fitness wear. And these fitness wear these clothing that you're wearing are leaching these chemicals into your body that are screwing up your health, which is so crazy. But it's so, I don't want to say it's perfect, but it sort of encapsulates how screwed up our modern life is. The paradox.
So I did a study on glyphosate. I examined our populations for glyphosate. And interestingly, they also have an effect on, remember anogenital distance?
Yes. The taint size.
The taint size.
Yes.
They influence the taint size.
Yeah.
Now that's not, we did it in 2 studies, and there's been some animal studies. I can't say this is an established fact, but I'm just pointing out that it has very, many unforeseen consequences, none of them good. And by the way, I was asked to go to talk to RK tomorrow, but I can't because I have another meeting. But I would love to talk to him about this because this glyphosate is a big concern of mine. Yeah.
Well, I hope you do talk to him.
Yeah, he has these roundtables and on different scientific topics. So this one is on microplastics, which is not perfect for me because I haven't measured them. But if he has one on glyphosate or pesticides, that would be a good place.
Well, his hands are tied right now on the glyphosate issue momentarily. They have some non-toxic solutions. One of them is they have this new device, which is like the same way these machines pull the crops out of the ground. These machines go over the crops and zap all the non-essential crops with a laser beam. Non-essential plants, so weeds, I would say. So as the corn's growing or whatever else it is, they're zapping all the other stuff that's growing around it, that's sucking up all the resources, all the weeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good step.
That's a great step.
Because it minimizes the use of pesticides.
Exactly. Yeah. And I asked, does it have any residual effect on the food? He said, no. Well, that's great. But then, farmers, one of the big problems is they're already barely making money. So if you now require them to spend, X amount of dollars on some gigantic weed zapping laser that has to cover who knows how many acres, they're running these I'm sure you're aware, but monocrop agriculture, for people who've never seen, some of these places that grow corn and wheat, you're talking about these massive pieces of land that only grow one thing, which in nature doesn't exist. So, of course, nature wants to rectify that. Nature's like, why is there only wheat here? You need weeds. And so, birds drop seeds, all these seeds fly in the wind, and then all these things grow. So you're going to have to get these machines that are capable of traveling over all of those crops and zapping out all the weeds. How much is that going to cost to people that are already struggling? Because the American farmers are barely getting by, and we need them. And, the last thing you want to do is burden them with another cost. But also, the use of, especially when it comes to things like wheat, because they're using it after they harvest the wheat to dry it out quicker so it doesn't grow mold on it. That's why they're using glyphosate. So it's not even as a pesticide.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Yeah, they're using it as a desiccator.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's why so many theorize to be why so many people in this country have a problem with bread. You know, which makes sense.
And with their tape.
And their tape. Yeah, a lot of tape problems. A lot of people are complaining. But it's so weird that we're so intelligent, so informed, and now we all have supercomputers in our pockets that have access to things like Perplexity. They can answer any questions you have about anything. But yet we're being poisoned by the very food that we eat, the coffee that we drink, the clothing that we wear, the water we drink, everything. Here's a good question. Are there any good filters on a consumer level that will remove a lot of these chemicals from water that a person can buy?
I can't name any brands.
Right, but are they available?
Yes, there are. But
is it reverse osmosis? Like, what are the ones that work the best?
I'll tell you my solution in my house. Okay, that's very personal. We distill our water. So the water out of the tap goes into a big container, and then it's boiled. Steam is formed, crosses over, and the steam is condensed into another container, right?
Right.
And that has nothing in it. It removes everything. And by the way, all germs also. So that's what we've chosen. And in this thing that sits on the counter, my husband does this every other day. Kind of a nuisance, but not too bad. And water is fantastic.
Do you have to remineralize it?
You should take minerals somewhere. You could do it in the water. You can do it in your supplements. Yeah, it does remove the minerals. Yes.
Right, and that's what I've heard is the problem with drinking distilled water is that it actually leaches minerals and nutrients from your own body.
That I don't believe.
No?
I don't.
Okay.
But the water itself has had its minerals.
Well, let's put it into perplexity. What is the issue with drinking distilled water for health purposes? And is it recommended that you add electrolytes or minerals or what have you? Because one of the things that fighters do when they're cutting weight, I don't think most of them do it anymore, but a lot of them were drinking distilled water so that the water would go in their system and right out of their system. Because cutting weight for fighting, I don't know if you know about this, but they have to weigh in at a certain weight class, and essentially what they do is radically dehydrate themselves 24 hours before a fight. It's not a great idea. It's a terrible idea. So Perplexity says it's generally safe to drink distilled water. Most people do not need to add minerals to it as long as they eat a reasonably balanced diet. Distilled water is simply water that's been boiled and condensed, so it's very low in contaminants and minerals. Health sources note that it is safe to drink, but tends to taste flat because minerals like calcium, magnesium are removed. What about minerals? You get the vast majority of needed minerals, calcium, magnesium, potassium, etc. from food, not water. So distilled water alone does not usually cause deficiencies in healthy people with a good diet. However, some organizations and reviews point out that long-term use of very low mineral water may slightly reduce mineral intake. And in specific groups, children, heavy exercisers, there we go, people with certain illnesses could contribute to electrolyte imbalance if diet is poor. So when might adding minerals help? Distilled water is your main or only drinking water. Your diet is low in fruits, vegetables, other mineral-rich foods. Adding a pinch of mineral salt or using a remineralization cartridge, that sounds terrible. Cartridge sounds like plastic, right? Or drops can help restore small amounts of calcium, magnesium, and electrolytes and improve taste. Athletes who sweat heavily, people with kidney or hormonal issues affecting electrolytes, and those on very restricted diets should be more cautious about relying exclusively on distilled water and may benefit from electrolyte or mineral replacement as advised by a clinician. I recommend people take electrolytes anyway. I always add electrolytes to water every day.
Here's a funny anecdote. We have a cat. And
which cat's name?
His name is Archie.
Archie!
And Archie patrols the house and steals our water whenever possible. He comes and drinks from our glasses unless we cover them up.
So I think Archie probably likes your water because it doesn't smell like poison to him.
He loves our water. And he has the choice of his own water, which comes out of the tap, and he will 100% prefer our distilled water.
Which makes sense if you think about a cat's sense of smell. It's got to be off the charts.
Yeah.
So he could probably smell like this water's got a bunch of junk in it.
And when you do the process, which Stephen does, every other day, and he goes to clean the container that you put the water in, it stinks. It really stinks. You would be shocked.
Wow. Well, we have a crazy filter at our house. We have well water, and we have this crazy filter, this giant machine that filters all the water. It tastes delicious, but it's not distilled.
I'm not saying that that's you shouldn't distill. That's an alternative. You shouldn't filter. That's an alternative. But I'm just saying what we chose to do.
Right. And so the distilling, it removes chlorine and all these other issues that are in the water as well. Yeah, and fluoride, everything. Yeah, fluoride is another one that's bananas that we add to water under the guise that it helps your teeth. Like, shut up, brush your teeth. I don't have any cavities. I don't use fluoride. I have fluoride-free toothpaste. I don't have fluoride in my water. It's dumb. It's not just dumb. It's completely connected to lower IQs. There's a direct correlation between higher fluoride content in water and lower IQs. But there's a giant business involved in selling fluoride to these municipal water supplies, which is nuts. More poison.
And then
we are so screwed up.
Chlorination.
Yeah.
And I've studied, for years I studied chlorination byproducts, and they cause miscarriage.
So it's got to be terrible for people that swim a lot in public pools, right?
Yeah.
Because then it's being absorbed by your skin.
I don't know how much exposure you get in the relatively short time you're swimming.
Let's
I don't know. Yeah.
Let's find out. Put that into perplexity. How much of an issue is chlorine exposure in swimming pools? Let's find out. We don't know. We're learning so much.
There's a little science.
It's like that question's going to get tossed around here by perplexity because it could go multiple ways with it. Like, is there too much chlorine? Like, what are you, like, you know what I mean?
Right. Okay, let's say, is chlorine exposure in swimming pools a health concern?
Yeah, that's good.
There we go. Let's try that. I bet it is. I mean, it only makes sense. I would like to study someone like Michael Phelps, someone who spent
his life
thousands of hours in a pool, whether or not it's affected his body in any way, whether or not there's measurable chlorine levels in his urine or what have you. Chlorine in properly maintained pools is generally considered safe, but it can cause irritation of the skin and airways. Well, that can't be good. And heavily frequent exposure, especially indoors, can contribute to respiratory problems in some people. What chlorine does in pools, it kills germs like bacteria and viruses in pools, and is key for preventing infections and diarrhea illnesses from contaminated water. Public health guidance typically recommends free chlorine about 1 to 4 parts per million, with pH 7.0 to 7.8 within this range. Disinfection is effective and side effects are usually mild. Common short-term effects, irritation of eyes, nose, throat, skin, common when levels are high. When chloramines build up, especially in indoor pools. Chloramines form when chlorine reacts with sweat, urine, and other organic matter, can become airborne and irritate the respiratory tract, causing coughing, wheezing, or tight chest in some swimmers and staff. Long-term, regular heavy exposure in indoors, poorly ventilated pools has been linked to increased respiratory symptoms. Some studies suggest increased asthma risk. Okay, put this in as a follow-up question. Is exposure to chlorine through the skin responsible for any health issues? Let's just through the skin, see if there's any studies on that. Chlorine getting into the body through the intact skin for pool water does not appear to cause systemic whole body health problems in otherwise healthy people. Its effects are almost entirely local to the skin itself. What skin exposure actually does, chlorine's an irritant that strips the natural skin oils and disrupts the outer barrier, leading to dryness, tightness, itching. So put this in. What exposure does chlorine have to healthy skin flora? Because healthy skin flora, I do jiu-jitsu, and one of the things that happens with jiu-jitsu is you get a lot of skin diseases. Like people get ringworm, staph infections. Why? Well, you're getting scratched up a lot. You're rolling around on the mats, and if the mats are dirty, and if there's exposure to it, you can have a problem. And then one of the problems that people have is to treat that, they use antibacterial skin soap. So what that does is it strips the skin of all the healthy flora, which actually protects you. Yeah. The counter to that, I always bring this up. I have no affiliation with this product, but it's an excellent product. It's called Defense Soap. Defense Soap is my friend Guy Sacco. He invented it. He's a wrestling coach, and it was a solution using healthy things like tea tree oil, eucalyptus in this soap that kills the bad bacteria but does nothing to the healthy flora.
That's great.
Yes. Yeah. So that's the only soap that I use.
Yeah.
Chlorinated pool water does disturb normal skin flora temporarily, but in healthy people, the microbiome usually recovers within hours to a day or so after swimming. So that's a problem if you swim every day then. Yeah. Chlorine is a broad disinfectant, so it kills or suppresses both good and bad bacteria on the skin surface. Yeah. Reducing overall microbial diversity right after swimming. Experimental and field studies show that even short exposure can cut measured microbiome diversity markedly, often cited around 30 to 40%, with composition shifting away from the usual dominant groups right after a swim. How long destruction lasts? After leaving the pool, many of the resident species begin to recolonize from deeper skin layers, hair follicles, and the environment, and community composition tends to drift backward towards baseline over the next 24 plus hours. With frequent repeated swimming, daily or high volume training, the skin may be in a more chronically perturbed state with less time for full microbiome recovery in between exposures. I know a lot of people have switched their pools over to saltwater pools for this very reason. I think there's a problem with saltwater pools in very high temperature areas, though, where it's not effective enough to stop mold and all of the junk.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you want to see these products I brought?
I would love to see these products you brought.
Here you go. These are for cleaning up your
Just a note on what you just
What's
said.
up, Jimmy?
A note on what you just said. A saltwater pool is still technically a chlorine pool.
Oh, still a chlorine pool. It just makes the chlorine on site instead of pouring it in. Oh. Yeah. Salt systems work. Pool is ordinary salt, sodium chloride, dissolved in the water, usually around 2,700 to 3,400 parts per million, which is about 1/10 the salinity of the ocean. And close to body fluid levels, the water passes through an electrically charged salt cell, which uses electrolysis to convert some of that salt into active chlorine, mainly hypochlorous acid and sodium hypochlorite, that sanitizes the pool. After chlorine does its job, it ends up back as chloride, and the cycle repeats, so you keep generating chlorine as long as the system runs and there's enough salt. What's different from your standard chlorine pool, you still have free chlorine in the water at typical pool levels, about 1 to 4 parts per million. The difference is the source, salt generator versus liquid tappable chlorine, not the sanitizer itself. Most people find salt pools a bit gentler, the water feels softer, and continuous low-level generation can mean fewer chloramines, less smell and irritation if the system is sized and maintained correctly. Interesting. Okay, so it's still chlorine. So it still probably disturbs your microbiome, which sucks. This episode is brought to you by Intuit TurboTax. April 15th is coming fast. There's been so many tax law changes this year, which means you're going to need an expert who has your back. You're in luck. TurboTax now has in-person locations nationwide. Walk into their tech-enabled stores and meet face-to-face with a TurboTax full-service expert who will get your best outcome. Your expert works to get you every dollar you deserve while updating you as you go about your day. Head to TurboTax.com to find a store near you. Sealed. So should I open it?
Should be open.
No, it's not. It's sealed. It's tight. of stuff.
So in the movie, you'll see that I came to the homes of the participants with a big box, about this big.
Mm-hmm.
So this is obviously a very small part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just part of your
these
kitchen.
are bags that are safe, oven, freezer, microwave. It's called zip top.
Yeah, they're silicone. They're made of silicone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So silicone's okay.
Silicone. There is food grade silicone.
Okay.
And that is
like spatulas.
Yeah. And food grade silicone is free of phthalates and bisphenol, so you can use that.
Oh, this is a lot thicker. This is like
a lot thicker, yeah.
Yeah. And so this is reusable?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you just put your food in the fridge in that instead of in a.
So you can buy these things. This company, Zip Top, do they make them specifically for that reason?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, there's one of many companies that makes.
So this is essentially like a Ziploc bag,
exactly.
But it's way thicker.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. And so they make these larger as well. So okay.
There are a lot of good alternatives for food storage. Glass, of course, is really good.
Mm-hmm.
And ceramic.
Well, this seems so much better too because it's not creating as much plastic waste since it's reusable.
Right.
Now, do you just run this through a dishwasher? Yeah. Now, what about dishwashing solvents and detergents and stuff like that?
Yeah.
No problems.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
The pods are probably not great.
Oh, right. Of course, right? Damn pods.
Pods, tea bags, coffee pods, yeah.
Remember when kids were eating Tide Pods? It's like nature's trying to get rid of some of the dummies. Okay. So this company...
I think there's two of those in there.
Yeah.
These are just little examples,
Give this company a shout out. It's called Zip Top. And I guess they make them all sizes. This is like sandwich size.
Yeah.
This is, I guess, a snack size. And they make them larger too.
Yeah, and they seal well,
That's another question that I had about sous vide. There's a lot of people that cook their food in these sous vide machines.
A lot? Really?
That's very common.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of high, kind of
in restaurants and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know there's consumer versions of it that I know a lot of my friends use it.
Huh.
Yeah, they use it for wild game in particular because you can slow cook. So one of the things about wild game, it has very low fat content, and a lot of people find that it's more tender if you slowly cook. So let's say if you like medium rare, it's like, what is medium rare? Like 130